Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A bittersweet Sunday. One team with a little redemption and the other one said goodbye for the first time in 10 years, not making the playoffs. It is a tough one for our Astros and a great one for, and I don't know, it was Tennessee, Lance. But the way that they played, the way that CJ bounced back early on, it looked like, oh man, CJ's still CJ. He missed a short crossing route to Christian Kirk, and then he missed Dalton Schultz, who had a touchdown. He was a step behind, and then after he hit Nico with 2nd and 33, it was like a change. He was like a changed man.
Yeah,
really
that happens sometimes where he clicks at different times. We saw it in the Chargers playoff game where he had one, kind of goofy snap. It was either he wasn't ready he clearly wasn't ready for it, and the ball bounced off of him, and it looked like it was going to be a safety, and he turned something out of nothing into something. And then for the rest of the game, he was like a completely different player. And I almost, because the first half, really honestly, they had no touchdowns in the first half. The first half wasn't great at all.
No.
This wasn't good. In fact, it was bad. It was gross. The first half was as bad as that Jacksonville game.
Yeah.
And then the second half was completely different. It was completely different offensively. Now, I tell you, the Titans Cam Ward's not very good at this particular juncture, and the Texans made him look even worse because Texas defense were all over him. Latham wasn't there, his starting right tackle, which obviously hurt him against the Texans.
They're not good all over the place.
But they're not good. They're not good. Callahan, they got a brand new head coach, brand new general manager, and people are already pissed off about that too. Well, I don't know what you're going to do. I guess you can be one and done with Callahan. They took play calling duties away from him, but I thought the other interesting factor was that D'Amico took play calling duties away from himself.
Yeah.
And Matt Burke is the new play caller defensively, and D'Amico wants to free himself up so he can kind of oversee the whole team. And this is a direct, like it or not, and we'll get into what came out on Friday. This is a direct result of the struggles of offense and Nick Caley. And D'Amico wants to have himself available for all facets of the game, including offense, so that he can hear, not that he's going to call plays or anything, but he wants to know what's going on because it's not been good.
It's a good move. It's a good move. And Matt Burke proved that he can do it. Well, you know what I learned this weekend? And we're going to play What Did You Learn This Weekend in one sentence. I learned that the Texans, in their history, only had 2 shutouts. This was the third in team history.
Okay. I didn't know that either. I guess I just learned that on Monday.
You just learned that on – that's incredible, isn't it? I guess you got –
Yeah, I feel like it. I feel like you could get one every 3 years maybe.
Yeah.
And they've been doing this, figured if you had told me, I would have said, I don't know, 5.
I would have thought they had 3 just against Tennessee, or the last one was Tennessee, I guess. It was when Andre was beating the snot out of.
Oh, that was a shutout. That was the last one.
Yeah, I think so. 2010. Wow. He said, yeah, and that's when he was beating this Cortland.
Cortland Finnegan.
Finnegan, yeah,
the Irishman.
Yeah, the Irishman Finnegan.
Cortland Finnegan.
Speaking of the Irishman, Rory.
Save it.
What a weekend! What a weekend it was. What a great comeback. But we got a lot to talk about this morning. Let's start. Of course, the Texans looking good is good, right? All right.
They got their first win against a team that has no wins. So It is what it is. We'll get a better look next week because the Ravens are in desperation mode. They're 1-3. Lamar Jackson hurts his they get wiped out by the Chiefs. Lamar Jackson goes out with a hamstring injury. Texans unlikely to face Lamar Jackson next week.
That's a good thing.
Unlikely to face Lamar Jackson, although he didn't play very well yesterday. But the Ravens are in a little bit of disarray. Their secondary their defense is bad, but our offense is not good. So it's going to be an interesting matchup there. But Lamar Jackson, you hurt a hamstring and you're not coming back. So he left the game with a hamstring injury. I doubt the Texans will see him. this is a big opportunity for the Texans.
Yeah.
Lamar Jackson out. Is there a way that they get one next week and go to 2-3? They need to. It was a real back and forth affair until A.D. Mitchell decided to single-handedly lose the game for the Colts in one of the wildest. I've never seen one player responsible for 14 lost points in my life, but I did with A.D. Mitchell. As Longhorn fans would say, former Georgia Bulldog A.D. Mitchell. They're trying to distance themselves.
They're distancing themselves, yeah.
And then Jacksonville went in and got a good win. Those two teams are both 3-1. Like, we've just kind of chalked this game up as a loss. But if Lamar doesn't play and the way the Ravens defense is, I'm like, and the way the Texans defense is, I'm thinking, well, I don't know. Maybe the Texans have a shot here.
Well, if Lamar doesn't play,
right,
they got a shot.
And I mean, who's had a hamstring injury? It's bad enough you come out of the game that you're ready the next week.
Yeah.
And you think they want to risk it against a 1-3 Texans?
No. It took Isaac Paredes like 6 months.
I know.
Right? Of course, he tore it off the bone. But
I'm
we'll
not
see.
sure Lamar did.
Hopefully, this is just a hope. I don't want to see. I just want to see him gone next week.
Yeah,
I don't
for
care
sure.
if he
for
plays
sure.
again after that.
Yeah.
I don't really care, but we don't want to see him. But so the defense. Dell, let's get D'Amico talking about. Yeah, and I don't know that this was a direct shot at C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I'm not sure, but it sure did seem like a direct shot. Again, Matt Burke called great defense. The guys, they didn't give up any big plays, which is something that the Texans do. It's just what they do, but not yesterday. And D'Amico was pretty happy with the way that they played defensively.
Oh, we'll get it in 1 second.
Yeah, he's getting it.
Yeah.
Listen. I don't know that it's a direct shot at C.J. Gardner-Johnson, but apparently everybody was in the right spots.
Apparently everyone also was happy he's gone.
Yeah.
A lot of the people who matter most. I know C.J. said he liked them or whatever, and I think there's some people who don't want to just, obliterate him, but I don't think there's any love lost I don't think there's anyone crying over the departure of Gardner-Johnson. I mean, the guy who's replacing him is considered to be the glue guy from a football character stand, MJ Stewart. D'Amico's even come out and said this in camp. I remember he was asked about him. He said, he's a guy that's in there that he brings things up to the coaches. He sees this, he sees that. Like, he's like another coach on the field. Well, and them having him is a complete opposite of Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah, maybe not spectacular, maybe not going to make the, C.J. Gardner-Johnson takes a lot of risks, doesn't he? I mean, he'll bite on 10-yard outs. Maybe he'll get a pick, but he'll also get beat. He'll also get beat deep because he's not in the right spot. So having a guy that's just going to do what he's supposed to do, then you know what? I guess that's a godsend.
We're having an issue. We'll try to get all the sound on the next.
Yeah, we got all kinds of sound that we're going to hear.
Yeah, including something I've referenced this before, but we're going to wait until the next segment. Diana Rossini was on. I think it was whose show was that?
She was on with
Dan Lebitard.
Lebitard.
And she made a reference about the Texans having some problems behind the scenes and information.
Yeah, but she only
out.
made a reference, and
it was a.
We'll see if she
it
comes
was
up
a.
with
It I mean, she made a reference. It was pretty
vague.
It was vague, but at the same time, it was what's the phrase I'm looking at? Caustic. What's the phrase I'm looking for? It was a little bit like, wonder what she's referring to. And so I dug around a little bit on it, and I do have some stuff on the next segment that I'm gonna share with you. It's worth the conversation. I don't want it to dominate because the Texans got a win, and it was a good playoff win, and I don't want to be wet blanket guy, but if they lose next week to the Ravens and start off 1-4, all these conversations will pop back up anyway. So I want the Texans and the people who succeeded to have a good week. It is a conversation that actually, that clip of Diana Rossini saying there's issues with the Texans, some issues behind the scenes. I had 3 people from the NFL text me, one from NFL Network, text me and say, hey, what's this about? Or they had their own feelings about what this was about. So this was something that picked up a lot of steam actually around the league because, the Texans were one of the best. They were the favorite to win the division, and Diana Rossini is making comments that there's some problems in Texans land, beyond just the record. And so she referenced that. So we will, in the next segment, we will get to that. Texans are the Houston Astros. I'm really interested. Their season's over. They were eliminated officially on Saturday when the Rangers were not able to beat Cleveland Rangers. Just a terrible bottom of the night. Just terrible.
Well, Friday night was just a disaster. I went to the game.
Oh, the Astros losing. Yeah.
Friday night lost. They lost. They were 3-0. And Mike Trout beat them with 2 homers. That was just a disaster that they couldn't score more. They should have had way more against Hendricks. That was just that was the season in a nutshell. That the offense just shut down. Luckily they stole home. They got a run home that way, manufactured a run. And then the Angels chipped away. You lose. That's the season in a nutshell. You lose games that you shouldn't lose to teams that you shouldn't be losing to, and you did nothing. Your offense shut down. Your pitching was okay, which the pitching has been okay all season long. I mean, the stat that they have, that Brian McTaggart put out a bunch of stats. Their record when they score 2 or less, 3 or less, is just ridiculous. I mean, and how often they did that. Mm-hmm. It was awful. It was awful, and they did it again. I mean, it just was. It just is encapsulated. That Friday night game encapsulated their entire season, and it's just a shame. Just a shame that this team here, to scoring 4 more runs, they were 64-15. They didn't, more than half the game, they scored 3 or fewer. More than half the games, 83 times, they scored 3 or fewer runs, and they were 23-60 in those games. That's terrible.
Yeah.
That's terrible. That's the offense. You score 3 or fewer runs, and when you score 4, you're 64-15.
Right. Let's do this. Let's break because we got a lot to get to. I want to talk about, I've got a lot of stuff with the Astros I want to get to, and what happens now. What happens now? Because after winning World Series seasons, there were changes. What happens now with Jim Crane and the Houston Astros? We'll get to that, and then got still a lot with the Texans. We'll have Diana Rossini's comments, and then I've got some thoughts and some minor intel on that just for us to consider. It was a crazy weekend. A lot of upsets in college football. Typically, we get a little deeper in college football on Tuesdays, but we will probably need to get into that. And then what a wild game last night with the Packers and Green Bay. Holy crap! I mean, you want to talk about bad defense? No one could stop anyone at all for about. I mean, the Dallas Cowboys had about 2.5 quarters where it was unstoppable football.
Yep. And by the way, big ups to David, who beat the Warehouse Live guy, and he did it. He beat the Warehouse Live guy.
Okay, good.
So he's going to the game with the limo ride. You got to keep on listening so that you can play this week.
And listen up in the 8 o'clock hour because I'm giving away an autographed Jeremy Pena baseball from Taqueria Sarandas.
So nice.
We got one of those to give away in the 8 o'clock
Maybe
hour.
You could give away a ring from Zadok.
Well, we're not. I could ask, but I would probably rig it so that I won the ring somehow, and that would be illegal. So we better just not do the whole. We probably better not do that because I just worried I'd get myself in trouble. I will tell you this though, Zadok Jewelers has unbelievable rings. They have unbelievable diamond pendants. They have unbelievable watches. But most importantly, they have, for right now, unbelievable watches. And I say that because they have Watchtoberfest coming up, and that is going to be this Friday and Saturday. This Friday and Saturday is going to be Watchtoberfest, and it's really, really cool. They're very excited about it. Listen to this. They're going to have, on Saturday, they're going to have coffee, cars, collectors, and canines. They've got Lamborghinis, McLarens, rare exotic cars curated by Indigo Auto Group. Plus, they'll have dogs there for from Katie's foster fam that you can adopt. You'll find your forever companion there if you choose. You can raise a glass with Parish Brewing while DJ Anarchy spins live as you explore the latest timepiece debuts from over 25 luxury brands. This is going to be an event. They are creating an event, and it goes on October 3rd and 4th. So make sure that you get out there. Starts at 10 a.m. And Friday and Saturday is going to be a party at Zadig Jewelers. So get over there, see cool cars, see your puppies, have some drinks, some light bites, and it's going to be, and of course, brand new releases on watches that you've never seen before that are going to be incredible. All at Zadig Jewelers. They're at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. For more information, just go to zadig.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, let's get some Texans in. We got Astros to talk. We got all kinds of stuff. But let's hear from D'Amico about about the defense. Told you we were talking about C.J. Gardner-Johnson and him not being in the right spots, being cut. Here's D'Amico on the defense and the reason that they had a shutout, no big plays yesterday.
What I've been trying to tell them? No, it's just guys just being in the right spot, right? No grenades. I call no grenades going off in the back. Nobody's running free. Everybody was disciplined. They were where they're supposed to be. Yeah, they're gonna make some plays. Good team. And Cam, he got out, threw the ball back across the field like we knew he could do. He made a nice play, but guys, they stayed with it. We kept pressing. Our D-line did a great job. We did a really good job in the run game, right? And then our D-line really caused havoc in the passing game. The guys covered really well today.
Yeah, they did it. They did a nice job. How about Stingley? He loves to be on the field so much. He played despite being despite the oblique, and and got a pick too on top of it. A ball that was poorly thrown, another poorly thrown. Cam Ward has a lot to do. Cam Ward's going to be fine, I think. He's going to be okay. He doesn't have playmakers. He doesn't have an offensive line. They don't have much of a running game.
They're bad.
They're bad.
I mean,
they're really
Titans
bad.
are bad, man. There's a lot of work to do over there.
Yep.
I don't know if Cam's going to be good. I know that he has no chance right now.
Yeah.
I do know that.
Did you hear his soundbite?
Who, Cam's?
Yeah. It was interesting. It was interesting.
I'm trying to think if I heard. No, I don't think I did.
Okay. It's
I've only heard Texans. I don't listen to what losers have to say, John.
Well, you've been listening to the Texans the last few weeks.
Well, that's a good point.
Yeah. But you cleaned it up? Did you clean it up or you have to? Oh, he's got to clean it up. Yeah, he dropped some ugly words. He dropped an F-bomb on the team. So while Dell is cleaning that up, the Texans cleaned it up. It'll be interesting to see whether or not they're going to be able to take care of the Ravens. The Ravens are bad defensively. They're bad. I mean, this is not the same Ravens team now. This is not.
No, they're legitimately terrible on defense right now. I mean, teams are gashing them and gashing their secondary. It's bad.
It's bad. And you know what? They can't stop anybody. They stop. I mean, they made the Chiefs look like an offense yesterday. And the Chiefs have been crap. The Chiefs have been bad offensively, and they made them look great yesterday.
Right.
Like, they're back. No, they just played the Ravens.
The Ravens are the get-well game?
Yeah. No, honestly. They have got the Texans got to take advantage of how bad they are. CJ's got to take advantage. CJ was interesting. He goes, on the play to Higgins, he said, well, I called that. I'm the OC. Now, he did take credit for it.
Yeah.
He said, I saw something that I liked and I called it and it worked and it was great. And he said, a little bit, it's not going to work all the time, whatever, but it worked that time. And he grabbed some of the credit, and that's just fine. If in fact, I thought this was how it was going to be anyway, that CJ could see something and CJ would be able to, who was it on the call? Beth Mowens. Who was the the color commentator? Offensive lineman. Anyway.
Oh, it's Ross Tucker.
Ross Tucker.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of Ross Tucker these days.
Yeah, and Beth Mowens, we get that. That just means
I don't understand what we're doing. So this is an interesting play here that the Texans are running. If you look at what they're doing with their tackles and their guards, this is a lot of stuff going on here for the Texans.
He mentioned, he said, I don't know if CJ's – because they had a running play that just went nowhere, and he went, I don't know if CJ's able to check out of these things, but he should have.
Yeah.
He certainly should have right here.
Yeah.
Checked out of that, but maybe he wasn't. I don't know.
I think he can. I think
he can too.
I think he can, and that's part of what CJ's still trying to learn. That I think CJ thinks he knows ball at an elite level, and he doesn't. Like most quarterbacks in the league, unless they've been around for a long time, they don't know ball at an elite level as it pertains to NFL fronts and defenses. They're all learning, and they get better and better and better. And CJ's still learning, but he should know enough to get out of certain plays if he has that ability. And this is supposed to be the offense that allows him to get out of stuff.
Well,
And allows him to take a bigger part in
even
it.
great offenses have plays that don't work.
Right.
Even great offense,
Well, my dad was with Ben Roethlisberger, and Ben would check. Like, Ben was notorious for not being able to check into he just wasn't good at checking into the right things. He would check into, and there was some thought by some coaches he was checking into intentionally running plays that weren't going to work so he could say, see, we can't run the ball. We just need to throw it all the
So
time.
let's throw.
There were thoughts by, not my dad, but there were thoughts, and this is after my dad was gone. One of the coaches said, we're pretty sure he's checking into the wrong play on purpose. Either that or he has literally no knowledge of. So there are quarterbacks who just don't, see stuff. But CJ obviously made a good call. He checked into something that worked well because he saw it. And I think CJ does have some football intelligence for sure. So I think it'll benefit him. I still didn't have, one game's not going to answer, especially one half's not going to answer anything, but it was sure nice.
It
And
was
what
nice.
about, we have not spent any time talking about Woody Marks.
Yeah.
Woody Marks, he had over 50 yards receiving, was solid on the ground, showed the wiggle, scored 2 touchdowns. He's putting together his Dameon Pierce rookie year right now. Dameon Pierce, also a 4th-round pick, who ended up having a really strong rookie year. We're just hoping this lasts longer than that 1 year run by Dameon Pierce, hoping for a lot more. But Woody Marks, John, looked like, I think the Texans figured this out. I was listening to some of Vandermeer. I had to take my daughter somewhere, so I was listening to Mark and Andre. And he said that, you could hear Andre talking about the fact that he said, one of the things they really needed to do was get Marks more involved today. He needed to get a bigger you get the feeling Andre had some intel already, and he knew what was going to happen this game, that this is going to be a Woody Marks game.
Listen, if you watched last week and if you've been watching this season, I don't know that it's, that you had to have any intel.
He knew what the Texans were going to do is what I'm saying. I think this is the Texans'
plan.
plan.
He's looked the best out of all in pass pro, in running the ball. I mean, we talked about it last week. I want to see more Woody Marks. I've been wanting to see.
100%.
I mean, because Nick doesn't have. Listen, Nick Chubb has had a great career. He doesn't have that same burst.
No,
he's not that same guy.
No, he'll get you some tough yards. He knows where Woody will still make some mistakes in terms of where he goes with the football and some cuts, just some small things where Nick Chubb knows what he's doing with it. But you can't, there's just no way around elusiveness. There's no way around burst. You either have those things or you don't. And Nick Chubb is just on the downside of that, and Woody Marks has it.
He absolutely does. He absolutely does.
And he can really catch the ball. He is a good third down. Nick Chubb Nick Chubb's really good in pass pro too.
Well,
so it's nice to have 2 of them.
Wait a minute. There was an early sack that Nick Chubb was awful.
Right.
I think that opened the door for Woody.
Well, they were on top of CJ in a second.
Well, no, not that one. There was one early where Nick Chubb, there was a linebacker blitzing, and Nick kind of just went the wrong way, and he just went right around Nick Chubb and sacked CJ. The one by Jeffrey Simmons was just he was in the backfield before CJ was. Mm-hmm. This one was early on. It was a sack by, I forget which linebacker it was, but it was like, what a horrible, horrible block by Nick Chubb. And it opened the door for Woody Marks
I wonder if
to
that's
be on the field a lot
that's
more.
interesting. I wonder if that's one of the things that because I do think D'Amico's holding people accountable. I give you an example. Did you know Laken Tomlinson started at left guard and only played 20% of the snaps? Juice Scruggs played 80% of the snaps yesterday. Henry To'oTo'o played 40. He played 48% of the snaps, but EJ Speed played 52, and that's another guy that I've been waiting to see. EJ Speed's got to play more. Woody Marks has to play more, and they're finally doing it. These 2 guys are going to be – you got to get some guys with some juice out there, and both of those guys have more juice. And I don't think it's going to be a surprise that both of them – I think EJ Speed will play more moving forward. He's just a better playmaker. He has more athletic ability. And then Woody Marks has more athletic ability. You got to start getting these guys who are physical matches and mismatches out on the – or athletic I don't know about mismatches, but athletic matches to what the other teams are doing. You have to. You can't have – Nick Chubb's not athletically – he's a minus. Yeah. Henry To'oTo'o – is kind of a minus as an athlete. He's smart and he does all that stuff. He's a He's a solid, very average starter. You need somebody who can be more disruptive, and that's what EJ Speed can do. So, I think it's a good sign that the Texans are headed in some different directions. And you know what? I like the fact that even though we gave him money, hey, if Laken Tomlinson's not playing well enough, he can sit on a bench. Good. Don't try to cover your own ass by playing a guy's not playing well. Let's get the best in there. Let's be true meritocracy. And that's what they're trying to do a little bit more of, I think. It feels like.
Yeah. Well, Juice was responsible for that Jeffrey
Well,
Simmons.
Juice isn't great. Juice should not be a starter in the NFL.
So it was
that's going to be another position I have to look at again next year, John.
Another second-round guard.
Uh-huh.
I mean, the Texans have a history. Who was the
They tried to draft one in the
UCLA?
first. They tried to draft Donovan Jackson in the first, and it didn't work out.
Who was the Hawaiian?
Xavier Su'a-Filo.
Su'a-Filo.
He's not to be mentioned on the show anymore.
Well,
you already know that.
Well, there's another second-rounder that just – and now Blake Fisher, another second-rounder that can't get on the field. Juice Scruggs, another –
Well, he got on the field.
Yeah, well, he gets on the field, but he's not good enough to start. But, man, in a couple of penalties by Titus, it didn't kill him. But in other games, those penalties that Titus had would be killers. The play I was referring to was when Barton sacked CJ, but Ladarius Sneed had an illegal contact down the field, and so it negated that sack that Nick Chubb just blew the block, just awful. It was just awful. You got to go take a look at it.
I will.
All
I'm
22.
pulling it all right now.
All right, it's 7:31, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We're working on that sound. We're going to try to get it all for you here. We also got What Did You Learn This Weekend in one sentence coming up in 15 minutes. Want you to get in. You learned something this weekend. You could be about baseball. It could be about football. It could be about your wife. It could be about your girlfriend. It could be about your boss. It could be about anything, your kids. You learned something this weekend, and you get one sentence to tell us what that was coming up in 15 minutes. So get yours ready. John Daspit probably learned something this weekend, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, he usually does. Heard from him a couple times. He is, like all of us, big sports fan. And so when he's not doing his work for his law firm, which is, he's always doing that. But once he's done, he takes his time to listen to the show, and he catches up on all the sports stuff. But, his number one focus and primary focus is his wife and his two babies and all of you. And everyone is he treats everyone like everyone who has signed up with Daspit Law Firm. He treats them like a family member that he wants to protect and do what's best for them. Like they're the most important thing in the world, because that's really what you deserve. You deserve to have somebody working for you when you've been injured due to someone else's negligence that is going to really, be out there making sure that you are taken care of, that you're not taken advantage of by a legal team for the insurance company. And that's what that team is trying to do. They're trying to maximize their profits. So they're obviously going to try to get rid of some of the payment structure for you. And John Daspit says, no, we're going to enforce it. We're going to make sure all the bills are paid. We're going to make sure all the time missed from work due to, your client's negligence is accounted for. Short-term, long-term, for some people, they'll never work again because of the physical pain and the issues that they suffered due to whatever the accident was. And John Daspit wants to get that accounted for. And of course, pain and suffering too needs to be accounted for. John Daspit and Daspit Law Firm, they passionately pursue justice for the injured, and they will fight for you. 713 call now. That's 713 call now, or go to daspitlaw.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
By the way, I knew I was wrong. I blamed Juice Scruggs for the Jeffrey Simmons the quickest sack in NFL history. Ed Ingram just stood up and looked to the right, and Jeffrey Simmons ran right by him.
Yeah, it was a bust. I don't know what it was.
He's sitting right in front of him. I even texted you guys on it. I was like, are you kidding me? Jeffrey Simmons is right in front of you, and you look to the right instead of blocking the guy that's right in front of you.
The great Ross Tucker said they were trying to wham block him, but he's just too quick for that, so don't try to do that anymore.
Okay, wham. You know what I don't want my linemen to be? Like Wham.
Well,
no,
not
like Trap Block.
Not the band.
Trap Block, not Jitterbug. Not that.
No.
Tonight the sax feels so bad.
Right.
Nothing like that.
That's what I thought.
No, not
it
Wham.
seemed like that was more appropriate.
I
that
don't
Wham.
know that
Not Andrew Ridgely and George
anyone's
Michael.
looking for George Michael to play guard for the Texans. I don't think that's what
Juice
it is.
Scruggs
It
is not
seemed
our
like
Andrew
George
Ridgely.
Michael might have done a better job than Ed Ingram did on that play. Anyway, so that was all. But hey,
Wake me up.
before you go.
I think I see the sack you're talking about for he just whiffed it.
He just whiffed it.
Yeah.
Nick Chubb
In
and
the
I
first
think
quarter, you're talking about in the first quarter.
Yeah, it was in the first drive. It was. I think it opened the door for Woody Marks.
Might
It really.
have.
And did you see Woody's pancake block on the blitz?
Dude, Woody is I thought Woody would be a good third down back in the NFL. What's happening now, at least for now, is he's expanding the role beyond that to being, I think he's going to become primary ball carrier. I mean, I think you have to. I think he's running back one right now. He may not start, but he's going to get most of the carries. They'll start Chubb. That's fine, whatever. But Woody Marks is going to get he's going to get more of the carries until Mixon comes back, if Mixon comes back. He's eligible to come back now, so the questions need to start. Hey, what's up with Joe Mixon? What are we doing with Joe Mixon? We're going to tell you, we're going to go slow. We care about Joe. We care about him as a person, and we care about his family and who he is as a man and what his life is going to be like. And you have to say that, apparently, because people got jumped on for not caring enough about him when it was weird in camp. When there was a report.
That's how we got to.
Ian Rappaport said he's hurt.
Question.
I think he's going to be hurt and out for a little while. Like,
worried
what?
about-
What? Who is news to us? What? And then he's out
yeah.
forever.
I'm worried about Joe's mental health if
Yeah.
he's not able to come back this week.
Right.
Is he going to be able to? Because he really.
We haven't heard one single thing about Joe
Not
Mixon,
one thing.
so
Not
I
one
don't feel confident that he's going to make it back, to be honest with you.
Hey, Woody Marks is the guy now, and that's fine. That's just fine. All right, we got a.
Well, it's fine, but Joe Mixon's better than Woody Marks.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he is.
The Woody-Joe Marks combination, where Woody's playing on third downs is kind of a breath of, is kind of a, give Joe Mixon a rest would be nice. I'd like that combination.
I'll tell you this: if Joe Mixon doesn't come back, there's nobody better in pass protection than Woody Marks right now. I mean, he has made play after play after play protecting CJ. He really has. Look at the cut block that he had, and he upended the blitzer last game, and now this one, the pancake block, and he's doing a really nice job. For a rookie to be doing what he's doing in the passing game is really good. Really good. Who's the caller, Del? Who we got? Charlie wants to get in here. Hey, Charlie.
Charlie, go ahead.
Hello?
Oh, what's up,
Hey,
Charlie?
Charlie Gilbert.
What the?
Charlie,
was
what's
Charlie.
going on?
I
How
thought
you
this
doing,
was
Charlie?
Charlie.
It's Gilbert.
We were told this was Charlie. The intern said this is Charlie's calling. Did
Well, I
you?
get fooled into my nickname anyway.
There it is.
Oh, good. I
This
didn't know
isn't
your
the first-
nickname was Charlie.
Yes, you did.
Wait, how
He's used it before.
Why is your nickname Charlie?
Yeah. What you want to say about the Texans? They did a good job of. I can't get the game yesterday.
You couldn't?
Why not?
The cable went out anyway.
Oh no.
Well, you missed a good one. I mean, not the first. The first half wasn't great. The first half wasn't great, but yeah, I don't know where Charlie originates from. But Gilbert's used it before as his nickname.
Oh, that's right.
He's
That's
tricked us
right.
before with Charlie. But yeah, you missed.
right.
The second half was a really good one, Gilbert. And you know, Tennessee didn't score at all. They got shut out, and John told us it's only the third shutout in Texas history. You picked a bad day for your cable to go out.
Yeah, it was a great game, Gilbert.
Yeah, but I won't see no more cable in my nursing home no more. Oh, by the way.
Wait. You don't have cable in your nursing home?
The cable went out anyway. I can't get the game. All they did was a show, the pregame show.
No, that's not enough, Gilbert.
That's not good
It's
enough.
not going to be good enough.
So did you watch the Astros? You couldn't watch the Astros either.
Nope, I can't do that either. Nope.
Nope. No.
Especially not now that they're not in the playoffs. You're not
Yeah,
gonna be
what
able
do you
to see
think
them.
about that, Charlie?
Well, I don't think he's going to make it to the playoffs. Wait till next year anyway.
Yeah, we're gonna wait till next year anyway. Yep.
Yeah, one more thing before I go anyway. Will, are you listening? Will, come and see me. I want some of that bagel that's good.
Yeah. Will, go see.
We have it for those who are wondering. We don't even know who Will is.
No.
Somebody named Will.
Will.
I know. I heard the name you said. It's just that we don't even know who this Will is. Somebody named Will brought you some food one time, or brought you something.
He did.
Yeah.
What did he bring you, Gilbert? A bagel?
Yeah, bagel.
You like bagels, huh? A lot of cream cheese?
Yeah, I like bagel anyway, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you like steak, too. Steak and potatoes with corn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Second French fries anyway, yeah.
Yeah,
like
French
corn and
fries.
cob.
Corn and cob, yeah.
Corn and
Salt
cob,
and pepper, and Dr. Pepper, right?
And Dr. Pepper.
Yeah.
Yeah. We know your order.
Yeah,
sir.
When you come see me, Lance.
Well, I
Bring
gotta
Nicole.
see. I don't know that Nicole is working, and she's not gonna be able to come anymore. It would just be me.
Oh, we don't want that.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
Well,
That's not
Nicole's working now anyway.
Yes, that's right. We didn't get your permission, but she
Gilbert,
is.
why is your nickname Charlie?
It's
It's
just
my bus name anyway, Charlie.
it's
That's
your
your what name?
bus name. What does that mean? Bus name? Who
The
gave
bus name.
your
That
bu-
the bus drivers called you that?
Yeah.
Oh boy,
Oh yeah, I know why.
Wow.
I wonder. That was a nickname in Vietnam. So.
Well, or a
and
certain,
Gilbert is Chinese, by the way.
Yeah,
or a certain detective.
it could have been that.
I want
or-
one more thing before I go.
All right.
I want to get to Nick's place on Christmas. See Chief Farina,
Oh,
You
I
wanna
don't
get
know
a
that
what?
she's coming to Nick's
Is that
place.
possible?
Would you even? Are you
Yeah,
allowed
Nick's
to
place.
be at Nick's place?
Yeah, how are you going to get out of? How are you going to get out of there, Gilbert? You don't move around very well.
Yeah, but how about someone can pick me up and
Oh,
take me over anyway? I'll use my walker.
How about someone pick me up?
yeah.
I don't know. Wait, well, let's see how things go.
we'll
We're only in
see.
September still.
Yeah, we got a
Late
couple
September.
three. Well,
Well, you don't
but
need to
don't
say
worry,
that, Dale.
don't worry. This will be
September.
I know, because truck
he'll
month's almost over.
He'll
That's right. Truck month's almost over.
he'll be remembering.
There'll be a new truck month,
reminding
don't worry.
you time and time again before then.
Yep.
All right, Gilbert, we appreciate it. We got a break because we got. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Right now, you call in. You learned something this weekend, and it was impressed upon you enough so that you're calling in 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. What did you learn about Underdog this weekend, Lance?
Well, I learned that if you had higher in just about all the statistical categories in the Sunday night game, you're in good shape. Higher than 1.5 touchdowns for Jordan Love, that was a W. That was a good one. You know, you got Monday Night Football going on tonight. So what are they doing for Monday Night Football? What are some of the numbers for Underdog Fantasy? You have to pick higher or lower for the statistics that they offer you. So I'll give you an example. Bo Nix, higher than 248.5 passing yards against Cincinnati. Is that what you're going to go for? Are you going for J.K. Dobbins' rush yards, 64.5. Garrett Wilson's receiving yards, 61.5. 56.5 rush yards for Breece Hall. But here's the thing. When you watch these games, you can click on Breece Hall, and guess what? Oh, rush attempts, 14.5. Higher or lower. Receptions, 3.5 for Breece Hall. So inside of every player is a multitude of statistics, and you can manipulate them up and down. I can go Breece Hall and say, you know what? I think he's going to have more carries. I think he's going to have huge carry amount. I'm going to go 17.5. If you did that, you went higher than 17.5, the payout goes even higher. So if you go lower to 11.5 and you say, okay, I'm going to do 11.5 and I'm going to go higher. Okay, your payout's going to be less there, but you got a much better chance of winning. So you can manipulate the stats on these individual players and change your payout, either to a higher payout or a lower payout, but it's easier to achieve. This is what I'm talking about. There's a lot of different strategies you can use with Underdog Fantasy, but the only way you can use these strategies and make that money is to download the app, use promo code Lance. Download the app, use promo code Lance, and they are going to give you $100 of bonus cash when you make your first $5 play. That's available right now. It went from 50 to 100. Download it. Use promo code Lance. You are set to go with Underdog Fantasy. Play the games while you watch, and let's start for Monday Night Football tonight.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. Time to play. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? We got a full board, but as soon as somebody gets off, 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776, I'll start it. I learned that the way that Bethpage Black fans treated Rory was kind of embarrassing.
Yep. we'll expound. It was
That's
it was
all.
really bad.
One sentence.
We'll
It was-
expound.
Yep. Did you learn anything this weekend, Lance?
Ooh, I learned that I've got the perfect spot for Saturday college football games, and it is undefeated. It's 2-0.
Oh, it's more than one sentence. Yeah, you're just not good at
That's
this.
fine.
You're just
Thank
not
you.
good at this. Thank
It
you.
was ellipses. Ellipses.
No, you
That's
were
enough.
just no. You stopped, and then it was 2-0. Del, you learn anything?
I learned that Kirby Smart doesn't just have an Alabama problem. He has a Kalen DeBoer problem.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, that was bad. Well, he can't beat. He's 1-7 now against Bama.
He did respond, well, what is everyone else's record against
I
him?
know. That's when I knew they beat.
Right.
It's in his head now.
Right, it is in his head. Keith is first up. Keith, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I learned the cost of 5-0 Vanderbilt football is the Ravens having the worst defense in NFL history.
Congratulations.
And being 1-3.
Yeah.
And you lost your quarterback.
So, because
Good.
he's a Raven.
We're
and
praying on
Vanderbilt.
everyone's downfall for you, Keith.
We don't know that they lost their quarterback. We just know that he was hurt.
Well, he had to come out of a game.
But they were getting their ass
Yeah.
kicked.
Yeah. Somebody put on. It looks like he quit because he didn't go in the tent. He didn't. The trainers weren't around him.
I didn't
just
think about
sat
that.
down on the bench.
Now, he did have, some type of towel wrapped under his hamstring. I don't know if there was an ice pack in there or something warming or whatever. But, yeah, I mean, he just sat down. I'm out. I'm done here. I'm done here.
Well, if
My
that's the
work
case,
here
then
is
he's
done.
playing. Then we'll know it's just a can of quit he opened up, because if he had a hamstring injury that caused him to leave the game, when's the last time anyone hurt a hamstring one week and played the next week? It doesn't happen. So if he plays this week, that means he just opened up a can of quit.
Who's
you
next,
literally
Del?
don't play the next week with hamstring injuries.
We moved to Tongue Dart Chris. What
Tongue
did you
Dart
learn?
Chris, what'd you learn this weekend?
I learned the more that I help my wife around the house without being asked, the more opportunity I'm going to get to enter her secret tunnel of love.
Oh, we can't say that.
What's
I mean, it is one of the secrets, though.
what's so
that-
secret about
It
it?
is.
Well, the secret is that
Not
if
your
you
secret.
help around the house.
No, not that. That's
Yeah.
not a
They
secret
find
either, by
that-
the way.
They do. Those people find that sexy.
It's
Oh,
not
yeah.
a secret. I'm just saying he called something a secret. What's so
Yeah,
secretive about it?
That's not a
no,
secret. No, it's not a secret.
yeah.
I don't know what that's about. All right, we move to Tony. No, excuse me, Pena. Pena, what did you learn?
I learned this weekend that in the past 2 weeks, my fantasy football team that took my losing CD Lamb and Malik Neighbors.
I didn't understand anything. He
CD
said.
Lamb and
He
Malik
lost
Neighbors.
Malik Neighbors and CD
So
Lamb.
his strategy was get the two best receivers I can up front. He's lost them both.
Yeah, that's a shame.
CD will be back. Malik will not be back.
No,
Fear
no,
torn
no.
ACL if you missed it.
I'm convinced, Lance. You're the jinx on him.
Why?
You drafted him. You drafted him.
How do
He's on
I
your
jinx him? Blame it on Brian Dayball.
No.
Jackson Dart. By the way, Jackson Dart got to win. I think he threw for 70 yards.
Well, Jalen Hurts got a one. Didn't throw for a yard in the second half. Didn't complete a ball in the second half.
Yeah. How about A.J. Brown? Ooh. Who's next, Del?
We go to Tony from Friendswood. What did you learn?
Yeah, I learned this weekend that it doesn't matter if you're 6'2", 218 pounds, you will get jumped by the Lucky Charm game. And shout out my boy Cobra.
If you missed it, you know all the people worried about violence in Mexico City and Brazil with the NFL going there? Turns out Dublin, Ireland is what you should worry about.
Skyler.
Skylar Thompson got jumped on Friday by robbers.
Yeah, that's a bad look for the NFL, for Dublin.
Yeah.
You think the NFL likes it? One of their players got jumped and got his stuff stolen?
No, and of all places,
Yeah.
I mean, we were worried. Hey,
Well, listen.
don't send him to Brazil. Don't send Mexico City dangerous. The Dubliners got him. He was on injured reserve anyway, so he wasn't eligible to play, and he was with the team on yesterday. Yeah, but they took his chain probably.
Yeah.
Got his chain snatched.
And NFL is not going to be happy about that.
No.
Dublin, if they find out who did this, they're going to crack some skulls.
The Vikings are in London for their next game. See if they do better than what they did against the Steelers. Let's go to Elliot. Elliot, what did you learn?
Morning, guys. Piggybacking off the Dublin game, I learned that my Steelers needed the luck of the Irish to pull that off. They almost blew it.
Yeah.
Yeah. If
They almost did.
if Jordan Addison doesn't get hawked down at the 1 to take more time off,
They
the
might
clock,
lose.
They might have lost that.
There's
game.
a lot to talk, and I think another stupid decision based on analytics where Aaron Rodgers and the team convinced Mike Tomlin to go for it on a 4th and 3 by the goal line. He didn't get it, or 4th and 2. They didn't get it. Instead of taking the points and making it a 6-point game, because a 6-point game means you can't, like, it was about 2 scores. I'm sorry, it would have been a 13-point game. They had a chance to make it a 13-point game, and Greg Olson's like, the guys, you got to go for this. It's a 2-point game already. If you score another field goal, it's still a 2-possession game. Well, there's a big difference between 10-point 2-possession game and 13-point 2-possession game. A 10-point, all you need is a touchdown, a field goal, and frankly, if in today's day and age where they're kicking 65-yard field goals on the regular, 57 is nothing anymore. 57 is punk-ass kicks.
Whoa.
That's nothing.
All
Well,
right.
A 57-yard
you're
field
trying
goal
to win
is
a
nothing.
game. I mean, every week now we had another
They'll
one with
get
the
blocked.
Raiders
I
yesterday.
know, get blocked. But my point is that you can't just like it was stupid to me to just settle. No,
All right.
we'll go for it because it's a 2-possession game.
All right,
either
we gotta
way,
keep going. We got to
You're
keep
right.
going. We got
whatever.
a lot of guys
Dumb
on hold.
analytics, dummies.
Okay, let's.
right.
I'm a numbers guy telling you this too.
Yeah,
All right,
numbers
all
guy.
right.
We'll get to that in the next hour. Let's move to Ocho. Ocho, what'd you learn?
Yeah, I learned that Aaron Judge is the first player to hit 20 first-inning home runs in a single season.
That's a
20
lot. That's a
first-inning
lot of his
home
home, a high
That's
percentage of his
good
homers.
too because
Holy
it jumps
crap.
out. You jump out to the lead.
Yeah.
As opposed to guys who hit meaningless homers. Late in games that are blowouts. That's a good stat. That's nice. I learned it's first time since 2005 we had no hitters in the big leagues. 0. What? Who's next, Del?
Weren't we like a pitch away from a perfect game?
Yeah,
and then they lost.
and
the
they
game.
lost the game.
The
The
Dodgers,
Dodgers,
was it or
yeah.
something?
Yeah.
Let's go to Chris from the north side. What'd you learn?
Hey, good morning, guys. So this weekend I learned that the NFL thought the Texans and Titans game would be so boo-boo that they assigned the game to the female-led TV broadcast.
Yeah.
And the NFL was right.
It was.
If we're going by his logic, they were right.
Were they wrong? Find the
Find the lie.
find the lie.
Let's move to sorry, that no one's catching it. Let's move to Jonathan. What'd you learn?
Hey, what's up, guys? I learned that I'm going to really lose my S if Colin Morikawa is on the team next year, since he's the only one that didn't hit on my 8-leg parlay.
Oh no! Wow.
8-leg parlay.
8-leg parlay. Colin Morikawa.
Boy, he stunk.
Yeah, he's not been good. He's not been good. I don't know. Don't get me started on all the guys that sucked this weekend, and especially Scotty Scheffler. Goodness gracious!
How did that happen?
It's just awful. He was awful. Who's next, El?
Let's go to our final call. Tom, what'd you learn?
Morning, gentlemen. I learned that the appropriate nickname for Dallas Cowboy fans is Brony.
Brony.
If you don't know
As in jabroni?
No. If you don't know what a brony is, it's a man, generally, who gets turned on by My Little Pony.
Where do you learn these things, Del?
This came up on...
Where did Tom learn it?
This came up like years ago. I don't know if Raheel and I did a segment on it or whatever, but this came up years ago.
This feels like something Raheel would know
I
and bring to
remember
the table, actually.
Brony.
My Little Pony turns men on?
I don't know if you know this, Sean. A lot of things turn men on. My Little Pony.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man,
Rainbow Sparkle or whatever her name, that horse's name is, whatever it is.
Have you not seen what the OnlyFans stuff, like how little it takes to make a bunch of money for a woman? They just have to take pictures of a toenail.
That's a woman. It's not a cartoon
Oh,
horse.
well, I just figured.
There's a whole film on it. The extremely unexpected adult fans of My Little Pony. It's Brony. And then the subtitle is what I just read. That came out in 2012.
Man.
Wow.
Fetishes are a crazy thing.
Well, and that's what Cowboy fans are?
What?
According
That's
to
what he
Tom.
said. Yeah, that's what he said. He said what he said.
I get it. I get that. I get the correlation there.
And these guys look exactly like how you would expect them to look.
Well done. As always, y'all are great. We'll do it again on Friday, but you got to keep on listening to the show and pick up what did you learn this week on the show. And that was brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Thank you, Game Day Men's Health. That's where you get your testosterone on. You're looking for a great way to get your testosterone levels right. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Time to talk hoops. Pro Dunk. Time to talk about the best damn goal ever. Time to talk about your kids, okay? Not great athletes. I'm sorry. But for the majority of our kids are just not great athletes. So how are they going to get a ball up to a 10-foot goal? And that 10-foot goal, it's got sand in the base, and it shakes, and the kids all hate it, and it's awful. They can't play. They can't enjoy it. You're looking for the best way to get your kids to enjoy a goal, to enjoy basketball. It's a pro dunk goal in your front yard, backyard, wherever. The kids will love it because you can raise and lower the goal with a push of a button, and it goes up and down. I mean, it's so easy. And your kids are not good enough to play on a 10-foot goal, but they want to have fun, Dad. So get them the Pro Dunk goal, which is the best goal, best made, best installed, best everything. You're looking for the best. It's ProDunk.com. Tell Keith Tate that you heard it right here. We had one, loved it, you'll love it, ProDunk.com. All right, hour number 2 here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776.
Yep. By the way, this is a pretty common theme that everyone thinks Lamar Jackson quit on his team yesterday.
Yeah.
That is not. Yeah, that's a common. I didn't realize it was that common. I didn't. I wasn't watching that one. I had to. Like I said, I had some stuff I had to do, but I was watching on my phone. I was watching a couple of the other games, and went to the gym, and they had. I was just curious in the end of the Bills game. I was curious about that, and then I was curious about other games. But that one got ugly quick for the Ravens. And Ravens jumped out to a quick touchdown, and I thought, "Oh, here we go, and woo, they got beat up." But there's a lot of people that think Lamar's hamstring was just him saying, "I'm done today."
Yeah.
Not a great look if that's the case. Now, if it's legit, then he'll miss this week. You don't leave a game with a hamstring injury and just come back the next week. If he comes back this week, then I would say maybe those internet detectives are right.
Let's focus on our team.
Yep,
we got a nice win, and say CJ met the media afterwards. On the field, he made reference to this about how they got to break through. They're breaking through, and 1,000 cuts. I don't know where did he hear that from Dan Lanning this weekend, or is that something that all coaches are talking about? 1,000 cuts.
Well,
no, Dan was Dan looked jacked up after the.
He was.
I've never
up.
seen a guy. I mean, he looked like a road warrior. He looked like a professional wrestler cutting a promo after the game was over, after they beat Penn State.
Even at the podium, he was.
I know he was still like that.
Yeah. But
he did drop the 1,000 cut thing. I mean, he said it on Saturday. I bet.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He did, and then CJ made reference to it.
I bet CJ was watching. It was a Big Ten game. CJ was watching. He loves ball.
Yeah, probably. Or I'm wondering maybe.
Ooh, that's tough. I'm using that tomorrow. That's what CJ said at his house. That's tough. I'm going to use that tomorrow.
All right, we got that one, Dell?
Well, did you want him on the field or the one when he actually says 1,000 cuts?
Which one? You tell me. Which is ready?
Both are.
Okay. Let's do the 1,000 cuts. Here's CJ with after the game. Because of how, he made references a couple of times to the shell, and, they got to take everything that the defense has given them. Here's CJ talking about it.
The way teams are playing us and, the way our offense is kind of built is just death by 1,000 cuts, taking what the defense gives me, and then finally I think after you hit a big play or like a big play comes is when everything kind of opens up. So I feel like that's what happened.
So I think he took that from Dan Lanning, probably more than likely. But he's got to. I think he's saying that he's got to be more patient. Although we didn't see CJ opening it up over the middle like Russell Wilson, who just throws it up there when into double coverage down the field. He doesn't care. It's not like CJ's been going, I don't care what you guys are playing. I'm throwing it over the top. No, he's not doing that. So he's been taking what they give him. Unfortunately, the Texans make so many mistakes with penalties or fumble or whatever that they're not able to consummate drives.
Consummate. Generally the 2nd and 6 after he makes the check down turns into a 2nd and 11 or a 2nd and 16 because of all the penalties. The big play, and they've referenced it, that got them going. Is there any explanation why on 2nd and 33 L'Jarius Sneed is up on Nico and gets run by? Is there on one-on-one coverage? Is there any explanation for that?
No.
He was bad L'Jarius Sneed was bad the whole game.
Well, he brought it on himself because he made comments about who when asked about Nico.
I don't understand why you would do that.
Well,
his DB
coach,
you haven't won a freaking game. Why would you make a comment?
His DB coach tried to clean it up for him. I think it was his DB coach saying, "Hey, we treat everyone nameless, faceless." That's why he said that.
Okay.
Whatever. But I don't know why. I don't know who their DC is. I know they changed their play caller on offense. Why are you pressed up and don't get hands on them and just let them run by you on 2nd and 33? It changed the game.
It did.
It was 6-0 at the time.
It got CJ going, that's for sure.
It did, and it was that's what Houston has to find, explosives. They got to find some explosives. That's something that's missing with this. Ever since teams started running these high coverage shells, it's taken away a lot of deep plays for all the offenses in the league, not just Texans, but the Texans seem to have been just unusually affected by it. So they're going to have to find ways to create those opportunities. And I want to get to Del. You have the Diana Rossini. Okay, let's play what Diana Rossini said on Friday. She said this on Friday, and it got a lot of attention on Friday when she said that. She was on Dan Levitard's show, and here's what Diana Rossini said about the Texans.
So the question that got her there was, what's up? What's up with CJ Stroud? Because everyone has high expectations,
Right.
and up until yesterday, people were disappointed in his play. So here's her response.
Is CJ Stroud any good? What is going on with Houston?
It's a good question. I'm writing about it this week. CJ Stroud is really good. I think they are still trying to figure themselves out on offense. They have a new play caller. They have a different looking offensive line. I still think they're working some kinks out. So he's still good. I'm not on this. I'm not in the camp of he's ruining his opportunity here to get some mega extension. I still think CJ Stroud can play. I just think there's still a lot of work to be done, and there's some things going on behind the scenes that I think we're going to find out about soon.
Some things going on behind the scenes that we're going to find out about soon.
To me, she's just looking for views.
She went on to say she was going to write about
What
it.
did I say on Friday? I said that David Mulgeta was going to get intel and going to get talking points to national media members who he's friendly with, gives intel to, stuff like that.
Well, he's protecting his guy.
I said that's fine, but I said I'll bet you this is what's coming, and I think that's exactly. I think when I saw this, I thought this is coming from Mulgeta.
If they're 0-4, I can see now with a win. I think they got rid of a problem in the locker room.
What if I told you that the problem is between the quarterback and the offense coordinator?
Yeah. Well,
then what? Then now what? If he doesn't think the offense coordinator knows ball,
yeah,
or he's not happy with the offense coordinator. CJ's not happy to please all the time.
Yeah,
I don't know if you know this or not, but CJ's not always easy to please, and I get it. I mean, CJ wants to succeed, and I get it. And he's probably not thrilled that Nick Caley's learning on the job, but I don't think. From what I had digging around a little bit after I saw this, I thought, I wonder if this has got to be Caley, and so I just did some digging around, and I think there is an issue right now with the quarterback and maybe others in the locker room not being fully on board with Nick Caley. If that's the case, what can be done? I mean, they're not going to get rid of him after. Well, the one thing that can be done is they can change play callers. And the only way you do that is go to Gerard Johnson. That's the only thing you can do. And then guess what he is? A rookie play caller.
Well, it's going to be tough to do this week after. But CJ,
right?
CJ
It's not happening now. No, not now. But I would not rule it out. I would not rule this out.
CJ let it be known that the Higgins play was his play. That he checked into it, or he saw something.
Isn't that interesting that he made sure that that's? So I think that, just kind of sniffing around on it, I'm not sure that it's clicking great between the head coach. I know for a fact it's not clicking great right now between quarterback and offensive coordinator. It hasn't been good offensively. You want to make sure that I think it's important to CJ that he has a good relationship with his play caller. I think it soured a little bit with Bobby Slowick. I think there is I don't think it's a reach to say that CJ, in some regards, when it's going good, he's good. When it's not going good, I think he does look at, while he holds himself accountable, I think he's holding everyone else accountable in his path too. And I think that includes the guys who are designing the plays. I think Bobby Slowick maybe caught it a little bit at the end there. And I think Nick Caley is probably catching CJ's attention, so to speak. And in the future, it's going to be hard to, maybe I'm asking this question. Is it going to be hard to find someone who makes CJ happy if things are going poorly? Like sometimes.
If I'm a play caller, after he gets two guys fired, if in fact he does get Caley fired, I'm really wary of coming here. Especially if I'm good, if I've got any,
he has to respect
pelts on the wall.
I heard this when he was at Ohio State. And I truly believe it's true now to this day. He has to respect you as an offensive mind. He has to respect you, and that's I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, I guess you should. I mean, you want your quarterback to, and Nick Caley hasn't done a great job up to this point. I don't think anyone in Houston is excited about what this offense has done. So I don't think it's out of line. I'm just saying, if this is a situation now where the quarterback and the offensive coordinator just are not really meshing well, you have to give it time. You just fired your offensive coordinator. It's like you can't. What are you going to do? But I do. It's a terrible look.
It's a bad look.
I do think if it stays bad offensively, you've had one good offensive half the whole year. That's it against the worst team, probably the worst team in football.
Yep.
We got to see what happens if they keep getting better. Then good. That's what I want to happen. I want Nick Caley to get better, to figure it out. CJ to click. It's great for all of us. If it doesn't turn around, if this is an aberration, then what can the Texans do? I mean, you fire a first-year offensive coordinator after you just fired another one. Now that's down the road if they're not good offensively. What do you do in the short term? I don't think it's out of the question that they could turn to Gerard Johnson at some point this year. And if that happens, it's another guy doing it for the first time. You put yourself in a tough position.
Yeah.
So we need this to be a turnaround game. We need this to be a get well. You know how many injuries they've got? You got Nate Higgins is hurt. I was just looking at this. Nate Higgins is hurt.
Well, we can hear from Ian Rappaport. He laid it all out for everyone. We got the sound of all the Ravens injuries.
A ton of injuries.
So here's Rappaport this morning on Ravens injuries.
Lamar Jackson was knocked out of that game with a hamstring injury. He's going to have tests today just to determine the severity of this injury, but that is why Cooper Rush was in the game. That is why Lamar Jackson spent the balance of the game on the sideline. John Harbaugh saying this injury and all of the other injuries, which there are more, I'll get to that in a second, none of them are season-ending. They do not seem like any are significant, but certainly you have a player who has a hamstring injury, could potentially miss time. Roquan Smith, their star linebacker, another player knocked out with a hamstring injury. He also is going to have tests today. As important as Lamar is to the offense, Roquan is to the defense. Marlon Humphrey, their star corner, he was knocked out, eventually ruled out with a calf injury. That's another one to watch, another MRI coming. And then Ronnie Stanley, their star tackle, he left with an ankle injury. So, like, talk about Hunger Games, there was a lot.
That's a shame. Hate to see it. Hope they all come back after this week. Hope they all get better. Sometime. Not necessarily right away.
He didn't mention it because it had already been put out there that Matabuike on IR. So their best interior guy didn't play. Calva Noy didn't play. We'll see if he's back. They put another defensive lineman on IR. So they were already bad. Now they're depleted and bad on defense.
Good. That ain't bad. That's not bad news, I don't think. I mean, it depends on your
They're ever going to win in
perspective.
Baltimore, John. They're ever going to do it.
This is it. This is it. No, this is it.
Well,
all right,
and they do have a good the Texans have a good defense.
713-780-3776. Can't be. It's going to be tough to beat a Cooper Rush, though. 713-780-3776.
That's another coach on the field you got to go up against.
Chastain Ford. All right. I'm a big fan. They got a food drive going on. Oh, I think it just ended. So here's the deal. I'm telling you what's not ending. 0.9% APR financing on select 2025 F-150 XLT models. Or you can lease for just $388 a month. Offers approved. Well, you got to have approved credit. Terms and conditions apply. But these are deals that you just can't pass up. These are deals at Chastain Ford I'm telling you, there's no better place to get your truck or SUV on. No better place. No dealer add-ons or hidden fees. The other dealerships stacking on fees. They're going to be at Chastain Ford, an honest, straightforward to buy a truck or SUV. Chastain Ford, #1 Google-rated Ford dealer in Houston. #1 Google-rated Ford dealer in Houston. If you can't go to them, you can just do it all online, and they'll bring it to you. Houston, it's the best kept secret. I'm hoping it's not a secret anymore with how much we talk about them, how much I love them, how much they've done in this city for 80-some years. Trucks, SUVs, commercial vehicles. You want them, you got them. ChastainFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown. Chastain Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, let's do a college football segment. We got a lot of good sound that we've got to get to. Let's try to get it all in here. And at the end of the segment, we're going to give away 2 tickets to go see the Cougs game. All right?
Man, they pulled that one out on Friday night.
Did they ever?
Ooh.
Holy crap. They looked like dog do for 3 quarters.
They committed their first – they turned it over for the first time, I think, all season. It led to an Oregon State touchdown.
Right away, right off the bat.
Yeah, they were down. Looked like Oregon State knew this is our chance to get a win because they had come off getting blown out, I think, by Oregon. So they were pointing to this game, and they found a way.
Yeah. Now they got Tech, so they better fill that place up, bro. So we're going to give away a couple of tickets to that. And if you're a Texas Tech fan, you can't have the tickets. Okay?
But at least don't tell us you're a Texas Tech fan.
Oh, yeah, do not tell us that. Otherwise, we're not giving them to you. All right, so big, huge college football weekend. Oregon won in overtime at Penn State. James Franklin is awful in big games. His record
4-21.
Atrocious. Ole Miss beat.
Wait. Let's hold on a second.
We got a lot of sound.
I know, but Drew Aller was terrible in the first 3 quarters.
And then,
sacked up in the fourth. Played tough, and then he.
Aller never lets me down, man.
No. And then he just had that little soft, fluffy pass in overtime. And he tried to wear his Jackson Dart chain and try to have some Jackson Dart swag. It wasn't. He didn't really.
No.
He didn't convince me of it. Dante Moore is your front runner for the Heisman, in my opinion.
Yeah, Dante Moore is now.
Even though he throws a lot of short passes.
And rightfully so. Oregon's a good football team. Ole Miss, Garrett Nussmeier. I've been telling you about Garrett Nussmeier for a couple of years now. He's not the guy. He's not the guy.
He's going to get treated like it in the draft, but he makes too many mistakes.
He's losing.
Well, you say that. Who's making money in the draft?
Yeah.
Which quarterback?
If he didn't lose some respect in the draft Saturday, then I don't know when he's going to.
Oh, they all know what he is. He's a high-risk guy.
So there is a wide receiver here's Lane Kiffin after the game. I'm going to play a couple of funny quotes here, sound bites here. Lane Kiffin had a wide receiver, Winston Watkins, that was great in the game. Here is Lane Kiffin being asked about him.
Coach, a lot of people stepped up for you today. One player that we haven't seen a lot of, Winston Watkins, wide receiver.
Yeah.
Big day for him.
Yeah, Winnie's going to be a great player here. Shoot, I'm not supposed to say that because then everybody will go buy him in the portal. Forgot I'm not supposed to do that anymore. I mean, he's just okay, you know. He really doesn't know his plays and stuff, so, you know, it'll be a couple years before he's good. No. Winnie's awesome. He's a really good player.
So you really do. I mean, how much is it going to cost you in NIL money when you're talking up a player in the post games, and then everybody sees how good he is, and then they're going to come poach him?
Well, it's funny.
That is listen, he was making a joke, but that ain't no joke.
No, he's not really joking. And one of the things that a lot of coaches love is that you may see spring games come back again now because of the portal window. They changed it to where you couldn't snatch people after the spring games.
Right.
I wonder, now the portal windows needed to be tightened up anyway, but I wonder if some of that was to prevent teams from going out and grabbing people after spring, because what was going to happen was more and more teams. It was already happening. Texas, USC, Nebraska started it. I mean, well, they were just one of them. All these big-name teams were canceling spring. I wonder if they're going to bring it back now.
Yeah,
probably not, because the portal isn't real.
No.
Well, we'll have to see. Now, it's been proven not to be real, but only one guy's tested it
because he was the only guy that.
Well, that's what I'm waiting.
Put into the portal.
I'm waiting to see when that happens because they're going to close that. They're going to close that loophole. I don't know how, because that actually is one that they'll take.
Well, now
to
there's
the
only
Supreme
one
Court.
window, right?
Yeah, but my reference is you can NCAA put it out there. You can just leave the school and
the NCAA didn't put it out.
No, what I'm saying,
it was challenged.
Well, they were called.
They did nothing.
They were called on and said, "Hey, this guy, left the school
from Wisconsin to Miami,
and then enrolled in another school without the portal." They're like, "Well, the portal's just a database. There is no rule that keeps a kid from leaving one school and then enrolling in another if he wants to."
Technically, it could be an issue from a technicality standpoint.
All right, now there's another huge thing that's going on, and that's gambling. I don't know if you ever heard, but people bet on college football games. Well, The Indiana game, up by 7 with a line that was anywhere from 6 to 8. Indiana favored. They were up by 7. Last play of the game, their quarterback, Fernando Mendoza, takes the snap, runs 40 yards backwards, and dives into the end zone for a safety. Indiana wins by 5. Here is Fernando Mendoza talking about it after the game.
Yeah, there was, whatever it takes to win the game. So coach said, hey, take a safety, run to the back of the end zone. And I didn't ever want to put our team in jeopardy where maybe if I slid, with 1 second left, there could be some type of, maybe some quirk that would be called and we have to punt it or do something on 4th down. So I just wanted to get out of the safety. I know I probably, obviously shouldn't be saying this, but I know I probably cook people's spreads and stuff like that. And I really apologize for that. However, at that moment, my goal was to win the game. And at that point, at 0-0, I saw when I was on the 2-yard line, and I just kind of ran to the back.
So Indiana it closes. Indiana was 8.5, so it wouldn't.
Right, it closed that way, but early on it wasn't.
It may have. I don't know how early on you had to have it, but it was a very strange looking. I've seen people run around and do that before. Not that far. That far. But he was trying to just eat up the rest of the clock.
So it opened at 6.5.
Yeah.
But I don't know how long it stayed there. If it went
ruined
to
those guys. Well,
You think it was? I don't think that's anything that's going to draw the NCAA's attention.
No. The kid
it's
explained it.
Another
but the fact that
terrifically
players
terrible
know,
beat. Yeah, exactly.
The fact that players know.
Lane Kiffin knew 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, right. He absolutely
And he
did.
mentioned it in a postgame. Sometimes Lane, I think the NCAA would like it if Lane would stop talking so much.
Stop saying the quiet part out loud, Lane.
No.
Yeah.
Lane just cannot. He has to talk about it. He talked about wit. So I would not love my daughter going out with an LSU linebacker. I don't want her going out with any football players. Definitely not Stephon Diggs. But
why not? He's a great guy.
No, he says he's a great guy. He's not a great guy. But what's his name?
Whit
Weeks from LSU is dating Lane Kiffin's daughter. And he made a comment, and I don't know what this means. He made something about the over.
Yeah, usually.
What did that mean? What did that reference
I think he just meant
mean?
I'm going to run the points up because you're a defensive player dating my daughter, so we're going to score a lot of points.
Is that what it was
I think that's
reference
just what
to?
that meant,
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm a great guy. I'm actually a great guy.
So, now at Texas A&M, did you see the stats? Auburn, 125 yards passing, 52 yards rushing, against a team that was giving up the run. Texas A&M had been terrible against the run. They just shut Auburn down.
And somehow Auburn still covered.
Auburn still
Well,
covered.
I'll tell you how.
Well,
because Elko or whoever called that play down, 3rd and 1, and you're running it down their throats, and you call some tunnel screen that gets intercepted and, returned. Set up an Auburn touchdown. Instead of just running the ball again, it was one of the worst calls, very quietly, one of the worst calls I've seen in a long time. To call a tunnel screen down there instead of just running the football.
Well, and the media afterwards was asking him about scoring 16 points as opposed to talking about his defense. And here's Mike Elko, not long after Brian Kelly had something similar for LSU.
So anybody want to ask a question about us being 4-0 for the first time since 2016, or how did the defense bounce back, or how about you held them to 176 yards on offense and you had 5 sacks and they were 0 for 12 on 3rd down and 0 for 2 on 4th down and you got the return game going again? I don't mean to sound like someone else, but my gosh, will you guys stop being so dreadful and gloomy?
Well, we're only halfway through this.
Yeah. Next one.
Kelly had a lot of the same stuff for the LSU
Well, I think a lot
media.
of coaches are like, hey, they've got so much stress. The coaches have a lot of stress to try to win, and even when they win, it's got to be a certain kind of win. And I think they're excited, and they think you're going to ask about the good stuff finally, and then you don't.
Well, Brian Kelly, his ranting about his offense. Look what happened. It's still an issue, and look what happened over the weekend.
Yep. No. He said And then afterwards, well, we've been so good on third down. Wait a minute. Yeah, you really haven't been great on third down, especially against better teams. But that's neither here nor there. We're giving away 2 tickets. Houston fans, you can't miss this one. The Cougs undefeated take on undefeated and ranked Texas Tech. Family weekend. Bring your crew. Fill TDECU Stadium wearing Houston blue. Keep the win streak alive and protect the Cougs house. It's going to be a big atmosphere. Let's go. Got to be out there. If you're looking for a great way to spend a Saturday, let's go. uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. We have got it exactly it's exactly 8:40. You call in, and we're going to give the tickets away to caller number 3. At exactly 8:40, we're going to give the tickets away to caller number 3. So we got that going on. Cougs with a big game this weekend. We will talk to Coach tomorrow about it. Right now, we're talking about Taquerias Arandas.
Taquerias Arandas. A little bit later in this hour, you got to keep listening. I'll tell you when, and I'll tell you how. But we're going to have an autographed Jeremy Pena baseball from Taquerias Arandas. And they are, you've seen the commercials during games. They are a sponsor, and Jeremy loves them. And we had Giovanni Marquez, professional boxer, in here in studio, and he loves them, and he's a great fighter. And I can just tell you this, authentic Mexican food, people who love authentic Mexican food know about Taquerias Arandas. They go in either for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. There's a variety of different options that they have, all of your protein-based favorites that you're looking for, all of your traditional Mexican favorites as well. You know, I tell a Mexican food restaurant by the rice and beans, I think, will give you a sense of how authentic it is, also the tortillas. But I can just tell you, if you're looking for an excellent buy, an excellent bargain as well. How can I get this great food where all the prices have gone up across the board? And I'm looking for something that's really great, that's not going to, crush the budget, crush my pocket. Oh, that's easy. You got to go for Taquerias Arandas. Let the experts do their thing, and I promise you're going to be very, very happy with Taquerias Arandas. Locations around the city of Houston. Take a look for yourself at taqueriasarandas.com. Find a location and stop in and enjoy the sabor today with Taquerias Arandas.
All right, we're coming up at the end of the month and payroll, the first of the month for us, 1st and 15th. We love that. It's always on time. It's always perfectly done. It's getting towards the end of the year. Now is a great, great, great time for you to call HR&P and find out what they can do for you. They will break down a plan for you. They'll check out your business. They'll break down a plan for you, what is perfect for your business with the HR, with the payroll, with the taxes, with your 401ks, with all of that stuff. They'll break it down for you. They don't sell all of that stuff. They just sell the payroll and the HR, and they do your taxes for you as well. But this is a perfect time to break it all down and then flip over and seamless at the beginning of the year, right? It takes a little while to set it all up. That's fine. But if you're somebody that is doing it yourself, or you have a payroll company that you're not completely satisfied with, or it just seems like it's too much with your admin company, just find out. Find out. It doesn't cost you a dime to find out what you're doing and how HRP can do it better. This is the perfect time to find that out. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
After they were eliminated, Jose Altuve was asked, about the injuries, and he said, I'm not going to make any excuses. Here, Ari Alexander put out the list. Here, I'm just going to go through it quickly. Spencer Arrighetti missed all but 7 starts. Ronel Blanco, Tommy John after 9 starts. Luis Garcia, elbow injury after 2 starts. Josh Hader missed the final 2 months. Lance McCuller, on and off all the time. Caleb Ort missed final month. John Rudy, elbow surgery. Bennett Sousa missed final 6 weeks. Brandon Walter, Tommy John after 9 starts. Hayden Wesneski, Tommy John after 6 starts. That's just the pitchers. Isaac Paredes missed 2 months. Jeremy Pena, 35 games. Brendan Rodgers, 3.5 months. Jordan, limited to 48 games. Zach DeCenzo, final 4 months. Chas McCormick missed 6 weeks. Jacob Melton, 6 weeks. Jake Myers, 2 months. Taylor Trammell, 4 months with a calf injury. Listen, this was ridiculous. It was a ridiculous year. They didn't make the playoffs. They tied Detroit. Here's a question for you before we get to Carlos Correa. Here's a question for you that's been put out there. A.J. Hinch does not have a contract right now. It looks like the Tigers are going to extend him. Do you want A.J. Hinch back?
Yes.
Or Joe Espada?
A.J. Hinch. But they're going to extend him, so it ain't going to matter.
Well, he can say no. I'm going to go with the Astros.
Yeah, that's true, but I don't know. I would think maybe A.J. has a bad taste in his mouth for the Astros. And if you look at the situation, I don't know if it's a great situation. You know that your best players will leave every time their contracts come up. You got a ton of injuries on your pitching staff, and you're not sure if these guys are ever going to bounce back to the way they were.
You know your payroll is going to be higher than Detroit.
It'll be higher, but it's kind of I guess. I mean, I guess it will be higher.
No, it's always
it doesn't.
higher.
But I don't think the Astros are a great situation right now. Not anymore. They were. They're a great one for Dusty, but is it a really good situation? Like, a lot is riding on Cam Smith being a great player.
All right. Okay. When you look at the Astros next year, I mean, Carlos broke it down. He was like, okay, we're going to have Jordan. We're going to have Isak. We're going to have Altuve. We're going to have me. We're going to have Walker. We're going to have.
Great. You already do. You have all those guys.
Good young players. We're going to have Hunter Brown. We're going to have. No, you didn't have anybody. This year you lost all kinds of guys.
Guess what? Jordan doesn't stay healthy. Why? How do you know you're going to have Jordan?
Well,
why would you make that assumption?
That that you do.
Yeah, you're hoping a lot of stuff. To me, that's just. I mean, on paper, you're right, Carlos. I saw you together. Actually, Jeremy Pena, Jordan. I saw all of you together, other than Isaac Paredes, and it still wasn't that good offensively. It really wasn't. You remember, John? Jordan was hitting like crazy, and they still couldn't do it. Like, they still weren't scoring runs.
Yeah.
And they were all playing together for a little stretch.
They're too good to be.
And now do the pitching.
Yeah.
Now do the pitching.
Again, guys come back.
Well, they came back this year. It didn't look good. There's no guarantee.
But which guys are coming back?
That's what I want to know. I don't think it's a great situation for the Astros. Right now, I think the better starting pitching is in Detroit.
Well, you got Hunter Brown versus Skubal. And
I know. That's basically cancel out.
Well, you also
Flaherty's better than what you've got over here right now.
You had an historic collapse 15 and a half games they
No.
led Cleveland by.
And I would imagine that people in Cleveland, honestly, the fans probably are done with AJ. When you lose 15 and a half,
Detroit,
I mean in Detroit. When
Yeah.
you lose a 15 and a half game, I don't even have to read one thing over there. They're done with that manager.
Yeah. Well, okay. Here's Carlos. As a he's a team spokesman. There's no question. Here he is after ending the season yesterday.
There's going to be a lot of work this offseason. I want to apologize to the fans in Houston for, falling short. It's not what they're accustomed to. They're used to watching playoff baseball, and they look forward to that every single year. It's a beautiful time of the year in Houston, and we were not able to accomplish that this year, but we promise our fans in Houston that this offseason is going to be one of a lot of hard work. We're all going to get better, and next year will be one to remember.
You know what, Jeremy Pena. I mean, it's still one of the best lineups in baseball
On paper.
on paper.
It wasn't this year.
No,
Even when the good players were there, it wasn't. They still weren't cranking up the
it was
runs. So
rare
had
that
a
the good
really.
players were all there. Jordan played 48 games.
I'm not going to just assume Jordan's healthy anymore. Too many injuries. He's young and has been injury prone. He's become injury prone. I can't just assume everyone's healthy. Definitely not with pitching staff. This is instead of all that, instead of being Pollyanna about, look, we know on paper it looks really good. We talked about it all year long, and it never really materialized for whatever reason. Who's gone? Jim Crane makes changes when they win World Series. People don't come back. He did it after 17. He did it after, Reed Ryan was gone. Not that Reed was instrumental in the player stuff at all, but Reed had to go. And scouts across the organization had to go. And the general manager had to go after a World Series win. Jim Crane makes changes. Who's gone? I would say Alex Citron does not survive this.
I want to apologize because I was dealing with the winner. Did you read what Bob Nightingale said about jobs? This, according to Bob Nightingale, all departments on the baseball and business side are currently being evaluated. Dana Brown has a team option for next year that hasn't been picked up. Espada's, and this is a quote from the article, Espada's job security would seem more tenuous than Brown's.
Yeah, I don't think Joe, from manager of the year to, I don't think it's a lot Joe Espada stays.
I think Joe's going to finish in the top 3 for manager of the year, and he could get fired.
I don't think he will. Not making the playoffs.
I absolutely think
not making the playoffs. You're just going to.
He was 12 games over 500 with all those. I'm telling. Well, we don't have to argue about it.
We'll see.
I'm going to tell you, he's going to finish top 3.
We'll see about that.
All right.
How do you get?
Well,
I don't know how you get there if you don't
it's
even.
AL manager of the year, so it's
well,
separate.
that's true.
So
yeah, but still, Toronto is going to be ahead of him.
AJ's not going to make it after his collapse, right?
No, AJ won't make it. But what about the
Guardians manager?
Maybe.
Yeah.
They had fewer win total. Look, if you look at the win totals and where guys performed Vegas-wise, there's a lot of teams that did better than him. I wouldn't put Boone, obviously.
Nobody dealt, but we'll see. But regardless, we'll see whether or not Joe's back, whether or not it was good enough.
It's not a lock.
It's not a lock.
Click won a World Series and didn't make it back.
Yeah. I think that was a personality thing.
That's fine. Who knows if Espada is I don't know. I just know that Jim Crane is not – there's no way he's going to sit tight. Cintron, to me, is gone. The hitting was too terrible this year. The offense was terrible. I think the pitching coaches could have some – I'd be a little concerned if I were them. I'd be a little concerned if I'm the entire staff. And then the medical staff, the training staff, the day-to-day training staff. We've already talked about what happened with Kyle Tucker last year, Jordan this year. I think it's really going to be – I think he's got to do something. He's got to do something. They really have to figure out what's going on with these arm injuries. Why aren't his players coming back the same way that other players have come back in the past? There's a lot of questions to ask. Jim Crane cannot have this season and say, all right, well, just one of those years. We're all good. We'll just run it back. I don't think they run it back. I don't think they run it back at all.
No,
I think hitting coach is where it starts.
No.
I think he's the first one out. Or the manager, or we get a surprise announcement here in a couple days and Espada's gone. Or Dana Brown's gone. Do you think it's crazy? It would be unusual to me to move on from GM and manager, But do you think there's a chance that both GM and manager could be gone this year?
I think they both did a great job.
I know, but
I
do you
they
think
both
there's a
did great
chance
job.
that Jim Crane could get rid of him?
Yes, there's that possibility, absolutely. But I think to be silly, I think they both did it. Now, if he wants AJ back, that's another story. If he gets rid of Espada, he better have AJ.
Would AJ want to come back? Does AJ have a bad taste in his mouth? Does he
AJ
like Jim
still
Crane?
got a couple houses here.
I know, but does he like Jim
loves
Crane?
Houston.
Wait, what do you mean he has a couple houses here?
AJ spends the offseason
Is
here.
he renting
He's a
property?
member. Huh?
Is he renting property out to people? What do you mean he
I
has a
don't know
couple
why
houses?
he's got a couple of houses. I just read that he's got a couple of houses here. Anyway, he's up in the Woodlands, and he loves. I'm not going to tell you what course he's a member of, but it starts with Carlton, ends with Woods, and he loves Houston. So
No.
I wouldn't be surprised at all if he was here.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, it's. I think the run is definitely over for the Astros, and so I want to ask this uncomfortable question. It's not uncomfortable. I think it's a legitimate question. We ask about the Braves. In the middle of it, it felt incredible, and it was. Did the Astros? Do you feel they came up a little short with this long window to win 2 World Series? They got to 4. They won 2. Do you feel like they just came up a little bit short from
Absolutely
what they should have
won
done?
3. They should have won
Yeah.
the Washington series. They weren't going to beat the Braves, but the Washington series is something that still sticks. to me.
Personally, I don't trade it in for anything. Like 2 World Series is incredible to me. But I do remember looking at the Braves and thinking, man, they should have done a whole lot more. I wonder if
the Astros should have got 3.
Yeah,
They
I
should
wonder
have
if because there's no way you're beating the Braves. The Braves just rolled.
No, they were good. You weren't as good as the Braves. You were as good. You were better than Washington. That was the one that just was a killer. All right, we got a break. You got to talk right now about siding and windows.
Allstate Windows and Siding. It's an easy phone call to make because now the window, or rather the weather, is starting to change a little bit. So you can get those windows removed and still be relatively comfortable in your home as that dew point drops. You call it humidity. I call it dew point. And go to the website, allstatewindowsandsiding.com. What they'll do is when they take out your windows, there's no glass breakage. They take them out cleanly. They replace them with brand new windows that are made in Texas for our extreme weather, double pane, double strength. So they look great. They can help improve your energy efficiency by up to 40%, and they add a layer of safety to your home as well and noise reduction. Go to the website at allstatewindowsandsiding.com, and right there on the front page, you can contact them through a form that's on the front page and get them to come out and take a look at your home, measure everything up, and give you an estimate. Now, make sure that once they give you the estimate, say, hey, by the way, I'm an ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 listener. Or if you're a veteran or if you're a senior citizen, add that in there because that's an additional discount. And watch how much comes off the initial estimate. It's going to be great. 30% off of each window when you have minimum 10 window job, and they got $2,500 off complete siding jobs when you do your windows as well. So 12 months, no payments, no interest. It's a great way for you to pay it off as you go along without any interest payments, and just make your home look better, become more energy efficient, and do it with a company you can trust here in Houston. AllStateWindowsandSiding.com. 832-204-1936, 832-204-1936.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. We had a bit of a faux pas. Listen, if you win something on the show, you got to wait a month to win again. We had a caller who won earlier.
Yeah.
And then won again.
Well, it turns out our intern accidentally hung up on the person who was supposed to win.
Oh.
So that person called back. So we're going to give them the prize, and we're going to call back the person who won last week and tell them, hey, once every 30 days.
Yeah. You got to wait a month to win again.
Yeah. So, Chris, you know who you are if you're listening.
Sorry, Chris.
You won something last week. You can't win something within 30 days of winning. That's the rule.
That's the rules. It's been out there.
Yeah.
It's not like we're just making that up.
But that's a reminder to everyone.
If you want to sue us.
Well, turns out you weren't even the real winner anyway.
In this case. So we got, okay. We've got evidence that if you try to sue us, we will take you down in court.
We got John Daspit. I have Chris last week. I have all his information. It turns out it matches up with what he gave this week. So, Chris, you already got your $50 gift card from Taco Diaz. What are you doing?
Yeah. No. So what are you doing? What are you doing? We've got tickets to give away for the Greek Fest too.
Wait. I got to give this.
Why are you out
baseball.
of breath?
I was just running. I got to give this baseball away first.
Oh, yeah, you got a baseball to give away.
Caller number 1. We're not messing with it. 713-780-3776. I got an autographed Jeremy Pena baseball. Compliments of Taquerías Arandas.
Yeah.
Jeremy Pena baseball. I got one to give away later in the week as well. We're doing it to the first caller. But if you've won something in the last month, don't call. We got the same guys calling over and over trying to win everything. Can't do it. By the way, did you see Brent Suter, the pitcher for the Reds, dancing? They're showing him on ES. Oh, you can sense the amount of everyone's cringing in the background. No one's like, everyone's watching him and kind of smiling, but no one's like, there's no energy where people are getting hyped by it and excited. Everyone's looking like, oh my God, this is so embarrassing. I'm watching it right now. Just nobody's getting hyped up at all. They're all just kind of like sitting and watching, wondering when it's going to end. Have you seen it yet, John?
No.
Oh, you need to type in Brent Suter, Suter, and just watch his dance. It is.
Oh yeah. Well, was he screaming into the camera too?
He's got his cigar, and oh God, I went to a concert last night, the Brian Jonestown Massacre. If you guys have never seen this, there was a documentary that came out in 2004 called Dig, D-I-G ! Just go ahead and Google Brian Jonestown Massacre and fight, because they fought on stage multiple times. They fight people at concerts. He's kicked them in the face before. Like it, and I have never been to a concert before where the lead singer is he's kind of a lunatic. His name is Anton. And the entire band, there's 6 other people on the stage, and the nervousness that they had as he's talking and people are yelling stuff from the crowd like, hey, what? Just like joking around. But I just kept thinking, can y'all just shut up and let this end? There was a nervous energy like I've never seen in my entire life at a concert, where you just never knew if the lead singer was going to flip out on people. And his entire band, you can tell, is just so terrified of him. They just sat there in silence the whole time. No one would talk when he was talking to the audience. I have never been to a concert like that where everyone seemed afraid the entire concert. The entire concert, people just seemed like, his entire band seemed like they don't like him, which I think is probably the case. But if you just Google Brian Jonestown Massacre fight, you can see them from back in the day. They got no fight on stage in 2023, just 2 years ago. This is just a whole thing with them, where they fight other bands, they fight themselves, it's mainly just the lead singer. Kicks people in the face. It's crazy. And so I went to that concert just thinking, I wonder if I'm going to see a fight. You had to go just thinking, there's a chance I'll see a fight.
So you started this with the Brent Suter dance?
Yeah, but the cringe
No, I
thing
wasn't
is
going to speak to your ADD, which is obvious.
Yeah.
I was watching the A&M Auburn game, And sure, I've seen the Aggie yell leaders when they're about their business.
Uh-huh.
But when you see it out of context, because it was some B-roll from from stuff they filmed during the week, and it was a bunch of Aggie dudes doing the thumb thing that they do when I don't know what it is.
Doing the thumb thing they do.
I don't know what
Okay.
it's called when they like roll.
Whoop.
No, it's not that. It's like a dance they do with their thumbs and they pull. I don't know what it is. Yeah,
That's Elaine Seinfeld dance. Sounds like you're saying.
Something like that. But it's not that, John, what you're doing. It's just all thumbs, and they kind of roll their shoulders, and they're trying to teach it to, like, young Aggies, I guess, little kids, trying to indoctrinate them, I guess. Out of context of them doing it on the field or at a pep rally, it's one of the oddest things I've ever seen. Like, I know we make
it's
fun
odd
of,
on the field, too.
yeah, sure, but at least I know it. But they're, like, in front of one of their statues, and they got all the little kids. Hey, you want to do this dance? It's terrible.
No.
Look, I know people call it a cult. I won't call it a cult, but that dance, when I'm just trying to roll back and to watch Jackson Arnold be terrible for the next 2 quarters, that dance is weird. A lot. Yeah. Well, we all know a lot of it's weird, but just in their white jumpsuits and they got the little kids there teaching them how to dance. Can I just get back to the football?
Yeah, can't we just watch it? The Aggies hold them to 125 yards.
I don't know anything.
Can't we just watch that?
Like, that is one of their traditions. Another odd tradition watching the game. Like, this started, I think, with Anaya Smith. There's always a couple Aggie skill players wearing random highlighter color cleats and gloves. Like, Le'Veon Moss had this bright orange cleats. It's like kind of their 12 when they give it to 12, but they give the skill guys, hey, you're allowed to wear cleats and gloves that don't match anyone else or the uniform. I might text Billy Lucci just to find out what the hell that's about. Because Anaya Smith would do it. He would wear bright blue cleats for no other reason than, I guess, he's Anaya Smith.
Bright blue.
If you watch Anaya Smith, like the last couple of years, he's an Aggie. He would never wear cleats or gloves that match the uniform. He'd be the only guy who's allowed to do it.
That's like an NBA game. I can't do that.
Yeah, Le'Veon Moss did it this weekend. There's another couple guys. I don't know what that's about.
By the way, it was not a good game for Marcel Reed.
No, it wasn't.
Not a good game for Marcel Reed. Arch Manning had a good week.
He didn't play.
That's what I'm saying. It was a strong week for him.
2 top 10 teams don't have a win against the Power 4 conference.
Texas.
And?
Who else is out there? Penn State?
Penn State. Don't have a win against a Power 4 team.
Yeah, Penn State's
and
first Power 4
Indiana is behind them after they just after they beat Illinois by 50 and beat USC, and Indiana's behind them.
Yeah, because they're Indiana.
Well, Indiana now, I don't know. Indiana made the playoff last year.
I'm not saying they shouldn't. What I'm saying
is a pretty good coach.
It's
now.
because their name is Indiana.
That's right. That's the only reason they're because their resume is better, and James Franklin can't beat a good team. He can't win the big games.
Well, he does not beat teams who he recruits on the same level as, or even a little better. Of course, the big bugaboo is Ohio State. I think he's beaten them like maybe once, and in fact, it saved his career. Going back to like 2016, they won the game when they're maybe 0-2 in the Big Ten or something like that, and they wound up in the Rose Bowl. But he doesn't beat teams that he can't out-recruit. Like if they walk off the bus and their recruiting ranking was better than his or the same, he doesn't beat them.
Yep, that's true. He just doesn't. And Drew Aller's helped that. He's helped that a lot.
Yeah, Drew Aller.
Hey,
holy crap!
It's just bad.
Ooh.
Listen, we're talking about. I want to just check in right here. Damaris, great place to go watch the game tonight. Get you the Greek salad. Watch the Monday night games. There's 2 games tonight. Get on over there and enjoy what I think is the best Greek salad in the city. It's awesome.
What about Greek wings?
Greek wings, too. I mean, they're great. And the original Greek festival is back. It's this Thursday through Saturday at the Annunciation Greek Orthodox Cathedral in Montrose. Authentic Greek food, wine, folk dancing, music, crafts, and gifts. Bring the whole family. Plenty of fun and activities for everybody. Starting this Thursday through Saturday at the Annunciation Greek Orthodox Cathedral in Montrose. Visit GreekFestival.org for details. We got a pair of tickets to give away at exactly 9:15. Caller number 4 is going to get those tickets to the Greek Fest. 9:15 exactly. You call in, so we give everybody a chance to win them, okay? Because everybody loves the Greek Fest. The original Greek Fest.
Are we getting food up here at some point?
Well, I'm going to be in on Friday.
I will be out.
I will make sure that Gus. Oh, you're out Friday. Good. I'll make sure Gus brings. us food.
Good.
Well,
Not good.
Look, this is turnabout as fair play. You did this to him several
Yes,
times.
you did. You did. Right. I'm going to make sure Gus brings us.
I hope he
food
just
on
brings
Friday.
brings the desserts.
No, he's not.
Because
just
John
bringing-
doesn't eat.
No. He's bringing the shish kebab.
No, I need him to
gonna
bring just the baklava, just all the baklava or whatever their version is called.
Well, the lucamaves.
Yeah,
There's
just
a
bring
dip-
all that stuff. The
dipped in
sweets,
honey.
Yeah. It tastes good.
Oh,
It's
they're
just I don't want you to get anything savory.
Oh, I'm getting savory. Don't worry. I'm getting sweet.
I don't
and
want
savory.
any savory.
Yep. Gus, you here?
No savory.
Friday. Don't bring it Thursday.
So I'm going to be at Alabama Vanderbilt praying on Keith's downfall.
Game day is going to be there too.
Your game day is now there. It's official. And I remember when the game came out and everyone, like my wife was saying, oh, it's Vanderbilt. It's the parents' weekend. But first of all, Alabama jacks up the rates on hotels to an ungodly. I'm familiar with jacking up the rates, but in every college town, it's hotel rooms that usually go for $175 to $210 a night, maybe, are $850 a night. They do stuff that I feel like someone's got to step in.
So,
like, how can they get away with this crap?
I've been there, done it. We went to a motel that had a hot tub in the middle of the room and the coin deal for the beds.
Ooh.
Yeah. And that's where we had to stay because that was the only – and that was ridiculously expensive.
Did it come with a line of cheap Coke by the the hot tub?
There's no such thing as cheap Coke.
Was there hookers?
Well, I had my wife and kids.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully they didn't have them in the room while your wife and kids were there.
No, they didn't have the cheap hookers in the room per se, but we did have the hot tub. The kids loved it, and the bed that shook. They thought it was fun.
Yep.
They thought it was a good time had by all. But yeah, it's ridiculous on the game weekend. Ridiculous. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Del, I guess we're combining here. We missed the top of the hour, but
yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll go to 9:13. Whatever.
Okay, we'll go to 9:13. D'Amico. We mentioned, we never played this, the defense. So C.J. Gardner-Johnson gone. Is it a coincidence that the very next week they had their third shutout in history? Coincidence or not? No big plays? No breakdowns defensively? Coincidence or not?
Well, the Titans were involved in all this too.
Let me see it next week against the Ravens.
Well, it depends.
If Lamar plays, yes.
If Lamar plays.
No, let me see it against Cooper Rush. I'll be impressed if – Derrick Henry still lives. He's still a living, breathing entity. You remember what Tampa did to Houston's run defense? Let's see it against Derrick Henry. Let's see how you do against Cooper Rush, one of the smartest quarterbacks that's ever played the game.
Okay.
He's literally like a rocket scientist.
Huh.
Cooper Rush is legitimately one of the smartest quarterbacks ever to play, like as an individual person. One of the weakest arms, one of the strongest brains.
You needed that to be evened out a little bit for his career.
I
Let's
know. But he's
bring down the
sticking around.
intelligence and give more
If
to the
he
arm.
could give away 25% intelligence and improve arm 25%, he'd be starting in the NFL.
Yeah. Well, Derrick Henry did take the mantle from T.Y. as the ultimate Texan killer. He has taken that mantle. So, like you said, he will be available.
Yep. And he will be available to fumble.
Yes, and there was a whole conversation. Like Tony Romo was up in the booth, very orange or tannish, whatever you want to call it, Tony Romo. All the points of pressure thing that high school kids get taught, apparently Derrick Henry had to go through a relearning process about points of pressure because of all his fumbles.
Well, here's D'Amico talking about the defense and why they were so good.
what I've been trying to tell them? No. It's just guys just being in the right spot, right? No grenades. I call no grenades going off in the back. Nobody's running free. Everybody was disciplined. They were where they're supposed to be. Yeah, they're gonna make some plays. Good team. And Cam, he got out, threw the ball back across the field like we knew he could do. He made a nice play, but guys, they stayed with it. We kept pressing our D-line, did a great job. We did a really good job in the run game, right? And then our D-line really caused havoc in the passing game. The guys covered really well today.
Yeah. No grenades went off. No grenades.
None.
Yeah. So
they did what they were supposed to do. They dominated a subpar offense. I like it. That's all I was asking. You know what? Sometimes all you want is Jose Altuve to hit. You want starters to go 6 innings and give up 3 runs or less.
You want to beat the A's.
You want to beat the A's. You want to do what you're supposed to, what you're set up and aligned to do. And the Texans did that yesterday on all fronts, and I got no problem with it. We can nitpick this or that. You know, they still have a lot to prove. They haven't proven anything to me. Like, I'm still very concerned offensively. I still feel like Joe Mixon will help a lot when and if he gets back. But, you know, you learn that that the Texans have a lot of faith in Woody Marks. I never really worried about rookies not getting all these snaps early on. That's not unusual. I didn't have any doubt that D'Amico, like I wasn't sitting here thinking, wow, this is going to be a dead year for Higgins and Jalen Noel. Jalen Noel had a monster game against Tampa Bay. Gave you a chance to win that game. That's a rookie. Woody Marks helped you win yesterday. That's a rookie. In 2 of the 4 games, rookies have had major impacts. Higgins isn't the wide receiver 1. He's probably wide receiver. He's like wide receiver 3 right now. And that's 3/4. That's fine. He'll be okay. Ertz restarts every game. I'm not worried about how the Texans handle rookies. Everyone seemed to be really flipping out about why are they not using them more. It takes time. It doesn't happen right away sometimes. And we're already 4 games in, and I'm feeling pretty confident about how the rookies are looking up to this point. Ursa had a much better game yesterday. Much better game yesterday for Ursa. I think they're a better running team with Jake Andrews in the game at center. Ed Ingram has been better than I expected up to this point. He's doing a nice job on double teams. I was watching some of the All-22. You know, they're doing a nice job with duo blocks, which are the double teams that they're running have been run pretty well. I'm seeing some better technique from offensive line, which is fine. I just think, I'm just not sure that they are good enough from a talent standpoint. Can we talk also, by the way, about the unbelievably bad – I'm watching it now. For those who didn't watch the last drive of the Green Bay game where Green Bay had to come down and kick a field goal to tie the game, it ended in a tie, which to me is a disaster for the NFL.
How stupid he was with 6 seconds left in the game?
I thought the whole drive, the way that they handled where they were trying to bleed the clock down so Green Bay so Dallas wouldn't have any time. Dude, you got to go score a touchdown, not kick a field goal. They're like waiting and they're acting and they're moving slowly and they're not like I thought Green Bay was terrible with clock management. And the last play of the game, Jordan Love threw an incomplete pass that could have bled off the whole clock. It could have literally ended the game and they would have lost because they didn't have a good plan. They weren't maximizing their time. They should have lost that game.
I'm not sure that ball hit the ground with 1 second left.
Honestly, I don't know how you're in Dallas and you get a friendly clock.
Yeah.
I don't know how that happened.
That should have at least.
I've seen it run off before, John.
Yeah,
I've seen that absolutely run off. I was shocked they kept a second.
Why would you?
There.
If I'm LaFleur, I'm like, what are you doing? You got to clock it. Don't throw it to the end zone. They could have easily lost that game.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's just incredible. It's amazing that they tied it. Amazing. Yeah, and by the way, Dak on their final play before they kicked the field goal.
Yeah,
he threw it like Russell Wilson. He rolled out and he just threw it over everything, and I was like, that's Russell Wilson. He just got benched for that. I mean, holy crap! What are you guys doing?
How about pulling out 2 quick touchdowns?
Close?
I mean, that game completely changed. It looked like Green Bay had it completely in hand, and they gave up the 2 touchdowns at the end of the half, and it just completely went the other way, where Green Bay couldn't get a stop at all. Micah had no impact on that game, by the way.
Yeah.
None.
Really?
Did Micah chase down Dak on that final
He did.
possession?
That was the one
He
play.
might have scored a touchdown running.
Yeah,
Would have been close.
That was
would have
it.
been close.
Yeah, it was
and
a-
it actually
one-
technically counted as a sack, too.
Yeah, one play he made.
No, he was past the line of scrimmage.
Well, they gave him a sack.
Yeah, I think they ruled that at the line of scrimmage and a sack for him on that
He
play.
was way past the line of scrimmage. They wanted to give him a sack then because he was past the
Who's
line of
they?
scrimmage.
Yeah, the NFL
those
scorekeeper.
The deep state?
The NFL.
Why?
Yeah. That's right. It is a deep state.
Why did they want to give
The,
Micah a
the
sack?
NFL deep state wanted to get him a
Yeah.
sack?
Yeah.
Why?
Because so he could be a superstar.
What? Well, we saw the game, and he wasn't a
guys are
superstar.
Well,
So
the knee was down right before he
yeah,
got it.
I thought it was close.
It was very close. He wasn't way past the line.
Time for me to talk about Coors Light. It's not even close with the other beers, okay? Coors Light is cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. The other beers, not so much. I don't know. I saw a billboard. By the way, I really enjoyed my Coors Lights this weekend watching all the games. It was so much fun. So good. And I'm unapologetic, okay? I mean, I got to load up again, and I hope you're loading up again after a hearty weekend of Coors Lights. Make sure that you got them in your fridge. I always like to say that. Make sure that you're a good host. Say, in case somebody comes up, you never know when somebody's going to drop by. Are you going to have a beer for them? You're going to have a Coors Light for them? Because they'll love it, okay? They'll say, man, I didn't know you want me to be this refreshed today. Yeah, I wanted you to be this refreshed today. That's what I wanted. I don't want you to be parched. I don't want you to. But after you drink some of these beers, you're like, oh, God, I need some water. I need some. Do you got a Coors so I can wash this garbage down? That's what I say. Look, you're looking for cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. There's only one beer, as far as I'm concerned. And I hope you do too. Climb on, brother. Let's get this done. Make sure you got cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing in your refrigerator with the Blue Mountains, knowing that it's cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. One thing we haven't talked about is how good is this? Detroit is playing Cleveland after they came down to the wire and had a huge weekend series. San Diego and the Cubs, and that is two really good teams. The winner is going to get Philadelphia, I believe.
Philly's going to be a tough out.
Boston and New York. The Red Sox and Yankees playing in the first round here.
The way that
That's
the gods
always
of sports and gods of television wanted it. Yankees and Red Sox, the
and
only
then
teams
the
that
Reds,
matter in baseball.
Boy, if the Reds could beat the Dodgers, that would be so
Oh.
I'm sorry. Baseball is done.
Baseball's over now. The Astros
Baseball's
are out.
over now. Just like
It's
when
fine with me.
Just like when baseball people tweet out as soon as the Super Bowl's over, it's baseball season, completely ignoring the NBA. Baseball's over because the Astros are out. I don't want to hear
Baseball
about
people
baseball.
do that.
Yeah, they're annoying.
Or
All-
Astros fans would.
Just regular old baseball accounts
No,
do the
this
same
is
thing.
this is too good.
Nah.
By the way, the Phillies get Reds, Dodgers. Padres, Cubs go to the Brewers.
Well, do you know the Tigers are the favorite against the Guardians? Minus 125, a small
against
favorite.
Skubal, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
And as long as he doesn't
That's
drill
true.
someone in the face with the 99
But
99
Guardians
mile-an-hour
are
fastball,
playing
he's fine.
good baseball, and Tigers are playing bad baseball.
Well, the Tigers, did they win 2 out of 3? Or did
Well,
they
you need a Skubal, though.
Well,
to
once
change that.
they were in. Once they won their second. Once they won on Saturday, they were in. So.
Okay.
Padres and Cubs. It's basically a pick 'em. Cubs minus 120. Yankees are minus 180 against the Red Sox, and then the Dodgers are a big favorite minus 275. I don't give the Reds much of a chance. I mean, they're scrappy. Hunter Green is a good pitcher. But I just don't think they have enough. Red Sox, I can't. Yankees are playing too good a baseball for them to win.
So
too.
we talk about the Tigers, but the Mets were 45-24 at one point, and they missed the playoffs.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
They could not beat
with
the Marlins.
that, with a payroll of over $340 million.
You want to play Francesa? Talking about
Is it on
this? Oh, it's not. I didn't put it. I'll find it. He called him gutless. It was, talk about destroying them. Holy crap! It was brutal how he destroyed them. Mike Francesa Mets. It ain't hard to find. He is destroying this team. That was. Listen, the Mets and the Astros. Well, Detroit's collapsed, but the Astros not getting there and the Mets not getting there are the two biggest stories of the postseason. The Astros, just fell apart.
Yeah.
Just fell apart.
Yeah.
They were 90-some% sure of getting in just like 2-3 weeks ago.
Yeah,
And they don't,
that's
they
right.
don't
The
make
Astros were It wasn't that long ago. The Astros were 91% to be in the playoffs.
Yeah.
91%. And the Tigers weaseled their way in after that collapse. But I mean, the Astros collapse was pretty substantial if you think about it.
It was really
And
substantial.
we know all about the issues. But here's the thing: they were still taking the lead. They were 5 games up with the same issues they have now. They still had a 5-game lead in the division. Now, it really was covered up by the fact that Seattle was playing awful baseball for a while. Every time the Astros would lose and we thought they were cooked, they were fine because, Seattle would keep losing. But, man, once Seattle started winning, it was like a wrap. What did they end up winning by, 5? Did Seattle end up winning the division by 5? That was a 10-point swing in the last month. A 10-game swing in the last month.
They won by 3.
Yeah, they shut it down. They lost the last 3 in a row.
Okay.
Yeah, they lost the last 3. They didn't care.
And still, they're the 2 seed?
The 2 seed. Yeah, they're the 2 seed.
That was that 2 seed you wanted us to get, John.
I told you it could happen.
That was supposed to be our 2 seed.
I told you it could happen.
That was supposed to be
that
our
they were
2
going to
seed.
catch Detroit. I just had
Boy,
the wrong team that was going to catch them.
Toilets.
I just had the wrong team because they can't beat the A's or the Angels.
You just had us out of the actual playoffs.
And couldn't actually beat Seattle either. But
They beat the Angels 2 out of 3.
When it stopped mattering.
Yeah, well,
well, right. Once they lost Friday night, it was over. The whole thing was over.
Yeah, what a
Of course.
Now, would they have won? I mean, would they have made the playoffs? I'm trying to remember. I don't think so because you needed Detroit to. No, you needed Detroit. If you won 2 out of 3, you just needed Detroit to lose everyone, or the
Well,
Cleveland,
they finished with the same record as
or the
Detroit.
Guardians to. Yeah, you were going to lose all the. You're going to lose all the tiebreakers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Boston won on they clinched and they kind of shut it down, although they did win yesterday. How about Todd Callis? Todd Callis, since he's been here, has never called a game where the Astros weren't involved in the playoff chase until this
17
weekend.
was his first year, right?
Yeah, he had been around for the run.
First time that he has not been in the playoffs since he's been here.
I don't know what to do with my
What's he
October.
gonna do with his life?
What do I do with October now?
Well, he got plenty of time last year. I mean, he only had to be around for 2 games.
He had to be there for 3 days, right?
I put
Was that
Frances in the rundown, though.
It was back-to-back games, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It would have been this week, right? Last year.
Mm-hmm. That's whenever we thought maybe somebody was going to be in True Bowl.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That was the famous Scooble, you're in True Bowl when we did a pump up. Remember we pumped it up?
Well, it didn't work out.
It didn't work out, but sometimes you still got to pump it up.
You still got to. I mean, we didn't pump it up. For the
Rockets
week.
Media Day today. Are we going to pump it up for the? You see Fred VanVleet immediately like, let's get this surgery done. You know, the Astros wait around for about 3 months, and then the pitcher goes, let's just see. I don't know. Let's just see what happens with the swelling.
Paredes didn't get his surgery, and he came back.
But my point is, Fred's like, nah. ACL tear, let's go. Cut.
He didn't do it. Well, he had to wait for the swelling.
Because, you know, there is a chance he can make it back this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the time frame of how his rehab goes.
Well, we're not going to want him back because Reed Shepard's going to play so well.
Well, you think about this. Let's just say October, November, December, January, February, March, April. 7 months. He could be back in April. I mean, potentially.
Yeah, but Reed, he's not going to get his job back.
Yeah. I don't care. I'd rather have him there than Holiday. Yeah. I'd rather have Fred out there.
When Reed starts the All-Star game, okay.
Yeah. You don't want to do this.
Yeah,
trust me.
Please don't.
You don't want to do this. I still don't know if he can even guard.
Well, he might make they've changed the format again, so it won't be like the young stars get to participate. It's USA versus the world. So there are going to be more slots open for Reed because
Reed's
it's USA versus the world
on the U.S. team.
Well, yeah, I know he's an American. Is he? What guard spot is he taking, John?
What do you mean? What guard spot?
Which guard doesn't make it?
Point guard spot
over Steph Curry?
Yeah, I mean he's cooked. He's done.
I just saw him in the playoffs against the Rockets. He didn't feel cooked.
Well, that was against the Rockets. What did he do after that?
Well, that mattered to us.
He didn't have to face Reed. That's why.
He got hurt in game 1 of the next series, didn't he?
Reed, I don't know if you heard, Reed's got some quick hands.
Yeah, well, I heard, but I didn't get to see much of it because Ime decided he wasn't ready.
Yeah, well, now he is.
All-Star game. I don't know if you want to do this.
Yeah.
You don't. No. Your little joke that you're making is just going to draw ire from.
It's not a joke.
And Reed's like, shut up. Rafael Stone's like, shut up. We know that Israel's listening.
Yeah, your recent
run. Like, you're right.
Well, there's a 0% chance of Reed Shepard.
Didn't I say Carlos Correa would hit 50 homers one year? I just missed that.
Has he hit 50 since you said that?
He did. He was really hyped up.
Oh, yeah, he did say that at one point.
It was like an 18 after the 17 season.
You also said the Astros would win this division.
I did say that.
And be the number 2 seed.
And be the 2 seed.
I didn't anticipate Seattle playing well.
You should have.
No.
You've been scared of Seattle since birth,
for
it
a
feels
long
like.
time.
You should have anticipated that.
I think Seattle could win it all.
I do too.
No.
Well,
who's going to beat him? Toronto?
I think they can win the American League. We'll see if you can beat Philadelphia. This might be Philadelphia's season.
Maybe.
I don't know. Philadelphia's a favorite over the Dodgers.
It might be Milwaukee.
Yeah.
And don't forget
the
Dodgers.
Milwaukee's just sitting there. Yeah, it's true. Milwaukee.
I like that dirty-ass, trash-ass city.
Yeah, Milwaukee's just sitting and waiting. Although Milwaukee's not the favorite. From an odds standpoint, Milwaukee's third. It goes Philadelphia plus 230, Dodgers plus 270, then Milwaukee plus 340. Yeah. That's a good dogfight, though, with those three. In the American League, holy crap. You're right. In the American League right now, it's Seattle plus 210. Blue Jays plus 300, Yankees plus 320, and Detroit is plus 650. Detroit is the biggest favorite to win of all the teams. Now, to win it all, it goes Dodgers, that's what's kind of strange. The Dodgers are actually the favorite to win it all ahead of Philadelphia, but Philadelphia is the favorite for the pennant. So it goes Dodgers, then Mariners. Yeah, Mariners are the second favorite to win it all.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not a surprise. I mean, they're playing great. They have bombers. They got a great closer. They got two good starters. Oh, they're pretty. Well, they got one great starter and pretty good ones. Yeah, I mean, I still like Philadelphia.
Well, okay. What about the Mets? Oh, that's right. They're not in it. Oh, sorry with your $300 million payroll. And here's Mike Francesa this morning.
This is such a colossal failure. This is one of the great, colossal, gutless collapses that we have seen from a team with talent in a very long time. There are bad teams. That's not them. They aren't a bad team. They're a gutless bunch of underachievers. That's what they are. Gutless to the core as a group. They should be ashamed of themselves. I never thought they would be this gutless. I never thought that they would not figure it out to this extent. I never thought their pitching would dissolve as badly as it did, but not just their pitching. They were a top-heavy lineup all year. They became a bad defensive team. They became a bad situational team, and they became a bunch of gutless bums. That's what they were down the stretch. There's no other way to categorize it.
Why aren't you calling people gutless
Well, that's
bums?
what I'm saying. Everything he's saying about the Mets happened with the Astros, but I don't feel like they're gutless bums.
You guys are too soft on the team.
Well, because they also have had a phenomenal run, and the Mets have had a run of bad.
No, the other Astros teams, but this is a different one. Like, half the lineup is not guys who were part of that. You can call them gutless bums if you want.
No, because they
Gutless.
feel like
they
they were
were
gutless
minor
bums.
leagers competing at the major league
Well,
level.
not
when they-
Altuve, not
when
number
they-
27.
Not when they fell apart, they weren't.
By the way, Altuve was hurt for the last.
Yeah, we heard that.
Yeah.
It's like a hockey thing. Hey, we don't tell you until we're out.
And I believe that, though, with him, because I mean, something was up. Of course, he also had terrible plate. He's had some terrible at-bats, too.
No, he was bad.
Like, is that an injury where he swings at terrible pitches?
He didn't stop him.
Yeah, his foot hurt.
Oh, okay.
Well, if his foot hurts so
I
much.
didn't know if it was tied together.
If his
That's what I
foot
was
hurts so
wondering.
much, how come he always was running on the base paths doing silly things if his
Well,
foot hurts so
no,
much?
he couldn't run. That's why he got thrown out
Keep
so
it in
many
your
times.
pants, Jose.
I don't know if that's the
Is
appropriate
that,
way.
is that how you tell people to stop running on the base,
No,
doing
because
bad
you don't-
base running?
you don't
That's
think-
what keeping your pants means, right?
But no.
By the way, people are all over Perez Chica, the third
They
base
want him
coach.
out.
They want him out. No.
Don't worry,
dude
you
was
may get your
why-
wish.
That dude was why we field so well. He is like a great fielding coach.
Well,
Does he have to be the third base coach?
Well, there's that.
I'm
But
not saying
yeah.
get rid of him. If he's doing a great job and the defense is showing up, let him stick with that then.
He is a great fielding coach. Great. And the Astros defense was really good this year. Really good. So slow down, everybody, with getting rid of Perez Chica.
Just have him
I don't know that
By
anyone's
the way,
safe.
it's racist, too, getting rid of him.
How so?
I don't know. Because his name's Perez Chica.
I don't think that's why. I mean, the Astros has been filled with names somewhat similar, and people are fine with those guys.
His name is Perez Girl.
I don't know what that means.
Perez Chica.
Oh, I got it. Okay.
It's Chica Perez, girl.
Perez Girl.
I think he would ask that you not point that out.
John, what do you think the Astros' batting average was in Major League Baseball? Where did they rank?
Astros batting average
I don't
this
think
year?
you're going to be that close. Yeah.
Astros batting average this year.
Where do you
in
think it
Major-
ranked out of the 30?
Out of the 30, I'm going to say that they ranked 12th.
That's exactly right.
I
You
didn't-
thought
I
they would
had-
rank 12th?
Yeah, because it's better than you think.
Okay, yeah.
What about runners in scoring position? Do you have that,
That-
number in
no.
front of you?
Ooh, I got to look up the risk
That's not
numbers.
great.
While
What
you
about
do-
OPS? OPS
before,
was 15th.
Before you do any more baseball stuff numbers, let's talk about the numbers from Underdog.
Underdog
yeah,
Fantasy.
the underdog numbers.
So here's the thing with Underdog Fantasy. You know what really stands out about Underdog Fantasy is Underdog Fantasy. When you play multiple players, you got to do a minimum of 2, where you go higher or lower on the statistics. And there's a lot of statistics to choose from. But when you do that, the the more you play, the more you can win. And you can win big. You can get up to like 500 times your original play. This is a great opportunity for you to watch these Monday night games. You got 2 games, and you think, oh, these are not going to be great games. Doesn't matter. What happens when you download the app? What happens when you download the app and you use promo code Lance? Well, the first thing is going to happen when you make your first play of $5, they are going to give you $100 in bonus cash in your account. $100 in bonus cash. Well, that is a sweet, sweet setup for you. But the second thing is, if you know what you're doing, and don't be afraid to go lower on some of these statistics, but if you go higher, or you go lower on some of these statistics, you're going to find that if you put it together in the right direction, you get 4 of them, you get 5 of them, your payout is going to be substantial. You're going to make some real money. So use that sports knowledge you have, put it to the test with Underdog Fantasy. You also have flex options, which means you can win 2 out of 3, 3 out of 4, 4 out of 5. You don't have to win every single one of them, and you can still win money. But you can't win if you don't play. So download the app and use promo code Lance. Play along with the games you're watching. Use your sports knowledge to make real money right here legally in the state of Texas with Underdog Fantasy.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, we just got a quick segment or 2 left here, and then we're going to call it a day. Let's get Tom in here. He wants to add something to the show. Hey, Tom.
Hey, what's going on, guys? It's me, Tom, on the headset. Good morning.
Good morning, Tom.
Hey, I was calling just because a little late to the show, but I learned something and just wanted to let you know I got something for the show. I learned that me and my little guy down under in the Astros pitcher have something in common. It's official. The summer of George is over.
That's terrible. I can't believe you let that on the air, Dell.
Nice job, producer.
Tom?
Nice job, producer.
The summer of George is over. It just didn't work.
Yeah, let him get his joke off.
Yeah, it didn't work.
It's fine.
We could have been doing so many great things there with that 17 seconds.
Well, what did
you
we
wanna
missed something? I know we missed something.
Missed a lot of stuff.
I mean, yeah, a full NFL weekend we didn't get to.
Okay.
Oh, we didn't get to Salah and Cohn.
Keep my name out your mouth.
Well, sometimes don't be.
So Liam Cohen. So Robert Saleh had said something about, they're doing a good job of legally stealing signs.
He says but he also said everyone from the McVay tree does it. And of course, this goes back to his first time with the 49ers as the DC. He had all those battles with McVay, so I guess he would know. And he said it during his availability during the week, and after the game, Liam Cohen found him and said, "Keep my name out of your mouth. Keep my name out of your mouth."
He was saying that flexing in front of his own players.
Well, yeah.
It was such a. You weren't actually going to go up there and try to scrap a Robert Saleh. I can promise you that.
He didn't say he wanted to fight him. Just, hey, stop talking about
But
it.
he's walking towards him.
No. He said more than that.
Well, that's all I saw.
He had a lot of derogatory things.
What did he say?
He was challenging him.
Tough
fight. He's like, yeah.
What did he say? I didn't see that.
I got to find it, but it was.
All I saw was the audio there. He said, "Keep my name out of your mouth," and his players were laughing. I think Liam Cohen did that because he knew his players. He wasn't going to. He was behind some players. There wasn't going to be a physical confrontation, and I think he knew his players would love that for him to do that. And they were all hyped up in the locker room. You saw one of his offensive linemen was jumping up and down, kind of smiling and laughing when he was holding them back. It was.
Hey, they're 3-1 now.
It felt performative. Yeah, they're 3-1. The Texans let them off the hook. There's one. Then you had a game yesterday where Brock Purdy stunk, had a bad interception. They had a punt block that turned a touchdown. I mean, they had 4 turnovers to 0 turnovers. The San Francisco 49ers tricked that off.
Yeah.
And now we're sitting there with them 3-1. The Colts, A.D. Mitchell, if you didn't see it, A.D. Mitchell lost control of the ball as he's going into the end zone. It wasn't one of those things where they drop it early. He was holding it out, and it slips out of his hands with gloves on. What size hands do you have? 7.5-inch hands? How does the ball slip out of your hands as no one's even touching you? It turns into a touchback. So the Colts lose 7 there. Then Jonathan Taylor later in the game takes the lead with this incredible 53-yard touchdown run. And A.D. Mitchell has this terrible hold. He didn't need a hold. He pulls the guy down instead of just walling him off. He took 2 touchdowns off the board single-handedly. A.D. Mitchell did. Literally cost the Colts the game.
This was like a 70-something-yard touchdown. He was
80.
No, I think
75.
Daniel Jones
75
throws it. It's not a great throw. A.D. Mitchell makes a great play on the ball.
Yeah.
And then he's free and clear. I'm like, Cam Curl's chasing him. He's not going to catch him. And he just sticks his arm out. And
he just loses
Well,
it.
he tried to hold the ball up, and it slipped out of his hand.
For no reason. Just scores a
Just
touchdown.
get the touchdown. I mean, just an idiotic set of circumstances for him to cost his team 14 points in the game. And the Colts were down 20, or it was tied 20-20, and with under 2 minutes to go, and then the Colts, I guess, had 10 men on the field. And Tutu Atwell, I don't know if it had any impact on the play, but Tutu Atwell gets wide open. And he's so fast, no one's going to catch him.
Nobody.
And they get that long touchdown, 88-yard touchdown. I think it's an 88-yard touchdown pass right off the jump. And the Colts, Daniel Jones throws an interception. Daniel Jones was making some good throws, but Daniel Jones he had 2 interceptions yesterday, could have been 3. And they still need Jonathan Taylor to play really well, but they're both, listen, the Jaguars and Colts both are 3-1. The Texans are down at 1-3, getting ready to play the Ravens. Both teams are 1-3. If Lamar plays, you're probably not winning. You go to 1-4, man, that's going to be a lot to make up.
Head to Seattle after the bye.
Yeah. So apparently Liam said, Cohen tells Salah, keep my name out of your effing mouth. Well, Salah came back with, I'll F your world up You don't want to F with me, I'll effing end your effing life.
What?
Yeah. That was Salah's retort.
Where are we getting this from?
That's the unedited somebody taped it on the field.
You can hear it? Because, see, I didn't hear it
Yeah.
whenever I couldn't hear Salah say anything.
I didn't hear Salah's divert part either.
Yeah. That's I'll send it to you guys.
Yeah, send it.
Anyway, anywho, that you know what? That's fun. That's just good fun. When coaches are telling them that they'll end their life.
I'll F your world. I'll end your life. Like, end my life.
Yeah.
You don't want to say that in the NFL. NFL doesn't probably take kindly to that. If they don't like the gun thing, if the gun celebration is going to be 15 yards, telling another coach you'll end his life.
Verbal threats are fine.
Yeah.
Is that where,
right?
Verbal
is
threats
that where
are
it
fine.
ends?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, fine. We just don't want you demonstrating.
What about when it's a first down and you do your thumbs down?
As
like
long
it,
as you
like
don't
it's
pull
yeah.
the
As long
trigger.
as you don't do a gun gesture.
You can point. I find it funny that the NFL's like, hey, you guys do all the pointing you want. I mean, it still looks like a gun with your hands out, but as long as you don't click your thumb, because that denotes pulling the trigger, you're good here. But it's the same thing we did, except it's the same thing. They're doing the same motion, except the thumbs aren't moving. Or they're not clocking back. I don't know. Clocking back. But either way, point all you want, but don't brandish a weapon like pulling your shirt up.
Now, here's some stuff that we missed. The Houston Texans have allowed the fewest points through the first 4 games of any team in Texans history, surpassing 2012 when they allowed 56. The problem is, in all these other years, 3-1, 3-1, 4-0, and this year they're 1-3. Fewest points per game allowed by a team with the losing win-loss record through the first game of the season since 1940. It's the 74 Cowboys with 12.5, then the Houston Texans at 2025 with 12.8, then the 76 Lions and the 77 Bucks.
So we're doing some special stuff here.
I mean, some things that we have not seen for years and years.
No.
For years and years.
Since the 70s.
CJ was sacked twice in the first half, had 82 yards passing, no touchdowns, no interceptions. Second half, 151 passing yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, and no sacks. And the pressures went from 7 down to 2 in the second half. Now, they ran the ball more and did a much better job of running the football. But
they did a much better job of everything.
Yeah, the Titans were shut out for the first time since
the first half was Texans football. I mean, it was like,
So was
another
the third quarter until the
another
Nico
game
play.
like this.
Until the Nico big catch, the third quarter was going the same way.
Yeah. Second 33.
I still got to figure out. Look, I'm not going to watch all 22 of a Titans-Texans game. I'm not torturing myself with that. But someone needs to ask their DC during his availability, what the hell were you doing having press coverage 2nd and 33 when the Texans were deteriorating and collapsing upon themselves? Just let them throw the 8-yard check down and you get out of there with the ball back. Instead, you will let Nico Collins one-on-one against Snead.
True.
Ridiculous. Yeah. If that happened here, if it was on the other end, not that a Titan receiver would get by anyone, but if it happened, we would go nuts. But they're the Titans and they're ass. Hell, their own quarterback said they're ass. He goes, we're ass.
Did Sam Pittman get fired?
He did yesterday. Bobby Petrino is the
Bobby
interim.
Petrino, and he's fired their DC, their assistant DC, their D-line coach.
They give up a lot of points.
Whoa, wait. He fired all of them in season?
Fired all of them already.
Who's going to take over those roles?
It's probably some
cares?
GAs, some analysts.
Somebody better.
No, there's no one on the staff. Somebody
don't know
better
what-
maybe in the off season. That's hard to do. And the only reason I ask is if you fire too many coaches, you don't have enough on staff. I mean, unless they have a bunch of assistants at every position, that's really hard to do because you still have to field a coaching staff. So that's kind of crazy. But Bobby must listen, Arkansas's defense sucks. Whew.
No.
They were bad.
They're
I mean,
bad.
they got it. Notre Dame's got 2 running backs that are I still think Price might be better than Love. And both of them are really, really good. And and C.J. Carr had 295 yards passing and 4 touchdowns at half. At half against Arkansas. I mean.
Talk about a couple, like the play that they fumbled against Memphis. They're going in to set up the game-winning field goal. Talk about just a week that crushed Sam. Like, he's probably getting fired anyway. The rest of the SEC schedule would have probably got him. But
yeah, but he wouldn't have gotten fired. If they beat Memphis,
yeah,
he wouldn't have gotten fired.
They probably would have played better. Look, Notre Dame would have put up points, but they probably would have played better. But that loss against Memphis took that program's soul, and it resulted in all the firings this weekend.
Yep. All right, we got a break. We got to talk right now about game day. I got to talk about. I'm telling you, they figure it out. I feel great, and it's because of game day. I feel I don't. You know what? Of course, you're getting older, but I just don't. I don't feel like it. I don't feel it. I feel as much energy. I feel as good as I can possibly feel. I'm telling you, game day men's health is a game changer. It should be game changer because it's a game changer for me. I love what they've done for me. You got the peptides, but the testosterone, it was so difficult to figure me out because I'm so inconsistent getting my shots and all this stuff, giving them to myself, all this stuff. We did the pellets, and I got to tell you, it's one of the best things. If you travel a lot, this is something that you want to do. But this is what game day does. They've got experts in the field. They've got a lab right there to tell you what's going on. They've got everything you could possibly need. Game day men's health I've been doing this for a long, long time. It's absolutely the best place that I've ever been to. And I've been doing this a long time. So don't feel like a number. Feel like you make it like you're somebody that they care about and they're going to make a difference for, and they're going to work it until till you figure it out. And they're going to make sure that you feel great. So you're looking for the best way to get that testosterone replacement and a whole lot more. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Get your free evaluation. Locations all over the city. Game day is just better. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Okay, so Hershey's was sued, but they won their lawsuit, which said that their Reese's Halloween candies weren't spooky enough. A U.S. District Court actually heard this case. There was a class action lawsuit that tried to prove that the confectionery details of the chocolate and peanut butter candies, such as missing mouths and eyes of jack-o'-lantern ghosts and whatnot, had caused them economic harm. What is wrong with this country?
I don't know.
Why
say
are
it's a
you, why
litigious
are you
society. That's
wasting
out of
time
control.
suing Reese's because their candies aren't scary enough? A judge said, no, this is stupid. How did this cause you economic harm? I'm sorry.
Did they charge you more because of the spookiness factor? Are Halloween Hershey's more
Regardless,
costly?
they could charge what they want. Don't buy it if you don't want it. I mean, just stupid. How stupid are we as a country?
Pretty stupid.
Yeah, that's not a question that doesn't deserve the answer of pretty stupid. We're pretty dumb here.
I mean, the fact that that wasn't thrown out as a frivolous lawsuit immediately is just beyond me.
We're on some dumb stuff.
Yeah. A New York Police Department detective is in trouble. Apparently, he flashed his firearm at a Long Island stripper and said, "Have you ever been shot?"
What?
Yeah.
Why would he do that?
She was smoking a blunt in a car outside the club around 3 a.m.
I think that's legal there.
And he walked up on her and said, "Hey, you ever been shot?"
Would you like to be?
Her name is Bambi.
That's not usually how that goes. Would you like to be? Have you ever been shot?
I know.
Come up with a better line.
Yeah, that's not going to get any girls.
Yeah. I mean, this guy, well, he's got a history.
If we're
He's
being
got a
honest,
history.
the New York stripper maybe has been shot.
Yeah.
So it might have been a legitimate question.
I
to be
wouldn't limit
honest.
it to New York stripper.
No, strippers get shot.
Long Island.
Huntsville, Alabama has a bit of a problem with their police. Apparently, this is the 5th officer arrested since July. This one, since July, they've had 5 cops arrested. Apparently, the former head of Crime Stoppers, he joins a list of officers arrested after he's charged with pocketing $25,000 of the Crime Stoppers reward money.
Whoa.
I mean, a little something for you. You're going to stop crime. A little something for me. I'm stopping crime. A little something, something.
Look, we're both stopping crime. How about I get my beak wet a little bit?
Yeah. Currently, had 2 cops arrested for driving under the influence. One for willful torture and abuse of a child. And one was charged with firing off pepper spray while off duty. Huntsville, Alabama has got some cops that just are out of control.
Yeah, they got to
right
get
now.
that under
Well, now
control.
that
over
you
there.
listed all the other crimes, this whole Crime Stopper thing doesn't seem so bad.
Yeah, right.
Took a couple bucks. Compared to what you just said,
I know, torturing a kid.
yeah, let's clean it up, Huntsville.
Huntsville. I don't want to live there anymore.
Wow, well, it was on your list of
It was on my
choices at
bucket
one
list.
point, yeah.
It was on my bucket list. Yeah, absolutely.
Was Wendy good with that?
She didn't know about it.
Oh, okay.
I haven't told her yet.
John just has a dream of living somewhere in the middle of Alabama. Now you got to pick another place. Try Birmingham. Think of Birmingham.
Don't
see
you
if
go
like
to the
that.
beaches down there
Yeah.
by Alabama or whatever?
Yeah, he does sometimes.
We do.
Yeah.
We do. Yeah, Orange Beach. It's in Alabama. It's way down south. It's not where the Huntsville cops are just breaking people
Well, that's
up.
what I'm saying. Maybe that's where you should go.
Yeah, maybe. I'll do that next time. We are done. Mopey and Mapes next.
No,
Right,
no
if-
Mapes.
Mapes isn't here
Oh.
again.
This
This
time,
is the summer of Palillo.
well, to be fair to Mapes, last week he was filling in for other people who were absent. This week, at least today, he's actually not working.
Oh.
Huh.
Good for Mapes. It's good to be Mapes. You have that luscious hair, and you never have to work.
Well, I don't know why he's absent. There may be a real serious reason why he's not here. So, but he will be back tomorrow. It looks like.
Yeah. All right. So it's just Mopey then.
No, there's AJ as well.
Mopey and AJ. Next.
And Mopey is not my name.
Stop.
either.
He's trying to keep this segment going, John.
You still
Well,
have
you're
let
to
it
the
in.
Mopey of Mopey and Mapes. So
That's your line for me. But John, you know what I'm not mopey about? The people over at Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
Billy was texting me about the Texas game. He and his boys were watching it, and I was texting him about the Ryder Cup. I told him, listen, if you took Scotty Scheffler's place, it would have been the same results. Okay, that's how bad they are. But he thought that was cruel of me. But here's the deal. I love Billy because Billy is somebody who's helped me. And you have got to put 281-488-6238. 281-488-6238. You need that number in your phone because when you need Billy, he's going to be there for you. When your family needs it. If you've got a toilet that's stuffed up, look, you're gross, okay? It's gross. You got to get that taken care of. You need Billy right now, right? You've had that, Lance.
Yeah.
You got stupid kids that were
they were flushing down wipes that didn't. You're not supposed to flush down Clorox wipes, you dummies.
Right.
Yeah, but I had Billy come out there, and they had to take the toilet off. They had to do a bunch of stuff to find it. They said, "Here, we found it. This is what the issue is," and they fixed it for me. And what was causing a major issue ended up being I say a minor fix. They make everything seem minor, but you couldn't do it yourself. I promise you that, because I tried it first and I said, what am I doing? Aqueduct Plumbing Company is the way to go. Leaky faucets, clogged toilets, potential leaks underneath your slab. They can do major repiping jobs. They can move gas lines for you if you're having some remodeling done. They do it all. And find out exactly what all is, go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
So, like most of you, you're watching football all weekend. If you're a big college football fan, you had a great Saturday night. 2 really compelling games, one in Happy Valley, one in Athens. And maybe that's the end of your night. Maybe you're not watching a game that's a little bit later, and you wake up and you go, you know what? I love to watch football. So you're watching Vikings and Steelers over in Ireland, and that one got interesting late. And then you get ready for the Texans. You got a little. Actually, that game went a little bit long, the previous one, so you maybe had like 5 minutes to decompress if you so chose. But then it was Texans time against the Titans. Look, a win is a win. We're taking it. We saw D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud. They were certainly excited about the win, particularly how the team played in the second half. I ain't gonna lie though, it's a real come down after watching all that compelling football. And then you get Texans Titans. I don't know whether it was a Beth Mowins and Ross Tucker of it all, or just the fact that for the first 3 quarters it was pure AFC South garbage. And the really only difference between the two teams is the fact that the Texans had Kaimi Fairbairn, although he missed a field goal, and the Titans had Joey Sly, who missed a couple of really makeable field goals. But you ain't got to take my word for it. Take the word of the quarterback for the Titans. The Texans won. We'll take it. But the Titans are bad. And in fact, Cam Ward had a different way of describing his team.
Everything from interception to a penalty to an incompletion by me, a bad ball. And then once we pass the 50, we just not continuing the drive. So, I mean, we keeping the buck right now, we ass. So we 0-4. We have, at this point, we got nothing to lose. We dropped a quarter of our games and we've yet to do anything. So we have to lock in, especially myself on the offensive line, from the defensive line, from the special teams to all 3 faces. We have to play together. We have not played together this year yet. And that's just something that, we want to preach about it every day. Every day we got to do better. And we're doing that, but it has to show up on Sundays. It hasn't showed up yet, but it got to show up next week.
You heard them. They're ass. The Titans are ass. They're bad. They are so bad. And the Texans were willing to play it at their level for the better part of 3 quarters until L'Jarius Sneed, who had a war of words with Nico Collins throughout the week, decided, although he doesn't call the plays, but I don't know what the Titans were doing. The Texans were self-destructing. It was late in that 3rd quarter, penalties, a negative play, and they're all of a sudden 2nd and 33, up 6-0, and it feels like the Titans are going to get the ball back, and we're in for a ugly 4th quarter where we hope the Titans just self-destruct enough to allow the Texans to win. That's the path we were on until 1-1, Nico Collins against L'Jarius Sneed. I don't understand the play call from the Titans defensive coordinator. I don't understand how L'Jarius Sneed approached it. If you're going to press, maybe try to get some hands on the best receiver on the field. He didn't. Free release. Nico runs right by him. He gets a first down, and that changed the entire complexion of the game. The Texans woke up offensively. Credit to Woody Marks for his 2 touchdowns and Higgins for his touchdown. So the 2 rookies were very impactful, and they got it going. They played more. They impacted the game more, and you love to see it. When your draft picks make plays, particularly when I think Higgins was your first pick. Now your second pick behind Nursery, I believe. Or was it the other way around? I have to look it up. Either way, he was a 2nd-round pick. And Woody Marks, you traded a day 2 pick next year for him. And he was needed considering the unclear status of Joe Mixon. So the Texans, off the strength of their defense and their young players, go get a win. They shut out the Titans. And all of a sudden, you have a Ravens team who looks vulnerable, even beyond the 1-3 record and their bad defense. They're banged up, and the status of Lamar Jackson, we'll learn more about that today. And you could very well be going into Baltimore, a place you never win, with a chance to face off against one of AJ's good buddies, Cooper Rush. AJ knows all about Cooper Rush. AJ's here, by the way. No Sean Mapes. Sean will be back tomorrow. So AJ had a big weekend. He had I don't know if you were able to watch it live, the Cougs fall down by 2 touchdowns and find a way. and find a way to come back and win. So the Cougs win. That started off our football weekend, and the Cougs are ass for like 3 quarters too. The Connor Wigman turnover early got Oregon State going, but they found a way. They fought back, blocked the field goal to close that out. So the Cougs fought and won. The Texans fought and won. We'll get to the college football stuff most likely tomorrow, but it was a game yesterday at NRG where I don't think I heard boos yesterday, but like we said could have happened if they got off to a bad start. But the same problems that had plagued them throughout the first 3 games of the year were pretty evident. Multiple penalties on your offensive line. Titus Howard was not thrilled with a couple holding calls he got. Not that he's ever thrilled with a penalty, but I'm gonna take the official side in this one when it comes to Titus Howard and complaining about penalties. Normally he is to blame. Normally he is wrong when he's complaining. And you had Jeffrey Simmons wreck a couple plays because that's what he does. Lakin Thompson started, I believe, but then he didn't get much of the snaps. Drew Scruggs was in, so there's still some offensive line stuff in flux, and it led to the lack of momentum and rhythm through those first 3 quarters. For the first 3 quarters, as I said, it was just like the first 3 games, but something sparked them, and I can't point to anything other than the Snead play and then getting Woody Marks involved. I will credit Nick Caley for the Woody Marks touchdown catch. He used a receiver coming in motion to get the eyes of the Titans in the wrong spot, and he had Woody Marks leak out, and that led to a touchdown. C.J. Stroud had that touchdown throw to Jaden Higgins, one-on-one slot fade, and credit to Higgins for beating his guy. Sometimes you just got to win, and the Texans haven't done a lot of winning with their receivers against man coverage. They did in that instance, and it led to the touchdown. C.J., who had missed an earlier throw, I think maybe to Dalton Schultz, in a similar spot where if he hits Dalton Schultz, who's going down the seam, that would have been a touchdown. He missed. Schultz did not miss Higgins, and D'Amico said that was CJ checking to that call. Saw the one-on-one coverage with Higgins in the slot and made the throw. He has not made a lot of those throws in those situations this year. He did that time, and it led to the win. We're going to go to break here. If you guys want to join us, certainly you're welcome. It is Texans Monday. And as I say all the time, we're going to talk a lot of Texans. We'll do our eulogy of the Astros season. We'll hear from Carlos Correa about what he thinks the team can be next year. But if you want to join us either to talk Texans, Astros, or something else, 713-780-3776. Want to let you know we do have Cougs tickets to give away. They stayed undefeated late on Friday night. Maybe did it get into Saturday morning? I don't remember when that game ended.
When it's Saturday morning.
Yeah, I got to be honest. It was 24-10, and they looked like, well, ass. And I was like, I'm not watching this. And then I just checked the ESPN, not even my app. I just looked at ESPN.com and saw it. Oh, what is this? It's 24-20. Well, let me get back to the game. And I saw the Cougs close it out. So if you want to talk that, the Cougs win, cool. But also, we're going to give away tickets to the Cougs, the undefeated Cougs against undefeated Texas Tech. Texas Tech comes to town, the Cougs in Big 12 action as they try to keep this run going. Of course, we'll hear from Willie Fritz tomorrow morning with John and Lance at 7:05. But if you want to go to the game, we're going to have tickets to give away. We're going to be giving away tickets throughout the week because the Cougs are playing pretty well. They're probably one win away from being ranked. So they got to get through. There it is. They got to get through the Red Raiders, who have paid a lot of money for that defensive front. So the Red Raiders are probably the biggest spender in the Big 12 this year, as they see this year as a chance for them to make a run. So it'll be a big challenge for the Cougs. We'll see if they can stand up to a Red Raider team who's been pretty good. So we'll give tickets away to that. So stay tuned. We'll do that probably in this hour. But 713-780-3776 is the number. We'll hear from the Texans when we come back. Happy to get the win. And depending on that Lamar Jackson news, maybe a real chance to get to 2-3, surprisingly enough. So we'll hear from the Texans when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
So before we hear from the Texans, let you know that the Texans made a trade. They traded Cam Robinson away. AJ was like, what, a trade? Nothing that's that important, AJ. Don't worry. They traded Cam Robinson. And it's a customary swap of late-round picks. They trade Cam to the Browns for a swap of late-round picks in 2027. So I guess the Texans, although Cam Robinson's bad, they are trading away a player. So they will get the better of the 7-round picks. Although, now I think about it, Cam Robinson it was only for a year, and I guess the Browns may be desperate, but to not have that salary on the books anymore, it's like the Browns are doing you the favor, not the other way around. So I assume that the Browns gave up a higher pick, but I wouldn't be shocked if the Browns are like, hey, we got space. You just want to give us your guy so he's not a problem, and we get the higher pick. It would be even more of an acknowledgement that that was a bad acquisition, and people could have told you that at the time. We'll see when we find out the compensation. But Cam Robinson, no longer a Texan. So your tackle situation is Ursary, who we know is the entrenched starter. Titus Howard. I saw Blake Fisher on the field, I believe, for it was kind of an extra lineman, a 6'0 lineman situation, I think. But I did see that number 57 on the field at one point early in the game. It's like, what's that about? So Blake Fisher becomes your swing tackle. Let's just pray for no injuries, because the last time we saw him, that was not good from him out there. So there it is. Of the guys that they acquired this year, beyond Christian Kirk, Cam Robinson, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, out in about a week. We talk about the bigger name guys they acquired through free agency or trade. Those are the two that people knew. And they don't make it past week. They don't make it past, or at least into week 5, either one, or at least past the 5th game. So they're done. They are done with those two, and they'll move forward with what they have. We'll see how they kind of stitch the rest of the offensive line unit together, because, as I said in the first segment, they played a couple guys at guard again, and so they're not set there. I think it'll be something we deal with throughout the year as they try to find the right combination. The combination worked out in the second half. They did not allow many pressures, maybe 2 in the second half. CJ was taking hits, though. He got drilled a couple times. So you want to keep your quarterback upright. And when you do face pressure, you don't want it to be where they're taking clean shots at him. And he got a couple of those. Credit to him for getting up and continuing the play. But you could see they took their toll. And the way he got hit, those are going to add up. If we question sometimes whether he is a little gun shy because of all the pressure he's had to deal with over the last couple seasons, hell, even into year 1, you can understand why when you take some square in their chest like he did through that game. But they get the win, they get the shutout, and CJ certainly in that fourth quarter reminded people of what he's capable of. So let's hear from CJ postgame. He was on the field, and this was right after he did all the daps, talked to Cam Ward a little bit, and here's CJ postgame about the performance.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams are just playing us shell and, not giving us big plays. So it's up to me, to be smart with the ball, chip the ball down, run the ball really well, and then the big plays will come. And then once the big play came to Nico, that was when everything kind of opened up.
All of the touchdowns came from rookies. Brag about your guys, Marks and Higgins, a little bit. I saw you guys celebrating over there.
Yeah, they're all mature, man. This is a mature rookie class. Very proud of them, the way they approach the game. And, they've had to play a lot of ball in the first 4 weeks. So I think it'll be good for them, and they'll be great players in this league.
Fun to watch. Congratulations.
Yeah, those guys have some juice. Texans are kind of juiceless. They were through the first 3 weeks. Seeing Woody Marks out there, he had a great run late. Look, sometimes you break the will of a team, and I would attribute some of that late to that. The Titans defense stood up for as long as they could. They watched their team miss field goals, and then watched in the fourth quarter how they couldn't put anything together. After that, after the Snead, let's just say, misplay on Nico Collins in that resulting in a touchdown. The Texans got a 4th and short later in the drive. You know, the Titans were about done. That defense had held up as long as they could, and then the Texans were able to take advantage of some maybe some lack of discipline by that Titans defense as they kind of knew that they weren't going to win this game. But either way, Woody Marks making a guy miss on the second level to score a touchdown, that was nice. And I mentioned earlier the Kaylee play where he schemed open Marks in the flat for a touchdown. So you had the best of both. You had your play caller get a guy open for a touchdown, an easy walk-in touchdown. You had Woody Marks make a play. And then you also had C.J. Stroud make a check that led to the Higgins touchdown. So you like to see that. Though a lot of things we talked about, or at least the Texans talked about being important, CJ certainly wanted more control. That control led to that touchdown, and they made investments in young players through draft capital, and those showed that itself to be a good move or good moves as they help the Texans have a blowout win. That fourth quarter was nice, relaxing, and the defense got after it a little bit as you knew that the Titans were having to drop back all the time. So let's get to a couple more Texans clips before we get to a break here. So we heard from CJ post game. You heard him talk about the 1,000 cuts stuff, and you noticed it throughout the game. A lot of check downs early before they got to the big plays late in that game. Let's hear from D'Amico on the defense. The defense made a big move, releasing Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, and that was alluded to in the post game. D'Amico was asked about his defense not giving up big plays. Here's what he had to say.
What I've been trying to tell them? No, it's just guys just being in the right spot, right? No grenades. I call no grenades going off in the back. Nobody's running free. Everybody was disciplined. They were where they're supposed to be. Yeah, they're gonna make some plays. Good team. And Cam, he got out, threw the ball back across the field like we knew he could do. He made a nice play, but guys, they stayed with it. We kept pressing. Our D-line did a great job. We did a really good job in the run game, right? And then our D-line really caused havoc in the passing game. The guys covered really well today.
Yeah, Tony Pollard, they shut down, had a couple runs, but nothing really explosive. So the defense did a good job. I will say this. Not a good team, D'Amico. The Titans are not a good team. Look, that's what all coaches say in the middle of it. You just give the other team credit. But their own quarterback said they're ass. It's not my words. It's Cam Ward's words. He said, we're ass. They are ass. And you were just as ass as them until the fourth quarter. But thankfully, there is a fourth quarter to play, and the Texans took over there and won that game going away. I can't see the name, but there's someone who wants to talk Cowboys-Packers. We'll get to you when we come back. Of course, the Texans will be our focus. We'll get to some Astros stuff, too, because their season is over. They don't make the playoffs thanks to a hit by pitch. That, coupled with their disastrous late game stuff against the Angels, all of a sudden Mike Trout wants to do something. He hits a couple home runs on Friday night to end the Astros season. As the Tigers, I believe, walk it off with not the Tigers, the Guardians walk it off with a hit by pitch to win their game, because the Rangers were giving them everything they wanted and they fought back. The Rangers did, but the Tigers found a way, and that's why the Astros are out of the playoffs, at least over the weekend. We all know that a lot of things led to the Astros missing the playoffs, and Bob Nightingale has a report about the potential for guys who were big parts of this season as far as management and the executive side to not be back next season. So we'll talk about that, but we'll get to that call and anyone else at 713-780-3776. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olalea.
So the NFL weekend isn't even over yet. I mean, we've got Justin Fields versus two on the Dolphins, and then then Bengals versus then Jake Browning versus Bo Nix. So not exactly great quarterback play, but we did have a great quarterback game last night. And Eric wants to talk about Cowboys and Packers. That game ends in a tie, 40-40. 1,000 yards of offense between the two teams. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Dale. Do you think Jerry Jones won the MAGA trade if they don't draft any Michigan defensive players? Also, Miami should be number 2, not Oregon. I know Oregon won. They beat Penn State with the last second interception, but I think Miami should still be number 2. And what do you think of George Taylor's OF page? I want your thoughts on it. On him to listen.
I knew we weren't going to get through the call with just serious stuff. I don't know that Joy Taylor has an OF page. I haven't done the research on that. I'm going to assume you're not right about that, but I have not looked into it. As far as your comments, I don't know that if they avoid a Michigan player, they'll be fine with the picks they got back with the Micah Parsons trade. I know Mazi Smith, is that one of their
Smith,
Mozzie
yeah.
Smith is one of their guys, and he's been inactive, right? And he came back and played yesterday.
He played yesterday and the last game too.
Yeah. So he is a Michigan player. Okay, that's not currently working out. Who else? Who
I
else
think
have you
Taco
had?
Charlton, I think.
Yeah, they had Taco
Yeah.
Charlton at one
That's the
point.
famous one.
Was Jordan Lewis a Michigan player? Where did Jordan Lewis?
I'm not
play?
sure, but he was good though.
Yeah,
I mean, he's good.
And now he's good with the Jags too. Yeah, he is a Michigan player. So that worked out for you. Of course, he was a Michigan player like in 2016 is last year. It's been a little bit for him now. I don't know. I'm thinking of Michigan defensive players who are available. I mean, they've had a good run of putting guys in the league, particularly on the defensive line.
Mason Graham with Cleveland.
Mason Graham playing well in Cleveland. Kenneth Grant not so much in Miami, of course. We know about Aiden Hutchinson. Maybe just taking the wrong ones, Eric. Some of them turned out to be pretty good. I don't know who could be available this year. Certainly need some pass rush. That's why the corpse of Jadeveon Clowney's out there for you. Didn't do much good. No one did much good. Nope.
Strip sack.
Okay, sure.
That's it though.
It still gave up 40
Oh,
points.
I know. Trust me.
And at the end of that game, when the Cowboys are driving with the opening drive of overtime, and they have to kick a field goal, Brian Schottenheimer's like, "We lost this game." You can look at his face. He goes, "I can't believe we didn't score a touchdown," because he knew there was no stopping the Packers. Although the Packers did everything they could to almost blow that game. If you missed it, the Cowboys' long opening drive in overtime, they go down there, get first and goal, cannot punch it in, so they kick a field goal, a chip shot field goal. I mean, Jordan Love held the ball way too long, and instead of having a relatively calm final play, like, okay, throw it away. There's no one open. I know you're trying to go for the score to win the game, but no one's open. And does it hit the back of a Cowboy defender?
Yes, bro.
And it winds up with 1 second left on the clock. If that ball sails out of the back of the end zone, the game is over, and they don't even because they snapped the ball with about 14, 15 seconds to go if they're taking their time, and then he holds the ball and doesn't release it until like 5 or 6. I think they snapped it with 6 seconds to go. Excuse me.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, they were set up to go way before then, but they don't snap the ball until about 5, 6 seconds to go. And Jordan Love holds it, looking for someone to get open, and he's lucky it hits the back of a Cowboy and falls to the ground. You need a friendly clock operator. Of course, they would have reviewed it and probably put the time back on the clock anyway. But that's the difference between where the Packers felt like they had that game under their control early until the George Pickens burst. We had the turnover strip sack of Jordan Love that led to the Cowboys leading at halftime. At that point, it was 13-2 or something like that. So it felt like the Packers had complete control until they kind of tricked off, as Rafael Stone would say, and they allowed the Cowboys back in. And at that point, it was back and forth. Dak had a great ball game. George Pickens, his biggest moments as a Cowboy so far. He had the Tolbert catch on the sideline up. Romeo Doubs couldn't be covered, but then again, Cowboys don't cover anyone. But it was entertaining. I don't know if it was a good football game because the defenses were non-existent, but at least it was entertaining on a Sunday night. 40-40 the final. So that's the Packers, who looked great in week 1, where they took apart the Lions. Lions are just fine, by the way. 3-1 now. They lose to the Browns because they can't protect in their field goal unit. They got an extra point blocked, which led to the Cowboys 2 points, and that's the difference in the game.
Do you notice who you haven't mentioned yet?
I was going to get to Micah,
Exactly.
barely getting a
Man, that was a tackle.
pity sack because Dak didn't cross the line of scrimmage. Now, Dak, if he was able to get free of Micah, may have run through a couple guys for a touchdown.
Right.
He had already had a design running touchdown earlier in the game, so maybe Dak scores a touchdown there. That was on the Cowboys' overtime drive, right?
Yeah.
So Micah kind of had an impact. The Cowboys did everything they could for him not to wreck the game, and they did a good job doing that. Of course, Jerry has said now a couple times they didn't win anything with Micah anyway, so he is now pointing the Herschel Walker trade as more justification for making the trade. Yeah, I talked earlier about the Packers looking like a real contender now that they had Micah after week 1. Now they remind me of the Packers of the past couple years, where it feels like they're always going to find a way not to live up to whatever their potential is. So that was a good ball game. Eric, thanks for the call. He also mentioned Oregon and Penn State. Yeah, good ball game too. Drew Aller never lets me down, man. He showed up in that fourth quarter. They got the running game going. Andy Kolonicki made some nice calls. Drew Aller had a really nice throw for a touchdown. And after Dan Lanning did the throw slash to his own players, because after the 17-3 lead, he thought that game was over on that big touchdown run. He thought the game was over. I'm sure a lot of people did too. And Penn State fought back in that fourth quarter, but the James Franklin-Drew Aller combination proved to be too much for the rest of Penn State. After Oregon scores early, on their first drive of overtime, or was it their second drive of overtime? Was it a double overtime game? I forgot what actually happened. Either way, Oregon scored first. I think it was double overtime.
Yeah,
Oregon scored, Penn State scored, then Oregon scores again on their second drive of overtime. Don't get the 2-pointer. Drew Aller throws a pick. What was it, on the first play of overtime to end the game? So Penn State never beats or rarely beats teams who have the same level of talent or better. James Franklin can beat up on the minnows, but when it comes down to it, when he doesn't have a talent advantage, real struggles, and that occurred yesterday. Had Oregon at home. Credit to Penn State for fighting back, but just didn't have enough. And Oregon gets a big win, and now they're the number 2 team in the country. They jump a couple spots. They jump Penn State. Penn State lost, and they jump Miami, who was idle. I don't mind it, Eric. I don't mind the polls being volatile. Hey, the most recent evidence is Oregon, after not playing anyone, went into Penn State and won the game. You want to elevate them? Cool. Does it matter right now? No. I don't know, now that Florida State lost to Virginia on Friday, that if Miami went in there and beat Florida State, they would jump ahead of Oregon. But they could if they have a comprehensive victory. So these things will change, and we know the AP poll only really matters for talking points, because the CFP poll will come out sometime in either, late October, early November. So at this point, enjoy the games, have the conversation, but it does not really matter that much. All right, we'll go to break with that. As you can tell, if you want to call about something other than Texans or Astros or even the Rockets, because Media Day is today for the Rockets. So if we get any quotes out of that before we're done for the day, we'll certainly talk about it. The number to call in is 713-780-3776. We'll get to some Astros stuff because it's time to do the eulogy for the Houston Astros. For the first time since 2017, they don't make the playoffs. And we'll hear from Carlos Correa on that when we come back. It's really more about Todd Callis and his disappointment. Since he's been around, he's got to be a part of a playoff team. This time, not so much, as the Astros cannot close the deal. They had a real opportunity. Don't lose to the Angels on Friday, and you have a shot. They did. It really lessened their probability of making it, and things didn't go their way on Saturday. And that's why they're not making the playoffs. But before we get to any of that, let's talk about Monument Chevrolet. It's the end of truck month. Got one more day after today. So if you want a great Chevy Silverado 1500 with that 2.9 APR, 2.9% APR for 72 months, got a couple of days to do it. And the place you go to do it is Monument Chevrolet. Check out their entire inventory on Monument Chevrolet or at monumentchevrolet.com. They got great vehicles. no matter what you're looking for. Maybe you want an EV vehicle and you want to take advantage of that potential federal tax credit of up to $7,500. That ends on the 30th. That's tomorrow. So they've got deals still going, but you got to get there. In fact, if you go to monumentchevrolet.com, you'll see the countdown of that tax credit they have right now. 1 day, 13 hours, 12 minutes, and 3 seconds. So they're letting you know you got a little bit more time left. So go there, take advantage of it. And where do you go? You go to Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. You get on that lot. Hell, it's pretty much a campus. It's that big. And find the car you want and take advantage of the deals they're offering before they're done for. Of course, the great people don't change. They'll never be done with that. They've been in business for over 50 years for a reason. You're going to have a great experience from picking the car you want to dealing with the service department, the sales department, or the finance department. Whatever you need to do to get yourself in the great vehicle, they'll take care of you. So, MonumentChevrolet.com is the website, and then head on out there. They're in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. And as always, Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
This is the Del Olalea Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olalea.
We did get some confirmation in the last hour. To no one's surprise, Malik Neighbors is out for the year. He tore his ACL. So if you saw the play at the time, if you had your Sunday ticket going, or maybe you saw it on Red Zone. One of those things where you can, as soon as you see how he comes to the ground, because he's up in the air trying to make a play on the ball, and you see he gets no lift trying to make a play, and he grabs at the knee, and if we've watched football as long as most of us have, that's really bad. Turns out it is a torn ACL. So Malik Neighbors is going to be out for the year on a day where the Giants got their first win, the undefeated Chargers, who had 3 wins over division opponents, step outside their division and lose to the Giants. And all of a sudden, after being one of the surprise stories and up over the Chiefs a couple games, the Chiefs beat the Ravens, the Chargers lose to the Giants, and while the Chargers currently have the tiebreaker, the Chiefs are one game back and look just fine. Now, the Ravens defense stinks, and maybe the Texans will have an opportunity to take advantage of that, because the Ravens had a couple more injuries hit them yesterday. The biggest one was on offense with Lamar Jackson, but Matabuike is on IR. Their big interior player, Kava Noy, didn't play yesterday. Yeah, they put another defensive lineman on IR. Humphreys got hurt. Wiggins got hurt. So they're in some trouble. They're going to get imaging on all those guys, including Lamar Jackson today. So I'm sure unless it's something major regarding those guys, we won't know much until Wednesday and the injury report comes out as far as how bad those Ravens injuries are. But the Texans may be at a bit of an advantage. They've got a questionable offense. I say questionable because until that fourth quarter, I would just say they suck. But until that fourth quarter yesterday, they had been bad. They put up points against a bad Titans team, so let's turn the suck into questionable. But there's no question how bad the Ravens defense is. They went into yesterday giving up the second most points in football, and then they gave up another 30 spot. And while the Dolphins are awful, they got Justin Fields and the Jets tonight. So by the time this weekend is over, this football week is over, the Ravens may be the team who's given up the most points in football so far. So it's not a great spot to go to Baltimore when they're desperate, but it might be the best chance you've ever had to beat the Ravens, and it would get your season back on track. So we'll in recent memory beat the Ravens. They're not over, but as far as how this Texans team is currently built, we've seen what happens when they play Baltimore, and it has not been good. So they got a shot. We'll see. Let's get to the Astros before we close out hour one. They're done this year for the first time in a long time. We don't get to talk Astros playoff baseball. Bob Nightingale reported that there could be some movement in regards to guys losing their jobs. Joe Espada, apparently, according to Nightingale, his job status is more tenuous than Dana Brown's. But Dana Brown's a guy who the team has an option. They have not done that yet as far as giving him one more year on his contract. So they will be evaluating quite a bit. And we'll see if the Astros, as they're presently constituted, return. Fromber has said that he would love to come back, while his actions the back half of the season suggested he would like anything but to come back. He has told people, and it's being reported, that he would love to come back. Of course, it's all about, and I'm adding this part, it's all about the contract. So the door isn't closed, at least from Fromber's point of view. We'll see if the Astros think differently. But Carlos Correa, who is back and certainly back to his role of being the spokesman for the Astros, spoke about not making the playoffs, what it meant to not do it for the fans, and what he expects next year of the team. Here's Carlos Correa over the weekend.
There's going to be a lot of work this offseason. I want to apologize to the fans in Houston for, falling short. It's not what they're accustomed to. They're used to watching playoff baseball, and they look forward to that every single year. It's a beautiful time of the year in Houston, and we were not able to accomplish that this year, but we promise our fans in Houston that this offseason is going to be one of a lot of hard work. We're all going to get better, and next year will be one to remember.
So Carlos Correa has a positive viewpoint on that. Great. You would hope for better injury luck. It's hard to have much worse. Jordan, hopefully he can make it through a year without the injuries that short-circuited his year. Of course, Pena was banged up again over the weekend. He missed quite a bit of time. Look, we all know. We've been talking about the Astros injuries for the better part of 8 months now. The question is, how do you add and where do you add? I would imagine it starts and ends with starting pitching, and maybe throwing another reliever as well. You hope Hader's issues don't extend into next year as well. That's kind of just been forgotten. We knew he wasn't going to be back for the regular season. The dream was he could be back for a playoff series, maybe not the wild card round, but maybe later in the playoff run. We won't get to see that. So is he going to be someone who has to have surgery, and how much will that impact his availability next year? So hopefully we get word on that and surgery isn't needed. But pitching will be something they have to attack, because the guys they were counting on to come back, some of them came back and then had to go again. McCullers made an appearance yesterday, so it looks like he made it through that. Excuse me, he made I think it was yesterday. He made an appearance yesterday. He got through that, it looks like. So hopefully he's a guy, I won't say depend on, but hopefully that's a guy they can at least evaluate when the season begins again, and he's not on the shelf. So if I'm looking at the Astros right now, find a way with the likelihood of Framber leaving. If that happens, you got to find starting pitching. You got to find starting pitching someplace, and maybe you need two starters with the questions about the health of your rotation. The bats, it looks like all those guys will be back once the season begins, if there's not some mystery injury that pops up during the offseason. So I think beyond the likelihood of guys getting hurt, because that's just the Astros way, them getting hurt during the regular season, the lineup should be set to start. The pitching is where they're going to have to find some answers. On the roster right now, I don't know that there's many that you can count on. Maybe Blue Ball takes a step, and maybe JP France, who made an appearance in the Angel series, he's another guy who may get an opportunity to set himself up to be a starter again. So they're going to have options, but nothing's set in stone. I don't know where the money's going to fall for them this year, but go finding an established starter. While Dylan Cease was a guy they looked at but didn't want to do the rental thing because it was going to cost them Spencer Arrighetti, maybe he's a guy you pay attention to now if it's a deal that fits their budget. So it's a disappointing year. A lot of it having to do with injuries. Now the questions will be about who's coming back, because when a team like the Astros misses the playoffs for the first time since 2017, it feels like changes are going to happen. It's just a question of how big they are. And Bob Nightingale is to be believed. There could be major ones for this team as they head towards the future with a lot of the same faces that we know, but a lot of new guys that showed up this year are going to be dependent on to have better years next year and to stay healthy. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll get to hour 2 when we come back. If you want to join us, 713-780-3776. And I'll tell you how you win your tickets. If you want to go see the Cougs versus the Red Raiders, we're going to give those tickets away when we come back. We'll get to that and more in the second hour. We'll be back. So I mentioned that Malik Neighbors tore his ACL, and really I should have put it MetLife Turf tore his ACL. It's happened again. They changed their turf in 2023, but it claims another victim. It's been a long run of that field taking the knees or Achilles of players. Back in 2020, it got Nick Bosa. Of course, Nick Bosa's hurt again. Jabril Peppers tore his ACL. Other names, Sterling Shepard, another Giant. Kyle Fuller, when he was a Raven. Aaron Rodgers tore his Achilles on that field. Malik Neighbors, as I mentioned yesterday. Jalen Phillips had his Achilles pop on Friday night on a Black Friday game a couple years ago now. He is not back to what he was at the time. A couple seasons now. Afterwards, it gets another player, and this time another star player. So MetLife Turf, no matter what they try to do to it, it always grabs a victim. Of course, with the World Cup coming to town, it will be grass in 2026 because the FIFA's not allowing a World Cup to be played on field turf. But you know what the Giants are going to do, or MetLife's going to do? Right back to field turf after the World Cup is over. They're ripping that grass out and having the turf back because I guess money. It's the only way to explain it. They'd rather have the low cost of having the turf there year round as opposed to having to resod it a couple times a year because they play in a less than ideal environment for grass to grow when you're gonna have grown men playing football on it. And of course they have concerts there as well. So the turf isn't something that gets damaged like grass does, but got another victim. And OBJ, a former Giant, was talking about how the NFL is all about player safety, and yet this is not something they're willing to take into account. Look, for me, I feel about particularly Southern teams who don't have grass. I'm looking at you, Cougs. But if you are a team in Texas, why do you have turf? Why? Like SMU went away from their turf. Texas will be going away from their turf after, I think, either this season or next season. They're going back to natural grass. Of course, A&M has always had grass. I mean, particularly if you live in this climate, I mean, I know the Cougs don't have the type of money that the programs I just mentioned have, but come on.
They used to have grass back in the day.
Yeah, the Robertson had grass, and then when they moved to their new place, they just went with turf. I know you can do all the cool designs on it, like that was part of the sell. Like, hey, depending on the game and depending on the uniform combo, by the way, they're going to be wearing their blue uniforms this week, and that's part of the sell. And I'm going to give you a chance to win tickets to that. I just don't get it, other than it's a cost-cutting move. But these are the issues you have to deal with. The Giants lose their star receiver because of the turf. Because if you watch the play, if you haven't seen it, he tries to elevate. He could not because that knee buckled, and now he's done for the year. So that's unfortunate. I mentioned the tickets. We'll give those away, let's say, at 11:10. 11:10. Caller 4 wins a pair of tickets to watch the Cougs, the undefeated Cougs, versus Texas Tech. It is family weekend for the Cougars. Of course, the game's going to be at TDECU Stadium, and we're blue. The Cougs are going to break out their Houston blue uniforms against Tech. So it'll be a good game featuring two undefeated teams trying to figure out who is the top dog in the Big 12. It's going to be a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. Nothing beats the tradition, pageantry, and the roar of the crowd at a Houston Cougar football game. And the tickets are going to go fast. Tech is nationally ranked, has their eye on a playoff appearance, and the Cougs not only want to spoil that, but want to put themselves in that conversation. So go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS to get your tickets today. That's 713-GO-COUGS. But we're giving away a pair of tickets. Caller 4 at 11:10. 713-780-3776 is the number. 713-780-3776. Caller 4 wins those tickets to see the Cougs versus Tech. Let's get to some more college football. I can't see that name. I'm assuming it's Julian. He called last week about the Seminoles and saying he didn't think they would beat Miami. Well, should have pointed to Charlottesville instead. Should have been worried about them instead. Let's get to Julian here. What's up?
Oh, we're going to whoop that I can't say it. We're gonna win, bro. It was a disappointing weekend. Napoleon Dynamite is y'all's quarterback with tattoos. We're gonna show y'all who's daddy, and I can't wait for it. I'm only doing this because you said I couldn't call. So I got it. I got turned around.
I appreciate you, even after the loss, coming with the noise. I said 11:10, everybody. So if you called in early, apologies to you. But 11:10, so try to get back in about 40 seconds or so, whatever. Yeah, we can X out those calls until someone just hit the X button on the phone, and that will keep people from calling in until it's time. We'll do that right now. There it is. So wait, everyone. 30 seconds, and then we'll get you in. Yeah, Florida State could not stop Virginia on Friday night. It was a game where their turnovers caught up with them early. Virginia got out to a lead, and then Florida State's offense got going. They just could not get enough stops. And that game went to overtime, another good game in overtime, competitive, and we had the field storming by the Cavalier fans. So I talked about it last week that those two teams, Florida State and Miami, hadn't played a top 10 game in probably 12 years, if my memory is correct. Florida State didn't allow it to happen because Chandler Morris, who's been in college football a long time, the son of Chad Morris, the former really prominent OC, first at Clemson. Well, at Clemson is where he made his name, and then he got a couple of head coaching jobs that didn't work out for him. But it was eye-opening to watch that Florida State team, after what they did to Alabama, the last time anyone really paid attention to them, come out on a Friday, and their defense got picked apart. The mesh routes that Virginia ran on third and short, Virginia did a good job of staying in third and medium to third and short, and then some of that led to fourth and short. And Florida State's defense couldn't make enough plays, didn't get really any pass rush, and got ran on. And anytime Virginia needed to throw the football, they did. So that takes some of the luster off what would have been a top 10 matchup with game day likely being in Tallahassee. Now game day's in Tuscaloosa because Vanderbilt and Alabama are playing. Vanderbilt beat Alabama last year after Alabama was coming off a Georgia win. So the same thing that happened last year could happen again, and game day will be there to watch Pavia and the Commodores take on an Alabama team who, well, did what they always do to Georgia, beat them. Kirby Smart has the one win. It wasn't a national title game, but Kalen DeBoer in that first half did what he did in last year's first half, picked Alabama's defense apart. And we talked about it last week as we were talking about the weekend of college football. Alabama doesn't have any real pass rushers. Neither does Georgia. So Georgia couldn't put any pressure on Ty Simpson, and he had a great first half. Would have been better if Ryan Williams didn't drop that long touchdown. Had a couple long touchdown drops. Gunnar Stockton hit a Georgia receiver in stride. That would have been a touchdown. He dropped it, so they dropped long touchdowns. But in the end, Alabama's offense in that first half, because they didn't score a point in the second half, but they hit Georgia for 24. Ty Simpson was very confident, making checks. And when it mattered, Alabama's defense found enough plays to get the stops that they needed to hold off Georgia. So we had a big shakeup in the polls. We had Eric call in about Oregon moving up to 2. Ole Miss, after beating LSU, jumped from the teens to 4th. So it was a very interesting weekend, and certainly the Aggies did what they had to do to hold off a very game. Auburn's offense is a disaster. They can't throw the football despite having two really good receivers. It's just Jackson Arnold is not equipped right now to make enough plays to supplement what their defense has done, particularly the last 2 weeks. Auburn's defense has been good enough the last 2 weeks for them to be undefeated. Unfortunately, their quarterback can't make enough throws to get wins. So the Aggies survive. Well, we won't hear from Mike Elko this week. It's generally an every other week thing, but we heard from him get ready for the Auburn game, and we might hear some sound from him a little bit later. In fact, let's play it now. We do have our winner for the Cougs tickets. Every show this week we'll be giving away tickets, at least particularly today, and we'll have some giveaways later in the week as well. So if you didn't win tickets today, you're going to have your opportunity with us throughout the week, and the rest of the shows will have tickets to give away as well. But Mike Elko, his team wins. game closer than it should have been. Marshall Reed was picked off on what I guess you might call it a bubble screen on 3rd and short. Auburn picks it off, scores on the next play to make it a tighter ball game. But A&M's defense made all the plays to win that game. And Mike Elko, very excited about his team's performance, but didn't particularly like the line of questioning he was getting from the A&M media.
So anybody want to ask a question about like us being 4-0 for the first time since 2016, or how did the defense bounce back, or how about you held them to 176 yards on offense and you had 5 sacks and they were 0 for 12 on 3rd down and 0 for 2 on 4th down and you got the return game going again? Like, I don't mean to sound like someone else, but my gosh, will you guys stop being so dreadful and gloomy?
Well, we're only halfway through this.
Yeah. Next one.
I don't know if coaches know this, but the media isn't your social media or PR team. Like, those stats, I'm sure, will wind up on some graphic that A&M puts out about what they did to Auburn's defense. Certainly it was put in front of him. He wouldn't know offhand as a coach, so someone was keeping track of that. But the guys who work for A&M 24/7 or TexAgs, or the paper, they don't work for you. And I would just say, because he mentioned that other guy, I would just say be careful when you do this, because Brian Kelly did the same thing. He got after the LSU media for asking him questions that didn't involve praising him and patting him on the backside for what they did to Florida. And then what? You go into Oxford and your offense stunk. And they talked about your offense not being up to what it should be. You didn't like it, and then what happened? So while the tenor of the questions may not to have been to Mike Elko's liking, they have some points to make, and maybe take that under advisement to avoid the Brian Kelly, because he was aware of Brian Kelly's issues. Just don't let it happen to you, Mike Elko. Aggies off to a good start, as you heard him say. They hadn't done something like that in years, almost a decade. So let's keep it up. We are the home of the Aggies, and they're having a good season so far. Got the big win over Notre Dame, and they back it up with another big win, beating Auburn at home, something they could not do. Well, it was on the road, but they had Auburn dead to rights last year and blew that one. This time they avoided that. All right, we'll go to break. If you want to join us, 713-780-3776. To get into anything. We'll get more into the Texans. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans when we come back. Happy coach. 1-3. Always good to get a win. So we'll hear from the coach when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleya.
Rockets Media Day has begun. There's video of Kevin Durant walking into the arena, walking into Toyota Center for the first time as a Rocket. I haven't seen any audio anywhere, but a quote from Ime on the plan without Fred VanVleet. He said that Amen and Reed were going to get more chances to be ball handlers, primary ball handlers anyway, but it'll be by committee right now. So not surprising that they're not giving out any real clues about who's going to start or anything like that. But here's the full quote. A committee, all of the above. He mentioned that Amen and Reed were already going to handle the ball more, and that will get expedited a little bit, but the Rockets will rely on Şengün and Durant to initiate offense. It's something that we talked about last week. I forgot who brought that to the table. One national insider said that could be the case, where whoever is your quote unquote point guard would be maybe a guy who isn't someone who's always on ball. It's someone who's more of a catch and shoot guy, a spacer. So expect it to go through Şengün, who we know can be a hub, and of course Kevin Durant as well. And depending on the development of Amen and Reed Shepherd, that'll determine how much they are guys that can be counted on to be conductors of that offense. So Rockets season is almost here. The guys will be in their uniforms later taking pictures, so those things will start to float out. We'll see what it's all about. And unfortunately, Fred VanVleet at least won't be available to bolster what could be a really, really good team. All right, let's get to D'Amico Ryans. They win yesterday afternoon against the Titans, but it was ugly early, and they were only up 6-0 and going backwards. And I can't find any other play other than this to be the play of the game. It was the Nico Collins catch where they were facing what I believe was a 2nd and 33. Here's D'Amico Ryans on that play.
I think one of the biggest plays to me offensively was, we started going backwards, right? We had penalties, and we started moving backwards a lot. I forget, it was 1st and 30 or something. It was some spots we've been in. But I was proud of the offense, the way we overcame that. CJ was able to hit Nico down the sideline on a go route, and to be able to see us go backwards and understand that that's not the end. You can overcome it with playmakers being able to make plays. So Nico showed up really well today, making plays for us.
So they started that drive at the 20-yard line, actually at the 18-yard line, and they picked up a first down and were moving again. It was 2nd and 1. CJ scrambled for another first down. Then there was an offensive holding on Jake Andrews, then offensive pass interference on Dalton Schultz, and then Woody Marks was tackled for a loss of 3. It was 2nd and 33. And for whatever reason, they manned up L'Jarius Sneed on Nico Collins, and he beat him for 37 yards into Titans territory. And that went from what was a short punt to a 13-play, 82-yard drive that took nearly 8 minutes off the clock, and that was ball game. The Titans weren't going to be able to score twice anyway, but the way that drive went, with the Texans picking up later in that drive a 4th and 1 on a CJ quarterback sneak, that kind of took the Titans' spirit. They followed it up with an interception where Cam Ward threw a ball sidearm, maybe even a lower arm slot than that. Little high, a little wide, turned into a pick, deflected, Stingley picked it off, and that led to the onslaught for the Texans. They ran away after that. So just one play. I would not disagree with the head coach there. If it's not for that play, we're probably looking at a ball game where you have to hope your defense continues to hold the Titans down, which they had done all game. The Titans had a couple opportunities to tie that game earlier in the day, particularly in the first half, but Joey Sly decided he wasn't going to make field goals yesterday. So they were up 6-0 for that reason and that reason alone. And then the onslaught happened thanks to that play. So the Texans as the coach laid out, they are willing to commit penalties and stall drives, and I have not seen that sequence before, where it was two major penalties and then a play that resulted in a loss of yards, but they found a way to overcome because their star receiver beat a guy who had been talking through the week, and let's just say Nico won the battle. Let's get to Dr. Dre. What's up?
Hey, man, what's up, Dill? Good to hear from you, man. Hey, I wanted to clarify what I said a couple weeks ago about what I learned that week. That was not regarding the 7 o'clock to 10 o'clock show. It was more at the 3 to 6 show. But Texans, why is I got to ask you a question. Why is D'Amico and Nick Caserio, why are they so sensitive, man? I mean, I think they need to have a can of Midol, before they go up to a press conference. And then last but not least, the reason I called in, I know you know why, Jordan Addison getting chased down by a white boy. He must be related to Israel too, and I'm out.
From what I remember, Dr. Dre's a Cowboy fan. I think he's a Cowboy fan, right?
I don't remember.
I don't remember. I don't want to put that on you if you're not, because I know people can find that insulting.
Okay.
Present company excluded. But some people find that insulting if you're not a Cowboy fan. I don't. Maybe I'm confusing your fandom with another listeners and Dustin. I know he's a Cowboy fan. I don't know why the two men who are at the head of the Texans organization when it comes to decision making seem to be, as you said, sensitive. I'm not going to say they need to take what is generally considered a medication for women in Midol. I'm not going to say that. But yeah, when things aren't going their way, there seems to be a willingness to show a bit of their underbelly. It feels like you can bother them a little bit. Look, this is the first time they've had any real adversities since those two have come together. The 0-3 start was unexpected, and they made a new hire with the OC, and they had a promotion for an O-line coach who was already part of the coaching staff, and they just thought, hey, we're just a team who makes the playoffs, wins our division. And I expected they believe they were taking another step towards that and maybe even something greater. And at this point, now we're 3 years in, you're going to get challenged. And they will continue to get challenged by questions until this thing gets fully turned around. Yesterday was a good start. I imagine the questions were less complicated after you win a game and shut out a team. The Ravens will find out how healthy they are. But if you go into Baltimore and they have Lamar Jackson and the Ravens win, the questions that they don't particularly like will continue, particularly if the fourth quarter offensively isn't something that continues. And it was just a blip because the Nico Collins play took the heart of the Titans. If the Ravens, who are bad defensively and banged up, hold you down and the same problems remain where you're making mistakes or CJ's missing throws or they're the drive killed by a negative play or bad play call. This is just a respite, a reprieve from those questions this week. And you mentioned being sensitive. I don't know if D'Amico will get asked about it today, but a question he was very unwilling to talk or answer this offseason was the status of Joe Mixon. It's 4 games. Joe Mixon could be eligible to come off IR or whatever designation he officially has. I don't remember if it was actually IR, but he's missed the 4 games. Now you can start to ask, where's Joe Mixon? We'll see if those questions get asked, and we'll see what type of answers D'Amico Ryans may have on the status of what was RB1, but now maybe that job belongs to Woody Marks after what he did. So Nick doesn't have to be sensitive about the trade for Woody Marks. That seems like a hit, at least through the first 4 weeks. And Jaden Higgins made a play. Urshree's your starting left tackle, maybe by default, because they didn't get what they wanted out of Cam Robinson. Then he got hurt, and now they made a trade. If you missed it, Cam Robinson's been traded to the Browns for a swap of 7th-round picks. I'm not sure who gets the better 7th-round pick. If I'm the Browns, I'm asking for the better pick. What do we need Cam Robinson for? We're doing you a favor. We'll see how that plays out. All right, your other thing. I don't know that Jordan Addison comes off the the list, but he did get caught, and it didn't functionally change the result, but it could have, because if he gets in, the Vikings have more time on the back end when they're calling timeouts. They get the stop, and who knows what happens if Carson Wentz and the Vikings offense has more time, because they ran off a couple more plays, and that cost them a chance later on. So yeah, if you missed it, the Vikings were down by 2 scores. Jordan Addison shakes free, and he gets caught from behind by like a linebacker. I think it wasn't even like a Cooper DeJean or what's the other Eagles white secondary player, Blankenship. It wasn't even a DB. It was like what, Wilson, the linebacker. I think he went to NC State, and now he's with the Steelers. Yeah, Jordan. Hey, let's give Jordan Addison a little bail. Shoot him a little bail. He was coming off an injury. He wasn't up, and it was late in the game. Was probably tired. Probably isn't fully conditioned. But yeah, if they had won that game, they would just make fun of him. Now you don't even just talk about it, because the Vikings went in there, and after a couple of their linemen got hurt, the Steelers got after them. And the Steelers 3-1. Aaron Rodgers playing pretty well. He had the one stinker, but through 4 games, the Steelers got to be pretty happy. All right, we'll go to break with that. Dr. Dre, I don't know if you can take his card. I've seen you. I don't know if you can take Jordan Addison's card away. You're not allowed. That's an AJ and I decision, and we haven't made that decision as of yet. All right, we'll go to break with that. If you want to join us, 713-780-3776. We got a couple more segments to go. We'll get into maybe the entirety of the NFL season, and maybe hear from D'Amico Ryans one more time before we're done. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olalea Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olalea.
Just got word that Lance is going to go to TC Jester to break some chains. All that means is if you want to join him to play some disc golf, he's out there. Actually, he just left the office to go play, so if you guys want to hang out with Lance and break some chains, you can do that. I mean, it's something you do when you're Lance Erline and his age. It's not something you would ever do if you were like if someone you were interested in was like, "Hey, what are you doing?" "Oh, I'm gonna go play disc golf in the middle of the day." You can't get that off. He can get it off now. He's married, doesn't matter. But imagine in your 20s when you cared about impressing women. If you, I don't know if I mentioned it. Even if I'm going to go play it, I don't say that's what I'm doing. What? Oh, you're sorry, I'm busy. What are you doing? I gotta hang out with the boys. Gotta lunch with the boys. That's all. I'm definitely not saying I'm breaking some chains. I'm not gonna try to make it sound cool. But he's out there if you want to join him for some disc golf, if you so choose. All right, let's get to this. The Jags went into San Francisco and won. Julian, who called in about Florida State, Miami, did the war chant, soft-ass war chant. He did that, but he wouldn't talk about his other team, the 49ers, and why would he? They turned the ball over 4 times. Brock Purdy came back and was throwing up lollipops. Even softer throws than we normally see. He's probably not fully healthy, but they brought him back, and the Jags took advantage of him and the 49ers' willingness to turn the ball over. So they go on there. They're now 3-1. They and the Colts are 3-1. The Colts are 3-1 because A.D. Mitchell was a disaster. He makes a great adjustment on the ball by Daniel Jones, and he's running down the sideline. He breaks free of a couple Rams, and they're still chasing him, but he's going to score. He decides I'm going to stretch the ball out with, I believe, his right hand, which was the inside hand, and he just drops it. He loses control of it before he gets into the end zone, and he cannot recover it before he and the ball go out of bounds. So that cost him a touchdown. He committed a big holding penalty on a Jonathan Taylor touchdown. He probably cost the Colts directly 14 points. Actually, not even probably. He did cost the Colts 14 points. At worst, 12. Who knows if they make the extra points. But if you want to look for someone to blame and why the Colts are only 2 games ahead of the Texans instead of 3, it's A.D. Mitchell. But going back to the Jags and the 49ers, the Jags go in there and get a win. I told you last week that Robert Saleh said that, and he was doing it, I guess, to compliment Liam Cohen, that they do a great job of legal sign stealing. He said it's something everybody on the McVay tree does. As I mentioned last week, we haven't seen that from Nick Caley yet. Maybe he's doing it, and we don't know it. But Liam Cohen didn't like it, and after his team beat Robert Saleh's defense and won the game, he had some words for him on the field. He said, "Keep my name out of your mouth. Keep my name out of your mouth," a couple times as they met up during the game. Well, reporters got wind of it and asked him about it after the game, and he had a much different tone in front of the reporters.
Wow, it was not a big deal. Just keep that between us.
One more on that one.
No, we're going to keep that between us.
So you didn't
No, we're just going to keep that between us right now. That's it.
Nah, you can't go on the field after the game and pretty much challenge the guy and then pretend like it's not a thing. In fact, you can't keep it between you because we all heard what you said. And in fact, we heard, this is according to Nick Wagoner, the unedited version of what Robert Saleh said to him after Liam Cohen said, "Keep my name out of your effing mouth." Robert Saleh said this: "I'll F your world up. You don't want to F with me. I will effing in your effing life." So no matter what Liam Cohen wants to push out there after the game, once you step out there and use pregame comments during the week as a motivating factor to go challenge the guy, the cameras are on you. Cameras found you as you wanted to have your conversation with them. So nah, it's too late for that, Duval. It's too late for that. No, I'm keeping it to myself. You can't make. I don't even know what to say. I don't know if I want to say make an ass out of yourself. He can do what he wants, but you can't go out there, pretend to be held back by your players, and then ask us not to be interested in it. But hey, cameras caught him. Cameras caught Robert Saleh. What he said. I'm not sure I will end your effing life. I will effing end your effing life is what the NFL is looking for from their coach to coach interactions. But there we have it. And that stretches back to Saleh's time, his first time with the 49ers, and Liam Cohen being a Rams assistant. I'm sure there's some hate there because those two teams have been battling for the NFC West for a good long while now. The Rams able to get over the hump and actually win a Super Bowl. The Rams, the 49ers, where they had Robert Saleh or DeMeco Ryans, couldn't get over the hump. So I'm sure there's a little spice there. But Liam Cohen and the Jags get the win, mostly because the 49ers could not stop giving them the football. 26-21 was the final there. All right, let's get to, I believe that's La Raza. We'll get to him before we go to break. What's up?
Yo, what up, Deb? Man, I'll make it quick and sweet, man. I don't know if I should still believe in this 1-3 Texan team because also the Ravens are 1-3, but they also have problems themselves. This game coming up, I don't know if it indicates if they're gonna actually go like they did in 2018, which win 9 straight, which that was a different team. But I'm also just thinking maybe we should just we sacrifice the Astros to make them actually kind of make them relevant so they can be like, okay, we sacrifice the Astros so the Texans can be good. Because the Astros season is pretty much over.
No, it's over. It's actually just over. I don't know if sacrificing. I don't know if you have to sacrifice one team for another.
We've been doing that lately. Remember that happened with the Deshaun thing, and it was like we did the ham. What was it? He had a hamstring, or he tore his ACL, whatever happened.
And the Astros won the World Series days later. Yes, that did happen. Yeah, I remember that.
And I'm just still gonna keep, gonna be seeing watching down the line. But also, I wanted to give you some breaking news about the gaming world.
Okay.
Apparently, EA Sports has been bought by the Saudi Arabians by $55 billion. What you think about that? Now that they're probably just gonna drop FIFA now, huh? And then no more Madden.
Yeah, if you missed that news, EA has been being sold for $50 billion, and they no longer will be a public company. EA Sports sold to investors including Saudi Arabia and Jared Kushner, a firm to the tune of $55 billion. And as I said, they're going to go private now. What that means for the retailer, what that means for the gamer, I don't know. They still got their contract. In fact, I think they just re-upped with Madden as far as being the exclusive rights for Madden. And the college football game is pretty popular still. I don't think EA is going to change as far as what they're selling. I don't know. Maybe FIFA. Who knows? Who knows there? And FIFA doesn't have that name anymore. It's like FC something now.
Yeah, it's a FC the year, like 26 or 27, yeah. And also, my last comment is about the Bad Bunny concert. I don't know if that's going to be causing anything political, correct. But for me, it would have been, I would have chose Young Thug because his new album is fire, man. You heard that album?
You're not going to get me to talk about that particular song. I know who you are. You ain't going to trick me. Thanks, La Raza. I know what you're doing because you've done it before with your interest in certain tight end names. But yes, I haven't heard the Young Thug album, but I've heard that song. Let's just say the last 35 seconds or 45 seconds are wild. Unexpected, certainly. But maybe we should have known with the album cover. We probably should have expected it.
Crazy cover.
Yeah. I mean, the man has worn a dress before, and this is still the craziest thing he's ever done. What was his other thing beyond the FIFA thing? I can't remember, but he mentioned the Texans. We'll stick with that. Stay at least on topic as far as the show is concerned. Should you believe in them? They're 1-3, and the Ravens are going to be desperate. Whether they can win the game, even with the injuries that the Ravens have and the 1-3 record and how bad their defense is squarely is Lamar Jackson going to play? Because do I think the Texans defense can stop a Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry deal? I guess that's all relative. Can they keep him under 30? Maybe. But this Texans offense, even with how bad the Ravens defense will be and how banged up it will be, I can't guarantee that the Texans offense can get you to 30 if the Ravens put up that. And while the Texans defense has been really good this year, the challenge they would face and the guy who's tortured them really since he entered the league, and Derrick Henry, I don't think they'd have a lot of success, particularly if I go by what happened last year. The Ravens did whatever they wanted offensively to the Texans, and the Texans aren't, at least man for man, I wouldn't say they're better defensively. They're about the same, and maybe a little softer in the secondary, considering Derek Stingley's not at 100%, but he did play. He didn't practice really all week, but he played, so we know he likes getting on the field. But that would be a different challenge because it wouldn't be about him in pass coverage. It'd be about him tackling Justice Hill and Derrick Henry, and that can be a problem for anyone. So we'll see how the Ravens injuries play out, and we'll find out on Wednesday who's limited, who's not practicing, and maybe we know before then when the MRI results come out. That might determine how real of a shot the Texans have. All right, we'll go to break with that. Young Thug. Of course he would do that. Of course he would be the one who would bring that up. All right, we'll go to break. 713-780-3776. If you want to talk about something in music, maybe I know what you're talking about, you can call in, or you want to stick with the NFL and the Texans, we can certainly do that as well. We will be back.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
Oh, I think he also mentioned Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny is going to be your Super Bowl halftime performer. Some people thought you might get yourself some Taylor Swift because she is now part of the NFL fabric. Clearly someone they love to include anytime the Chiefs are playing and she's in the building. Of course, the engagement to Travis Kelce, so on and so forth. But Bad Bunny, he'll follow up Kendrick Lamar. So we'll see what Bad Bunny has to offer. Of course, because nothing can be announced without backlash. The announcement that Bad Bunny, who has spoken out on certain issues, has upset some people. But the NFL picked one of the more popular artists in the world. And the Super Bowl is a worldwide event. It's not just for Americans, and the NFL knows that, so they picked one of the more popular stars in the world. And so Bad Bunny will get that chance. All right. Let's I'm trying to think about what else to take a look at. We got to some of the AFC South's other teams and their play. Good day for the Texans. Actually, not that great of a day with the Jags winning, but you got the Colts to lose, and you beat the Titans, of course. So you don't lose any ground. In fact, you gain a game on the AFC South as the Colts. While the Colts lost, they went toe to toe on the road against one of the NFC's contenders. So at least 4 weeks in, the Colts appear to be pretty for real. The Texans, of course, have their 2 games against the Colts, so we'll see where they stand when they see them. But I don't know that the Colts are going to go anywhere. When you can hold up against the Rams, and we saw how the Texans struggled offensively against the Rams. The Colts didn't have those same issues, as I pointed out. They probably could have scored 34 points if not for A.D. Mitchell's mistakes. So that's a team, unfortunately, that we're gonna have to deal with, at least until otherwise told. Maybe they show that they are a 4-week team. Doesn't seem like the case with Jonathan Taylor and the way Daniel Jones has been playing. Let's get to this final thing from CJ. It is him postgame on the field. Did we get to that already? Oh, yeah, we got to that already. Okay. We will. So it looks like we got to all our text and stuff. So we'll move on. Did not talk about this. Skylar Thompson got jumped. If you don't know who Skylar Thompson is, he's like the third stringer for the Steelers. He's their third string quarterback. He got jumped in Dublin. Like on Friday night, people wanted to rob him, so they robbed him. I don't know if he had a chain on that they wanted to snatch, but either way, it's the first time we've heard about an incident regarding an NFL player in one of the countries where they play one of their either European games, or they played, of course, in Mexico City. They played in Brazil a couple times. I didn't know that Dublin would be the place. I didn't know that Skylar Thompson would be the player, but apparently he was in the wrong area. I guess he'll get asked about it once the Steelers have media availability when they're back in the country. But it's an upset that a third-string quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers gets jumped in Dublin, Ireland. I watched Skylar Thompson for a couple years in Miami. If I wouldn't put it past a Dolphin fan who was in Ireland to do it to him, considering what they had to watch at quarterback. But that's unfortunate that happened. It isn't even something you would consider. It's just because I don't think about NFL players getting jumped. I know it's always possible. I wouldn't have put Skylar Thompson on the list, though. I don't think it was targeted. I think we'll find out. I'm sure we'll find out later on how that came about. Because of all people on the Steelers, it was him. Did they know that he was an NFL player? I'm interested to see how that investigation goes. If he was targeted, or he just happened to be someone who looked vulnerable, so they went at him. The only real Texans news of consequence today, if you missed it, is that Cam Robinson's no longer a Texan. We will see if D'Amico Ryans is asked about it today, and if he explains why they made the move. He had lost his spot, so it's not surprising that they would try to make that move. But it is surprising to me that they seem to be okay with Blake Fisher being their swing tackle, unless I've missed it. I don't think Trent Brown is someone they are willing to elevate to that spot. Maybe he's ready to go. Maybe Trent Brown is someone they believe can be actually, what am I thinking? They released Trent Brown earlier this season, so it's not about Trent Brown. But I think he might be on the practice squad. So we'll see if Trent Brown becomes someone that is healthy enough and they think he can be their swing tackle going forward. But it won't be Cam Robinson anymore. He's done with the Texans. He is now a Brown. All right, we're done for the day. Rich Eisen is up next. Then Jeremy and Joe will follow him. Keep listening throughout the day. We're going to give away more tickets to the Cougs game. They got Texas Tech in town. It's them in their Houston blue uniforms, so they're going to want you to wear blue. And welcome the Red Raiders to town, and hopefully they leave with an L. The Cougs are trying to stay undefeated. So Jeremy and Joe will have tickets tomorrow. This show will have tickets. John and Lance will have tickets as well. So if you want to support the Cougs, this will be the week to do it. All right, since we're done for the day, AJ, what does that mean?
Shred up, Stroud!
For the first time all year, appropriate, that fourth quarter looked like 2023, CJ. Hopefully that continues. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Robin, we have seen Houston Powder Coaters work all over the city. The Ferris Wheel, Westside Tennis Club, the Waterway in the Woodlands. Now we're going to see it at NRG?
Yes, they have removable stadium seating that we are coating right now. So when you go there for your football games, for your concerts, for your monster jams, look for those seats and you see our work.
It's going to be beautiful, right?
It's going to be amazing.
So if I'm on the floor, I'm probably going to sit in a Houston Powder Coaters seat.
Yeah, so you will see our work up close and personal.
This will tell you something. If businesses all over this city are using Houston Powder Coaters, why shouldn't you? So if you want your patio furniture Houston Powder Coated, you need to do it now.
Yes, because it is a standard 4 to 5 week turnaround time, but if you need it expedited, we can do that for you as well.
We got parties coming up, holidays coming up. You want your patio furniture out there when the weather gets really hot.
Yes, don't delay. Call me today.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. Call Robin, 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
What's up, guys? Sean Mapes here. Prize Picks is the best way to win cash on your Texans this football season. Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your takes into cash all season long on Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the only app that offers stacks, meaning you can pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Want to pick more on Josh Allen's pass yards, rush yards, and touchdowns? Now you can have all of them in the same lineup, only on Prize Picks. You can now also follow other Prize Picks players directly on the app and copy their lineups in one click. Whether it's a friend, a celebrity, or just someone whose picks you like, hit the follow button and check out every lineup they create in the brand new Feed tab on Prize Picks. You can even follow me. Join the millions of users and sign up for America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. Just download the Prize Picks app today and use promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Put on your Dirndl and Lederhosen. This weekend is Oktoberfest on the Boardwalk. In ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 will be broadcasting live from the Kima Boardwalk this Saturday from noon to 2. Join us for beer, live music, and fun. Visit KimaBoardwalk.com for more info.
How old is your home? If it's 40 years or older, you might need a whole house repipe. Old pipes leak and corrode. This can damage your home and give you crappy quality water. Plus, old pipes can burst in freezing temperatures. You need Aqueduct Plumbing. They'll repipe a 1-story, 2-bath home for only $5,500. Even if your home is larger, they have great pricing. Aqueduct has done thousands of repipes. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com or call 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
If your business is growing and looking for working capital, funds to acquire a business or purchase equipment, Veritex Community Bank's lending team is standing by to help you navigate through the loan process. Visit VeritexBank.com for more details. That's VERITEX Bank.com. Member FDIC, subject to credit approval.
What's your name? ESPN 97.5, KFNC 97.9, HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Presented by Zadok Jewelers.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Let's do this.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
I got a lot of confidence in our rookie quarterback. I'm glad we got him.
Dart design run. Up the middle he goes to the 10 to the 5. Touchdown Giants. Jackson Dart.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. Today's guest, ESPN SportsCenter host Scott Van Pelt. Plus, your phone calls, latest injury news, and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Well, hey, everybody. Welcome to this edition of The Rich Eisen Show, live on Disney+, live on ESPN app everywhere, live on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance, live on Sirius XM Channel 80 every single day. Our podcast can be a way that you take in this show all 3 hours through the ESPN Pod Center, however you get your podcast. Overreaction Monday, Chris Brockman and I have already recorded the Week 4 episode in advance of the 2 Monday nights that we see on the family of networks of ESPN this evening with the Jets and the Dolphins and the Bengals and the Broncos still yet to be played. But Overreaction Monday is sitting in your RSS feed, or again, you can take in Overreaction Monday through our YouTube channel as well, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show, closing in on 1 million followers or subscribers there. Scott Van Pelt is going to join us in hour number 3 of this program to talk about what's going down in the National Football League through almost all 4 weeks. Obviously, he's going to have something to say about the Europeans taking care of the Americans in the Ryder Cup that was a little bit closer than, let's just put it this way, the U.S. turned out to be the object closer in the rearview mirror than it really appeared in the European scheme of things. So Scott's going to join us in hour number 3 of the program. Good to see you over there, Christopher. How are you?
Rich, great to see you, man. I'm well. How are you?
Chris Brockman sitting next to Mike Del Tufo, as always. Good to see you, Mike Del Tufo. TJ Jefferson, I guess you're doing well over there. Candles lit. So the vigil candle for your Mets over there. Oh, I'm sorry. How about them Cowboys?
Let's just get this out the way.
Oh,
yeah.
Mike, what we got today, Mike? Anything?
That doesn't matter. No,
there is no.
Is there one for a tie?
Yeah, it's like this. How about them Cowboys?
Okay, there you go.
You just get like a basic.
You want Mike to
Maybe I'll do it. How about them Cowboys?
Well done.
I register.
That's right. How about them Cowboys?
See, I can do it when it's something I really believe in.
Look at you, man. See you over there, TJ Jefferson.
What up, man?
Let's talk about the Cowboys and the Packers on Sunday Night Football. 40-40 tie, by the way.
ESPN on the screen.
Yeah, they played to, I guess,
Scorigami.
It was a scorigami. We've never seen that final score in the history of the National Football League. We've never seen a 40-40 tie before. I guess 40-40 is
Jay-Z's club.
Well, I guess it's Jay-Z's club, right? 40 homers, 40 stolen bases.
Shout out to Jose Canseco.
That's the score.
The
deuce score in tennis.
Right.
It did involve a love last night, too, right?
Come on now.
Listen. I don't know where the banner raise is for a 40-40 tie, but the Cowboys certainly played very well last night. No CeeDee Lamb, no Micah Parsons because he's playing for the other team, in case you didn't know. And they took care of Micah Parsons last night. Just 1 sack. It was a pretty big one. And 1 solo tackle, 2 assisted tackles, and that was it. A lot of holding penalties that weren't called, but Cowboys fans know that that's what Micah gets quite a bit. And this game looked over. 13-0. Line up for an extra point. Yada, yada, yada. It's 13-2. Brewers on top of the Rangers. And the Cowboys were awakened by that special teams play. As many teams throughout the NFL through 4 weeks have either been A, awakened by one, B, put to sleep by one, or C, just shocking the entire football viewing nation with a blocked kick of some sort, blocked punt. Special teams have yet to end, or at least block units on special teams have yet to enter the 2025 season in certain places. And let's take it one at a time here. Man, did the Cowboys need this one. They needed it because they're 1-2. They're coming off of that loss in which they lose CeeDee Lamb to a high ankle sprain on a running play where you, TJ Jefferson, were wondering what the hell were they doing in a running play here in Chicago with him, I guess, being a jack of all trades. Can we just put him in the slot or put him outside the numbers and let him go to work?
What are we doing?
And so when it's 13-0, I think this thing's a wrap. And it most certainly was not, as, Dak was getting it done on offense, and Dak had 319 passing yards and 3 passing touchdowns and a passer rating almost of 125. And the last quarterback in Dallas history with 300 or more passing yards, 3 or better passing touchdowns, 0 interceptions, and a rushing touchdown, which he had in this game. There's now a list of such a person. Dak Prescott, first of its kind last night. That's what Dak came up with in the so-called revenge game. That is what a leader does, with no CeeDee Lamb on top of it. And here's George Pickens having his breakout game as a Dallas Cowboy. 11 targets, 8 catches, 134 yards, and 2 scores. A lot of Steelers fans are sitting there saying that would be very helpful right around now, but hey, you're 3-1 with a win in Dublin, which we'll get to in this 3-hour program. Jake Ferguson had his first touchdown catch since the 2023 wild card loss to the Packers. He had 3 receiving touchdowns in that game. A lot of Cowboys fans don't remember that because of the final score was such a washout. I mean, Javonte Williams has got the running game going, and Brian Schottenheimer's a good coach, man. I mean, I think that's what this game has proven as well. I understand that there's 2 losses that stick out, and the one against Chicago is one that particularly hurts, as the, Cowboys came awfully close in Philadelphia and came up with that comeback win on the Giants and Russell Wilson in that 450-yard game from him. Cowboys are all over the map, which, by the way, a 500 team looks like. All over the map if they were only 500 through the first 4 games of this season. They and the Packers are now winless in their last 2. They're like a hockey squad. And so awfully close. Could have used, because for them to say, we traded Micah, for Jerry Jones to be able to say, we traded Micah, and guess what? We bottled him up, and Dak's the guy, and we won anyway, would have been so sweet for, obviously, the owner's suite and for the Cowboys as a whole. But wasn't meant to be, just a tie. And as for the Packers, they now, as we start, as always, here on this program about what we just saw and what it means down the road and what I think happened before we get to the nitty and the gritty of the Micah-Jerry Jones relationship. What the Packers just did last night is potentially forfeit a down-the-road possible sweep tiebreak over the Lions. Now, if they sweep the Lions by beating them on Thanksgiving Day in Detroit, which we know they can do because they, have done it. And so you'd think if they sweep the Lions, they're playing well enough to have a better record than the Lions. But this tie really sticks out, not just in the standings, but right now, had Green Bay won this game and said, we did become a better team with Micah Parsons. We did make the right move, and down the road, that may be proven correct in the same way that the Cowboys can be proven correct that they don't miss Micah and they can use the salary cap space and the draft choices they're getting from it to improve. And these are all just, as you know, week-to-week snapshots. But Green Bay, had they won this game, would be in first place in the NFC North due to their Week 1 win over the Lions, who have won every single game since losing in Green Bay. Badly, I might add. They're now a half game behind Detroit. That said, Jordan Love, in the same way that Dak performed admirably and well and valiantly in a rivalry game, 337 pass yards, 3 passing touchdowns, and 0 interceptions. He's now 10-0-1 in a starter where he's had a passer rating of 115 or better, as he had last night, 118.1. His 337 pass yards and 3 passing touchdowns were a season high. Romeo Doubs had all 3 touchdown catches. Matthew Golden is getting better. Jordan Love has a running attack behind him. And Tucker Kraft is becoming a viable tight end threat in this league. And the offensive line, despite the injuries, does appear to be able to keep Love upright and the running game cooking. So the Packers, definitely in the last 2 games, in Cleveland and in Dallas, didn't look like the team we saw in Green Bay. to start the season against the Lions and the Commanders. 2-1-1 is good enough. It's not great. Certainly not when you started 2-0. But they do have all of these young folks on offense who are, without a doubt, available on your waiver wire in fantasy, most of them, that Love knows very well and knows the system very well. And he just keeps on finding all of these players who you're sitting at home going, who is that? Who's that one burning for a first down? Who's that one making that catch? Who's that one trucking somebody? You know what I mean?
Oh, I know.
And so the Packers have a good team, a playoff team. The question is, do the Cowboys play consistently enough to be a playoff team? They do have the imagination on offense, honestly. And they do seem to be buying whatever Brian Schottenheimer is selling. And a lot of people thought, you know, Jerry was just cheaping out and hiring him to maintain the offensive continuity from the staff that Mike McCarthy put together. So the Cowboys are in the mix. The question is, can they play consistently enough to stay in it? And the Packers are in the mix. Can they play well enough to actually be in the mix for the NFC as a whole? That's my take coming off of the 40-40 tie. As for the Micah, Jerry Jones stuff, I'm telling you this is going to be put to bed for a while. It just is. Unless somebody does some sort of an expose on how really bat guano crazy it was. Because Micah didn't have... The one thing that Micah did that stands out was that sack of Dak in overtime when it looked like Dak was about to run it in and put Dallas on top by a touchdown in overtime, forcing Green Bay to have to go for a touchdown to just continue the game or maybe win it by going for two, which would have been crazy. That was a significant play
very much
by Micah. Certainly when everyone's gassed and he found another gear again to go chase him down from the other side of the field. Just proving again how, you know, Dallas could have won this game if they had Micah. Honestly, I don't know. I mean, would Love have been, you know, thrown for all that stuff? Who knows? Bottom line is this thing is 100% put to bed unless the Cowboys go on a run for the ages or the Packers go on a run for the ages. That's as far as I'm concerned here. Unless there's some sort of, as I said, book about it. Certainly not going to see a documentary on it that the Cowboys are helping produce.
What if I told you?
Unless they win without Micah. Let's play Jerry Jones' soundbite first, because you know he was available after the game.
He was available before the game.
Well, I mean, it was kind of a setup. I don't know why
during the game, Chris.
I don't know anybody asked him why he paid Dak instead of Micah, because it's a quarterback-driven league. I can give you the answer before you even hear the soundbite. It's a quarterback-driven league, and didn't you see what Dak did last night?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And Dak, when you have a quarterback who can do what Dak does, you pay him
handsomely.
Yes, he even won I think he even won a playoff game by that point when he had a contract, as opposed to some other people who were making 50-some-odd million a year. At any rate, this was the answer to that question.
It's very simple. Right. Dak was indispensable in my mind. Right. And so, yes. And Michael wasn't.
How bad did you feel?
So, I mean, it's just numbers. It's that easy. And that's not personal at all. It's just that without Dak and without that experience he's got and without the leadership and all of those kinds of things, last year I decided that we need to make him the highest paid, I think, offensive coordinator. I believe that held it for a little while there. But the numbers weren't there with Michael.
Numbers weren't there with Micah. I mean, okay. And now Micah Parsons talking about this revenge game and whether Jerry reached out to him or not and all that sort of business throughout the entire process.
All in all, the emotions for me, being in Dallas went away the moment they traded me. I think, I even told D.Y., I said, understanding, the people that you're around. Like when Goody told me that he was trading for me, he said, let me call Kenny before it breaks. The importance of the organization and that, like, I didn't even get to talk to my owner, the person that drafted me. I found out through my agent. Like, I just feel like, so to me, that emotion side was pointless because the same way he called me in his office as a man, he couldn't tell me as a man. So to me, that emotion side was gone. It was more about a respect factor at this point.
Listen, I would play you the soundbite about Jerry Jones being asked about not communicating with Micah. His answer was like, it would have been disrespectful, or it's inappropriate to talk to a player the week of the game. Nobody was talking to Jerry, meaning about the week of the game. You're talking about throughout this entire process when Micah said you didn't reach out during the summer and all that stuff. And of course, as Micah's saying, just at least call me up and say, you be the one to tell me it's over. Now you know why I'm saying this thing's played. It's played out. Like, do you really want to hear any more about this? Does anybody out there want to hear anything more about this sort of thing? No. The Cowboys are 1-2-1. The Packers are 2-1-1. That's all that matters right now. Am I wrong? TJ, do you want to hear more about it as a Cowboy fan?
I don't want to hear about half the things about Dallas that we hear about, and yet we do. It's not about what I want. It's about what makes people turn the channel and watch. And
well, I don't. I'm done with it.
Right?
I'm done with it unless there's something completely new that we don't know about that actually indicates whether one team can no longer be run properly or the other team overpaid for somebody because X, Y, and Z is going on, but behind the scenes, I'm uninterested. Over. This thing's done with, unless they play each other in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean,
now we're talking.
Right.
Well, Rich, now that it's over and we're turning the page, does that mean that we can finally delete this drop?
Maca.
Done, right?
No.
Mikey, you're going to get rid of it, right, bro?
No. Does he know?
It's going to be embellished, Rich. Like how Steve Harvey would say.
Can't.
That's not going anywhere.
No.
You know, you are the worst.
Hold on a second.
You really are.
Wait. The Packers, hold on a second. The Packers still have a guy named Micah, right?
Maca.
Yeah, and Parsons isn't going anywhere.
This one could go away.
Bye. No.
The Jerry Jones one could go.
Who knows?
That could go away.
I mean, look,
it's already done with.
If Seth Wickersham wants to do a deep dive and take us inside the meeting that blew up the deal,
we've already seen that.
I'm kind of into that.
I mean, Green Bay's on a bye right now. They're 2-1-1. You know what happens when they come off the bye home against Cincinnati? You know, you know what I mean? Like, let's see what happens down the road. What happens with Green Bay? What is Micah going to be able to run down Kyler Murray enough? What happens when the next big game is a revenge game for somebody against the Packers in Aaron Rodgers? That's a big one. You're going to put Aaron Rodgers on his behind because he's currently leading the NFC North by 2 games. I mean, the AFC North by 2 games. He's the king of the AFC North now. The once upon a time king of the NFC North.
Here, Coach.
What's going to happen with Bryce Young? You're going to take care of the Panthers when you're supposed to beat the Panthers? Like, what happens when you've got Jalen Hurts coming into your house on a Monday night? That's what matters now. And then for the Dallas Cowboys, you might bring it up if they have trouble with a pass rush, but last night they were rushing 4 against Love and getting some pressure. Jadeveon Clowney came up with a big fumble. Well, he's part of a forced fumble and fumble recovery on Jordan Love.
The problem is,
so I just want to put this thing to bed right now, man.
Yeah, we can say the Micah thing, but our problem still is when you've got Romeo Doubs scoring 3 touchdowns. Like you would have thought I was a Capulet the way I hated Romeo last night.
Wow. Like clapping Shakespeare references.
Like, come on.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow. At last, poor Micah. I knew him well.
I thought I did.
To win or not to win.
Look at this. Well, actually,
to tie
or not to tie. Which, by the way, leads me to the next thing before we go to our first break here.
That's not from Romeo and Juliet, Mike, but that's okay.
It's okay.
I know.
Neither was my reference as well.
Yeah,
my reference is from Macbeth.
Yeah, I just wanted to dump on Mike.
Good enough.
Yeah, because he deserves it.
The tie game. Nobody wants it. Nobody wants it. Nobody wants it. Certainly not Dak. Dak, I think, in fact, said as much after the game. Who wants a tie? Certainly not Dak Prescott.
You don't play the game for ties.
No, you don't.
I've told y'all before, I don't care about the stats. I don't care about the ups and downs, the ebbs and flows. I just care about the end result and the win. And so when you don't get that, right now it's tough for me. Guess 10 years in, the first tie I've been a part of, it's hard to kind of wrap my head around it because I know I'd feel a hell of a lot worse if it was a loss. But I'm not satisfied. Not that I would be if we won, but it's a weird feeling.
You know what doesn't want to tie either? I don't believe Dick Vitale wants to tie either.
No, definitely not.
Dickie V chimed in on this, and you showed me this during the Overreaction Monday podcast, right?
I was scrolling last night, and Dickie V, if we want to put it up, Dickie V chimed in.
Oh, really so disappointed. After watching for about 4 hours, it ends in a 40-40 tie. The NFL Rules Committee must come up with a rule that ultimately determines a winner. That's all caps.
All caps winner.
Both teams played with great passion and intensity, and the QBs were fantastic. You know what ties are not? They're not awesome with a capital A.
No. Awesome, baby.
They're not.
Mitch Eisen is awesome, baby, with a capital A.
I'm not a tie. I'm awesome. You know what's not awesome? Ties in the NFL.
You ain't wearing one today?
We got to fix this.
Yeah.
I think it's time to get rid of the tie. I said this on Overreaction, and I think it's time. This is ridiculous.
Jerry Jones was talking about the game being great for the NFL in America. How? Hit it.
That game was probably a great game for the NFL as far as a showcase for the game and competition because you had outstanding quarterback play. You had some very talented people out there playing. You certainly had one of the most expensive players in the history of the NFL out there playing. And so I guess everybody was going to take a look tonight and decide, is he worth all that?
Jerry, what do you make of the third
Take a look.
Oh, boy.
I mean,
he won't. It's not over for him.
No, there ain't no page getting turned, man.
Wow.
Hey, listen, he's paying Dak $60 million a year. Did you know that?
Well, I know because he mentions it almost every time the mic's in front
Let me just say this about ties. They suck. Nobody wants them. Nobody wants them. The defenses were gassed, though. You saw it at the end of overtime. But Micah found a reserve to sack Dak, and the Cowboys almost got out of there with a win because Jordan Love and the Packers damn near took every last second off the clock to throw one more interception before they brought McManus out there for the game-tying field goal. Here's my response. You can't have double overtime in the regular season. You just simply can't. The Packers have a bye this week. The Cowboys have got to go visit the Jets. And to their benefit, the Jets are coming off of an actual shorter week.
Yeah.
Because the Jets are playing in Miami on Monday night. The Cowboys just finished up, got to bed probably 2 a.m. their time in Dallas. You can't have double overtime games in the regular season. You simply can't. I understand that regular season games mean a lot in the NFL. I get it. But
yeah, the way this tie is going to mess up so many playoff.
That's what I
know that. And
week 11,
it's difficult for fans to follow, and it makes no sense. And we, as fans, we were told there would be no math.
Yeah,
and so all I'm saying is this: love the new overtime rule, where whoever gets the ball first, if they score a touchdown, the other team gets a chance to match that. Now, that was new to this year. It was new to the playoffs in previous years. They made it new to the regular season this year. My problem when they made that rule, had I been in the competition committee, as I think I should be as a voice of the fan, that I would say you've got to make the overtime period longer. So one team gets a possession. That's about it. If there are trades of possessions, as there was between the Giants and the Cowboys, by the way, just 2 weeks ago. I get it. They're now 2 for 2 with overtime games in the Metroplex this year. So I understand what I'm saying isn't the case every time. I think it's going to be more likely than not we see an overtime like the one we saw last night, where it's just one team gets one possession, the other team gets another possession, and you're going to get more ties than not unless you extend the overtime period. Give me 5 more minutes. Make it the same length of time as an actual quarter. Not 10 minutes, 15 minutes. That way, it's not. That way, you're going to actually have to start to think about whether you relinquish the ball to start overtime, as every team is going to do right now under the current overtime rules, because they want to know exactly how many downs that they can possibly play with, knowing the score when they get the ball second. And nobody wants to tie. It was great for the NFL. Yes, Sunday Night Football ratings probably through the roof. Packers, Cowboys, Micah Parsons back in Dallas, going into overtime, 40-40, scoregami.
Yeah,
Sure.
You're signing up for that.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. But at the end of the day,
got to have a winner.
We are all unsatisfied. From all of us to Dick Vitale. What's up, Dickie V? Put me on the competition committee, A. B, give me 5 more minutes. What's 5 more minutes? You're not going to
5 minutes of game time is more like 30 of real time.
Give me 5 more minutes of game time. 5 more minutes of game time. That's all. If you're going to change the regular season overtime rules to match the postseason ones, where a touchdown in the first possession on offense doesn't wrap it up, give me 5 more minutes. Otherwise, you're going to get more ties, I think. And one last factoid here before we throw to break. Nice long first segment here on this Monday. Cooper.
And another thing, Vonnegut.
Cooper, my 14-year-old boy.
A boy.
He asked me, Dad, how many teams have won the Super Bowl with a tie in their regular season record? I said, Coop, that's a good question.
Great question.
I reached out to NFL Network Research. I found out there's only been 3.
I like this stat, yeah.
Only been 3. And the last team to do it were the 10-3-1 Pittsburgh Steelers in 1974. The Colts in 1970 were 11-2-1. And the Packers in the first ever Super Bowl win, 9-4-1. That's it. As a matter of fact, the Dallas Cowboys came up with their first ever regular season tie last night. Did you know that?
I did not know.
Did you that leaves only one team who's never tied ever? Your New England Patriots.
No way.
Wow. Never had a tie. Ever.
We're Patriots. We win stuff.
I'm giving out tie facts even though I can't stand them because I'm a professional.
You know what's funny? The Steelers, that tie came in week 2 against the Broncos. Also really high scoring, 35-35.
There you go. No more ties. No more talking about Micah leaving Dallas anymore. I don't want to hear it anymore.
Yeah, delete it, Mike.
Unless it's beneficial to me.
Of course.
Can't wait to talk a little bit of baseball. I wonder whose teams in this room made it and whose did not. Scott Van Pelt, hour number 3. Don't go anywhere. We're off and running here on this Monday, week 4, prior to Monday Night Football, doubleheader edition of the Rich Eisen Show.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory. One of the largest comebacks in college football history.
ServPro. Like it never even happened.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football. It's a pepper thing.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more in back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief. I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Turn things all the way up and find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy.
Hi, I'm Danny Clark, owner of Collectors Firearms. We're celebrating our 50th year in business, and we would like to invite you to come see our 12,000 guns in stock. Don't let the name fool you. We carry all the latest and greatest guns, in addition to the antiques and collectibles. We even have a tank right out front. Have you been putting off cleaning your guns? Bring them to us, and we will give you a basic cleaning free of charge while you wait. Come see us at Westheimer at Voss, CollectorsFirearms.com. That's CollectorsFirearms.com.
The annual Katie Rice Harvest Festival is happening October 11th and 12th in Katy Historic Town Square. Check out country music artists like Sawyer Brown, Kylie Fry, and more performing free outdoor concerts. Plus, the carnival is back. Get all day or weekend unlimited ride carnival passes now. For the adults, visit the Sports Zone and enjoy adult bevs while you watch the big rivalry game between Texas and Oklahoma on Saturday. Get advance tickets and carnival passes now at KatieRiceHarvestFestival.com. That's KatieRiceHarvestFestival.com.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer, and guess what? We are still buying houses at fair prices. If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we are doing two things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Get in on exciting gaming action at La Berge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 pen play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to La Berge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Greeks have been tailgating since the first Olympics, so you know Nico Nico's is the best for game day eats. Their new game day packs bring authentic Mediterranean flavors to your watch parties and tailgates, designed for easy online ordering and delivered right to your door. And with the holidays coming fast, from Halloween to Thanksgiving and Christmas, their full catering menu makes every celebration stress-free. Check out the catering menu online at niconicos.com/catering or call 713-528-0966 today.
Sir, ESPN Radio is back on the air, presented by Progressive Insurance. See why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive to stay protected on the road. See for yourself at Progressive.com. So, previously on the Rich Eisen show, I keep telling you, I don't mind if I'm wrong. I just don't, okay? Again, Jake Browning tonight could get washed out in Denver, and I'm like, hey, the season's not over with Jake Browning for the Bengals. And they'll be 0-2, and everyone's going to be saying, what about Kirk Cousins? Can they go ahead and get Kirk Cousins? Maybe, certainly if Jackson Dart continues to do what he's doing in New York, would Russell Wilson be a better option for the Bengals? Yada, yada, yada. Long season. We're still marathoning, not sprinting. That said, if I get something right, I talk about it too. Even if I had to go higher register on our Thursday programs, we have a segment called Higher Register, if you're new to us around here. Because we've always noticed, and maybe you've noticed with your friends, family, whatever, whenever somebody goes Higher Register to tell you something, it's because they don't fully believe it. They have to go Higher Register to kind of believe what they're saying. I mean, I don't know what I'm saying? Oh, God. Here was my Higher Register last Thursday on the program. We're going to find out on Sunday against the Ravens. I think the Chiefs might have turned a corner. Oh. Just saying. I think the Chiefs turned a corner last week. Mm-hmm. You know, they came out, they started throwing around. I mean, Tyquan Thornton made a couple catches. Oh. You know, now we're hearing Xavier Worthy's going to be back. Oh. Right around the corner, here's Rashee Rice. You know who actually scored a touchdown? Kareem Hunt scored a touchdown. You got a rushing touchdown from this team. So I think the Chiefs turned a corner on Sunday Night Football. And we're going to see it against the Ravens. I mean, I remember going Higher Register about that. I forgot about Tyquan Thornton being name checked. Who scored a touchdown yesterday? Yeah. Tyquan Thornton. Oh, and of course I mentioned Xavier Worthy coming back. Xavier Worthy led the team in rushing and receiving. He was everywhere. You know who was everywhere as well? You know who was there everywhere as well? The defense. The Chiefs' defense on the Baltimore Ravens. They were absolutely everywhere. And they've now had 2 takeaways in each of their last 2 games. 0 in weeks 1 and 2, and they didn't win. Last 2 weeks, wins. Mahomes, 4 touchdown passes, 18th career game for him. Broke a tie from most by a player in his first 10 career seasons in the NFL. He reached 250 career passing touchdowns in week 4. Broke Dan Marino's record for youngest player to do that. He's now 11 days north of 30. First Chiefs player to ever hit that mark. Most team points for the Chiefs since week 3, 2023. Most passing touchdowns for Mahomes since week 7 of that season. Best passer rating since the final game of last year when things were cooking for them going into the playoffs. Back to 500. And the Giants did the Chiefs a favor, maybe by sparking the flame in week 3 on Sunday night and then starting Jackson Dart against the Chargers in week 4, handing the Chargers their first loss of the season. And the Raiders lose to the Bears on having a field goal blocked at the end, which, by the way, I think describes half the league at one point in the first 4 weeks.
Another one.
And, you know, the Chiefs will be rooting for the Bengals tonight. Otherwise, they'll have company at 2-2, just 1.5 games behind the Chargers. So the West, they take a big step forward, and they also beat the Ravens, beat them up. My goodness gracious, did they beat them up? We're waiting to hear just how badly hurt Lamar Jackson's hamstring is. Worthy looked spry. Rashee Rice is around the corner, and Patrick Mahomes is at the podium just saying they're getting better.
Yeah, I mean, obviously when you have success, it's just we've been working extremely hard, and we want to have success, and we've been just making little mistakes here and there, and that causes frustration. But at the same time, we've been learning from them, and we'll learn from this game. I mean, I think early in the game, you saw the one to Juju that got tipped at the line of scrimmage, and then the other field goal that we had. I mean, there's stuff that you can learn from every game, win or loss, and I think I've been proud of the guys and how they've responded and want to be even better every single week.
That's right. 2-2. Kelsey's going to get better. I wish they would have a better running game. Xavier Worthy can't lead the team in rushing. Let's get Pacheco getting 75 yards, 80. This is not fantasy. I don't have him in any of those leagues that I'm in. And Kareem Hunt, let's get him cooking. Let's get a little bit more balanced here. But Rashee Rice, they're now 2 games away from getting him back. 2 more games. They're at Jacksonville on a Monday nighter next week on ESPN. And then after that, a big Sunday night home date with Detroit, which will be another measuring stick game. And Jacksonville's been taking the ball away from everybody that they've been playing. Just ask the San Francisco 49ers as they are coming back from that big win in Santa Clara, handing the Niners their first loss of the season. So not out of the woods yet, but turning a corner, you bet. You bet. Let's get things a little bit more balanced on offense for my taste. And defensively, man, Chris Jones was at a family funeral. You saw he was crying during the national anthem. He showed up. That defense was everywhere. And the offense did its job. As for the Ravens, they're 1-3. and I know that there's a lot of panic set in the Mid-Atlantic area. The key thing is, how is Lamar today? I know Derrick Henry was held to less than 50 yards rushing again. Third straight game in that department after 169 in Buffalo in week 1. And it's the longest streak for Henry in that regard since weeks 11 through 13 in 2018 with the Titans. And I know that Lamar's hamstring injuries got people freaked out because Cooper Rush is not. I mean, maybe he can do what he did for Dallas when Dak was out.
Hold you over
hold you over for a little bit. And people are freaking out because the 17-point loss was the second largest in the starting career of Lamar Jackson, who again got knocked out of the game. And the Chiefs' defense did its job against a marauding offense. 131 points in the first 4 games for the Ravens through 2025 is the second most through 4 games by a team with a losing record. So people are kind of freaked out about it. And the reason to really freak out about it is how hurt they are. On the defensive line, they put Nnamdi Madubuike and Broderick Washington Jr. on the IR over the weekend, and then lost Roquan Smith, Marlon Humphrey, Nate Wiggins in the game. Ronnie Stanley went out also at one point. Everyone's just looking around and going, what the hell's going on? This is what John Harbaugh had to say afterwards.
I haven't really thought about that. I don't know the answer to that. I just know that this is our circumstance right now. This is what we're going to have to deal with. Like I told the guys before, and I told the guys after the game, I respect our guys. I respect our players. I respect our coaches. I know that we're going to go to work, and there's football to be played, and there's a division to be won, and we've got to find a way to become good enough to win it, so it's a long season, and but short term, it's a challenge right now. Our focus is on the Houston Texans game. That's what we've got to get locked in for, really, and find a way to play the kind of football game that we're going to need to play to win.
Okay, so here's how it works here on out for the Baltimore Ravens. Because you're just 1-3, you're marathoning, you're not sprinting, you're 1-0 in division. Keep that in mind, okay? Keep that in mind. Your next home game is against the Houston Texans, who put it together against the 0-4 Titans. We'll find out how fugazi it is or not. Woody Marks looked terrific running the football and catching it for an offense that finally got a clean sheet game from C.J. Stroud. We'll see how they can carry it over into Baltimore. Then comes a Rams team that could steamroll them if they're still banged up on defense. Let's just say they're 2-4 going into the bye. You tell me if they come out healthy and play like the Ravens have in previous years, they can't go on a run. Home for Chicago, at Miami, at Minnesota, at Cleveland, home for the Jets, home for Cincinnati, home for Pittsburgh, at Cincinnati, home for New England, at Green Bay, at Pittsburgh. They can go on a run and win the division. The problem would be is what happens if they do advance off of that wild card weekend game at home. They'd have to probably go to Kansas City or Buffalo next because they just lost to them both. Can they go in there healthy and beat those teams? They can. The road has gotten tougher through the first 4 weeks. Injury-wise, tiebreaker-wise. But the season's not over for them. They're too damn talented for that to be a consideration. In my mind, just yet.
We're not worried about Derrick Henry yet? That's 2 clunkers in a row?
I'm not. I'm just not. I'm not. Browns defense is no joke. The Kansas City defense has turned it around, and that Detroit defense is no joke either. It's just usually they're used to pushing people around on that in the trenches, and Lamar being better than your quarterback by a significant margin. That hasn't happened yet. Just 4 games, just a quarter of the season. You're 1-0 in division. That's the way through. And if you think Pittsburgh is just going to start boat racing people, and the Bengals with Jake Browning is going to start winning a ton of games, then they're in trouble. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Don't you go anywhere. Jackson Dart with quite the performance in New York City / Bills fans, New Jersey.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees, and it should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee. Included with every tire purchase with paid installation, you'll pay nothing for flat repairs, nada for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles, and zero for other preventative maintenance. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's a limited lifetime tire guarantee only at Midas.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
Are you size conscious? We can make you bigger. At the Erection and Enhancement Center in the Woodlands, get more girth with HA fillers starting at $2,500 or PMMA filler for $59.99. Gain 1 to 2 inches in girth. Financing available. Go to ErectionCenter.com. That's ErectionCenter.com. Or call or text 972-355-3771. That's 972-355-3771. Get started today and get results immediately.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more and back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief.
Hi, I'm Danny Clark, owner of Collectors Firearms. We're celebrating our 50th year in business, and we would like to invite you to come see our 12,000 guns in stock. Don't let the name fool you. We carry all the latest and greatest guns, in addition to the antiques and collectibles. We even have a tank right out front. Have you been putting off cleaning your guns? Bring them to us and we will give you a basic cleaning free of charge while you wait. Come see us at Westheimer at Voss, CollectorsFirearms.com. That's CollectorsFirearms.com.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. Allstate Windows and Siding knows what matters to Houstonians. That's why they're dedicated to earning your trust and giving you great value and service. Allstate Windows and Siding offers top quality products that protect your home from the toughest weather while saving you up to 40% on your energy bills. And right now they're offering 30% off windows and $2,500 off of complete siding jobs. Call 832-204-1936 to take advantage today. Call for your estimate, 832-204-1936, or go to allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
Put on your Durndl and Lederhosen. This weekend is Oktoberfest on the Boardwalk. And ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 will be broadcasting live from the Kemah Boardwalk this Saturday from noon to 2. Join us for beer, live music, and fun. Visit KemahBoardwalk.com for more info.
The most anticipated event of the year has arrived. That's right, it's Truck Month at Monument Chevrolet. With employee pricing on Silverado 1500s plus an unbelievably low 2.9% interest rate for 72 months. This is your opportunity to get the truck you deserve. With over 50 years in business, Monument Chevrolet makes buying simple. No gimmicks, just honest deals. Swing by Beltway 8 and 225 or visit monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
The actual one.
Hey.
Back on the Rich Eisen Show, everybody. Hey, let me tell you about Sonos. Susan and I have Sonos speakers and its system in our house. It is awesome. You can listen to anything pretty much anywhere in your home thanks to Sonos with studio quality sound. It makes you feel like you're right in the stadium. Whether you're cheering on your team, bringing your favorite show, or listening to the hottest songs to your home, Sonos fills every room in your house with incredible sound. Setup is easy. Just plug in, open the Sonos app, boom, you are ready to go. Want stadium quality sound at home like me? That's a rhetorical question. Sure you do. Explore sound bars, speakers, and more at Sonos.com. Sonos, they look as good as they sound. And trust me, I know. It's in my house. Jackson Dart, everybody.
Oh, yes.
Hey. I'm like, the Giants are crazy to start them against the Chargers. And Brian Daboll says, call me crazy. I'm doing it. And guess what Jackson Dart does? Jackson Dart leads the team down the field and starts the game with a touchdown drive of 89 yards in length. So and good. He caps it off by running it in himself. Ran it in himself. Look at Jackson Dart running it in. And takes a 7-0 lead on the Los Angeles Chargers by becoming the first quarterback to lead their team to an 80-yard touchdown drive or longer on their first drive of their first career start since Patrick Mahomes did it. That's right, Giants fans. You've got Patrick Mahomes at quarterback.
Well, that's not
for one game.
Yeah, that's the headline.
For one game. Last rookie quarterback to beat a team 3-0 or better in his first career start since Phil Simms did it.
Oh, yeah. 79.
In 1979.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Giants fans. You've got a Super Bowl winning quarterback like Jackson Dart. Let's go. Giants fans need this. Because they also can't have fully nice things. Malik Neighbors has to blow his knee out. Jumping off the MetLife turf. Just check out Odell Beckham Jr.'s X feed on what he thinks about that turf. That's a monster there.
Oh, yeah.
That's being carted off along with, I guess, the turf. That doesn't help moving forward. But what a win. Taking down the Chargers, who looked superb for the first 3 weeks, go across the country. They lose Joe Alt getting carted off. We'll see how serious that is. Doesn't look good. They already lost for Sean Slater. Justin Herbert throws a couple interceptions because this is what the Giants need to do. Just score touchdowns. Don't turn it over. Let the defense do the rest. That's the formula. And that's Sexy Dexy.
Sexy Dex.
Damn near throwing it, putting it in the end zone. That's what you need to do.
We talking playoffs or what?
I don't know. Obviously. But this is what they needed to do with Jackson Dart, is to come up with a win. Don't go 0-4. Now, they go to New Orleans next. Ooh. They could go 2-3. Oh, yeah. They could go 2-3 and have an opportunity to do something nobody thought they could do, which is get back to 500. And this is what the Giants wanted to have happen with Jackson Dart. He doesn't look overwhelmed. He does bring the swagger. He doesn't turn it over. He doesn't make the mistakes. He lets the defense do the rest. Check the box and do it against a 3-0 team of the Chargers that look like world beaters. Back on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance in a second.
Progressive knows there are two things RV owners love: to travel and relax. And they like to take both nice and slow. Just like this commercial. And what's more relaxing than the peace of mind knowing their RV is protected by Progressive? Now here comes the fast part. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidde Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidde helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Number one claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidde 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition product.
Hey, why do people always put off minor plumbing problems? Are they afraid a dishonest company is going to try to rip them off? Don't be scared. We all done this. So work with Aqueduct Plumbing. They're straight shooters and take care of the 97.5 listeners. Listen, plumbing problems usually start out small and get bigger and then more expensive. So have Aqueduct Plumbing come out to your home at the first sign of an issue. Check them out at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
The annual Katy Rice Harvest Festival is happening October 11th and 12th in Katy Historic Town Square. Check out country music artists like Sawyer Brown, Kylie Fry, and more performing free outdoor concerts. Plus, the carnival is back. Get all day or weekend unlimited ride carnival passes now. For the adults, visit the Sports Zone and enjoy adult bevs while you watch the big rivalry game between Texas and Oklahoma on Saturday. Get advance tickets and carnival passes now at KatyRiceHarvestFestival.com. That's KatyRiceHarvestFestival.com.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer, and guess what? We are still buying houses at fair prices. If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we are doing 2 things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even bought my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Celebrate the art of watchmaking at Zadig Jewelers Watchtoberfest, October 3rd and 4th from 10 to 6. Discover 2025's newest watch debuts and global novelties featuring collections from more than 25 of the world's most prestigious brands, all under one roof. Enjoy Oktoberfest-inspired bites, craft beer, and specialty coffee while you browse. Plus, Saturday brings a supercar showcase with Indigo Auto Group and a pet adoption with Katie's foster fam. Zadig Jewelers Watchtoberfest, October 3rd and 4th, Zadig.com. What's up, Houston? Lance Zerline here. Listen, if you're looking for a spot to catch a game, hit up Aranda's Sports Bar. Ice cold beers, killer tacos, and big screens blasting every home game. Since 1981, Aranda's has been bringing that authentic Mexican vibe, now with the sports twist. Cheer with friends, savor the bites, and feel the energy. Plus, stay late with epic drink specials that keep the party going. Aranda's Sports Bar, your Houston spot for epic sports and bold flavors. Head on over and get loud today.
Listen up. ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston. A Gal Media station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Let's do this.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
I got a lot of confidence in our rookie quarterback. I'm glad we got him.
Dark design run. Up the middle he goes to the tank to the front. Touchdown,
from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. Today's guest, ESPN SportsCenter host Scott Van Pelt. Plus, your phone calls, latest injury news, and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial here on the program. All phone lines are lit. We're about to take your phone call. Scott Van Pelt joining us in hour number 3. He's winging it right now as we speak to New York City, where he and the rest of the ESPN Countdown crew will be manning the fort for 2 games tonight. Jets and Dolphins for the right to not be 0-4, and the 2-1 Cincinnati Bengals taking on the 1-2 Denver Broncos. I think obviously we know what's at stake between the Jets and the Dolphins this evening. You don't want to be 0-4. It's
loser leaves town.
Pretty much, Just ask the Titans, how does 0-4 feel? It does not taste very well. And, Aaron Glenn's just knew the conversation about Mike McDaniel's tenure would only get hotter if they lose to the Jets at home. That would be 2 home division losses to start the season for the Miami Dolphins. That's what's at stake there. The Bengals don't want to cough up their 2-0 start right away in their first 2 games without Joe Burrow. That's for sure. They'd love to reverse course from what we saw in Minnesota in the first start for Jake Browning. That's for sure. And the Denver Broncos, owners of currently the wildest statistic in the National Football League right now, entering tonight's game, the grand total of minutes on the clock in which they have trailed in the fourth quarter is 0.00. They have not trailed at all in the fourth quarter this year. And
so absurd.
They're 1-2.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
0.0.
Full Blutarski on the clock. No minutes and no seconds. Every single game, they've either been tied or they were ahead and lost at the final buzzer or gun, whatever you want to say. So the Broncos would love to just, lead in the fourth quarter and win, just like they did in home against Tennessee. Their last 2 games at Indianapolis, at the Chargers. They lost with no time left on the clock. So that's what's at stake tonight. We shall see what happens on ESPN and ABC. 2 networks, 2 games. And it's not like the previous one where they're standalones.
Yeah. Staggered.
First up is Jets and Dolphins, and then an hour plus later it will be the Bengals and the Broncos on Monday night. Here on Disney Plus right now, the ESPN app everywhere, and ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. We say hello to those listening on Sirius XM Channel 80 or our podcast. All 3 hours are available throughout the days. By downloading our pod, which we're very excited about. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. David in Ohio. Let's take David's call. What's up, David?
Hey, Rich, thanks for taking the call. Last night during the Dallas and Green Bay game, do you think when Jerry Jones met Micah when he was in his Green Bay uniform, do you think he, reach out his hand, shake his hand, and Micah's like, let me talk to my agent real quick before I do this.
Ladies and gentlemen, that'd have been great. David in Ohio, well done. 2 drink minimum. Please tip your waitress. Oh, and he's out. He's out. He's out.
One joke.
Mic drop and gone. Okay, very good.
Micah drop.
Hey, a Micah drop. Look at you.
Micah.
You should leave. I want you to stay, but I think you should leave now. Full Costanza walkout right there. A Micah drop. Okay. Okay. Damn, man, you almost had it last night. We talked about it at length in hour number 1 of the program.
Wait, maybe I should say this for overreaction, but did Jerry Jones win the trade?
Please save that for tomorrow. Please do. Please do. Please do.
Okay.
Please do. Please do. That's for Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday.
Okay.
Please save that. In the meantime, though, there's Overreaction Monday, the podcast. It's been out in your RSS feed or youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show for about an hour now. So take it in whenever you have the time. We'd appreciate it. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Terrence in Cleveland, Ohio, where the Guardians have won the American League Central Division despite being dead and buried. What's going on, Terrence?
Oh, Rich, thank God for the Cleveland Guardians.
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, September in Cleveland would have been dismal with the football that's going on. I don't know if you know this about Cleveland in October, but in Cleveland in October, baseball is life. The Guardians are good.
They are.
They're real good. I thank God for the Guardians. Wasn't exciting. If anyone wants to feel goosebumps getting ready for the playoff baseball, regardless of the team, listen to Tom Hamilton's call of Brian Rocchio hitting that walk-off home run yesterday. It will get you running through a brick wall ready for tomorrow.
I will tell you this, Terrence, speaking on behalf of Yankee fans, if I may, I don't want to see them.
No.
I saw enough of them last year, man. That's all they do is put the ball in play. That's all they do. They put the ball in play and put the pressure on you to throw strikes and get them out. Yep. It's that simple.
And if you got J-Ram batting third, I mean, we're just the luckiest fans in the damn world.
Dude, no doubt. And then, your Browns at some point will turn it around. Quinshon Judkins is really good.
I have something to talk about the Browns. All right. Let me
Come on,
something to get off my chest.
Let's go.
Quarterback stability? Well, now let me see. As a Browns fan, I don't have any idea what that means. I know what you think it means, Sonny. To me, they're just made-up words. Front office words so that fellas like Paul DePodesta can wear a suit and tie and have a job. What do you really want to know, Rich? Am I sorry for being a Browns fan? Not a day goes by I don't feel regret. Not because of 1-31 or the Deshaun Watson trade, because you think I should. Look back on the way I was in 1999, a young, stupid kid who committed to this terrible franchise. I want to talk to him. I want to try to talk some sense to him, tell him the way things are. But I can't now. That kid's long gone, and this old man's all that's left. I've got to live with that. Quarterback stability? They're just BS words. So you go on and start Dylan Gabriel, Sonny, and stop wasting my time. Because the truth, I don't give a crap.
Wow. Terrence in Cleveland.
Phenomenal.
Going full Shawshank on us. Well done, Terrence in Cleveland.
Ladies with John Tova, Rich.
Attaboy. Thank you. Right back at you. Wow. So much being made of Shedeur Sanders' body language during that game yesterday. You seen that?
I didn't really watch any of that one. What was it?
He was just standing there looking like, when are you going to put me in the game,
arms
Coach?
Folded. Yeah.
Ready.
Yeah.
That.
Yeah.
Well, he's the third string, so.
Well, but it's just, what do you want him to do?
Everybody's a body language expert.
Guess what?
Yeah, that's true.
Let me ask you about
something for half a second, and you know everything.
What do you want him to do?
He wants to play.
Guess what? Guess what would be worse? What would be worse? Yucking it up? Would yucking it up be worse?
Yeah, imagine
if you're body language police.
Yeah, not when you're down three scores.
Reading a cutaway
he's
of a camera,
giggling, and
a camera cutaway, right?
Yeah.
He's giggling it up while the Lions are spanking Flacco.
Spanking Flacco?
Spanking Flacco, by the way.
Well, that's like a ska band from the 90s.
No, actually what it was the original title of Chasing Amy.
That's pretty good, too. Spanking. We get Kevin Smith on that?
Yeah, get Kevin Smith on Spanking Flacco.
Pretty funny.
Well, what's a kid supposed to do?
Remember a few years ago,
seriously.
Remember the quarterback Derek Anderson, Chris?
Yeah, DA.
They were losing a game like 20.
I remember that.
He was sitting there smiling,
Keep
and they
going.
got on him.
Remember that?
He was like, "What am I?" People can't win for losing here sometimes. It's just ridiculous.
What's he supposed to do?
Exactly. He's got the headset on. He's paying attention.
Was it worse than that? Yeah. Did I miss something? Because I was watching it.
Yeah, I mean, we might have to call Zagora and Siciliano to find out.
Yeah, I wasn't. Like I said, I wasn't dialed into this one, but
so
I don't know how much longer. I don't know when Stefanski's going to make a move.
Got to do something. Flacco doesn't look great.
Certainly, quarterbacks that they eventually do put in, if they do, in Dylan Gabriel Shedeur starts playing well, and they start winning more games than not, and not losing 3 out of 4. You're gonna look back at this draft and say, well done.
I think you're right.
Mason Graham, this kid.
Well, and they seemingly won the Hunter trade.
I don't know about that. Just because Hunter's not showing up in the stat sheet doesn't mean he's not helping them win football games. That defense right now is shutting it down on people in Jacksonville. But he's got the lowest. He just came with his lowest passer rating, Flacco, since week 3 of 2017.
Yikes.
a 39.3 passer rating. Cleveland scored 17 points or less in 9 straight games. That's the longest streak in the NFL. I don't know. Again, this is what Stefanski's going to have to make a decision on here. I think they had hoped that the Flacco that won comeback player of the year a couple of years ago in the system was the one that was going to show up in the first few weeks of the season. Cleveland's next game is in London. And by the way, they're the home team, but they're traveling the longest because Minnesota, all they have to do is hop a flight from Ireland. They're probably already there. So you'll see that game on NFL Network. Pretty big one. You don't want to go to 1-4. Wentz versus Flacco is what it looks like right now. But seriously, is Shador just supposed to stand there?
Yeah. It's like, what do they want him to do?
I don't know. It's not like he looked disinterested. He looked pissed off.
Exactly. Wants to play.
Oh, you're losing. Losing's not fun.
Dude. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial on the program. The Philadelphia Eagles are 4-0. And
yawn.
I don't know. Was that a yawn? It wasn't a yawn game.
No,
was it a yawn game? I mean, Baker Mayfield.
They're kind of yawn.
Why? Because they're so good and they look unbeatable.
I don't know. Drew Brees called them boring the other day, and it's hard to kind of disagree.
You know who they called boring? Tim Duncan. Boring.
Good one, TJ.
Boring is
not a great. You defending the Philadelphia Eagles? Do you need?
What's wrong with me?
Where's the?
Are you feverish?
Where's the sheet to sign?
Yeah.
Be an Eagle fan, TJ.
TJ.
Do it.
Look at you.
Well,
but you're not wrong. Tim Duncan was pretty boring.
I'll take
fundamental, right?
I'll take 4-0 instead of having a tie. Like, come on.
The ties are pretty terrible.
They've won 20 of 21 games. They've got the most unstoppable play in the National Football League that personifies their entire game right now.
Which by the way,
they're coming to your town, and it feels inevitable. And if you make one mistake, just one mistake, just let one guy come through on the punt team, block, touchdown.
Yep.
Okay? Here's what's going to happen. If you're Baker Mayfield, you're going to try and make a play because that's all you've done all year long, and you've made plays to the point where you're 3-0 and you're all growned up and you're growned up and you're so money and everyone knows it, and you're going to extend a play and then you're going to throw an interception in the end zone and we're going to pick it off. You're going to throw an interceptable ball, let's put it that way, in the end zone. We're going to pick it off. That's what they're doing. That's exactly what's been happening. Over and over and over again. Tampa Bay down 24-6 at halftime. They make it 24-13 left with 9 minutes left in the third quarter. Now it's 31-13 because your stellar second-year running back, Bucky Irving, puts the ball on the ground with 1 millimeter separating the ground from his shin. That was unfortunate, but a mistake. And guess what they're going to do? They're going to pick it up. They're going to run it in. Unbelievable. Baker Mayfield then leads it back 31-23. Throws that interception in the end zone with 7:57 left in the fourth quarter. And the Eagles take advantage every single time. Even if you, by the way, hold them to, wait for it, 0 passing completions in the second half. 0. None. Your defense does that job. No passing yards in the second half. 0. 15-16 for 130 yards and 2 passing touchdowns and a passer rating of 140 in the first half for Hurts. 0 for 8, 20 rush yards for Hurts in the second half. You did your job, but there were mistakes made by the other team, and the Eagles will take them and beat you over the head with it. This was Baker Mayfield after the game.
We were just kind of lifeless to begin with in the first half. We got punched in the mouth going at halftime. Look at the scoreboard. You're like, all right, what are we going to do now? But we're too damn good to wait to get hit in the mouth. We got to come out swinging. We got to play better.
He's not wrong. And by the way, not concerned about them in the NFC South. Even though Atlanta came up with a win, they seem to be way too inconsistent. The Bucs already have a road win in Atlanta. That's what happens when you get a rookie quarter. I guess not a rookie. A rookie full first-year starter. How does that sound, right? For Michael Penix. First time he's going through the entire gauntlet here. You're going to get ups and downs. Baker Mayfield, you know what you're going to get. Not worried about the Bucs at all. And, of course, the Eagles. How many weeks in a row are we going to be able to talk about what's wrong with them? What's this? What's that? Well, they keep winning. Barkley had just 19 carries. That's it. You kept him down, too. Saquon, all Saquon had was 43 yards on 19 carries. You got that done. Jalen Hurts, not a single lick of a passing yard in the second half. No. And you still couldn't win at home because the Eagles come to town and just make sure you make more mistakes than them, and then they'll just take whatever's in front of them. That's the way Belichick used to win games, right?
Yep.
This week, this is the way we're going to win. Next week, that's the way we're going to win because that's the way you play. They play situational football. What do we need to do in this down? This. You do that in this down, guess what we're going to do? That's a mistake? Sorry. Nice parting gifts for you. That's the way the Eagles are playing right now. And now everybody's talking about how pissed off A.J. Brown is.
Well,
because A.J. Brown, when they were throwing it around in the first half, he didn't get anything to eat, hardly. It was Goddard who got the 2 touchdowns, right, for them. Mm-hmm. And A.J. Brown, 2 receptions, 7 yards on 9 targets in Week 4. Fewest yards in a game for him with 6 or more targets in his entire career. Under 30 receiving yards in 3 of the 4 games this year. He had 6 catches for 109 yards and a score last week against the Rams. It all came in the second half. So the passing game was great for a full game. It's just over 2 separate halves in 2 different games, right? The Eagles are undefeated in all of these games, if you didn't know. You got the tweet? This is what everybody's talking about. There it is, A.J. Brown after the game, a quote, "If you're not welcomed, not listened to, quietly withdraw. Don't make a scene. Shrug your shoulders and be on your way."
To New England. Did you put that in there?
You put that to New England.
That part wasn't at the end of that?
By the way, I believe this is from something other than inner excellence.
Oh.
Here we are again. I'm going
to keep talking into
Last time this happened, hold on, I have it written down here. Last time this happened, the Eagles, wait for it, I have it written down, won the Super Bowl.
Need A.J. Brown.
There it is, right there.
Drake May.
There it is. That's the last time it happened. I wrote it down. They won the Super Bowl.
He's not happy.
Go for it. Let's do this again. Let's reprise this. Certainly since you were not part of Overreaction Monday, TJ, Mike Del Tufo is the sound engineer for that outstanding podcast that's available wherever you get your podcast right now or on the YouTube channel of The Rich Eisen Show. You forwarded as an Overreaction Monday topic that teams should call the Eagles for A.J. Brown.
Absolutely.
And I agreed, right? That's not an overreaction. Teams should call the Eagles for A.J. Brown, except for the fact that that topic bar is infused, assumes, says without saying, that the Eagles would listen. Let's recreate it, Chris.
Let's do it.
I am Howie Roseman, since I am also, like Howie, smart and Jewish.
Okay.
Secondly, you are a general manager.
Sure.
You be the GM, right?
Yeah.
Which team are you going to choose?
Oh, I don't know. I'll just pick one random one out of that. I'll be Elliott Wolf. Yeah.
Of the Patriots.
Just random team.
Who've got a kid. That kid, Drake May, could use that weapon.
Drake May has similar stats to Josh Allen right now.
I got it. Ready? And action. Oh, my God.
Hey, is this Howie?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, it's Elliot. What's up, man? How's it going?
How are the kids, Elliot?
Kids are great.
I'm a family man, so I'm interested in this
soccer,
sort of thing.
basketball weekends. You know how it goes.
Oh my gosh, I feel like I'm chauffeuring more than general managing these days.
Am I right?
You know what I mean?
Never home, working out of the car. Hey, just wondering.
What's up?
You know, we got a spot. Maybe we could use some help at wide receiver. Is AJ possibly available?
You're talking Brown.
AJ Brown.
AJ Brown.
I saw his Twitter this morning. Is he on the block?
Elliot, I love you. I respect your work. But do you know what GTFOH stands for?
Hold on. Let me just type that into Urban Dictionary real quick.
Oh. And I say that respectful. Oh, no. Well done. And
that's it.
Scene.
You just get the dial tone.
So no, not taking calls. If
I'm Howie Roseman, I read this stuff, I see it, and I just shake my head, and I don't even call Nick Sirianni. You know why? Nick Sirianni has now improved with this win, this 4-0 start, to 58-23 as a head coach, including playoffs in the National Football League. That's the 4th highest winning percentage by a head coach in his first 5 seasons in the Super Bowl era. Behind George Seifert, Chuck Knox, and George Allen. He's 7 wins away from being second on the wins list in the first 5 seasons in an NFL career all time, including playoffs. And the person he would pass is a guy named Paul Brown. So tell me, it might be good for the fodder of longtime listeners and first-time callers. It might be good for the fodder, for the print media, as well it should. I mean, this Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I mean, Paul George is saying he's back to being Paul George if he's healthy. Did you see that soundbite earlier this week?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and the Phillies are getting set to take the week off in the playoffs. Yeah. Just keep doing what you're doing, Nick. It's like one big tush push. We're just going to shove you over. And if you don't like the celebrating and the bash brothering and all that stuff that they're doing with the arms, it's kind of like the Freddie Freeman dance move. If you're sick and tired of watching the Dodgers do it, stop them. Stop them. Yeah. The problem is...
you can't.
It's very difficult to do it, and nobody is yet.
And I don't know if you guys noticed in the third, they're setting up for the tush push. Broncos look like they have a great defense for it, and then
Bucs,
they flip. The Bucs. He hands the ball off to Saquon from the tush push. Yeah. And I'd never seen them do that before.
And what happened?
He scored a touchdown. So
and he walked it in.
What are you supposed to do now? You can't stop it this way? You can't stop it this way?
Did you see the Bucs had that 400-pound guy that they were thinking of activating for the game? Yeah. Just saying, you try and stop him. Try and push him. I think that's what's going to end up happening. That's what they're going to do.
Big guys.
Or maybe they'll just take their best defensive lineman and put him in that inflatable sumo wrestler suit and have them go out there.
Waddle out there?
Yeah. And say, stop that guy. I don't know, man. Not concerned. A.J. Brown, at some point, it's going to be his game.
Yeah, for sure.
And in the meantime, it's not easy. I totally understand it. Receivers need to be fed. They need to get the football. A.J. Brown is too good to not be targeted more and have more consistent yards. It totally makes sense. I totally understand he is frustrated. In the meantime, the answer to that problem is just wait. It's going to be okay. In the meantime, will you take your ring out and look at it? Or full-on Don Draper, Mad Men? That's what the money is for. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Scott Van Pelt in hour number 3 on the program. We haven't hit the Bears and the Raiders. We shall. There's also the Colts and the Rams. Chris, you saw that game.
Great game.
Just to name 2 games that we have yet to discuss with you right here on the Rich Eisen Show, here on Disney Plus, ESPN the app, and ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Rich Eisen here for Sonos, the speakers that bring every game to life in my own house. With studio quality sound, Sonos makes you feel like you're right there in the stadium. Whether you're cheering on your team, binging your favorite show, or listening to the hottest songs, Sonos fills every room with incredible sound. Setup is easy. Just plug in, open the Sonos app, and you're ready to go. Want stadium quality sound at home just like me? Because I love Sonos. You will too. Explore soundbars, speakers, and more at Sonos.com. Sonos. They look as good as they sound.
Saturday, tune into SEC Network for a full day of SEC football coverage, starting at 9 a.m. with Marty and McGee and SEC Nation. Then, it's an SEC afternoon doubleheader, followed by SEC Saturday night under the lights. Later, break down the day's action with SEC football final postgame. All-day SEC football coverage begins Saturday at 9 a.m. Eastern on SEC Network and stream on the all-new ESPN app.
Earlier on Clinton and Friends.
Lincoln Riley acting like they've got some uncontrollable situation, and now
you're playing in the Midwest and you're playing early games. That's how this works. You could have picked a conference in which the local time zone is the only time zone that everyone plays in.
Clinton and Friends, weekdays from 10 to noon Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more in back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief. Get in on exciting gaming action at LaBerge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 pen play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to LaBerge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
For premier recreation, dining, and entertainment, head to East River 9. Located 1 mile from downtown Houston, East River 9 is the only 9-hole par 3 golf course, driving range, and pickleball facility in town that features night golf under its LED stadium lights. The venue boasts a tremendous view of the Houston skyline, which is perfect for sunset gazing while enjoying your favorite cocktail or River House restaurant menu item. Go to eastriver9.com to book a tee time, pickleball court, or sign up for our annual membership. You'll be glad you did.
Raise your steins and break out your lederhosen. Oktoberfest is coming to Kima Boardwalk, October 4th and 5th. It's 2 full days of beer, brats, Bavarian beats, and boardwalk fun. Sample brews like Bell's Oktoberfest, Shiner Oktoberfest, Voodoo Ranger, and more. Don't miss the Stein holding contests, costume contests, polka dances, cornhole tournaments, and live music. Beer tickets are just $6.50, and admission is free. Visit KimaBoardwalk.com/Oktoberfest for more details. Prost.
Friday Night Lights means one thing: high school football. And with football comes the homecoming game and the homecoming dance. Make sure you look sharp with Giorgio Dante suit separates at Suit Mart. Jackets start at just $89.99, vests from $29.99, and pants from $39.99. Choose from black, midnight navy, or charcoal gray. Then finish the look with a marquee slim fit dress shirt starting at only $22.99. Be ready for the big night with homecoming style from Suit Mart.
Trust, price, and ease of transaction. That is GiveMeTheVin.com. We love to buy cars. People don't trust car buyers. People think the price is going to be wrong, and people think it's going to be a hassle. Trust, price, and ease of transaction. That is what we do at GiveMeTheVin.com, and that's what makes us America's best car buyer. Go to GiveMeTheVin.com right now and get a quote on yours.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
What's up, guys? Sean Mapes here. Prize Picks is the best way to win cash on your Texans this football season. Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your takes into cash all season long on Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the only app that offers stacks, meaning you can pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Want to pick more on Josh Allen's pass yards, rush yards, and touchdowns? Now you can have all of them in the same lineup, only on Prize Picks. You can now also follow other Prize Picks players directly on the app and copy their lineups in one click. Whether it's a friend, a celebrity, or just someone whose picks you like, hit the follow button and check out every lineup they create in the brand new Feed tab on Prize Picks. You can even follow me. Join the millions of users and sign up for America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. Just download the Prize Picks app today and use promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Ride fast, give back. That's what it's all about at the fastest cycling race in Texas. The 5th annual DA Bike Ride for Survivors is happening Saturday, October 18th at Brazos River Park in Sugar Land. 20, 40, or 55 miles of all-out, law enforcement escorted racing, plus the family-friendly 1K color run. Your registration fuels the Expose Excellence Youth Foundation and gives hope to survivors of violent crime. Sign up now at FBCDABikeRide.com. Texas's fastest bike ride for a purpose.
Season. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Not only does Progressive let you bundle your insurance, they also give you round-the-clock protection. Quote today at Progressive.com. Scott Van Pelt will be joining us in hour number 3. We'll talk about rest of week 4 that's already played out in the NFL, and, of course, the Ryder Cup. It finished pretty close. It was a total blowout for the first 2 days. And then Europe held on. It was very disappointing.
Very disappointing.
One of my favorite sound bites afterwards was somebody asking Keegan Bradley if he got out coached or out whatever. Mm-hmm. And Xander Schauffele, who was there were about 5 of the players surrounding Keegan on a podium. Mm-hmm. There's like 2 levels of podium. And Xander Schauffele goes, yeah, he should have had us make more putts. And I thought that, good for you, Xander. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and Keegan was like beating himself up about it's my job to set up the course. I have those advantages of being the home captain, and I wish I had some of those decisions back. And Xander Schauffele's like, yeah, you should have made us make more putts. And, it wasn't just that, too. The Europeans were just lights out for the first 2 days.
Lights out.
Tommy Fleetwood, man.
Fleetwood.
At one point, Tommy Fleetwood, I think, had more points personally than the U.S. had points collectively at one point on Saturday over the weekend. Yeah. And I just want to say this as well. If you were one of the people in the crowd, gallery, whatever you want to call it, certainly not patrons, in Long Island, that was screaming stuff that I was reading that you were screaming at, say, Rory McIlroy's
Shane
wife.
Lowry. It's like,
and Shane Lowry.
What are we doing?
Let me just say this. Stuff. You are a loser.
Yeah.
You're a loser, and you are not in any way, shape, or form additive or representative of what our country should be known as around the world. Forget about the real world right now, about how many people are viewing this through the prism of the real world and politics and things of that nature. Fine. That's just the way things are in this world. It's all about, and I understand that there is a nationalistic, jingoistic way to look at being a fan at the Ryder Cup. But to scream at stuff when Rory's like over a putt, it's the end of the day. The end of the day, there is a necessary amount of decorum required to be somebody in the stands at a golf tournament. Period. Yep. End of story. No matter how you feel about America or golf or whatever, or the Americans you're rooting for, the stuff that I read that was directed at some of the Europeans and their families, including projectiles, if you're one of those people, you need to look in the mirror and say to yourself, why am I a loser? Period. End of story.
Yeah, full stop. Hard agree.
Yeah.
Terzo in Iowa, you're here on the Rich Eisen Show. What's up, Terzo?
Yo, what up, Rich? Hey, I can't agree with you more. I was taken back by how our fans reacted, and from the sounds of it, they weren't even really chanting for the U.S. And I'm all for, us rooting for the U.S., and having fun with it.
Sure.
But you do have to have respect. And I thought that there was so much that they could have done better, and they just didn't do it. It's saddening.
And I don't want to paint with a broad brush. I'm sure there were some people at Bethpage Black who were handling their business as a member of the gallery properly. But, what else is on your mind, Terzo? What else you got of?
Well,
your Niners.
Yesterday's game was a tough loss. I was really hoping that we'd pull that one out at home because the next two games are going to be tough. The quick turnaround against the Rams on Thursday, and then having to go out and play Tampa. And Tampa, they've been playing well, and we kind of struggle out there. And so I could very well see us being 3-3 going into Week 7.
It's entirely possible, man. But the bottom line is, at some point, Kittle's going to come back.
Yep.
And then at some point, you do get Ayuk. Jawan Jennings just can't play 4 healthy quarters, it appears. Right. I mean, he got hit in the chops on a 2-point conversion that he caught. And thanks for the call, Turzo.
See you, buddy.
The Niners.
Purdy turning the ball over is concerning.
Well, he also, let's just put it this way, man.
I mean, I know he's dinged, but that second pick was literally like the Jaguars receiver.
The one that got him was having the ball slapped away when he stepped up in the pocket.
Yeah.
That one really hurt the Niners. I mean, the Niners had a chance to keep winning this game over and over and over again. But at the end of the day, we may learn, and the Chiefs may learn next, the Jacksonville Jaguars can put up enough points with Travis Etienne running the football and hitting home runs, as he did again yesterday. He joined Derrick Henry as the only player since 2018 to average 6 or more yards a carry on 60 or more carries over his team's first 4 games of the season. He's getting 6.1 yards a pop right now. Travis Etienne has re-entered the chat. We're still waiting for Trevor Lawrence to just light it up. Mm-hmm. He has yet to do that with Brian Thomas Jr. or Travis Hunter. But he did just file his first game of the year without an interception. So that's good news on that front. And the defense is just doing the rest. Last year, the Jacksonville defense had 9 takeaways with 25 points off those takeaways. That was both of them last in the National Football League, dead last. Already this year, through the first 4 games, 13 takeaways, 4 more, and 41 points off of takeaways, 16 more points already this year than last year's season low totals. And their turnover margin of 4 or more or better, it's their first game with that for Jacksonville since 2022. Devin Lloyd, killing it. 8 tackles, tackle for loss, and 2 interceptions alone on Sunday. And they went to San Francisco. And Robert Saleh talking before the game about how they have a legal sign-stealing system. He and Liam Cohen crossed paths after the game, and you could see the video. Liam Cohen said something at the very end of what the microphones picked up that I think he will regret saying, personally. But Liam Cohen is talking with his chest, and I'm wondering if the defense is picking up on that, and at some point the offense is going to catch up to what Liam Cohen is trying to coach up there. And Jacksonville is now tied for first in the AFC South, and they have got a big game against the Kansas City Chiefs on Monday night to close out Week 5. The whole country is going to settle down and watch if you have watched them against Carolina or Houston or San Francisco, have seen. Or even at Cincinnati, that was the game in which Joe Burrow went down for the season and Jake Browning threw just enough to get Jacksonville past Cincinnati in that one. Otherwise, they'd be a perfect 4-0, the only other 4-0 team along with the Bills in the AFC at this point in time. And, I'm calling that Week 7 game in Wembley against the Rams. That could be a highly entertaining game against 2 teams that are leading their divisions at that point in time. We shall see. We'll talk Rams and Colts shortly with Seattle in between the Monday Nighter in Kansas City at home before they take on the Rams in London on NFL Network. And then there's a bye. So nice start for the Jaguars. And the same, sir, can go for your Patriots. Dude.
Gave away the game against the Steelers. Should be 3-1, but like where we're at right now.
You should. Because Vrabel is just giving this team a certain sense about themselves, an identity that I think they are buying.
Take your heart pills and buckle up.
That's what they're doing, man.
Well, and Drake May is making a leap right now.
You know what? You know what? I could sit here and push back on that.
I don't know how you can.
But guess what?
But
I'm not going to.
Thank you.
Because ball doesn't lie and the numbers don't lie. And Caleb is definitely, he took a beating in Vegas yesterday, another game that we'll talk about shortly, and came out with the win. Jaden Daniels has been hurt the last 2 games. J.J. McCarthy had one good quarter before he's been hurt the last 2 games. Bo Nix tonight, we'll see how he responds to the first 3 games in which we're waiting to see more of the Bo Nix from last year. Michael Penix is like a roller coaster. Drake May is 100% taking the biggest leap and playing the best out of anybody that was drafted in the first round of last year's draft, without a doubt. And then you want to talk about some of the things that he has done. We're going to start to hear him compared statistically through the first 2 years, through the first this, the first that. You're going to hear the name Tom Brady more often than not, because obviously that's the quarterback you're going to get thrown into the mix with when you're talking about statistics in your own team record book. But Drake May has had a 75% or better completion percentage with 2 or more passing touchdowns in each of the last 3 games. Look at this stat that we're putting up on the screen. The only one in NFL history to have a better such streak in a single season is Tom Brady in his 50-touchdown perfect season of 2007. And he's tied with records with a streak, similar streak, at 3 of Peyton Manning, Aaron Rodgers, Peyton Manning again, Kurt Warner, and 5 others. We've just thrown away the 5 others. As for Brady, Manning, Rodgers, and Warner, they all won an MVP in the season in which they did it.
Hey.
This is...
Let me tell you what won't happen this year.
I know, I hear you.
Say what?
I hear you.
No disrespect.
At 23 years old,
I mean, it would run the table.
He's the second youngest player. Well, I'm just showing you. Again, he may or may not. I'm just showing you what he's done so far. He's been really great. Impressive.
Yeah, really
impressive. And if they held on the football against Pittsburgh,
there's no way we lose that.
You know, week one against Vegas is a bit of a head scratcher based on the fact that Vegas is yet to win another one.
Right.
And he's the second youngest player with 2 or more passing touchdowns or 1 or more rushing touchdowns and a passer rating of 155 in the same game. His passer rating was 155.6 Sunday. Lamar was the only younger to do it. He did it at age 22, and you know what he did that season? He won the MVP.
Tell him, Rich Eisen.
I'm serious.
What are the results, bro?
70-1 right now.
They're the first team in 9 years to score 40 or more points coming against a team that just shut out their opponent the previous season. The last team to do it was the Niners in 2016. And they're getting special teams touchdowns. So, again, what they're doing, let's just keep our feet on the ground, to use a Casey Kasem phrase here.
Sorry, I was levitating a little
Drake
bit.
May and you are reaching for the stars.
I am. I'm levitating.
And I'm giving you this long-distance dedication. I'm playing you an upbeat record right now, even though you might not be asking for one.
Keep going.
We know how Casey responded to that. All right.
Wow.
2-2 is in the mix for a wild card spot through four weeks, bro.
If the playoffs started today, Rich Eisen, Patriots the 8th seed.
I'm just
lose a tiebreaker to the Chiefs.
You're off to a very nice start and a base of operations from which a nice run can be made. Well, certainly if your quarterback's going to continue to play like this.
Well, it's a professional operation now where it hasn't been the last couple of seasons.
Yes.
Drake May has the dual threat ability that you want in your quarterback these days. Look, Stephon Diggs, nice game yesterday.
He got a touchdown.
Nice game.
First time as a Patriot.
And I think we're seeing him finally getting to be healthy. Travion Henderson, Ramondre Stevenson. That's a nice two-headed monster when they're holding on to the football. You mentioned special teams, but they did the one thing that they couldn't do in the last couple of years, beat a bad team. When a team comes to your house and you're better than them, handle your business. And they did that yesterday, which they couldn't do in the last couple of years.
They certainly did. And Christian Gonzalez came back.
Great news.
And Marcus Jones, man.
Dude, a weapon on special teams.
87-yard punt return for a touchdown in the first quarter.
Had another long return, almost broke another.
So. 167-yard punt return yards in Week 4, broke the record held by Mike Haynes.
Oh, Hall of Famer.
Yes, sir.
Who's been in the studio.
So,
true.
Good stuff.
Good stuff.
So Jacksonville and New England, I tip my cap to you, and I just had to get all that out before the Yankees and Red Sox played each other. I just wanted to be professional.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
We'll take a break right here on the Rich Eisen Show. Scott Van Pelt coming in hour 3.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know, to check if they're going for it on 4th down before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those?
Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Out here, it's football season, where nothing beats backyard grilling, gathering around the fire pit, and cheering on your favorite team with friends. The yard is mowed, the lights are strung, and the grill is warming up. Whether you need to fill up your propane, get a new grill, or even a generator, out here, it's game day. And we're ready for it. Tractor Supply, for life out here.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more and back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000, and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe, with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief. Friday Night Lights means one thing, high school football. And with football comes the homecoming game and the homecoming dance. Make sure you look sharp with Giorgio Dante suit separates at Suit Mart. Jackets start at just $89.99, vests from $29.99, and pants from $39.99. Choose from black, midnight navy, or charcoal gray. Then finish the look with a marquee slim fit dress shirt starting at only $22.99. Be ready for the big night with homecoming style from Suit Mart.
Are you size conscious? We can make you bigger. At the Erection and Enhancement Center in the Woodlands, get more girth with HA fillers starting at $2,500 or PMMA filler for $59.99. Gain 1 to 2 inches in girth. Financing available. Go to erectioncenter.com. That's erectioncenter.com. Or call or text 972-355-3771. That's 972-355-3771. Get started today and get results immediately.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings, but you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Find what you love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low. It just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup and delivery available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
For premier recreation, dining, and entertainment, head to East River 9, located 1 mile from downtown Houston. East River 9 is the only 9-hole par 3 golf course, driving range, and pickleball facility in town that features night golf under its LED stadium lights. The venue boasts a tremendous view of the Houston skyline, which is perfect for sunset gazing while enjoying your favorite cocktail or River House restaurant menu item. Go to eastriver9.com to book a tee time, pickleball court, or sign up for our annual membership. You'll be glad you did.
Let me tell you about Sonos, the speakers that bring every game to life at my house. I can attest to this. I love talking about Sonos. It's in so many rooms in my house. You could zone it up. You could zone your house up. Okay, my kitchen gets this music. Okay. Certainly, when you've got kids in the house that want to listen to different music in different rooms, and you could do that sort of thing. You could pop. They know how to work the Sonos because it's so easy. Setup is easy. You just plug in, open the Sonos app. You are ready to go. Whether you're cheering on your team, binging your favorite show, or listening to the hottest songs. If you want stadium quality sound at home, just like I have. Explore soundbars, speakers, and more at Sonos.com, Sonos.com. They look as good as they sound, Sonos. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. How was Sarah Tiana watching SEC football this weekend? Were you around her?
No, Alabama, she was actually in Indianapolis over the weekend. So she was
beside herself, not happy? At
an event, watching on her phone, drinking.
Yeah, because if this is the year that Georgia supposedly is down, they should be still able to get Alabama, and then could not.
For some reason, Kirby Smart just, whether it's Nick Saban as head coach or now Kalen DeBoer, just can't beat Bama in the regular season.
Did you see Bama through a tight end or wide receiver screen with a 350-pound lineman? Did you see that? You should. Yeah, he almost scored a touchdown. You need to dial up Chris Fowler's call with Herb Street. They were chuckling and laughing throughout the entire process.
Yeah, I imagine.
So, what a big win for Kalen DeBoer.
Huge.
Okay, everyone's looking
him off the hot seat a little bit.
Everyone's looking at his buyout and saying that no one's going to pay that.
Well, now let's see. If I was looking at the national title odds, they have the fourth best odds right now.
Really?
Yeah. Okay. Ohio State 5-1, Oregon 6-1, Texas 7-1, Bama 8-1.
Great win for Ohio State in Washington. Big Ten refs. Come on, man. Did you see at one point that seriously? There were 2 personal foul penalties on Washington that were absurd. Just positively absurd. One was a roughing the passer that wasn't. Absolutely not. You know? And another one called on the bench well after a play was over because a ref bumped into the head coach. Oh. So stupid.
Yeah.
But Ohio State is the clear number 1 right now, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And TJ, what a weekend for you, bud.
Oh, buddy. Let me tell you, it was not.
I mean, how did you take that?
Just the complete opposite of the last
Oregon,
weekend.
Oregon overtime.
Dude.
Against your Penn State Nittany Lions.
That was a rough one.
James Franklin falls to 2-21 all time against Associated Press top 6 opponents. 2-21 all time. Drew Aller threw an interception at one point. Oregon had a 4th and 1 in overtime. All Penn State needed was that one stop. Instead, they didn't. Next snap, touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
Next snap was overtime. Touchdown on the first snap there. Next snap, 2-point conversion, no good. Next snap, interception by Drew Aller. Game over.
Ugh.
They went from needing a 1-yard stop to win it to 5 snaps later losing
Game over, yeah.
That was a wild overtime. And that was happening just as Alabama beat Georgia.
Yep.
Same time.
Same time.
So, I mean, it was the witching hour. And I had to get to sleep because I had a 2:30 a.m. wake-up call for yesterday's NFL game day morning.
I found out Oregon stayed in Altoona last week.
No way.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Hey, did they really?
Yeah, I don't know why, but yeah.
Okay, so your hometown's hospitality may have helped.
Yeah, they shouldn't do that again.
Did you see Dan Lanning afterwards with the post-game interview? He looked like he was in a zone.
Yeah.
That guy can coach.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Playoff is going to be awesome.
It is going to be because I think anyone can win it. I really believe anybody could win it right now. 1 month into college football, that's the proof. I think anybody can win it.
Progressive knows there's so many great things about being a sports fan. Like scoring the company box seats. How great is that? Trick plays that actually work. Prevent defense when your team is winning by a lot. And even more preventative prevent defense as they're hanging on by a thread. And of course, saving money when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's pretty great. Just like trick plays that actually work.
Yeah, but how often does that happen?
Complaining about sports. Not so great. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football. It's a pepper thing.
Get in on exciting gaming action at La Berge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 pen play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to La Berge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Greeks have been tailgating since the first Olympics, so you know Nico Nico's is the best for game day eats. Their new game day packs bring authentic Mediterranean flavors to your watch parties and tailgates, designed for easy online ordering and delivered right to your door. And with the holidays coming fast, from Halloween to Thanksgiving and Christmas, their full catering menu makes every celebration stress-free. Check out the catering menu online at niconicos.com/catering or call 713-528-0966 today.
Raise your steins and break out your lederhosen. Oktoberfest is coming to Kima Boardwalk, October 4th and 5th. It's 2 full days of beer, brats, Bavarian beats, and boardwalk fun. Sample brews like Bell's Oktoberfest, Shiner Oktoberfest, Voodoo Ranger, and more. Don't miss the stein holding contests, costume contests, polka dances, cornhole tournaments, and live music. Beer tickets are just $6.50, and admission is free. Visit KimaBoardwalk.com/Oktoberfest for more details. Prost.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer, and guess what? We are still buying houses at fair prices. If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we are doing 2 things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Jeremy Branham here from my good friends at HR&P. For nearly 25 years, Mike Hawley, U of H class of 1990, has led HR&P, protecting the interest of Cougar-owned businesses. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. Cougar-owned businesses let HR&P customize a plan to rid you of the demands of human resources. Eliminate your HR burdens with HR&P and get back to growing your business. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/U of H.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, what about bikes?
Bring us your bike frames, your forks, your handles. We got you.
So if you see a beautiful bike out there, chances are Houston Powder Coaters did that.
We probably signed off on that.
What do I need to do with trailers?
We need you to bring us the bare bones of that trailer, and we will make it like new for you. We can even do welding repair if needed.
How do you get an entire trailer to get Houston Powder Coaters?
We have the largest ovens in the region. That's Oklahoma, Louisiana, Texas. So bring us your big trailers, and we have you covered.
We talked before about boat parts. Tell me what's going on there.
Summer's coming up. We like to be on the water here in the Houston area, so bring us your boat parts. We do have marine coating that will help protect it from all the elements that you have in the Gulf and all these lakes.
One thing is anchors, for sure. What else on a boat?
Ton of railings, ladders, the T-tops. We do have accessories that you put around the edges of the boat, so if it's metal, we got you.
Call Robin and get your stuff Houston Powder Coater. 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal Media station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Let's do this.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
I got a lot of confidence in our rookie quarterback. I'm glad we got him.
Dart design run. Up the middle he goes. To the tank, to the front. Touchdown, Giants. Jackson Dart.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. Today's guests, ESPN SportsCenter host Scott Van Pelt. Plus, your phone calls, latest injury news, and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. Scott Van Pelt will join us in about 20 minutes' time before he mans the studio fort for ESPN and ABC tonight on not one but two Week 4 finale games. The Jets and the Dolphins first up at 7 Eastern time, and then an hour plus later on ABC, it'll be the Broncos hosting the Bengals in the finale of week number 4. What a Week 4 Sunday it was. Quite something. Good to see you over there, Christopher Brockman.
Hey, Rich. What's up, man?
Our Overreaction Monday pod is already out there on RSS feeds and our YouTube channel everywhere, so we appreciate that. Good to see you, DJ Mikey Diaz and D's Nuts.
Rich.
TJ Jefferson, the candle's been lit for a couple hours.
Oh, yeah.
He's brandishing that kendo stick because he knows I'm going to go all in on the Mets later on before we leave today. So there's that. 844-204-RICH being the number to dial here on the program. Let's go to Zach in Idaho back here on the program. What's going on, Zach? What's up, sir?
How's it going, Rich? How you doing today?
I'm doing well. What's going on up there in Big Sky Country?
Just a beautiful little bit of rain, hanging out by the river.
Okay.
Doing some work.
Is there a van near the river? Okay, I'm just kidding. What's on your mind?
I just wanted to waste that few 10 seconds. I know how much you love it.
Thank you, Zach.
No, excuse me, Zach. Zach. I don't mind pleasantries with Zach from Idaho. It's just, I think, this is what this show's about, that I get to talk with somebody named Zach from Idaho, that person being you. I don't mind that back and forth, sir. It's just these morons in studio. And I say that lovingly.
Of course.
I mean, obviously. Give a good shout out to TJ. You're my boy, Hey, Mike.
Hey,
you better not put anything other than Raider gear on. Otherwise, I will have a problem with you then.
Whoa.
And, Chris,
By the way, that's a new drop.
Go over there, sit in the corner.
By the way, that's a new drop. Chris, and then a pause.
Oh, long pause.
See, Zach, without the pleasantries, we wouldn't have gotten a new drop.
Hey, I just want to talk about my Raiders real quick.
Sure.
Everybody finally showed up. The run game showed up.
Jensen came to play.
The line looked better.
Yes.
JPJ, I think, should be on the center, but that's another story. Max Crosby obviously had his day, and the defensive backs, are decent, I guess. But what's going on with Geno, man?
Great question.
I'll let you have the floor, and I'm going to jump off.
Ladies and gentlemen, look at that.
See you, buddy.
Yeah, knows when to say hi, knows when to leave, knows when to apologize, even though he doesn't need to. Zach from Idaho, that was outstanding.
Yeah, call back.
I don't know what's going on with Geno. You know, they wrote him off, but he says he never wrote back. Yep. Right now, he's giving it back. That's the problem. He's now leads the NFL with 7 interceptions. 3 more again in week 4. That's 2 of the 3 games last 3 weeks in which he's had at least 3 interceptions. You know, 2 passing touchdowns to go with it. Espn Genty
finally
got in the end zone with 2 of those receiving touchdowns. He ran one in also, but and he ran it in from the minus side of the field, meaning their side of the field. He just took it to the house, got through tackles. He's running people over. This is the guy we're looking for.
Yeah, it was good to see.
This is the guy we're looking for. This was the man from the Boise to Men we were talking about. Mm-hmm. He was a grown-ass man himself, and we were waiting for it. We're like, he needed to run this way. And the thing that I enjoyed seeing for him and for Raiders fans, he was on the field in third down. Raheem Mostert was the one coming in as well, and he was a nice.
Yeah.
Do you call him a change of pace? Because he slashes and hits
also
people
fast.
Too. He's fast and he hits people too. So you got 2 guys who can run fast and hit you and run over people. That's what you want from the Raiders. You know, we haven't yet to see Brock Bowers really breaking out. Fewer than 50 receiving yards in 3 straight games. That didn't happen last year at all. But the interceptions are killers. They're just absolute killers. They're killers because they're drive killers, or in the case of the Raiders, here you are, start the second half. Let's go. First snap, he throws it right to the Bears, who couldn't do anything with it. And so Pete loves the guy, and for good reason. He trusts him, and he was asked if he was asked. He was asked if he was considering changing quarterbacks. And here was his answer.
After Geno's 3rd interception, he now leads the NFL. Was there any consideration to going with Kenny at all?
No, we're not there.
I mean, that's what I told you during Overreaction Monday. We're not there.
Yeah, I brought this up as a potential
right, because Kenny Pickett's sitting back there. Don't forget, they acquired him right before the beginning of the season when Aiden O'Connell went down. And so there is, you know how I hate the word solid, right?
You truly do.
You know, solid, because I think you could use better adjectives than solid, like excellent, outstanding.
You're a wordsmith, though.
I appreciate you saying that.
Come on, not everybody has that.
You know what the equivalent for a backup for solid is?
What's that?
Serviceable.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hell yeah.
When you're called a serviceable backup, that means, you know what? You're not a starter.
No.
Serviceable.
It's like you're a stopgap.
It's stopgap is another version of serviceable.
Yeah. Bridge.
Yeah, bridge. You know what? You're not
quarterback.
You're not the quarterback. You're a bridge.
Yeah. Bridge over troubled water.
But we're not there because Pete's not there. I'll tell you what. Another 3 interception game at Indianapolis where the fans there are plugged into what that team is doing. And it just gets louder and louder and louder in there. That's a tough place to go and win when you're turning it over. That ain't it. 3 straight losses after that surprising win in New England to start the season is not it either. And in the same way, though, that I'm talking about New England being 2-2 and having a shot to make the playoffs, all you got to do is just tie yourself with New England. And you're in because you've got that tiebreak. But you can't keep throwing interceptions. And Espn Genty, there it is. Rick Dalton GIF, right?
Boom. That's the guy.
Time in Hollywood?
That's the guy.
When he ran one in? Yep. Okay. That was it right there. There's Espn Genty. There's the guy that they went and drafted 6th overall. 3rd Raiders rookie in the Super Bowl era to have a rushing touchdown and a receiving touchdown at least in a single game. The others are named Marcus Allen and Bo Jackson. Not bad. Max Crosby was everywhere. He's incredible.
Yeah, he was destructive.
So, let's just, again, 1-3 is not the way you wanted to go through the first quarter of the season, certainly when you started it with a win. But at Indianapolis, home for Tennessee, at Kansas City, then a bye, off of which Jacksonville comes into your house. You split those, heaven forbid you go 3-1 and you're in good shape. So we're marathoning, we're not sprinting. As for the Bears. Oh, gosh. Roma Dunze has scored at least one scrimmage touchdown in every game this year. Not too bad. I told you, Caleb Williams and he are connecting. Yep. DeAndre Swift got in the end zone for the first time, so maybe the running game is beginning to percolate. A 68-9-yard go-ahead touchdown drive in Week 4 to go on top of Vegas, and then a blocked field goal to wrap it. Yet another team to block a field goal to preserve a win. Second half, they got better than the first. How about that? It's not like it's just first 15 scripted. Yeah. And I understand it's tough for Bears fans to accept baby steps when it comes to Caleb Williams because you drafted him first overall and he had a full season last year. But he was getting his ass beat again, and he keeps getting up off the turf. Didn't have Colston Loveland, and the Bears kept turning Geno Smith over. Genty also fumbled as well on a fourth down. And so Chicago's where Vegas wanted to be, which is 2-2 through 4. And the Bears next 4 games at Washington, Monday night. And yes, fellow friends in our Disney orbit, Jaden Daniels expected to be back for that one. So we will see Caleb at Jaden on Monday night. A big game between a 2-2 Bears team coming off of a bye. That's Week 6. So the next 2 Monday nighters, how about that? Kansas City at Jacksonville, and then this one. And then they're home for New Orleans. Before they visit Baltimore, will Lamar be healthy enough and back for Week 8? Bears at 2-2, not too bad, 2 in a row. And I don't know if Aditi Kinkhabwala is going to be on Ben Johnson's Christmas card list or vice versa. But Ben got very short with her, and I did not appreciate watching that. I know how hardworking Aditi Kinkhabwala is. Just go check out that exchange. I believe coming out at halftime. But anyway, the Chicago Bears, well done. They're 2-2. The Raiders 1-3. Genty looking good, and Geno, stop giving it to the other team. Yep. Otherwise, that I'm not there turns into not there ... yet, and then suddenly Pete's there. Because he has to be. Mm-hmm. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial on the program. Josh in Wisconsin, let's take your call. What's up, Josh?
Hey, Rich, how's it going? Great victory Monday for the Bears, although it was very stressful. But, sometimes you got to win ugly, and it's nice to see Caleb growing. And I completely agree that we, as Bears fans, need a little more patience with him. He got rocked last year with 68 sacks, and you can't expect a guy to succeed when he's constantly on his butt. I would 100% agree with you about the officiating in the Ohio State-Washington game. It was absolutely garbage. But college football gets one thing right when they review targeting. Oh. Why can't we go a step further and review all personal fouls?
Josh, I got to push back here. First of all, reviewing all personal fouls, I'm up for, but I'm not up for putting a flag on the field, which targeting does. And targeting is the scourge of college football. It is the worst. Thank you for the call, Josh, and I appreciate your calling into the show, even though I disagree with you on that front. Targeting is the worst officiated rule in any sport, anywhere, by anyone. There was a targeting review in Penn State, Oregon. Check it out. There's an Oregon receiver who's being tackled from behind, and somebody from Penn State comes right up in front, lowers the helmet, and connects helmet, crown to face mask, which is, without a doubt, 100% what targeting is supposed to abolish. They look at it, say it's not targeting. So just call it 15 yards and get rid of the targeting and the removal of ejecting people. Can we do this, please? Because you don't get it right, like ever. And it ruins everyone's faith in your ability to have eyes and sight. Because that's absurd oh, let's read into somebody's window into their soul. The kid didn't mean to do it, was incidental.
Right.
You know what's incidental? Michigan's best defensive player, future top 10 pick, getting ejected for targeting after he sacks a quarterback, and we're reviewing it to see if the ball comes loose, to see if the ensuing return for a touchdown stands. And as a matter of fact, no, touchdown doesn't stand, which was correct in the call. But the kid's now ejected for targeting a quarterback when his job is to sack a quarterback. It's the stupidest thing. It just ruins your faith in all. In all. Humanity. We can throw that in there. That's how bad targeting is being officiated.
Humanity. Umbrella.
Yeah, I included humanity.
I'm with you.
844-204-RICH is the number to dial on the program. We'll take a break. Scott Van Pelt's going to join us on the other side. A buddy from the worldwide leader in sports, the perennial Emmy nominee for his outstanding work. He deserves one, too. Coming up.
Your fantasy roster is set, the Smack Talk is heating up, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing the ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sportsbook for sports fans. Download the app and link your ESPN Bet and ESPN accounts to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. Is it the driver behind the wheel? What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603.
Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
There are a lot of folks out there that say, well, Saquon, Daniel Jones, they were never going to be what they were now here with the Giants. Well, that's on the head coach and the general manager. And so the only way that you can get on the other side of this is putting the kid in, showing what you can do with your hand-picked quarterback.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday mornings starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2. This is Freddie and Harry on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Coach, I was able to go to Texas A&M twice last year. We were down there for the Notre Dame and Texas A&M game, also for the Texas and Texas A&M game. I'm up in the press box, Coach.
So you're not allowed.
Because you lost both.
You're not allowed at College Station, Harry, anymore.
I'm going to bring out some luck, too, Coach. Trust me, man. I got to make this up to you, Coach.
We'll give you one more shot, Harry.
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more in back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief. Small businesses look for banking partners who make fast and efficient decisions. Veritex Community Bank has a lending team standing by to help you navigate through the loan process. Visit veritexbank.com for more details. That's VERITEX bank.com. Member FDIC, subject to credit approval.
It's Truck Month at Monument Chevrolet. Get employee pricing on Silverado 1500s plus 2.9% APR for 72 months. Visit Monument Chevrolet off Beltway 8 and 225 or monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. You've heard me talking about Two Creeks Crossing Resort. What a beautiful, relaxing place. We took the family when school got out and we had a fantastic time. We stayed in the treehouse. You know the kids love that. I drove up after I got off work and was there in 90 minutes, which is pretty close to my normal commute. The family took it all in, from exploring their 92-acre property to fishing in the creeks in their catch-and-release pond, which the kids loved. Everybody had a great time, and we can't wait to go back. Book now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Friday Night Lights means one thing, high school football. And with football comes the homecoming game and the homecoming dance. Make sure you look sharp with Giorgio Dante suit separates at Suit Mart. Jackets start at just $89.99, vests from $29.99, and pants from $39.99. Choose from black, midnight navy, or charcoal gray. Then finish the look with a marquee slim fit dress shirt starting at only $22.99. Be ready for the big night with homecoming style from Suit Mart.
What's up, guys? Sean Mapes here. Prize Picks is the best way to win cash on your Texans this football season. Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your takes into cash all season long on Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the only app that offers stacks, meaning you can pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Want to pick more on Josh Allen's pass yards, rush yards, and touchdowns? Now you can have all of them in the same lineup, only on Prize Picks. You can now also follow other Prize Picks players directly on the app and copy their lineups in one click. Whether it's a friend, a celebrity, or just someone whose picks you like, hit the follow button and check out every lineup they create in the brand new Feed tab on Prize Picks. You can even follow me. Join the millions of users and sign up for America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. Just download the Prize Picks app today and use promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
John Granado here with Yanni Damaris, talking football season now. I got a few suggestions for you, Yanni. Why don't we do a Thursday night steak night?
You know, that sounds great.
How about Saturday, all-you-can-eat ribs?
That also sounds awesome.
We got 16 TVs where you can watch your games all day long and eat Yanni's ribs. What about on Sundays to watch the hometown team? How about a little happy hour?
How about a football happy hour?
It's all going on at 18th Street in the West Loop. I don't mind giving the business away. It ain't mine. It's great barbecue and a whole lot more. Damaris Barbecue.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Yankees Red Sox back here on the Rich Eisen Show. We are here on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Joining us right now, I think he's doing man on the street interviews on behalf of ESPN. My buddy Scott Van Pelt joining us here. Are you you're on the streets of New York, Scott? Is that what's happening right now?
Man on the street. I've always kind of wanted to do this. I feel like I'm reporting live here. We're on Van Dam in the city. It's a lovely day.
Okay.
Moods are sky high with the Giants coming off a dub and the Jets playing tonight. Mets, not so much, but hey, you got the Yankees coming up. So,
Red Sox. Yankees Red Sox on ESPN for starting on Tuesday, maybe for 3 straight days. Scott, let's go.
Well, ride the lightning.
Are you already dressed? Did you fly in your suit? Do you fly in your suit?
Ooh.
That would be next level. That would be next level.
Great question.
Thank you.
This is an oddity with me. All right, I don't want to get too inside the beltway, but you can relate to this. Like the days of doing the late night, overnight Sports Center, Neil Everett and I, when we did it really late, I would just be dressed in like bummy clothes until it was time to do the show. And then inevitably, like with 5 minutes before airtime, I'd be sprinting down the hallway with tying my tie.
Yes.
And so as I've matured and became an adult, I now arrive suited and booted for work. We don't have to be on the air for hours, but I'm properly outfitted. This is what we got. There's the pocket square. There's the lovely Xenia tie.
Nice.
And this is it.
Okay, so later on tonight, when we watch you expertly man a studio for not one but 2 games, this is what we're going to see. This suit, the tie, jacket, the whole thing.
This is all I got.
Okay. I like it. Scott Van Pelt joining us from the streets of New York, getting ready to host Monday Night Countdown on ESPN. Let's just jump into it, Scott. New York also home to the Ryder Cup this past weekend. What's your opinion of the golf? Let's start with the golf first up, Scott, on that.
Europe was amazing. They're better at this than the United States, and they've demonstrated that for this entire century, if you will. There's a sincere fondness for one another. There's something about it matters to them in a way that it just, I don't think does on the same level for the United States. And that's not a knock against the United States. It's a compliment to Europe. Their very best players play great. Rory's amazing. John Rahm, and then they've got guys like Fleetwood, who until Justin Thomas took him down, feel unbeatable. And they knew what they were walking into, Rich. But I mean, look, I've been to Bethpage. I've seen it. There's great things about it. But this weekend was ridiculous. It was ridiculous behavior. There's no call for that ever. And you could turn around and go, oh, they did that in Italy. No, they didn't. People followed Rory McIlroy and Shane Lowry around for 5 hours, and it was personal, and it was ridiculous. Rory called it unacceptable. He's right. But then, maybe not surprisingly, because the Americans are incredible individually, here comes the Stars and Stripes on Sunday. And you heard Luke Donald say, those are some of the toughest hours of my life. They could feel it slipping away. And it very nearly did. If Henley's putt on 18 goes, I think it's very possible the American side would have pulled off the comeback, because then the pressure would have been so immense on the European side. I don't know if they could have stood up to it. Well, but they were a proper and deserving champion in the end. I love Bethpage. I love what it is. I love the passion of American sports fans. But there's a big difference between cheering your guys on and showing up to talk a bunch of crap to people that's personal and was over the top.
Yeah, and also throw projectiles and also heap abuse on loved ones, not even the participants, not even the competitors, Scott. That's
totally beyond the pale. That's just you can heckle people, you could root for your people, and there's some heckling. It happens. But this weekend, hopefully it's a bit of a point where people say, you know what, we're not going to do that anymore.
Yeah,
but I don't know.
And then in terms of the golf as well, can you give a voice to what a captain can actually affect? Because one of my favorite sound bites came from Xander Schauffele as Keegan Bradley was being asked about whether he got out captained, and Schauffele interrupts his answer by saying, yeah, he should have told us to make more putts. You know what I mean? And I found that refreshing from Schauffele, as well as supportive of his captain. But what can a captain do, Scott?
Well, if they could do it, then I guess all of the 9 of the 12 that lost it for America would have been able to do better jobs. I think there's course setup is part of it, and Keegan owned that. He said, there's things we do differently, probably have the rough be taller. We didn't know it was going to rain. We didn't know the greens would be this soft. But ultimately, Europe made a mile of putts when they mattered. And the thing that I think people miss is, the United States played like crap. Not really. Scotty and Bryson played together and were 9 under through 15 holes, I believe it was, and didn't get to play 16 because the other side was that much better. The Europeans put on an outrageous putting display. Outrageous. And so, I think, and this gets a little in the weeds, but there's something called Data Golf, which does a great job of analyzing analytics. And they said this Morikawa English pairing was the 132nd out of 132. But that's measuring analytics, which doesn't measure what it feels like. And nothing feels like the Ryder Cup. Nothing. And so there are human beings that are involved here. And they felt like there was something with Morikawa in English, and it didn't translate. So you can blame Keegan, I guess. But ultimately, Xander's right. If they make more putts, then that's not the conversation we're having. So I think the captaincy, Luke Donald deserves a massive amount of credit for being as meticulous as he has been and creating an environment where the Europeans feel so invested in one another. All credit to him for that. I don't think you can blame Keegan for not having his guys make every single putt they looked at. But he owned the part that he could have done better, and I'm good on him for that. I'm just bummed because he's a great dude, and you invest a lot, and then you get boat raced for 2 days, and everyone thinks you've done a lousy job.
Do you think part of him sits here and thinks he should have let him? He should have named himself, Scott, like in a quiet moment, heart of hearts, or are we past that? What do you think?
That's the part that sucks the worst. He should have been on the team 2 years ago, and he was overlooked. I think he's the captain this time around because of that. And then he didn't want to choose himself because he didn't want to not pick someone that was deserving because he knows what that feels like. And so that's the real cruelty, if you want to say it that way, about Keegan's situation. He should have been on the team. They'd have been a better team if they had him.
A few minutes left here with Scott Van Pelt, man on the street, joining us from the streets of New York, already in his suit, getting ready to host two studio shows, pretty much, and one for tonight's Week 4 finale here on the Rich Eisen Show. The best football team in the NFL through 4 weeks. Doesn't have to be a team that is 4-0. Could be a team that's 3-1. What do you think, Scott? Best team?
Buffalo Bills.
Why?
Because I think Josh Allen is reaching the point in the Matrix where it's all just slowing down. Maybe I'm guilty of just wanting something new, and Philly's a boring answer. All they do is win games. Philly. I mean, I'm sure in Philadelphia, you'd be like, hey, that's a really bad answer, Van Pelt. Nice. Don't be an ass. And they'd be right. Yeah. All you guys do is win. But I just feel like Buffalo, I said this about Rory at the Masters. I think every man has a time. I just feel like this is Josh's time. That said, they were in a 4-point game with the Saints on Sunday. I guess you can't beat everybody you play by 30. And Miami hung with them as well. But Philly's done nothing to not be the right answer, but I'm saying Buffalo because of that guy right there that you're showing, 17.
Yeah, I'm also looking at the Monday night schedule coming up. Are you going to Jacksonville? Will you be there?
Yep, we will be.
Okay. That's going to be a heck of a night, man. I mean, the Chiefs back to 500 at 2-2. Jacksonville at 3-1, kind of feeling it. Liam Cohen's talking with his chest a little bit. That is going to be lit. And then, what do you? Sorry,
I wouldn't want to fight Robert Saleh. Not for nothing. I think I wouldn't. Push comes to shove, I'd pass on a tussle with him.
I would do that as well. But I guess if you have no haters, you're not popping. Isn't that what he said back in the day when he was with the Jets? And then there's another two-banger from Monday night in Week 6. I'm just noticing that as well. And so is the next one that you're going to a Houston at Detroit? You going to Detroit as well, Scott?
I think so.
Okay.
That might be an aggressive private aviation deal where we go to Detroit but then fly back to try to do the show from D.C. from the night one. I don't know how we're going to sort that one out. But we got friends that know friends, so
we got friends who.
We'll see what the boys from Fly House can cook up if we can get from A to B in a hurry. But
okay,
I mean, look, it's just great fun. Whether it's a doubleheader with a couple of 0-3 teams and then a team that loses its quarterback, like there's nothing that moves the needle like the NFL. As you well know, you've made your living so capably and so beautifully for so many years covering it. There's just nothing that captivates our interest and attention, even if it's a couple of games that aren't quite what we thought they might be when the season started.
All right. Did Kelsey make it back from Ireland for tonight? Do we know if Kelsey's back from his walkabout with Bill Murray from Ireland? Do we know, Scott? Did he make it?
I said we know people that know people. I'm pretty sure he's got people. I know people. I think he's got people. I'm going to say yes.
Yeah, he wasn't on Aer Lingus. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
You're most welcome. Good morning. No, I don't think he's on Aer Lingus.
Okay, he wasn't doing that? All right, and so before I let you go, your worst beat through the first 4 weeks of the season is what? What was your worst beat, Scott Van Pelt?
If you had the Rams in Philadelphia had 26-9 and you didn't get there because a field goal was blocked and a 330-pound man ran 18 miles an hour to score, that won't be topped. The good news is you won't lose a more excruciating bet than that.
That's one way to put it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, big man with football gets you through. Well, it doesn't get you through. That's what you're saying. Oh, I got you. 26-9, and all went down the tubes from there.
Yeah, I was one of the Rams plus 3.5 people. Rich.
You were.
Thank you.
Oh boy.
You're getting 3.5. You're ahead 26-7 on the field. Like, you're good.
Good.
And then you're not. And then they're gonna win the game or they're not. I'm good. I'm safe. No, you're not safe. That's why it's like, I don't know if you've ever been to Vegas or Atlantic City or any casino boat. You're playing blackjack and there's the person that's like, you got a 20 against the 6 and someone's like, oh, this is a good hand. You never speak until the dealer busts, right? And so anyone who would dare to speak on that game until the kick either missed or what happened, they know better. Nothing is said.
Nothing's said.
Nothing is said.
So basically, the Philadelphia dealer hit 21 with 5 more cards after starting with 6 against your 20. Is pretty much what that was.
It was 2, 2, 3, 4, 6, whatever that adds up to. Yeah, that's what happened. It was a 7-card 21 in your eye hole.
Scott Van Pelt, thanks for the Zoom from the streets of New York already in your Monday Night Countdown suit. And I'm sure you've lost circulation in your right arm holding your phone this entire time. I really appreciate it, Scott. Thank you.
I can't feel the entire right side of my body. I'm an elderly person. I feel like it could be a medical event. We'll see. If I'm not on, it's because I died here on the streets for you, Rich.
Bless you, Scott. Bless you. Thank you very much. There's no I in Scott or Van Pelt. Ladies and gentlemen, the team player, Scott Van Pelt, leaving us from New York City.
Yeah, that game makes you wonder why you gamble at all. That was rough.
Why do you gamble?
That was when you question quitting.
I don't understand. Just giving money away.
You want to do it.
You know what I mean? Bet $5,000 to win $100. That don't make no sense
until you hammer the over on Sunday Night Football and you're laughing at like halftime.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that would
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's always one that brings you back, TJ.
Let's go to Sean in Kansas City. You're here on the Rich Eisen Show. What's up, Sean? It's line 5, Jason Feller. You there, Sean? You there, Sean?
I am. Thank you for taking my call.
Thanks for making it. What's on your mind?
Well, I was at the Kansas City game. My family, we have season tickets right behind the opponent's sideline. And when Cooper Rush came in, all my family were freaking out because we didn't see him limping off the field. We saw him come over to the sideline, throw his helmet down, and just sit down. And then we got the news that he had a hamstring injury. But we never saw medical attention go to him. He never had a massage gun on his thigh. Nothing. We watched the whole fourth quarter. He didn't touch his hamstring at all. And, my family, they're drunk. They're yelling. They're telling him that he's quitting on their team.
Oh, boy.
And I'm just wondering, was there any proof that he actually had a hamstring injury?
Oh, I don't think. Listen, Sean, I think your family. There he goes. What happened? Did you hang up? That was you?
No, that wasn't me.
Oh.
He said what he had to say, and he was out.
Peace out. Yeah, that's. I think that I'm glad he.
Well, he said they were drinking.
He said that they were alcohol infused. Yeah. It's a bad loss for the Ravens, but like I said, 1-3. Your next 4: Houston and the Rams at home. Then there's a bye. Then you got the Chiefs at home. The Bears at home. So they're coming home from Kansas City, and they don't have to get on a plane for another month. And that plane is to Miami on a Thursday night. So I am not panicking.
Well, bad news for the Ravens. John Harbaugh just said Nnamdi Madubuike is out for the season with a neck injury.
Yeah, that's serious business. And without Madubuike, you could see that you could, run up the gut on him. It's just that nobody does that for the Chiefs.
Right.
I'm just wondering why Pacheco doesn't get the 10, 15 carries. Like, let's try. I guess
he's trying. He's only averaging a couple yards of carry.
What's happening?
They're kind of high on this Brashard Smith.
I saw, and then he came in and he dropped one, and then they gave another one to him.
He caught a few passes.
Right.
But
We'll see. I got to call Stone Street for the skinny on him because that's my Chiefs insider.
He's a 7th-round running back.
And by the way, is there anybody who says every syllable of one person's name quite like Jim Nance says Pacheco? He lays into that Pacheco. Every syllable is just nailed by Jim Nance when he says Isaiah Pacheco's name.
Pacheco.
844-204-RICH being the number to dial. Listen, the Steelers at 3-1. They are really good at taking the football away. I think we've seen that. We've had it established. And week one, when they couldn't take the football away more than just once, Rodgers threw for 4 touchdowns. And the fact that Rodgers, since that day, going into the Ireland game, threw only for 3 touchdowns, a lot of folks are wondering if week one was fugazi. And the Steelers won a football game yesterday that, I'll be honest with you, I was concerned about them being able to win without Jaylen Warren and the run game maybe being next to nothing. And here's Rodgers sitting back there in a defense that was marauding the week before against the Cincinnati Bengals, would be having its way with a guy who really doesn't move around all that well at this age. And I was wrong. Was I ever? Now, they're still not throwing deep. They're not chunk playing. Unless DK takes one from like 10 yards and runs the next 70 through the entire secondary as he did yesterday for an 80-yard score that is through 57 international series games now. By the time that London is through, 60 international games in the history of the National Football League. This was the longest play from scrimmage ever outside of the United States in the international series. They just don't do that, though.
It's almost like they need a guy like, what's his name?
George Pickens?
George Pickens.
Well, it just wasn't working out there. Whatever was going on there, there's the tip of an iceberg we only see, and boy, does it appear to have been an iceberg there. And the Steelers' defense doing the rest. Along with, wait for it, did Kenneth Gainwell just take over the running back position for the Pittsburgh Steelers? I'll tell you this. I know they've got a bye now, and Jaylen Warren was the guy coming into the season after being the backup to Najee Harris. But you got to wonder if they're just going to basically tell Jaylen, you don't normally lose your job due to injury here, and we'll try and split the reps in a certain way. But you got to wonder if Kenneth Gainwell is going to get another start. 19 carries, 99 rush yards, 2 rushing touchdowns, career highs in carries, rushing yards, and rushing touchdowns and scrimmage yards for Kenneth Gainwell, the guy who, as we all know, was behind Saquon last year.
He looked so good yesterday.
He sure did.
Showed patience. His cuts were great. Great game.
His 134 scrimmage yards are tied for most by a Steelers player in a game over the last 2 seasons. And Rodgers only missed on 4 passes. 126 of his 200 pass yards were gained by DK Metcalf, the 80 yards of the 126 on one play. So every single time that Steelers win, you're like, but they're 3-1. And they're 2 games clear of the Ravens. The Bengals have a backup quarterback damn near all the way through to the middle of December if they're lucky. And the Browns are, talking about Shedeur Sanders' body language in Ohio right now. And the Steelers come off the bye and they get the Browns before visiting Cincinnati, and then that massive one where Green Bay now has a revenge game player against them. Sunday Night Football. And Rodgers is going to be talking about that before a game against Indianapolis at home that could be pretty damn big, by the way.
Hell yeah.
And a visit to Los Angeles against the Chargers. That's what's coming up for the Steelers. And as for the Vikings, they're just going to be up and down until we find out who's the quarterback and how we can get some sort of rhythm going.
Steelers did everything in their power to make that game closer than it should have been yesterday.
Well, the thing was over, and then Carson Wentz caught fire in the 4th quarter.
Yep.
And then Tomlin made that decision instead of going for a 4th down on the needing 1 inch, let's punt it away and give the ball back. And that almost came back to bite them.
Yeah. There was a few.
But the defense did its job. The defense did its job. And then there were not 1 but 2 takeaways taken away. One in which, in the 4th quarter, the interceptor bobbled it before getting his feet down. And then the one where Jordan Mason clearly fumbled it. And as Jalen Ramsey grabbed the ball and ran it back the entire distance and then faked with the hamstring injury, doing the gritty, only before him leaving the game later on with, wait for it, an actual such injury. That Jordan Mason had his feet out of bounds when he reached out just to grab it and try and gain possession of it. Little did anybody know, probably even Jordan Mason know, that the act of just grabbing it with his feet out of bounds ended the play. So the Steelers actually had 2 more takeaways taken away. And they still had 2 with 6 sacks. And TJ Watt, JJ's brother, TJ, getting it done with his first interception in a couple of years. So we're back on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance, with one big finish, a flourish, if you will, when we have a poll question within the studio. Now that Mike Del Tufo has turned into an actual Dodgers fan, and Jason Feller. I don't know where Mike went.
He's over here.
Oh, gosh. Oh, okay.
Oh, he's coming.
Where did you go, Mike? Where'd you go? What are you doing? You just left?
Since we're taking photos in the studio, I'm letting Felly sit in for the...
Oh, yeah, so we have a photographer taking candids. Very good.
You see me over here just smiling for no reason?
Okay. I was wondering what's going on.
Wow. What is happening?
I don't know. I just thought the mold business was treating you well.
Oh, it is.
All right, we'll take good to know. Can confirm. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show in a moment. 844-204-RICH.
I can't give you all the ingredients to the hot dog you might not like.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recover from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24th, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State with 10 minutes left in the second quarter. Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
ServPro. Like it never even happened.
Rich Eisen here for Sonos, the speakers that bring every game to life in my own house. With studio quality sound, Sonos makes you feel like you're right there in the stadium. Whether you're cheering on your team, binging your favorite show, or listening to the hottest songs, Sonos fills every room with incredible sound. Setup is easy. Just plug in, open the Sonos app, and you're ready to go. Want stadium quality sound at home just like me? Because I love Sonos. You will too. Explore soundbars, speakers, and more at Sonos.com. Sonos. They look as good as they sound.
Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
This is my issue with Kyler. This guy has never been great. Why are we not as critical of this player as we are those that would be deemed his peers that have not necessarily lived up to the hype? This young man is good, but that's as much as you can go with him. I couldn't envision a scenario where he leads a team to an NFC championship game. Forget a Super Bowl.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday mornings starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2. This is Freddie and Harry on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Baker Mayfield of Tampa Bay Buccaneers is not an elite quarterback, although he may be a little bit closer to that designation than people want to realize. But I don't think there's any doubt that he is a top 4 elite competitor. Anybody that can take any kind of slight and flip it. Maybe the best thing about Baker Mayfield, if you're an opponent, don't get on his last nerve.
Check out more from Freddie and Harry weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more and back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000, and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe, with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief. Let's hydrate. Grab a Rambler Sparkling Water, the official sparkling water of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A Texas mineral blend available in original lemon lime, grapefruit, satsuma, blackberry, and now wild cherry. Get Ramblin', Houston.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, you guys say that you have 100 colors or so. Actually, you've got thousands of colors, don't you?
Yes, so just in stock we have over 100 colors, which is the rainbow. But if you need that specific fuchsia pink, we'll find it for you and we'll coat it for you.
You can combine any colors, right?
You can dream of a color and we can find it for you.
What if I want the colors of my favorite team? Are you guys going to do it?
You should come see our Houston Astros chairs.
I saw them. You brought them out to our golf tournament.
Yes.
And they are awesome. A lot of people people will tailgate, mostly Texans or University of Houston or Texas A&M. Hey, if you've got a favorite team, you guys will color code them that color of your team.
Even if you like the Saints and you need some sun gold in your life, we got you.
What about the Cougs?
I'm a Coug. Of course we got to have Cougar colors.
They're the biggest. They're the best. They're expanding. Houston Powder Coaters doesn't get any better. Call Robin. You'll probably deal with Robin when you call Houston Powder Coaters. 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Get in on exciting gaming action at La Berge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 Penn Play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to La Berge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Lowe's knows that free makes everything better. That's why our rewards members get free standard shipping on the things they need and want, starting at Silver Key status every day. Savings for rewards members add up fast, so why wait? Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Little help. A little help over here.
Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance.
What?
Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers.
Seriously?
Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
If your business is growing and looking for working capital, funds to acquire a business or purchase equipment, Veritex Community Bank's lending team is standing by to help you navigate through the loan process. Visit veritexbank.com for more details. That's VERITEX bank.com. Member FDIC, subject to credit approval.
Eisen Show. As you all know, I care deeply about pediatric cancer research and awareness, and that's why I'm proud to tell you about Hyundai Hope on Wheels. For over 27 years, every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they've raised more than $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. At Hyundai, hope isn't optional. It comes standard. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more. So we wrap up this program. Do you know how certain great sports towns all have a favorite team that everybody's rooting for and pulling for? You love that dirty water in Boston for your Red Sox,
Absolutely.
right? You know what I mean? And there are so many other cities whose town it is. And those teams start winning, and the town goes crazy for them. We see it all the time. For instance, in the Mets town of New York City, the New York Metropolitans had the best record in baseball on June the 12th. And finished up in a Mets town with a record of 38-55. And all they needed was one win against the Marlins. And they get shut out. Now the Reds are going to the playoffs. The Reds are coming here to the great city of Los Angeles. You know, with all due respect to the Angels, a Dodgers town.
Yeah, I mean,
right? I mean, you would know that, Mike, as a Dodger fan for 5 minutes. You even get it.
Yep, I get it.
And so the Mets are out instead of being here in Los Angeles, where so many Mets fans could have seen them play. But not the case. The owner of the Mets, Steve Cohen, taken to X to apologize. Apologize to the fans. You did your part by showing up and supporting the team. We didn't do our part.
Facts.
We will do a post-mortem and figure out the obvious and less obvious reasons why the team didn't perform up to your and my expectations. We're all feeling raw today. The result was unacceptable. Your emotions tell me how much you care and continues to motivate the organization to do better. Thank you to the best fans in sports. You might say that this Mets finish was tough to stomach. Oh, there's the stomach. Right there. Belonging to the man who showed up in his Mets uniform and called it a Mets town after helping the Yankees get to the World Series and then took the Mets money and called it a Mets town. And the Mets, with the second largest payroll in sports, don't even make the playoffs. Man, that's a shame.
It's saying coming from a Yankee fan who had the largest payroll for years.
Actually, if you made the playoffs, it would have been the second largest playoff payroll in baseball against the most. And they're giving Ohtani the mother of all 401ks.
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of Ks, I wish Lindor had struck out instead of grounding into a double play to end the season, because who was on deck but Juan Soto? That would have been the ultimate chef's kiss, to have him be the one to end the season. Instead, here's Juan Soto after the Mets. Wait a minute. I wrote, they did something to the bed. I'll look it up. Just roll it in the meantime.
Anyway.
Where did this go wrong in your mind?
What do you mean?
Why did this not translate? Why did the talent not translate to wins?
Baseball, man. Baseball. I don't think even if you have a great team in paper, nobody's going to bring it to you. You got to go out there and get it. So I think it's part of it, and we just fell off short.
Well, what do you think has to change next year?
I mean, we have everything we need. I say we just got to win games. I think that's the only thing we got to change. Win games.
What do you mean, he said, when asked why it didn't work out. He's going to the playoffs instead of Juan Soto. The team he left.
Cool.
Oh, yeah. I think we actually have an AI rendering. Somebody sent this to me. This is fantastic. You've got the old AI rendering. There's a judge behind the door and Juan forlornly looking through it.
Forlornly.
Juan Soto had a tremendous
It wasn't his
season.
fault. He was amazing this year.
So maybe that's why he doesn't understand what went wrong.
Yeah, I was great.
His part.
Or they weren't talking his native tongue, which is money. That's the language that
stop
talks.
that, man.
Why do I have to stop it?
You really got to stop
Why
that.
do I have to stop it?
Because then other things will get brought up. Everybody takes the money, man. That's what we do here in this society. Everybody takes the money.
He can go yachting in October.
You know what I mean? You would take the money. Brockman would take the money. Del Tufo would take the money.
Okay.
I would take. Everyone would take the money.
Yeah.
Get out of here with that.
Who wants to be a Yankee in a Mets town anyway?
We knew that this team, Chris, and didn't I say this all year? I'm going to enjoy it while it lasts because I know it won't.
Oh, tough to stomach.
All right, that's what.
Tough to stomach.
I can't believe you're going to make me root for
in
Boston.
a Mets town, it happens.
Coach Saban here. On the field or on your walls, coverage matters. That's why I go with Behr Marquee Interior Paint and Primer from the Home Depot.
Exceptional hide, advanced stain blocking, and over 1,000 colors to choose from. Behr Marquee delivers one-coat coverage that stands up to real life. One-coat coverage, no overtime. Behr Marquee, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid only when tinted to colors from the Behr Marquee Interior One-Coat Hide Collection.
Your fantasy roster is set. The Smack Talk is heating up, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing the ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sports book for sports fans. Download the app and link your ESPN Bet and ESPN accounts to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. If you have low water pressure, dirty or bad tasting water, call Aqueduct Plumbing Company. They're Houston's premier repiping company. If you have a water heater that's over 10 years old, it may be time to look into a tankless water heater. Go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. They are the local plumbing experts, and you can trust that they are going to take care of ESPN 97.5 listeners. Make sure that you keep the name aqueductplumbingcompany.com in your phone and ready for action.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer, and guess what? We are still buying houses at fair prices. If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we are doing two things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
For premier recreation, dining, and entertainment, head to East River 9, located 1 mile from downtown Houston. East River 9 is the only 9-hole par 3 golf course, driving range, and pickleball facility in town that features night golf under its LED stadium lights. The venue boasts a tremendous view of the Houston skyline, which is perfect for sunset gazing while enjoying your favorite cocktail or River House restaurant menu item. Go to eastriver9.com to book a tee time, pickleball court, or sign up for our annual membership. You'll be glad you did.
Come experience the all-new vibe at Trulux. Beautifully renovated and better than ever. Don't miss Stone Crab Mondays. Sweet, succulent, and sustainable. Our medium claws are buy one, get one half price all day. Unwind in our newly renovated bar for our half-off happy hour and try our bold $59 three-course menu with seasonal favorites. Power luncheon? We've got you. 2 courses for only $36. Fast, fresh, and unforgettable. Come see and taste what's new at Trulux, Ocean's finest seafood and crab. Your table is waiting.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings, but you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
Hello, I'm Lisa Holland Nelson.
And I'm Shavonna Robber-Schreiber.
And we are so excited to be bringing you Culture Club HTX every Sunday morning from 8 to 9 on ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5.
Our show is about sports, community, fashion, and of course business, and all the things that make Houston the heartbeat of Texas.
Our community, that's our favorite, right?
That's one of our most favorite. So every Sunday, 8 a.m., ESPN Radio 92.5 and 97.5. We can't wait for you to tune in.
Howdy, Ags. Andrew Monaco, voice of the Aggies here for HRMP, a proud partner of Aggie Athletics. For nearly 25 years, HRMP has been protecting the interests of Aggie-owned businesses. HRMP provides comprehensive human resource services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. If you're an Aggie-owned business, let HRMP customize a plan to eliminate your HR burdens. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/AGS. That's hrp.net/AGS today.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
Houston standing by, over.
Jeremy and Joe starts now.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Hello, Houston. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. It's Jeremy and Joe. Brian's here with us as well. Texans won a football game. Lots to get to today. Lots happening. Astros, no playoffs for the first time in seems like forever. Rockets are doing media things. And the Houston Texans have won a football game for the first time of the year. Always fun to win. How about that, Joe? How about how about them Texans?
Hey,
doesn't really roll off the tongue very well.
How about them Texans? Defense was good. Offense was
good for a quarter, but at least they're back in the win column. That feels nice. It's much better to have a victory Monday than a 0-4 start to the season.
Yeah, I haven't heard this song in a while. Forgot that it was our song. Yeah. No, it is good. What is your biggest takeaway from this? Like, 6-0 at the half, could have been 6-6. Took a little while to get the offense to get going, but you do win convincingly. You dominate the Titans. They're calling for their head coach to get fired. They were calling for him to get fired before the game, but there's good here, right?
There is good. Like, I feel encouraged by the fact that the Texans won a football game. It feels, I mean, it's been since last year that that's happened. That's a positive, but I struggle to feel excited or encouraged because of the way the game went for the first three quarters. Like, it's hard for me to watch this game like, yes, the Texans are back. They're on the right track. Like, yes, they played good football in the fourth quarter, and we saw them get into the red zone and execute, but my biggest takeaway is I don't really feel that much different, to be honest with you, about how I felt about this team on Friday, unfortunately.
Yeah. I'm about there too. Like, at the same time, I don't want to poo-poo the win. Like, this is the NFL, and the NFL is hard to win games. The Titans might be the worst team in the NFL, so I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth there a little bit. At the same time, it's not that easy to blow out a team 26-0, even if they're the worst team in the NFL. It's the first shutout the Houston Texans have had since 2010, which was the Cortland Finnegan game, if you want to go way back. So, like, you can't ignore that. Like, you have to give that the credence that it deserves, I think. So, the defense was dominant, and I give them their kudos, even though they're playing maybe the worst team in the NFL with a rookie quarterback, and their offense is in shambles, and their head coach gave up the play-calling duty. I get all of that. But you dominated them. You absolutely dominated. You outgained them by nearly 200 yards in this game. So I do want to tip my cap to the Texans, who were 0-3. Nick Caley-Weiss, like, we were wondering if he could get fired before he went into the bye. Where is C.J. Stroud in his third year of his NFL career? Is he trending downwards? So at least they righted the ship for the moment. Now, I think you can have the remainder of that conversation, but that's where I'm at, that you were able to stabilize the ship for at least a moment.
I do agree with that. I just think I would totally feel that way if gosh, I don't know if it's like nitpicking. If the points would have been spread out a little bit, like if they would have scored in the first through the third quarter and gotten in the end zone at that point, not just 2 field goals and then a missed field goal. Like, if they would have executed throughout the entire game, I think to the defensive point, you're totally right. I mean, look, it is an NFL team. Cam Ward is obviously, well, he said it. They're booty cheeks. They're not good. They're not a good football team. But it is to shut out a team in the NFL. It's not something that's easy to do. Again, 2010, like you said, the last time the Texans did it. So that is an accomplishment. The defense performed to every expectation and I think beyond in this game. The fact that the Titans only had 2 drives of more than 5 plays in this entire game. That is an accomplishment in itself. It doesn't matter that it's Cam Ward and it's the Titans. To shut a team down that drastically is impressive. So I'm with you there. I don't want to take away from the win. And again, CJ did look much better in the fourth quarter as the offense as a whole. But even then, with all that being said, like, I still find myself, why is it taking this long to get Woody Marks involved in the game plan like they did? The adjustment that C.J. Stroud apparently made with the play call to get the ball to Jaden Higgins is very positive. But where has that stuff been for 3 weeks? So it almost reinforces my frustrations with this team through the first handful of games. We did see them execute things that we thought they could throughout the entire year.
Yeah. So, like, all that said, like, hey, yay, Texans won. They're on the right track. Maybe they can beat a depleted Baltimore team that might be without Lamar Jackson. We'll see. Their defense is banged up. Like, they're missing 6 or 7 starters that will not play. So the Texans have a chance of being a road favorite at Baltimore if Lamar doesn't play. Like, do you think that – do you agree? Like, if Cooper Rush is named the starter – because the line hasn't come out because Vegas is waiting to see the Baltimore injuries. Harbaugh talked on it today. He's like, he would have played if he was able, but he wasn't able. If Lamar's out, the Texans could be a 1-3 road favorite.
I think they should be because you have the best defense in the NFL right now in terms of points allowed per game. And, you're facing Cooper Rush. I think they absolutely should be the favorite in that game. Derrick Henry hasn't looked like Derrick Henry of last year and previous years. It's been a little bit of a slower start this year for him. Their weapons have been okay. Zay Flowers has had a pretty good season. DeAndre Hopkins has some nice moments, but even with Isaiah likely, returning, it sounds like this weekend, I would assume they're the favorite. I mean, they just lost Roquan Smith. On the defensive side, the Texans would absolutely be favorites if Cooper Rush is the starting quarterback this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, they were without 6 starters on the defensive side of the ball yesterday.
Yikes.
And they're gonna be even more shorthanded, especially if Lamar's out. So that's gonna be fun to monitor throughout the week. But look, step in the right direction. You at least stabilize the ship. Things are trending upwards. How what degree of that angle upwards is up to you and up to interpretation. The other side, though, in the other hand, they didn't really build that trust with me. And that's kind of, I think, where you're at. Do I trust Nick Haley-Weiss any more today than I did on Saturday? No, I really don't. I do trust C.J. Stroud a little bit more today than I did on Saturday. I do trust Woody Marks a little bit more than whoever was playing running back for the Texans Saturday, if we were projecting it. Some of the rookies did some good things, but I still don't trust this team. And that's kind of where I'm at with any positions of power, whether any authoritarian power, talking strictly sports here, general manager, head coach, all of that. My litmus test for them is if I trust them. Do I trust them? And then secondly, can I do better? But in this case, there's no one else out there. So, do you trust D'Amico Ryans? Do you trust Nick Haley? Do you trust the Houston Texans? And talking specifically on the offensive side of the ball, the answer for me is no. I didn't gain any trust from Nick Haley after that performance yesterday, even though you blew him out. And that's, tip of the cap in an NFL game. Even though you dominate them in pretty much every statistical category, do you trust Nick Haley going forward? My answer is still a pretty overwhelming no.
No, it's definitely an overwhelming no. I think the only person you can definitively say you trust on the Houston Texans offense right now is still Nico Collins. While CJ, I think, last week I agree with you. I think the tape speaks better for itself than the actual, stats would say in the Jacksonville game. This week, again, a step in the right direction. I think the way you put it with the arrow pointing up, how up is it pointing, is fair for CJ as well. But no, Nico to me is the only guy I trust that is involved within the Houston Texans offense. And that starts at Nick Caserio, and that works all of its way down to the offensive line. Do I trust Ed Ingram? Besides that one play, maybe Ed Ingram is the only other guy.
That wasn't Ingram's fault.
No, that was the center's
Some
fault.
people on Twitter were trying to say it was Ingram's fault. No, I don't even think it was the center's fault. I think it was the design play that was timed poorly.
100%.
Who was the color guy on that game? Ross Tucker?
Yeah.
Ross Tucker said that they were trying to wham him, which is you're bringing the tight end in motion, and he's supposed to be timed perfectly to where you wham Jeffrey Simmons, which – should you be doing that with Jeffrey Simmons? I think is a very valid question. Should you be whamming Jeffrey Simmons? I didn't see him try it again after Jeffrey Simmons had the fastest sack in the last 2 years in just over 2 seconds from the moment of snapping until C.J. Stroud went down. So I trust Ed Ingram to that point, to that question, Joe.
I mean, I think he's the highest graded guard in the NFL right now, according to Pro Football Focus. So
I would trust Nico.
One good.
I would trust Nico. The rookies, I don't know if they trust him, so how can I? Kirk's been kind of meh. I know it's been 2 games, but whatever. Offensive line, Ingram for sure. Can you trust Howard?
I think so. I think you can.
Close?
I think he's – it's a low bar of trust for the Houston Texans.
I think he's close.
I think he falls above the bar.
Yeah. I mean, I trust Stroud. Maybe I'm being a homer there, although Stroud played really well yesterday. Yes, the worst defense in the NFL, worst team in the NFL. I thought Stroud was good yesterday, and we'll get to some C.J. Stroud a little bit later. Do you trust Woody?
Yeah, that feels like a big leap, but I think the answer might be yes, Jeremy.
Could he be this year's Bucky Irving? Slow down, Branham. Slow down.
But he looks
good.
He looks good running the ball, pass blocking. We talked about that from the very first game of the season with how bad Dara was back there. He's put better film on tape from pass blocking. I think Woody Marks, you can make the argument that you trust him already. I think it's a little premature to say he's fully in the trust tree for the Houston Texans offense, but he's right there if he's not there already.
Yeah, Alex on the Twitch is saying baby steps. That's kind of what it was. It was it was a baby step. It wasn't a full step. It wasn't like one giant leap. It wasn't any of that. It was a baby step. Like, okay, maybe we can add up all these baby steps and maybe you can get to a leap by like week 10. But a baby step yesterday in the second half.
Honestly, like I think if anything, it's like when like your kid like stood up for the first time by himself. like that might be the step that they took. Like, hey, he's standing. That's what the step was in yesterday's game. They're not walking yet.
To your point,
the
defense.
Up.
I mean, you do have to. I mean, the defense has been very good.
Yeah,
Statistically,
for sure.
they've been very good. Matthew Burke was calling plays yesterday, which is pretty interesting.
I'm confused.
I mean, D'Amico said, or D'Amico didn't say this, but Jonathan Alexander, almost said Jason Alexander, he doesn't play anymore. Jonathan Alexander in the Houston Chronicle said that he did that so he could be like more involved in the offensive side of things. So, hey, it went okay, I guess.
Isn't
Good
that
decision,
a pretty
D'Amico.
damning statement? If D'Amico, the guy that doesn't want to have anything to do with the offensive side, gave away play call duty so he could babysit Nick Haley?
I mean, that's an assumption that you're making. D'Amico's never said that.
I'm with Brian, though.
D'Amico's never said, I want nothing to do with offense. He says that he's involved with everything. That those are his words. That's what he said for the last 3 years.
They played 7. He coached 37 games for the Texans before this. He called plays for all of them, and he suddenly decides that he doesn't want to do it anymore.
And what's funny about it too is it's not because the defense was playing poorly. Like why does a play caller give up play calling? A caller gives up play calling because they're not doing it good anymore. So like I'm not doing it good. Why don't you take a shot? No, that wasn't the case. It was our defense is good. I trust you, Matt Burke. Nick Caley-Weiss, I'm not sure that I do. I'm a defensive-minded guy. I'm going to hold your hand on the offensive side of things. No, it is damning. Yes, the answer to your question is yes. Not a great look for Nick Caley-Weiss, but the defense didn't take any slippage. Like they didn't have any drop-off, so that's positive. Matthew Burke can call plays. D'Amico Ryans can continue to hold Nick Caley-Weiss's hand on the offensive side of things.
Is this permanent, you think?
I think so.
Okay.
Whoa. I want to kind of walk that back.
Okay.
I think it's permanent until something dictates you to do, like go elsewhere. Like if Burke gives up 700 yards to the Ravens next week, I think they would revert back.
Yeah, but doesn't it mean like his job's on the line then? Like now that you've handed him this responsibility, if it doesn't go well at some point, you're going to take it away from him? That feels like a tough process to go through. Because honestly, if the plan, honestly, for this week was the Titans are awful, I'm going to focus on the offense this week and let Matt Burke, I'm going to treat this like a preseason game. I think that's a great idea, frankly. Just be like, we don't really care about this team. We know we're going to beat them. We trust Matt Burke to call the plays. I'm going to take it back to D'Amico Ryans for the Ravens game. I would understand that thought process if this was like a well thought out plan.
You can't do that after you shut out a team. You can't be like, here you go, Matthew Burke. We don't have any faith that the Titans can beat us. We're going to give you play calling, and then the moment that you pitch a shutout, I'm going to take it right back.
Yeah, but like they're closer. But they're closer to Miami, the Hurricanes, than they are the Ravens.
No,
they're awful.
Not the depleted Ravens.
They are. The Titans are awful.
What do you think?
I mean, we keeping a book right now. We ass.
I love Cam Ward that he said that.
Yeah,
he's up my power rankings right now. Not a good quarterback, but my likability power rankings. My likability power rankings. I'm like, I like a quarterback who's that honest.
So do you think D'Amico's giving this away?
No, I don't. But if that was the plan, I would understand why they did it. I think it's like what you guys said. It's very damning of Nick Caley for D'Amico to in this situation. I mean, last year when Bobby Slowick was struggling throughout the entire year to make adjustments, and then he didn't do this once last year. That the fourth game of Nick Caley's career calling plays, D'Amico is pulling a Nick Caserio basically with David Culley, and being like, I got to be on the headset and know what's going on.
I know analytics has those things out there.
It's not great. It's not a good look for Nick Caley, I don't think.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's a good point. Now, it's not unusual for head coaches to be like, hey, I'm going to oversee the entire process, but the timing of it is sus. I'll give you that. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Get your thoughts on the first Texans win of the season. Rock and roll. We'll get into some Astro stuff, sadly, a little bit later. Astro stuff. Poor Astros. NFL Week 4 was fun. Lots going on. We'll discuss that, and of course, a great weekend in college football. 713-780-3776. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on TikTok. Bang bang. Joe's at Joe George Radio. I'm at Jeremy J. Branham on TikTok because somebody else stole my name. On Twitter, ESPN 975. Joe's at Joe George Radio. Brian's at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Let's discuss this offense a little bit in greater detail. Also, the C.J. Stroud. What do we think? Is he back on track? Is he again a top 5 quarterback? I'm kidding. Somewhat. 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. As you know, football season is in full swing, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all the action all the time. You're in Texas, and Texas is the best place to make picks and win money on Underdog, at least in my opinion. Playing Underdog is so easy. Pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like rushing yards, receptions, touchdowns, and much, much more. Also on Underdog, you can pick teams on Underdog. Get your picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash, and you can play with as little as $1. And because I love you, they're giving you $100 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's right. Just download the app, plug in promo code KillerB, and you got 2 Monday night games to take a look at today. Underdog loves you a lot again, and they're giving you a Bo Nix free play, so take advantage of that. Jamar Chase, 66.5 receiving yards. You like the higher or the lower there? Cortland Sutton, 65.5 receiving yards. You like the higher or lower there? Joe Burrow's younger brother, the Browning kid, passing yards, 221.5, higher or lower there. Do you know ball? Go on Underdog and prove it. Download the app today. Sign up with promo code KillerB to score a $100 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code KillerB, KILLERB. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. Will you be next? Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
ESPN 97.5.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more in back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief. Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Your home for sports is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Back with Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5
inside of the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. It's Jeremy and Joe. Rocco Baldelli out as manager in Minnesota. Bob Melvin out in San Fran. Mendoza staying with the Mets. Are we on manager watch? Jeff Paston says others to keep an eye on: Bruce Bochy in Texas. He might go to San Fran. Brian Snitker in Atlanta. Joe Espada in Houston. Are we on manager watch? We'll discuss that a little bit later. But
the back of his baseball card.
If anything goes down there, we'll let you know. 713-780-ESPN. We'll get to the Stroud part of yesterday's game in a moment. Texture, do you think the Texans win if Lamar doesn't play Sunday?
Yes.
I do too. Well, it's not just Lamar. It's Lamar and all of the other defensive players that are like lost for the year or lost for multiple weeks. So it's not just Lamar. It's Lamar and all of the other injuries. So I actually think that they'll be favored if Lamar is ruled out, which sounds nuts, doesn't it? Doesn't that sound nuts?
It does. And if they're not favored, I think it'll be a really close line.
Sure, like a 1.5, something like that.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be like I don't think it'll even be a field goal if they're not favored. It'll be tight.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Junkie texting in, what if this was Caserio saying I need you more involved in the offense?
I'm fine with that. Like, if Nick Caserio is the one who's saying, D'Amico, like, this is where you have to step in here a little bit, I'm okay with that. I'm
not really okay with it, to be honest.
Why?
Well, I don't want Caserio telling D'Amico what to do, quite frankly. Like, D'Amico, that's D'Amico's area. Caserio, you go build the roster poorly. You go build the roster. I'm going to worry about my 53 and my coaching staff. Like that
Just
to
keep
me.
asking good questions.
That to me is the general manager meddling too much.
Yeah, I can see that, but I think that from the way they portray it is they have a very cohesive work environment. That's the right way to put it. Where like they're working together in lockstep, all these things. So I don't think it would be a demand if Caserio did it. I guess the way the texter asked it, I think it'd be more of a, hey, maybe we should have you a little bit more involved, D'Amico. How do you feel about this? And I'm assuming D'Amico would sign off on it. But my guess is it probably was just his idea.
I would think so. Junkie could be wrong, but I believe he called plays in the preseason, Burke, as well, so D'Amico could focus on the team as a whole in anticipation of doing this. A lot of play callers will allow the coordinator on their side of the ball that doesn't call play to call plays in the preseason just for like an experience thing. I don't know if D'Amico did it because he was anticipating doing this. Maybe it was like, okay, if we need to do this, I want to know what it looks like. But Burke has called plays before. So I don't know if he did it in anticipation of this, more as this is kind of what NFL play callers do that are head coaches. Head coaches that play call a lot of times will do this in the preseason as like an audition for other teams, really. So I don't know if that's correlated.
Yeah, I think it's just the way it's just the way the process works in the NFL. We see it all the time.
Yeah, Rocky, I trust D'Amico as head coach. If he has a DC and veteran OC. I think he just meant veteran OC, and then he mentions a couple of guys as new general manager. Probably not the time for that. I pivoted from Chargers to Texans in my Survivor League. Never a doubt. That was clutch. That was very clutch. Chargers lost to the Giants.
I don't know if never a doubt is
never a doubt.
How I would have put it though.
There was never a doubt at the half when it was 6-0.
Yeah.
I trust the running game more now than I did Saturday. I'll take Woody over Chubb any day. Woody looks good, man. Woody looks good. A couple touchdowns. The run specifically, I actually thought Caley schemed up something pretty nicely on the receiving touchdown. Like got him open in the flat, catch the ball, space, speed, touchdown. The run though, the little cuts, that was nasty.
He's really impressive. I mean, that's the most positive thing from the game yesterday. Like, even though CJ has good moments, what Woody did in the game yesterday, I think it's almost a clear, running back one at this point for me, of who should get the ball more often, who should be on the field more, and he's got that twitch that you're looking for. I know, like, is it too early for the Bucky Irving thing? Maybe, but like there's some excitement to it. I mean, I'm looking at just some of the highlights here on Twitter as you're talking, and the one that I remembered was I can't tell if it's a safety or a corner that's blitzing off the edge, and he just plants him and puts him on the ground. He's good in the backfield at pretty much everything you need him to do right now.
Yeah, I mean, he outsnapped Chubb 40-30. So, like, he didn't start the game. I don't really care who starts the game. But I do think that as time goes by, that it becomes a bigger ratio for Marks. I think it was like 80-20 in week one. Like, so Marks is already – the fact that he's already jumped him, I think it's going to continue trending in that direction. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Jesse, you're in the junkyard. What's up, Jesse?
Yeah, so I just wanted to make a comment on Woody. I'm very cautiously optimistic, maybe not so cautiously, but yeah, I think what I like about him is that it seems like he doesn't feel like he has to go through the hole that the call played for. Looks like he's reading where he thinks the opportunity is. But I am a little worried that that could get him in trouble, if he doesn't hit the hole hard enough. But obviously we all liked what we saw yesterday. But I want to get y'all's opinion on this as well, because there's actually a couple plays there where he actually had really good holes to run through. And I'm just curious if y'all agree with it, but it seems like sometimes the offensive line, if they think that they have a good running back, somehow they play better and they provide those holes. Because Woody obviously did the work, but he had a couple good holes to run through as well. So anyway, appreciate it, guys. Have a good one.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, it's this is where you are playing the Titans, like a defense. Now they've got a decent defensive line, so I think the offensive line did a good job opening some holes for Woody, but he just found them when he needed to. I think it's a good point where he can go elsewhere if he needs to as well. So he doesn't need a perfect hole to have success, but he's able to identify what's in front of him on the defense. That's where it's encouraging where he's at already. We've seen a guy like Ashton Genty, it's taken him 4 weeks to have success and find, what an NFL hole looks like and not, going in the wrong direction, where Woody, through all the games so far, when he's had his limited opportunities, has shown signs to he looks like he has an idea of what's happening in front of him and has the mindset to where he can be a successful running back for this team.
Can Nick Caley scheme up a running attack? 713-780-3776. I say that in jest a little bit. I do think that the Texans' offensive line is better this year at run blocking for whatever reason. It's probably scheme. It's probably offensive line coaching. Look, it's a totally different scheme than they were running last year. But you have some road graders in the middle. Ed Ingram can run block. I think that they're actually a better run blocking offensive line than they are a pass blocking offensive line. It's why I like them being pretty even on the ground and through the air yesterday. Because remember week 3, which was a close game, they threw it twice as much as they ran it. And they had success running it. Yesterday they were 50-50 at the half. They ended up running it more than they threw it. Game script dictated that because you had a multi-possession lead there in the fourth quarter. But no, I think that the running attack is okay. Do I think an offensive line will run block better if they believe in the running back a little bit more? Yeah, I think that's fair. They trust it, right? So if you trust it, it's okay, well, if we open up something, we have a running back we can trust, we're going to look good. I think there could be something to that. I don't think that's out of bounds.
And also, go ahead,
I mean, it couldn't just also be that a better running back with better vision, maybe not better vision. Chubb I think his vision's fine.
Yeah, but they weren't better than Mixon. Mixon was good.
Sure, but the point I was getting to was a running back like Marks, who's still young and spry and has bursts, is going to make whatever holes are there or not there look better than Chubb would, just because he's getting to and through it much quicker than Chubb was. So, I mean, we not to be totally cliche, we know that holes for running backs, open and close in a millisecond in the NFL. So, the difference between the burst that Marks has and Chubb has could be the difference between looking like they're opening holes and looking like they're not opening holes.
Yeah, and Jeremy, to your point, what you said too, as well with what Brian just said is, I know in jest a little bit, can Nick Caley, scheme a running game open? We don't know the answer to that question because Nick Chubb's been his running back. This is a better example, most likely going forward, of what this offense could look like with an actual a running back with some twitch and some burst, not just a Nick Chubb guy who can only go straight into contact.
I mean, yesterday wasn't Woody Marks' first carry though.
No.
I feel like you're being a little hyperbolic there.
Well, they don't play rookies.
I mean, he played before yesterday.
Barely.
Other than week 1. Week 1 he barely played, but week 2 and 3 he played.
He didn't have a lot of carries.
He was 40% carry. I think he was 40% snaps by week 2.
He had 12 carries going into yesterday's game. Yesterday he had 17. So, it was pretty even-ish weeks 1 through 3, and then week 14 alone. So we've seen the burst, which I think goes to your point about what you were saying a little bit earlier. What took so long?
That's why I don't get it. I don't know what that's where it feels like there's some of the Patriots. it's hard not to make these leaps of where, well, the Patriots didn't play young guys. Like, you had to like really earn your spots on the roster. So like, why is it taking him so long when it seems pretty evident that he was a better pass blocker than Dario Gumbawale, that he's got more twitch than Nick Chubb? Why is it taking till week 4?
It's probably trust. It's probably like, if I'm guessing.
Yesterday.
I think so too. But like, why did it take up until week 4 as opposed to weeks 1 through 3? It's probably like, do I know the plays? Do I know where to be at? And I have no idea I know those plays, but do I know where to be in every single moment? This is a more complex offense than like West Coast offenses, way more complex of an offense than a Slowick offense. So I bet you it's that. I bet you is this guy always at the appropriate spot when we need him to be in that spot? And, in football, if you have one guy that's not in that appropriate spot, play over.
Mm-hmm.
So I would bet it's that.
And it makes sense, but at least it's finally here. Like that's the most positive thing. At least it's finally here, and I think we're all assuming it's going to continue like this. I'd be shocked if the Ravens game comes up this weekend and all of a sudden his carries back to averaging 4
That would be very frustrating.
That would be disappointing if they did that.
I would be stunned
if
that were the case.
I mean, Ross Tucker made this point during the broadcast. Not that we all didn't see it with our own eyes when the play happened, but a lot of the times a rookie can earn, running back specifically, that trust by showing he can stand up and pass pro. And I forget the Titans DB. It doesn't matter what his name is, but he absolutely laid out a Titans DB coming in as a free blitzer on one of those plays. So I think he's starting to show that he can be trusted in those situations. They don't necessarily need to take him off the field for the veteran on third down or obvious passing situations.
No, you're right. I think he did earn trust yesterday for sure. Yesterday, he and Chubb combined for 30 carries because there's somebody in the Twitch here. Or is it the YouTube? I don't know. I lost recently. Oh, it's Cougblaze. Get Nick out of here. There's a new Woody in town. If they combine for 30 carries, what do you want the split to be?
20 to
10?
Yeah, I was gonna say 20-10.
Yeah, that's about where I'm at. Like, I think Chubb showed a little bit too. Like, I don't mind him in short yardage. I don't want him to be the bell cow. I want him to touch it 10 times max. But I'd go 20-10 too. I'd be happy with that.
And honestly, even if it was yesterday, I think if it's 17-13, I'm okay with that too. I'd like it to be a little more Woody, but like if it's closer to a 50-50 split with Woody just getting a couple more carries, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be, I'm not gonna be upset if it's not exactly a 20-10, but I think trending in that direction like they did yesterday, that's the overall big picture. That's positive.
I think I'd be upset. I want to see a 2-to-1 carry ratio between Woody Marks and Nick Chubb. 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to the Stroud part of this conversation. D'Amico Ryan said it's the best game that C.J. Stroud played this season. Do you agree? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5. Let's hydrate. Grab a Rambler Sparkling Water, the official sparkling water of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A Texas mineral blend available in original lemon lime, grapefruit, satsuma, blackberry, and now wild cherry. Get Ramblin', Houston.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here. Everybody knows I'm a numbers guy, but I don't know plumbing. That's the one thing I don't know that Aqueduct Plumbing does know. That's why I put my trust in Aqueduct Plumbing Company. I've had them do so much work, whether it's the first sign of a minor problem or if you're doing a kitchen or bathroom remodel, why don't you reach out to Aqueduct Plumbing Company? Make my plumber your plumber. I trust them, and you can find them at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. No matter how big the job or how small the job, you're going to get great work every single time from aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Friday Night Lights means one thing, high school football. And with football comes the homecoming game and the homecoming dance. Make sure you look sharp with Giorgio Dante suit separates at Suit Mart. Jackets start at just $89.99, vests from $29.99, and pants from $39.99. Choose from black, midnight navy, or charcoal gray. Then finish the look with a marquee slim fit dress shirt starting at only $22.99. Be ready for the big night with homecoming style from Suit Mart.
You've heard me talking about Two Creeks Crossing Resort. What a beautiful, relaxing place. We took the family when school got out, and we had a fantastic time. We stayed in the treehouse. The kids love that. I drove up after I got off work and was there in 90 minutes, which is pretty close to my normal commute. The family took it all in, from exploring their 92-acre property to fishing in the creeks and their catch-and-release pond, which the kids loved. Everybody had a great time, and we can't wait to go back. Book now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Thinking about going electric? Now's the time. Right now, you could get up to a $7,500 federal tax credit when you buy an EV. It's like getting paid to drive off in a quiet, comfortable, cutting-edge new ride. EVs already save you big on gas and maintenance, but that tax credit ends September 30th, so don't miss out. Head to Monument Chevrolet, where EV Blazers are in stock and ready to roll. Visit Monument Chevrolet off Beltway 8 and 225, or go to monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
The annual Katy Rice Harvest Festival is happening October 11th and 12th in Katy Historic Town Square. Check out country music artists like Sawyer Brown, Kylie Fry, and more performing free outdoor concerts. Plus, the carnival is back. Get all day or weekend unlimited ride carnival passes now. For the adults, visit the Sports Zone and enjoy adult bevs while you watch the big rivalry game between Texas and Oklahoma on Saturday. Get advance tickets and carnival passes now at KatyRiceHarvestFestival.com. That's KatyRiceHarvestFestival.com.
Chill out with Inside the Icebox, your go-to Astros podcast for deep dives, hot takes, and bold predictions. Join Joe George and Sean Mapes Fridays at 6 on ESPN 97.5 or on our YouTube channel, ESPN Houston, powered by Blue Star Tequila. Smooth and always game ready.
John and Lance, weekday mornings from 7 to 10. Now back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
75 on Twitch says y'all really believe this team is good. I don't know what gave you that impression.
It's always fun to win.
No one said that the Texans are good.
Bad ears over there.
Bad ears. Yeah. You started the show with I don't feel any different. I said to give them credit for a blowout win, but I still have zero trust for them. So you gotta listen, 75. You gotta listen a little closer. Although I think I know what you're doing. 713-780-3776. D'Amico said that this was C.J. Stroud's best game of the year. 22 at 28, 233 yards, 2 touchdowns, no turnovers, sacked twice, one of them in 2.09 seconds. 76.5 QBR, 125.1 QB rating. Do you agree? Well, that's an easy question, I think. But do you agree with D'Amico? Where are you with CJ after this performance?
It was his best game of the season, but again, it's a low bar to get there. I mean, he looked much more comfortable in the pocket. Obviously, the completion percentage is very good. The yards per completion is good. 2 touchdowns for the first time in forever. At this point, it feels like. So, yeah, it was his best game of the season. Frankly, it feels like his best game in a while, and that's where, at the end of the day, it's what you expect against a team like the Tennessee Titans that is bad collectively and should be firing their head coach any minute now. I mean, I'm shocked it hasn't happened yet. So, I think it is the best game of the season for CJ, and there are things over the last 2 weeks that show, progress in this offense. So, again, it's baby steps, but it's not anything to, jump over the moon about, I would say.
Yeah, I liked what I saw from him. I thought he was making the easy decisions, the simple throws. And does a bad defense help that? Yes. So, you want to see him do it against a good defense. Totally understand. I'm not elevating C.J. Stroud based on what I saw yesterday. I think it's more of he's still capable of being a good quarterback, more so than there it is. Look, he's good. I told you. You know what I mean? It's more about the possibility of him still being good versus that was a defining moment where he proves he's one of the upper echelon quarterbacks in the NFL. Best game of the season, yes. Are we putting him back into the upper echelon of QBs in the NFL because he looks solid against the Titans? Absolutely not. But some of the things along the way that I was very encouraged about, he looked better pre-snap. Mentioned after the game, he got the Texans into the play that led to the Jaden Higgins touchdown. He also missed an easy touchdown pass in the first half, a very easy touchdown pass in the first half, which can be a good or a bad. I mean, I'd rather you miss the easy touchdown passes in a game that you win by 26. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But it was there, so it's okay, well, it's there. That's encouraging. I thought he was very good at making the smart play. Tom Brady talks about this all the time whenever he played. He said, football and quarterbacking is not a game of hitting home runs all the time. It's taking the singles. And it's why I actually like what he said after the game, where C.J. Stroud said afterwards that it's an offense where it's like a death by 1,000 cuts. Okay, like that to me is the right mindset. Okay, we're not going to take shot plays all the time. We need to be smart about having these long drives. We're removing the chains. You know that they're going to play a lot of cover 2 on you and shell coverages where they're trying to take away the big play. And if you refuse to take what they're giving you, they're going to do it the entire game. I think that's why he's been in this long slump, quite frankly, is because they're sitting there in shell coverage. They're sitting there in cover 2 saying, dink and dunk us to death, CJ. Dink and dunk us to death. And CJ's kind of refused to do it. Mm-hmm. Yesterday he did it, and it's like, okay, all right. And then something pops. Something opens up. So I think we actually need to see more of that if this Houston Texans offense is going to be any good.
Yeah, I mean, think about what we went through last year when, people were going on television and demanding that we eliminate that coverage in the NFL because it's made the NFL boring. Like that's how Patrick Mahomes has had to adjust. He's lost the ability because of the way these defenses are covering him to have the deep ball success that he was having early on with Tyreek Hill, and now they have to pivot. And when they have a shot, they take it. And that's what the Texans have to do. So that's a step in the right direction because I do feel like he has for too long been looking for the boom plays, and that's led to the sacks, and that doesn't work when you have this offensive line and you have, again, I agree with you, Jeremy. It was better yesterday for sure. But if you're always looking for the deep shots in this offense or behind this offensive line, you're going to end up on your back more than anything. So yesterday is a step in the right direction of 1,000 cuts, give it to them. Like if they're going to give you easy stuff, then take it. And I think that's what we've all been asking for so far to start the season is where's the easy button stuff? It's been missing from this offense. So the fact that they're finally starting to use some of that can be where you can look through the entire season, say there's actual progression happening, and maybe Nick Caley's growing up a little bit as a play caller.
Yeah, I was encouraged with what Stroud gave you. He was stepping into the pocket. Mm-hmm. He wasn't getting happy footed. He took some abuse in that first half. I was a little worried that he wasn't going to get out of that game healthy. But was making the easy plays. Make the easy plays, man. Keep everything on schedule. Death by 1,000 cuts is okay as long as it ends in the imminent death of your opponent, right? Like it's how you win football games in the NFL. So it was encouraging. Obviously, you're going to have to do it against teams that are better than the Titans. We all know that. But it's better than losing to the Titans and looking inept on offense, kind of like you did in the first half. So
because the first half, because that's the other side. The first half was awful. It should have been 6-6 at the half if Joey Sly could kick a field goal. If Kaimi makes a field goal, you're leading 9-6. Going into the fourth quarter? So it still was not pretty for 3 quarters, and that's where it is encouraging. But again, I think it would feel better if they did it throughout 4 quarters instead of all in one.
But even if they did, we still have the same conversation today. It'd still be
I agree.
Cool, baby step. Let's see it against a top half defense in the NFL. And then whenever they do it against if they do it against a top half defense in the NFL, they're going to say, okay, go do it against the top 10, and then incrementally better and better. So baby step, in the right direction.
But even for me, it's
a long way to go.
Just do it again next week because the Ravens are not going to be a top 5 defense in the NFL.
No.
They obviously haven't been. They've been getting burned left and right. I expect the Texans offense to have success next week, no matter what, because the Chiefs offense has looked dreadful so far this season until yesterday.
Yeah, I can't go as far to say that I expect it because I still don't trust this offense. So I don't expect it per se. It's more if they don't pass this test against a bad Baltimore defense with a bunch of injuries, then it reverts back to the conversation we were having in the first 3 weeks. Mm-hmm. So do I trust them? No, I can't trust them because they've looked really bad for 3.5 games, and they only looked good for a half against one of the worst defenses in the NFL. So I don't expect it. I don't trust them to. But it's kind of like they better because if they don't, then we're going to have the conversations we've been having the first 3 weeks and even at halftime yesterday. 713-780-3776. We'll get your thoughts on Stroud. Also, look, we do this all the time. I think it's important to do this. Don't ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. Where are some areas that you weren't happy with, that you thought were quite frankly unacceptable? Don't ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
The boys are headed back to LaBerge in Lake Charles to hang out at ESPN Bet. We will be there October 25th and October 26th for shows on Saturday and Sunday. Myself, Brian, and Sean Mapes will be hanging out with you from noon to 2 on Saturday, 10 to noon on Sunday for some weekend shows inside the sportsbook. They got a brand new chef and new VIP fan cave section that's available for bookings, new menu items along with the new chef, and the restaurant is now available to all ages. It's in a fantastic spot to watch all the college football action, all the NFL, and honestly, and even though the Astros aren't in the playoffs, it's a good time to go watch the playoffs as well that start tomorrow. All of your NFL action on the TVs in front of you on Sunday is a can't-miss environment for watching football. Must be 21 to bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
ESPN 97.5.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more and back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000, and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe, with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866. 800-549-8866.
Follow us on socials at ESPN Houston, and don't forget to have our push notifications on.
You're going to change your push notifications. Look.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Don't ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. 713-780-3776. Texans won, yay. 1-3, yay. A couple of 1-3 teams battling it out in Baltimore coming up Sunday. See what the latest is in Lamar as the week goes. But what are you not ignoring in victory, what you wouldn't in defeat? 713-780-3776. What about you, Joseph?
I want to talk about let's start with the defense for me. Even though they shut out the Titans, they only had one sack going into the fourth quarter. I felt like the pressure was not as much as I would have liked. Maybe that's being picky a little bit, but honestly, the defense was so good. I wanted to find something to critique them on. I would like to see a little more pressure. I don't know what the final numbers ended up being.
I think it was like astronomically high.
I just feel like it wasn't. I just didn't feel it. Like,
Let me find it.
I just felt like in the first half, it wasn't as much as. I guess I'm being extra picky with the defense. I want to find something to not ignore in victory because they were so good. So I want to find something to pick on them a little bit. I would have liked to get to Cam Ward just a little bit more. They only have 5 quarterback hits on the game, 2 sacks. So like their pressure was there, but the finishing on the play, I would have liked to see more of in this game because frankly, the rest of it's all in the offense.
You want to give a time specifically, like a percentage? I mean,
a percentage of pressure?
Yeah,
like 35%. Am I low?
Cam Ward was pressured on 46.7% of his dropbacks against the Texans, a season-high rate for the Texans, and the second most pressure Ward has faced so far in his NFL career.
Right, you can put me on Bad Take Boulevard for
You
that
just
one.
made the list!
The Texans generated pressure on 37.5% of dropbacks when sending 4 or fewer rushers. So they hit your number with 4 or fewer rushers alone.
I didn't realize. It didn't feel like that much to me. I guess my eyes were deceiving me in this game.
Yeah, they got the Ward a little bit. Ward did, I guess, a decent job of like escaping some. I mean, he only sacked twice. You know, that was the same amount as Stroud. So to be sacked twice after facing 46% pressure, I guess is good for Ward, to be honest. Like, you're not going to be able to put up any numbers, but at least he's getting rid of the football and not taking a bunch of sacks. So
yeah,
like, I'll give him credit there.
Yeah, 10 for 26 isn't exactly a great day for a quarterback.
But if you're getting pressured half the time.
I know we're not ignoring about the Texans, but man, Cam Ward looked bad. Like some of his sidearm mechanics, he was scattershotting. I mean, wasn't Anthony Richardson bad, but he was scattershotting just passes everywhere with some of his sidearm throws.
They're just so bad, though. Like, it's hard to get any sort of a impression on what Cam Ward is because they're so bad. Like, he looked okay on that first drive. Like, he got away from some pressure, made a against-the-grain throw, 40 yards downfield, got him into Texans territory. Like, I don't know what to make of Cam Ward just because their team is so bad. I thought Calvin Ridley was going to be good this year, too, and he's, like, non-existent.
He had 2 catches yesterday, I think?
Yeah. Like, did he get hurt? Like, he wasn't playing in the fourth quarter.
I didn't remember seeing him get hurt. Really, the only Titan that played well was Pollard.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much into sentence.
And Jeffrey Simmons.
Okay,
Jeffrey Simmons
I'm talking offensive side, but you're right.
He's so good, Jeffrey Simmons. Jeffrey Simmons would be so perfect for D'Amico Ryan defense. Like, he would be insane. For me, first half offense was atrocious.
Yep.
Like, that was not good. The Titans almost had as many halftime yards as the Texans. But then the Titans had like 30-something yards in the second half, and the Texans exploded. But that first half offense was equally as bad as what we saw the first 3 weeks. Nitpicky, very nitpicky of me, but they allowed Tony Pollard to a 4.5 yard per carry. Like, I do think that this defense can get it a little bit up the middle. We saw it with Tampa Bay. Like, they like to do those little like wide gap stuff. They do the 9-tech with some of their edge rushers, mostly in pass rush situations. But I think you can run on the middle of this defense. And even Tony Pollard and even a bad Titans offense were able to. So, like, that stood out to me. The Jeffrey Simmons sack in 2.09 seconds. Like, that is unacceptable. I put that mostly on Kaylee because, like, why in the world are you trying to wham block Jeffrey Simmons? And then secondly, the timing was so bad on it that you're allowing Jeffrey Simmons a free rush on your franchise quarterback because A, you called it, and B, you couldn't execute it.
Have you guys, beyond it being Jeffrey Simmons, one of the best players at his position, have you guys ever seen a wham block on a guy lined up right over the center?
I'm sure that I have, but we just don't realize it because it's not bad.
Like an outside linebacker, a defensive end, you leave them uncovered, the tight end comes across and picks them up. You see that all the time.
Yeah, but you're never going to see it unless it goes bad.
I guess. I just don't remember ever seeing, because the timing of that would have to be so impeccably perfect. He's standing right over the ball.
I don't think the timing on it's that hard.
Like, Dalton Schultz
it
looks
like it yesterday.
Dalton looks like he's walking. Like,
well, he
looks like he's walking to Jeffrey Simmons on the play.
The timing, we've seen the Texans screw up those times. I think that's why they don't run a whole lot of motion. It's because Nick Caley's like, we can't do it. Like, because remember last week when they ran the jet sweep and they literally didn't snap it in time, and I think it was Noel was already past the play, and Stroud had to, like, middle infield flip it over to him. Like, they have proven time and time again that their timing is terrible. It might be a Stroud thing. It might be a CJ thing.
But even that play, like, if you rewatch it, he's not the only guy. The edge rusher is not touched by Titus Howard. Like, the tackle and the guard go in. There's 2 guys in the backfield as soon as the ball is snapped. So there's it's a full breakdown.
Yeah, you're not whamming
on this play.
2 defensive
linemen. Yeah, but sometimes you leave a guy
was...
unblocked is a way to.
2 of them though?
Yeah, well, 2 of them weren't supposed to be unblocked. One of them was.
That's the point.
But a lot of time, I mean, you'll let a guy in to kind of misguide what you're doing, and then either roll out the opposite way or even towards him, like, because they overcommit. Like, you do see that.
Yeah, because who knows what that play is? That could have been a play action pass for all we know.
Yeah, I'm sure that it was supposed to be. My guess is it probably should have been a rollout to the right, and maybe if it was the defensive end over Titus, so it's on the right side of the offensive line. You're probably trying to bait the defensive end to attack like where you think Stroud's going to be if he's dropping back, and you roll out that way. That would be my guess, because you're kind of misdirectioning everything, but. I don't know. Like the play was blown up in 2.09 seconds, so I have no idea. Stroud was banged up. You don't want your quarterback to get hurt ever. You don't want him to be rolling on the pain, screaming, and on the field in pain, screaming, blah 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 blah. And then Fairbairn missing kicks at home. Like this might be for Kaimi Fairbairn. This is the ideal place for you to kick because this is your home. You kick here all the time. It's indoors. You shouldn't be missing kicks at home. I know it was a 50-something yarder. Do not care. You should be making those, Kaimi Fairbairn.
Yeah, he's at 80% now on the seasons, which I guess it's tied for 19th in the NFL.
That's not a great number in today's NFL.
Yeah, it's not.
He's missed 2, one last week and one this week.
Is this all John Weeks being gone?
I have noticed. I didn't notice in this game.
You mentioned
that
it last week.
Yeah, last week I did notice that Brinkman had some bad snaps. I haven't watched the All-22 yet, but Brinkman last week had some bad snaps. I didn't notice it on the game copy though. I didn't notice bad snaps on the game copy.
So it might just be Kaimi missing kicks.
I'll look at it closely. I'm unsure. Brian, do you have any don't ignore victories?
Yeah, I mean, some of what you guys mentioned in the last segment, specifically in the first half where CJ had Dalton Schultz wide open and just sailed it over his head by about 5 yards. That should have been a walk-in touchdown. Obviously can't have that. You mentioned the Jeffrey Simmons thing. There was another play, because we always talk about when Stroud gets hit or gets sacked, like whose fault was it? Was it the offensive lineman? Was it the scheme? Was it the quarterback? Guys not getting open, whatever. And there was a play yesterday, I don't remember exactly what part of the game, but it was in my notes, where Woody Marks was just he ran came out of the backfield, ran 5 yards, turned around and stopped. And Stroud was looking at him, pump faked the ball to him. For some reason, didn't let it go, pulled it back, and held on to the ball and eventually took a sack when he could have just dumped it off to Woody Marks and lived to play the next down. So,
or even thrown it at his feet. I remember
exactly.
That play.
Because Ross Tucker on the broadcast made the point. It's like, oh, well, the defender closes. But if he lets it go initially, there's no way the defender can make the play of the ball. The defender only got there because of the pump fake. So you're right, though. At the very least, throw it at his feet and live to play another down. But I thought on that play specifically, he caused the sack.
Yeah, I mostly agree. I thought he could have at least threw it at his feet. I know you guys are nitpicking right now, but the punts and punt coverage was excellent. Townsend had one punt that's should have been a coffin corner that I think he punted it out of bounds at the 25. The one he had at the end of the game was brilliant though, so he kind of made up for it. Punt coverage was good. Noel had a solid game. I think that Noel. Have you noticed that Noel kind of hesitates when he catches the football?
Yes, but
punts, catches punts.
Yeah, I don't know if he is overthinking it a little bit, but he doesn't seem to be as fluid back there, I think, as you would want your punt returner to be.
I think it's more okay, I'm going to identify where I want to run, where is the blocking, where is it at, versus pussyfooting around there or being too hesitant. I think it's okay, I'm going to evaluate where I need to run. But you don't see that from a lot of punt returners. Usually it's catch, go.
And run.
He's catch, see, go, which hadn't hurt him yet, so I don't want to nitpick too much. Texture Bo, my supervisor thinks Mixon accidentally shot himself in the foot. Kind of makes sense with the Texans wanting to keep this a private matter. Thoughts on this theory?
Explosives, you can run.
I have no idea.
No comment. I have no idea.
I mean, I would think that it wouldn't happen. I feel like that's a long shot. Josh from Seabrook, not ignoring a victory or a defeat. The Texans are finally using the young guys. That's really a positive, though.
But it's almost in a way, it's why didn't you do it earlier?
Yeah, we already discussed. No Astros talk today. That's coming up a little bit later. They don't deserve. One team won and one team's eliminated from the playoffs for the first time and it feels like forever.
They won over the weekend.
Actually, you know what, Texter? You know what? That's a great idea. We're impressionable young men. Let's talk a little Astros because you told us to. 713-780-3776. What do we make of this season? I think that they need significant change this offseason. 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I think you need significant change in your car buying process. That's because you need Monument Chevrolet in your life. In fact, everybody needs Monument Chevrolet in their life. They're the dealership that you can trust. They're transparent, not going to hassle you with pricing. It's going to be a seamless transaction from the moment you step foot on their lot, which is an impressive massive lot, by the way, or that you step into their showroom. They are the dealership you can trust, which is an admirable quality because you can't say that about a lot of dealerships. Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 5 decades. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and they keep coming back because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. Family feel, friendly atmosphere. The culture is great because they hire great people. The vehicle of the week, the EV Equinox. If you're looking for a sleek, modern ride with a quiet, roomy interior, look no further than the EV Equinox. An electric engine. This vehicle is going to save you tons on maintenance and fuel costs. It's got a range of over 320 miles. It's nearly identical to its gas-powered counterpart. And who needs gas stations when you can plug that baby in each night and be ready to go the next morning? These cars are great commuter vehicles, great family haulers. If you purchase one before September 30th, you still qualify for the EV tax credit of up to $7,500. So act fast. Get a fair deal, an easy deal over at Monument Chevrolet. No tricks, no time wasting. Head over to Monument Chevrolet 225 and Bellway 8 to check out their full inventory or visit them online, monumentchevrolet.com. monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
ESPN 97.5.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidde Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidde helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidde 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition products.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hi, I'm Danny Clark, owner of Collectors Firearms. We're celebrating our 50th year in business, and we would like to invite you to come see our 12,000 guns in stock. Don't let the name fool you. We carry all the latest and greatest guns, in addition to the antiques and collectibles. We even have a tank right out front. Have you been putting off cleaning your guns? Bring them to us, and we will give you a basic cleaning free of charge while you wait. Come see us at Westheimer at Voss, CollectorsFirearms.com. That's CollectorsFirearms.com.
Sell your house in the most simplest way. Greenlightoffer.com.
Howdy, Ags. Bucky Richardson here from my friends at HR&P, a proud partner of Texas A&M Athletics. Winning 2 Southwest Conference championships required protection up front and a wrecking crew defense. And that's what HR&P provides for Aggie-owned businesses. HR&P protects and defends Aggie businesses from the burdens of HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. If you're an Aggie-owned business, let HR&P customize a plan for you.
Visit hrp.net/AGS. That's hrp.net/AGS today.
Guess who? ESPN 97.5. Brought to you by Zada Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Houston standing by, over. Jeremy and Joe starts now.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Started over an hour ago. He's Joe, I'm Jeremy. It's Jeremy and Joe. ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. So the Astros go out with a dud. Missed the playoffs for the first time since, 2016?
He's chilling right now. He's in La Playa right now.
Yeah, Astros are headed to Cancun World Series. I like their chances. The Cancun, they're getting hot at the right time for the Cancun World Series.
They are.
They finished 87 and 75. What was the over-under? I think Willie had it. Was it 80?
I saw from people at different stations that they got it 86.5, so they would have hit it on the last day.
Different stations? What does that mean?
People that work at different radio stations here. Do you want me to say them by name?
You follow people at different radio stations?
I've worked with everybody. I've been at all 3, so yes.
You don't unblock them, or like
no, I'm not petty like some of those other people there.
That's what the socialites do. Like the moment that you you eliminate them from their life, you unfollow them on the gram.
There's a couple people at 790 that did that to me. Not to name names.
No, I don't. I was just teasing. So they hit the number.
They did.
Got it.
They hit the number.
So congratulations to all of you that got the Astros. It was a successful season for everybody. But no playoffs for the Stros. I don't know where you stand on this, Joe, but I'm not calling for heads per se, but at the same time, it wouldn't bother me. I kind of look at it a little bit how we were talking about Nick Cayley-Weiss's offense. Like, do you trust – we'll start at GM. Do you trust Dana Brown to guide the Astros back into a World Series contender? Let's call it that, because let's get rid of the Golden Era conversation, even though I am wearing my Golden Era shirt out of memory, out of homage. Do you trust Dana Brown? Because quite frankly, I don't.
I don't think I do either. Christian Walker, Jesus Sanchez, those moves have been duds. Now he's done a really good job, I think, with your bullpen arms, your rotation guys that have come in like Jason Alexander and filling the gaps of the injuries in the rotation in the bullpen. I think he's done an excellent job with that. But with the lineup, I'm not as impressed. And look, a lot of that's also injury. Like Jordan, like the main guys didn't play one game together this year. I saw Michael Schwab tweet that out. That Jordan, Paredes, Altuve, Correa, all of them never played a single game together this season. So I can't hold that against him. But he also hasn't done anything to earn my trust.
Yeah,
he's just kind of there. He's a body. Like he hasn't made the move that pushes them over the edge. You say Kikuchi was a good move last year.
No, you say Kikuchi.
I've never heard that one before. Like, that's a good move, but it didn't pay off for you last year. It didn't pitch in the playoffs. So, like,
yeah, I mean, it's all about improving probability. Dana Brown's easily your worst general manager of the last 3 that you've had.
I agree.
And like I don't think that Dana deserves to be fired. Like that's why I hate to be on the fence. You know, I don't like to be on the fence. I like to be radical, either left or right. Give me some radicalism. I hate being right down the middle. I hate being in the middle of the aisle. But that's where I'm at with Dana, because he doesn't deserve to be fired. He really doesn't. The injuries are tangible. Like, I know we don't want to hear about it or talk about it today. The injuries are real. Like, look at the amount of games that Jordan didn't play in 50 games this year. Isak didn't play the last 2 months. Pena played in like 125 games and is going to like get votes for MVP. Jose Altuve was banged up. Josh Hader didn't play for the last month of the year. Look at all the injuries to the rotation that you had. So, like, yes, the excuses are there, although I hope they don't use those as excuses. And, like, I hope they don't. If they are retained, I hope they don't go into the offseason like, oh, well, it's all injuries. Let's run it back. No, like there needs to be a reshuffling of the deck. And Dana has been courageous. Like, he had big bravado whenever he traded Kyle Tucker, obviously. So he does, and like his record's fine, right? Like, this is his 3rd year. He's been to the playoffs in 2 of the 3. The only year that he didn't make it, he hit the over, and they had tons of injuries. But at the same time, do you trust him? Like, where does he stack up amongst general managers in baseball? He's not top half. He's far, far superior than Luno. He's superior to James Click, who won you a World Series. Like, if the Astros fired Dana Brown today and re-signed Jeff Luno, what would the reaction in the city be? They would lose their collective minds out of happiness.
Mm-hmm.
What if they fired Dana Brown today and rehired James Click? I think there would be happiness there, too. So why I don't think that Dana Brown deserves to be fired. Absolutely not. I do think that the Astros can do better, and I don't trust him to get them back to the promised land. And I think that you should look at the general manager job and the managerial job and pretty much every position within the organization the same way you look at, like, the starting first baseman. If you can improve, you do it. And I think that they can improve from Dana Brown, and I think they can improve from Joe Espada.
I agree. My concern is that they're not going to because of the guys around Jim Crane. Like, that's my biggest concern, is that they may make a change in the next 24 hours. I know there are press conferences scheduled for tomorrow morning to meet with the media, but, you know, we're getting the reports that, you know, Dana Brown's got an option on his contract, that Joe Espada's being a team option, that Joe Espada is being evaluated. But, like, do you trust Jim Crane to make the right hire? Because, like, he hired Dana Brown, so why would we believe that he's going to find someone else that's going to come in here and be even better than Dana Brown? Because we haven't even seen, like,
I mean, I'm going to push back there.
Go ahead.
He waited to hire him until January or late December, like either late December or early January, because they wanted to be, you know, fantasy general managers for a few months. his first 2 general manager hires were very good ones. So of the 3 that he's hired, 2 have been very good. 1 has been. Look, I'm not going to call Dana bad. Like, that's the other thing. I'm not calling him a bad general manager. I think he's an average general manager. So no, I trust Crane to hire a general manager, a good one, more than I trust Dana Brown to guide the Astros back into contendership.
I think that's fair, but we also where I struggle with Dana Brown too is that we haven't he's a scouting guy. Like that's his real forte. We haven't even seen really any of these prospects really come up and be or have a chance to really develop yet. I mean, he's had some hits with Zach Cole. I mean, Jake Bloss was used in a trade. Obviously, you've done some good with the Cam Smith trade and moving on from Kyle Tucker, but I feel like he still hasn't really been given a chance.
Yeah, it's too early to tell.
And so it's like if he's good at those moves down the road, are we going to look back and say, well, he was evaluating guys correctly in the draft process? I mean,
he's not doing the draft. Like he doesn't draft. Like, go listen to the Chandler Rome podcast with that scouting director post draft. Dana's not handling the draft.
Then you can move on. If he's not doing
he's
it,
overseeing it. Like, he's not at all handling it. They were like, well, he likes to go look at the guy that we might draft in the first round. He wants to lay eyes on the guy that we might pick in the first round, so he wants to do that. He's not involved in the draft process.
Do you think he's going to be back?
Yes. I think they'll both be back. I think Dana will be back. I think Joe Espada will be back. I think they'll both be back. Yes.
I do not think Joe Espada will be back.
Really?
I think they're going to make a change.
Who do you think it's going to be?
Brad Ausmus.
Gross.
Yep.
Now, if it's Brad Ausmus, then I want nothing to do with that. And now, if it's A.J. Hinch, I'm all in.
Why?
What?
Why?
What do you mean, why?
He just blew the biggest division lead in the history of baseball.
Okay, that's back a baseball card. Who do you trust more in the dugout for the Astros
back
next
of his
year?
baseball card.
Brad Ausmus or A.J. Hinch?
A.J. Hinch.
Okay.
Is that
point
Greinke on the
proven.
mound? Because I'll give
Mic
Brad
dropped.
Ausmus.
You taking Ausmus over A.J. Hinch?
I was making a joke. If Zach Greinke's on the mound, I'll take Brad Ausmus.
I feel like that's if they're going to move on from Joe Espada, are they going to give the keys to Dana Brown to make the decision? Because I'm not sure they're going to do that either.
I think Dana would. I think if Dana were making the decision, he would keep Espada.
But that's to me. That's what matters the most. Is whatever decision is made, it has to be in lockstep. It can't be Dana Brown's the GM and the guy that you've interviewed to be your GM multiple times, the guy you've interviewed to be your manager multiple times, who when you could have just named Joe Espada the manager after Dusty Baker retired, you could have just gave it to Joe Espada. They were talking to Brad Ausmus. It was widely reported. The name keeps coming up.
But I mean, it comes up because he's tied with Bagwell.
Exactly.
And
exactly.
He was the runner-up. He did get it over us. He was next in line if they didn't go to Espada, but they went to Espada. I don't think it's going to be Ausmus. I would be very, very disappointed if Brad Ausmus were the next manager of the Houston Astros. I'd rather have Espada over Ausmus. If they move on from Espada, it better be a manager that I like. Which I would take A.J. Hinch back in a heartbeat. I trust A.J. Hinch. I know that he had a terrible moment in the 2019 World Series, which we all disagree with him. I think he should have left Greinke into the game as well. If not Greinke, maybe Cole. But at the same time, that's in the past. That's you hiring somebody because of the back of their baseball card. I always go with the trust thing. Who do you trust to lead you to success the most? Brad Ausmus, Joe Espada, A.J. Hinch.
AJ.
No-brainer. It's A.J. Hinch.
It's a total no-brainer.
And then the point that you brought up about leading the Tigers to the biggest collapse, whatever, that's why he could be available. If he didn't do that, he wouldn't be available. They would have locked him up to an extension last week if he would have clinched the division. Their collapse is your gain. This is your opportunity to strike. Now, I do think that they probably need to lose to the Guardians in the wild card round because you're going to want to make some decisions prior to that. I didn't realize the press conference was there tomorrow, so that kind of makes things tricky as well. The press conference makes me think Espada is going to be back. And again, I'm not calling for either one of their heads. But there are a lot of general managers and a lot of managers that are out there that I would want to be shepherding the Astros organization over the next few years that I think would give the organization a better chance of finding their recent success over the duo that you currently have.
I totally agree. It's just I just don't know if they're gonna. I just don't know which direction they're gonna go in. If they're gonna keep these guys, I'm not sure it makes sense. I would rather them move on from both of them, frankly, than keep one of them. I think it should be
Same.
Like I think you either just keep both of them or you get rid of both of them. I don't want to play the middle game. I don't like when teams do that. I think it's poor handling. I think you should typically have a new GM, and if you're not going to have a new GM, then Dana Brown has to get a contract extension to match up with the new manager.
I agree with that.
My concern is with the Ausmus stuff, is that he's around and that it's going to be a Crane and Bagwell hire, not a Dana Brown hire in this situation. That's what I just don't know if they're going to hand the keys to him and say, you go find the manager that you think fits this team the best.
Yeah. No, I think that they both stay, but I wouldn't keep either one, even though I'm not calling for their heads. 713-780-3776. We'll get your thoughts on this. Dana Brown on Espada. Nightingale had some thoughts on Dana Brown. How about the roster? Like, what are those steps? We're going to put together an off-season plan tomorrow, but there's a couple things that I'm thinking about that you got to make the decision before you start planning for what the roster is going to look like. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
This weekend, Saturday the 4th and Sunday, October 5th, is Oktoberfest at the Kemah Boardwalk. It's a free event to the public to attend and walk around, and beer tickets, beer steins, and food tickets can be purchased right now online or at the event. They'll have plenty of beers from Bell's Oktoberfest to Voodoo Ranger, Yingling Oktoberfest, Sam Adams Oktoberfest. All the beer that you'll want will be there this weekend. Plus, they have a ton of events going on Saturday and Sunday. They'll have a cornhole tournament on Saturday and Sunday from 1 to 8. They'll have DJ both days, live music from 6 to 10 on Saturday, from 5 to 9 on Sunday. And you can go check out Sean Mapes and Brian McDonald this Saturday from noon to 2. Check out the full schedule of events for Oktoberfest at the Kemah Boardwalk at KemahBoardwalk.com.
The best in Houston sports talk is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more in back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came packed to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for speedy security. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Listen to ESPN 97.5 and HD, 97.9 HD2.
This is Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Yeah, I would call Jeff Luno and see, hey, you want to put that soccer stuff behind you? You can just be owner in those? I mean, he'll never do it. Crane would never, ever do that. Too prideful. Luno sued you. He's not going to do that. If I do it, click too. Click, I'm sorry the way that we handled that after the World Series, but we would love to have you back. I would call both of those guys and see if they would take the job back.
How would you feel? What if they called AJ and offered him the GM spot instead of the manager spot?
I don't know if he would do that. I don't know if he would give up being in the dugout. I think he likes it too much.
Yeah.
But, just to entertain the question, I'd be okay with that too.
Because it's the guy who's been part of the process before, right? He's still involved on a day-to-day. Though that's quite a large shadow to have over your current manager. I mean, every call and text and tweet and social media post is going to be about AJ taking back over. So, it's a pretty large shadow to put over your current manager, whoever you end up hiring, even if it was still Espada's. When can AJ just move down? It's like Pat Riley with the Heat back in the day when LeBron first just got there. So, I'm open to the idea, but I do generally think you're correct that he would probably prefer to be a manager instead of a GM.
I think so. I don't know that with any certainty, but I get the vibe. I get the vibe that he likes to be in the dugout more than he likes to be in the front office. I remember whenever the Astros hired Brown, that Hinch's name was thrown out there as the general manager before they hired Brown. Now, I've also been told Crane loves Hinch. Crane loves Hinch, and Hinch has 2 homes in Houston. If he became available, I think the Astros would be interested. But if they hold a press conference tomorrow, that's going to not allow that to happen, I think.
I don't know about that.
So they could have an end-of-season press conference with your GM and manager and then fire your manager the next week?
I think we've seen crazier things happen.
Have we?
Did James Click not do an end of the season?
No, they fired him after the parade.
Oh, no, I think you're right. Yep.
They're not going to do an end-of-season presser and then get fired, in my opinion. I really don't think so.
So if the news were to come out that one of them is being moved on from, we'll probably know today.
And then if they're both gone, it'll be Crane. Or Bagwell. Bagwell will hold the presser.
Gosh.
Which he likes to be in the back of those rooms anyways, holding pressers after the presser.
I mean, he's been gone for a while. We haven't really seen him be doing that.
No, he hadn't. He's kind of taken a step back after Dana Brown got his, got his feet wet.
Yeah, after the analytics comment that he made to the reporters when he wasn't supposed to be available to the media, that they don't believe in analytics, he's kind of gone silent. But yeah, it says media advisory: Dana Brown and manager Joe Espada will be available tomorrow at 11 a.m.
I think that's your decision. I think the decision's already been made. I think they're bringing both back,
unless one's not there.
Yeah, I think both are back, which does I don't love. I really don't. I don't think that that's the duo that I have the most faith in to guide you back to where you want to be. I truly don't. Not that they deserve to be fired, but there are a lot of GM manager pairings that I would have a lot more confidence in. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Willie, you're in the junkyard. What's up, Willie?
Hey, how's it going? About Dana Brown, I never did like him. So if he, I hate to see a man lose his job, but if he loses his job, I'm not going to cry for him. But if they do keep him, I hope they let the manager make out the lineup card, because I don't think he know what he's doing. I think he's, that guy Sanchez, he had no business in the lineup on Friday, going 2 for 35 in an important series like that. I didn't like how he brought back Paredes when at the expense of Caratini. If they keep him, I hope they get a manager that can make out the lineup card, because I think he was just using people he went and traded for instead of the people that got us got the team over up to 20 games over 500. And, at least my pocket's a little fatter. Thank you.
Thanks, Willie. I don't think, to the point of the lineup, I don't think with the way the Astros organization operates, that if Dana Brown's the one really putting together the lineup card, that's going to necessarily change with a new GM. That they're going to use an analytical approach, and if that's Yordan Alvarez batting second, that's going to continue. So, unfortunately, Willie, I don't think that's going to change no matter who is here.
No, it's not. I don't really disagree with Willie. I feel like a lot of and I'm pro analytics mostly. I do think I kind of agree with Bagwell that we've gone a little too far with a lot of these things. Now to be ignorant to it's silly. I think that's kind of dumb. But I do think the manager should have the lineup card. I think he should have the final say. Like, come together, do your meetings, do your lineup meetings. These are the numbers, like all of that. But ultimately, I think that the manager should be the one making the call on the final starting 9. They know the club. They know who needs days off. They know who's slumping better than anybody else. I agree with Willie on that part. 713-780 ESPN text line. We'll get to the text line in our next segment. What about the roster? I'm going to come up with an off-season plan. I don't want to force work onto you, Joe, but I'm going to have an off-season plan out tomorrow. Okay. I've been thinking about it a little bit. I wanted to kind of wait until tomorrow because I feel like it's a better tomorrow topic. But the things that I'm kind of kicking around, where does Jose Altuve play next year?
Oh, it's a great question.
Like, is he your second baseman or is he your left fielder DH with Jordan?
I think it's in the best interest of the Astros, again, if he is your left fielder DH. And I think I don't know, Jeremy, because I think it's in the best interest for the Astros if he's just your DH. I'd rather see Jordan Alvarez, even though he can't stay healthy, in left field. I think he's a better left fielder. I don't really trust Jose Altuve out there. I know it wasn't a total disaster this year, but I don't think he should be playing second base next season unless it's in a extreme emergency situation. The team was better without him out there. The defense in the infield was better. So I would say DH as much as humanly possible, but if you don't want to have Jordan in left because of all the injuries, then Altuve is your left fielder next season.
So we're eliminating second base completely?
I would like to.
Okay.
I like Urias more than I like Altuve there.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what position Jose Altuve plays the most in 2026.
I think that semi-depends on what they do this offseason, though, right?
Well, don't you have to decide before you make moves?
Sure, but I'm saying as far as us getting the answers to what it's going to be, part of why he moved back to second base is we just realized that their best offensive lineup meant he had to play second base. So depending on what they do this offseason, that'll be the question they have to answer themselves before they make this move.
Well, I'm trying to make decisions tomorrow, Brian. That's why I'm asking the question now. I don't have the luxury of waiting.
I think he has to be your left fielder.
Yeah,
I think that's where I'm leaning. I'm just going to have Altuve and Jordan share left field DH.
Can I ask, where are you putting – is Christian Walker on your roster as you're going through it right now?
That's the second question I have. The second question that I have for myself and you guys, how much of the salary are you willing to retain before you just say, screw it, I'm keeping Christian Walker?
I would just get rid of him. Frankly.
So you would eat 15 of his $20 million?
Yeah.
I think that's foolish.
Why?
Because you've had tons of injuries. Isaac Paredes is playing on a hamstring that might need to be surgically repaired, and if it's not, it's hanging on by a thread. Carlos Correa hasn't played in 162 games in his entire life. Jeremy Pena is a muscle hamster that missed 35 games. That's why. I like death. Did you not just live this season full of injuries?
I know, but I don't want him out there.
You can't Jose Abreu him. You can't just cut your losses and get
No.
nothing.
Call the Twins back.
Well, that's why I asked you what number are you comfortable trading to just trade him? Because I think my number is $10 million. Like if I can shed $10 million trading Walker, which means you retain $10 million, I would do that. But I'm not going over that. I'm not paying $10,100,000 to trade Christian Walker away because. Look, Isaac Paredes could be a ticking time bomb with that hamstring. He might need off-season surgery for all we know.
I think that's one of the most important questions that should be asked of Dana Brown tomorrow is Isaac Paredes having off-season surgery? Because it does dictate everything. Because
it does.
Because it factors into the Jose Altuve conversation. Because if he doesn't need to have surgery and he'll just heal and you want to stick with Walker because you don't want to eat the money, you could put Paredes at second base.
I disagree completely.
Why?
I don't think Isaac's a second baseman. I completely disagree.
But where else is he going to play if you're not going to eat the money on Walker?
He's going that you're in trouble. I don't think he's capable of playing second. He had these questions before. He had multiple hamstring injuries this year.
I agree, but I don't know how they're putting this roster together.
He'll have to be your DH. He'll have to be your DH. I think there's a better chance of Altuve playing second base than Isaac playing second base.
So Altuve second base potentially.
And
Paredes
then
DH.
Yeah, he's your DH
And
slash
Jordan's in
third
left.
baseman, first baseman. Like, I mean, obviously you're not doing the same 9. Like, the Astros had 154 unique lineups this year. Like, we get too caught up in these are the 9 because that 9 isn't going to play more than 10 times together. So, like, Isak would be, like, your opening day DH, Jordan in left, Altuve at second. But then Isak would play games at third to get Correa days off. Plus, Correa is going to get hurt. That's probably the truth. He would play a lot of first base to get Walker days off, especially if he's slumping. So, like, Isak could get hurt. That's obviously on the table as well. So that's why I think you have to figure out a number that you're willing to eat on Walker where you're not willing to cross. Because I like depth. I like depth. I saw what this season looked like. I wouldn't – and look, Walker led you in homers and in RBIs. His road numbers were good. Like, there's some things that are, like, okay about Walker. So my number is 10. Like, if I'm not saving $10 million, I'm just going to go ahead and keep him.
I would be – I think 10's a good number. Like, would you be open to the idea of taking a flyer if you like someone's – stuff, but you think you can fix it from a starter, like another team's trash for your trash? Like, it's just like a salary exchange, but you're betting on your pitching staff fixing the pitcher versus being able to fix Christian Walker. Would you take that risk?
So same salary?
Yeah, relative same salary.
So you have a starter that is it a starter or a reliever?
Starter.
Okay. So you have a guy who could potentially be in your rotation, $20 million 1 year. For Walker, $20 million 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it depends on Isak. But if you think that Isak's going to be fine by opening day and he can handle first base, then I would do that. Yeah, but it can't be more than Walker's got 20 each for 2 more years.
That's where, like, if you could find a pitcher who's worth like $20 million for a year and move on from Walker, then you have
some salary.
This guy for 1 year, and then you clear up for 2027. Like, that could be a win-win for you.
Now, if Isak's not healthy. And I have a good idea he's not going to be healthy by opening day, then I wouldn't do that. Like, it kind of comes down to Isak's hamstring.
Like, could you, would you take Severino?
I don't know his salary.
He makes $20 million.
For 1 more year?
No, he's got 2 years left, though. That's the problem.
I think he does have 2 years left. Yeah.
I mean, I would absolutely do that, but the A's wouldn't.
No.
They kind of have a good first baseman already.
Yeah, it's true. There's really nowhere for him to play there.
I'd have to look around at teams and look at potential fits. Severino was really good on the road.
That's the kind of player you're talking about here. Like, Eduardo Rodriguez makes $20 million. Jose Barrios makes 19. Giolito, the Red Sox aren't going to move on. They're going to miss him in the playoffs, or at least for this round at least. But Michael Wacha, those are the players that you're kind of in the price range of that are – at least this year making $20 million. Some of those might be free agents, but
yeah, I had to look. I'd have to see the name specifically. But if Isak's not good to go, I can't do that.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Because what are you doing then? Well, what would be your plan then? Because Caratini's a free agent, which a lot of texters are saying re-sign Caratini. Which I don't know. I don't know if you re-sign Caratini. Like, do you want to re-sign Caratini and have 2 bad defensive catchers on your team?
No, but that's not the one I'm getting rid of.
Yeah. I'm hesitant there too, but yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Thomas, you're in the junkyard. What's up, Thomas?
How y'all doing, guys? Hey, I guess I wanted to propose. I don't know if I'm adding on to y'all's conversation or opening up a different pathway, but so when Dana Brown came over, I was under the impression he was more of like a scouting, talent development kind of GM, or that's the role he played with the Braves. With the disappointment of this year and realizing that we can't just keep plugging away with bad contracts and just trading for, plug guys or whatever, is this kind of the reset that we can have and just know that we do have depth, we have quality both in pitching and in the, lineup? Just health was, a big bummer this year and stuff, and just focus on just redeveloping our farm system and then knowing, in the next few years, we're going to maybe be an above-average team, but maybe not be able to compete, and we're going to have to pick those battles year in, year out now to redevelop our farm system. That was just my proposal. I'll hang up and listen.
That was a quick hang-up. That was a quick trigger on that hang-up. Did you hear how fast he hung up?
Hey, he's ready to
hang up.
Start.
He was eager to hang up. He didn't want to be on the phone with us any longer.
I'm open to the idea. I just don't think they should approach the idea of doing a soft rebuild if they're going to do it. Like, because you're talking about Yainer Pena, Hunter Brown, right? Like if you're going to rebuild your farm system, those are your assets. Jake Meyer is probably included in that. Like, you're not getting anything for Correa, or Paredes or Christian Walker. Like, you're not getting, maybe Paredes if he's healthy, but like you're not getting value in terms of resetting your farm system from trading those guys. Like those aren't like that's where if you're going to do it, it's going to have to get ugly. I think, unfortunately, it's going to be the older guys and prospects. And I don't know if they're going to be willing to do that or if it's the right time. Like they did have a ton of injuries and ended up with the exact same record as the Tigers and missed the playoffs by a game, by a tiebreaker.
Yeah.
So it's hard for me to fully go on the idea that they're going to do a full-on teardown. I'm open to it, but I just think if you're going to do it, I think you have to push all your chips in and really head in that direction.
Yeah, I think that they already missed their opportunity to do this. And I usually get criticized for this a lot. I would have traded the players that were leaving in free agency before they entered their walk year. I would have made the Kyle Tucker trade with almost every single Astro that they let leave in free agency.
Mm-hmm.
I would have done it with Bregman. I would have done it with Correa. I would have done it with Springer. Cole's a little different because you only had him for 2 years. I think that good organizations should always do that. If you're not willing to spend top dollar to lock them up, I think that they missed that opportunity. I think they're in this kind of minor league system purgatory. They're not going to trade those players for prospects to rebuild the system. So you kind of have to you have to be better than everybody else at drafting, quite frankly, because you're hanging on to the veterans. And then you're drafting late in the rounds because you've been a winning organization. So it's tough. It's tough. You're going to have to outproduce the other organizations when it comes to drafting, international signings, and player development. Or you're going to be in the spot that you are. Or you have to trade veterans, which Jim Crane's not going to do that.
You don't think the Kyle Tucker trade opens the door a little bit?
The Kyle Tucker trade feels to me like a one-off.
Okay.
It feels like, okay, let's get under the competitive balance tax. This is a way of doing it. Let's get something for a player before he leaves, but we're not going to do it with Fromber. We're only going to do it with Tucker. So, it's not consistent with anything that Crane has done in his ownership, and it's really not that consistent with anything that Dana Brown has done. And, look, Dana Brown really didn't operate the first offseason. He's only had 2 off seasons, really. He had more than one opportunity to do this. He could have done it with Tucker. He did. He could have done it with Fromber. He didn't. He could have done it with Bregman. He didn't. So 2 out of 3 of the times he didn't do it.
And that's where I would have traded Fromber. Honestly, if you're going to do the Tucker thing, and that's where again this offseason, but if you're going to go with this approach, you have to go all in. I just don't.
They don't have organizational philosophy. They really don't.
And that's why, and they did for a while, which was just let guys walk, and that was their plan. But it felt like the Tucker one opened the door, but they're not going to walk all the way through it. And that's what I don't like about the approach.
Would you have traded Fromber? I would have traded Fromber in the offseason. That said, I can withhold that thought depending on what I get in return. Because I do have a theory that Dana Brown shopped Fromber. Because remember the winter meetings, he's like, everybody's got a price. Mm-hmm. So I do think that they shopped Fromber and didn't like the return, which, okay, hang on to the guy. If you're getting 50% of the dollar for a guy that's going to be one of your top 2 starters, then you better hang on to him. Fromber still led the Astros in innings this year.
Mm-hmm.
As bad as he still was your inning leader, and that matters. Eating inning matters. So it's going to be a very interesting offseason because they have a surplus of position players. They have a surplus of number 5 starters. They have a need for middle of the rotation starters and probably bullpen. Bullpen?
Yeah, I would say probably bullpen. But they also have a need for a top end of the starter because as much as Fromber was frustrating this year, specifically towards the back end of the season, besides that last final start, you have to replace him. I don't want Fromber back, and I know he's interested. You can't just go into next season without someone to replace Fromber Valdez, and that's not Spencer Arragay, that's not Christian Javier. You have to replace that player with something of quality.
Yeah, that's why I said middle of the rotation starter. I just don't know if you can acquire your sub-ace, I don't think that there's many of those guys walking around that are attainable.
Mm-hmm.
I think that you need to spend every dollar you have on pitching probably at least one starter, maybe two. 713-780-3776. Let's head out to the HRP listener line. Israel, you're in the junkyard. What's up, Israel?
What's up? Hey, man, I think Joe jumped the gun on my guy, man. You know how I feel, you know what I'm saying, about Big Cam, man. Killer Cam. He got my guy, Santos. He got Santos. He started playing him. He had a 5-hit game, and he overrode him, man. Cam ended up right now with runners in scoring position. He's second on the team with his limited role. He is second on the team right now, and he benched him for Santos, man. And with you know what I mean, with the injuries.
Israel, who is Santos?
I mean a Sanchez.
I got you.
You know what I mean, Jesus. Hey,
Yeah, Jesus.
look,
It's Jesus.
he shouldn't have benched him so long for this guy. He had a 5-hit game and did rob a couple people, you know what I'm saying? But he also had a lot of errors, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Cam, I don't know if he's still in the running for the Golden Glove in right field.
Nah.
But for him to go to right field from third base and don't have an error is phenomenal. And he should have never put him on the bench that long. But let me tell you guys something else about my boy CJ. CJ back, you know what I mean, he's going to do his thing, and they still is going to win. The AFC
Israel,
South.
Cam Smith had
And
2
that's
errors
all.
this year.
Huh?
Cam Smith had 2 errors this year.
Okay, he had 2. Okay, great. People thought he would do worse than that. He had 2 errors. I didn't see that.
Well, it's
But
just different
if
than
he
the
had 2
0
errors,
that you said. That's why I brought it up.
Hey,
No, I think
what about
he's
his
a good
WAR,
right fielder.
buddy. How about his WAR, buddy? Is it
His
1.9, buddy?
His 1.9?
His
It was
WAR? What is his
1.9.
WAR?
1.9.
Oh, okay, yeah, his WAR. He was still the best outfielder they had, buddy. So get that right.
He
and
wasn't.
Cam they're going to build off the Cam. They're going to build off the Cam. Pitching got a little hurt. They're going to get a couple more pitches, and they'll be back in the game again. I don't know if Joe needs to get up out of there or not. You know what I'm saying? But, hey, I almost said something to you, but, you know, it is what it is. Big shot down in the building, Joe.
Jake Myers had a 2.5 WAR.
Is he talking about me or Joe Spada?
Israel, you still there?
No, he hung up. I was honestly unsure that
I
myself.
can't tell. I can't tell.
I thought it was a Spada, but then at the end, it kind of seemed like it turned to you.
Like, is he talking about me or is he talking about Joe Spada? We're going to need some clarification if you'll call in to complain.
Is this station going to have a press conference tomorrow morning?
Dubon had a 1.8 WAR.
About how the Astros should have traded for Matt Shaw or Cade Horton instead of Cam Smith? We can do that. That'd be fine.
Not Matt Shaw misses playoff games or important games down the stretch. Can't trade for him.
That's true.
I really enjoyed all the misinformation that Israel just fed us.
I like that because before, like for months, we would hear about Cam's batting average, even to the point where it dipped into the 240s. But now the goalpost has been completely moved. Now we're talking about runners in scoring position.
And this makes me feel like we're going anti-Cam Smith. No one's anti-Cam Smith.
It's just anti his argument.
Yeah.
It's really.
Cam Smith was
It's
second
not even
on the
anti-Israel
Astros in
for me. It's
strikeouts.
just anti the way he argues his point.
He was second on the Astros in strikeouts, Cam Smith. Let's see.
Even being benched for a large part
Where
of the
else
last
can
couple
I
months.
where else can I cherry pick anti Cam Smith number? 236 average was only better. Oh wait, no. It was the worst batting average for a regular on the Astros. That 236 average that Israel liked to point to. 236 was worse than Yiner. It was worse than Christian Walker. Walker finished at 238. Cam Smith at 236. Look, I think Cam Smith had a fine rookie season. Sanchez was terrible down the stretch too. I don't really disagree a whole lot with Israel. Like I think that Cam Smith should have had some starts against righties when Jesus Sanchez was in those struggles. So I really don't disagree a whole lot with what he said. It's more the misinformation that stood out to me. Had the highest WAR of any Astro outfielder. He was less than Jake Myers. 0 errors. He had 2. Moving the goalpost with certain statistical categories. But the way Cam Smith finished the year, though, like I'm not as bullish on Cam Smith as I was in early July. The strikeouts are insane.
Mm-hmm.
He was terrible since the end of July.
Do we still think
Or
he's
the start of July, actually.
Do we still think he's a foundational piece?
If it's
of this-
Dana Brown, yes. Dana Brown ain't going
I'm
to
not
put
asking
Cam
Dana
Smith.
Brown though. I'm asking you and Joe.
I think he'll be an everyday guy. I think that he's
Is that
learned a
different?
lot.
That's different to me than foundational though.
Foundational?
Because Jake Myers was an everyday
No.
guy even when he wasn't
No.
good.
It's hard to tell off a rookie season. Like Aaron Judge's rookie year, wasn't fantastic. Kyle Tucker was terrible as a rookie. So I think it's too early to say, but I thought early July, whenever he was on fire, 800 OPS, nearly 300 batting average, okay, yeah, Dana Brown cooked. He finished poorly.
Yeah, I would have liked to see the adjustment, because that's my concern with Cam Smith. It's once the book was written on him, I feel like he couldn't pivot back, and I think that goes back to a lot of people's complaints about the hitting coaches on this team. And even though we saw Jake Myers and Jeremy Pena have big years, where was we didn't see that adjustment from Cam Smith. I think that's where when we were doing the podcast, Jeremy, I think there was reason to send Cam Smith down.
Oh, they should have. Dana Brown screwed that up.
Yeah.
He should have sent him down.
Just the reset. And now he's got to reset in the offseason. I still have a lot of hope for Cam Smith, but to where it was to your point, in July versus to where it finished, it's definitely a disappointing season for him.
After Cam Smith's high water mark was 805 OPS, after the first Dodger game, his final 60 games, 206 plate appearances, 181 at-bats, he slashed 155 average, 248 on base, 232 slug. Added up, 480 OPS. He was abysmal in his final 60 games. Abysmal. He was a disaster. There's no other way to put it. 713-780-3776. What do you want the Astros to do this offseason? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. With that slash line, if I had that slash line, I'd be out Two Creeks Crossing Resort in a hurry. I'd be trying to forget about that slash line so quick. And I could do that at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Why? Because that's where you can enjoy great rest and great relaxation. They're the place to be. They're always the place to be. Love me some Two Creeks Crossing Resort. And right now, you can get 20% off your stay through October. I mean, we're starting to see a little bit of fall weather. If you were out early this morning, maybe before the sun came up, you got to feel a little bit of that fall weather. And what better place to be than Two Creeks Crossing Resort to really take it all in whenever it gets crisp, when the leaves start to turn. Get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort. From the open green spaces, wildlife, beautiful majestic trees, some of the best fishing in Texas. They got the Two Creeks. They got the catch and release pond in the middle of the property, which is great for the kiddos. They're the place to be. Hike their 92 acres of property, kayak their waters, play some pickleball, hang out by the pool with a drink. It's so much fun. And it's only 90 minutes from Houston. You can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. You're going to get rest and relaxation without traveling for 10 hours. You're going to get rest and relaxation without hopping on an airplane and having to travel most of the day, waking up at 3:30 in the morning to catch that early a.m. flight. You don't want to do any of that. If you're trying to just get away, get some peace and quiet, get some rest and relaxation, you don't want to blow all that time traveling. So Two Creeks Crossing Resort is the place to do it. And they're always taking care of their visitors as well. Thirsty Thursdays every Thursday, Frozen Fridays every Friday. They play a little bingo on Saturday. That's fun. This Saturday, for instance, they're having a Pink Out weekend. A Pink Out weekend. That'd be great. College football at Swampers on Saturdays, too. You're going to have a great time out at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. So book that stay now. TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com. That's TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com.
Do you have the ESPN Houston app? Download it now in your app store.
Hi, I'm Danny Clark, owner of Collectors Firearms. We're celebrating our 50th year in business, and we would like to invite you to come see our 12,000 guns in stock. Don't let the name fool you. We carry all the latest and greatest guns, in addition to the antiques and collectibles. We even have a tank right out front. Have you been putting off cleaning your guns? Bring them to us, and we will give you a basic cleaning free of charge while you wait. Come see us at Westheimer at Voss, CollectorsFirearms.com. That's CollectorsFirearms.com.
Summers in Texas are hot, but not for me, John Granato, because I have Coors Light. And Coors Light is all about keeping Texas chill. Do you want to beat the summer heat? I recommend cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Grab a 12-pack or case so that you've got your home base covered. And when you're hanging at your favorite watering hole, order a bottle or a bucket with those beautiful blue mountains. I love me some Coors Light. You will too. Choose chill. Choose Coors Light.
This message is approved by the man of the people, John Granato.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer, and guess what? We are still buying houses at fair prices. If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we are doing two things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more and back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000, and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe, with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good. And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shrimp. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Find what you love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Walk right through the door. It's all here to explore. With guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Trust, price, and ease of transaction. That's our philosophy at GiveMeTheVin.com. We love to buy cars. Fat ones, skinny ones, curvy ones, fast ones, slow ones, round ones, and square ones. Yes, square body Chevys. We buy them at GiveMeTheVin.com. Go to GiveMeTheVin.com right now, put yours in, and get a quote. We'd love to buy it. GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Are you size conscious? We can make you bigger. At the Erection and Enhancement Center in the Woodlands, get more girth with HA fillers starting at $2,500 or PMMA filler for $59.99. Gain 1 to 2 inches in girth. Financing available. Go to ErectionCenter.com. That's ErectionCenter.com. Or call or text 972-355-3771. That's 972-355-3771. Get started today and get results immediately.
Now back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Israel's mad at me. He's accusing me of taking pills and popping Percocet.
That's bum.
Oh, man, I take it as a compliment. Texture, Tucker was abysmal until year 3, 4. Cam will be just fine. I think he will be, too. I think there's a fair question, though, on whether or not they ruined Cam. Like, the Astros did something that's pretty unprecedented with Cam Smith, at least in, like, this era of baseball, where you have that few of games in the minors and that few of at-bats in the minors, and then you're called immediately up to the big leagues. And there is worry that whenever you move a guy that quickly, that you can ruin that guy. Did the Astros ruin Cam Smith? It's on the table.
I think, yeah.
That's all I'm saying. It's on the table.
Yeah, it's how does he look next year? I think will be a big, indicator of that. I think it's too early to answer the question, but it is on the table. I mean, you're right. It's so extreme. Like we don't see players get drafted that early, specifically position players. Pitchers we've seen come up quickly, but we don't see, position players. Even like Garrett Crochet. I mean, he came up right after he was drafted, and he was a bullpen arm. But he's not the guy he is today for the Boston Red Sox. But like when the White Sox called him up, he was pitching 1 inning in a playoff push. Like he wasn't doing what Cam Smith was doing this year. So it's pretty extreme. I think it's a fair question to ask.
Yeah. Texter wasn't Aaron Judge second in MVP voting his rookie year? He was. I should have said his first season and not his rookie year because it's confusing in baseball because if you get less than like 110 plate appearances, you don't lose your rookie status. So Judge, technically, his rookie year did win Rookie of the Year and was second in MVP voting. His first year in the Bigs, though, was 16 where he had 95 plate appearances, almost lost his rookie status but didn't quite. And he slashed 179, 263, 345.
Ooh.
So, like, it takes a while for young players to really find it. So I'm not writing Cam Smith off. But the way that Cam Smith finished, which was abysmal, makes you have worry. There's no doubt about it. Now, am I penciling him in as my everyday right fielder right now, opening day? Of course I am. Of course I am. He's going to get a chance. He'll have an opportunity, and I hope that he figures it all out. I hope he makes that adjustment that Joe was talking about. And I still think he will, but it's in play. They could have ruined him by calling him up too quickly. Fire Espada, Brown, and Cinchon, injuries or not, the teams at times looks atrocious at the plate. Look back at 18, Tucker. You'll feel better about Cam's future. Tucker was booty cheeks with a beautiful swing. He also adjusted that swing. Tucker first, not his rookie year, but his first year in the Bigs, hit 141 with a 236 on base and a 203 slug. That was 72 plate appearances, 64 at bats. He was much better his next year, but
I think it's also a big assumption that just because Tucker did it, that Cam Smith is also going to do it.
Yeah,
like that's a pretty big leap. One of the most consistent hitters in regular season for Kyle Tucker, for Cam Smith to go, well, yeah, he wasn't good, and he can do exactly what Tucker did or similar to what Tucker did, make you feel better. It's apples to oranges for me.
Get something for Yiner, re-sign Caratini. I think this is the camp that you're in. My fear here, Joe, is that Caratini's free. So, like, it depends on when you re-sign Caratini or sign a catcher, because I'm not trading Yiner before I have some like, I'm pretty sure what my plan is. In fact, I'm going to go a step further than that. I need to be more than pretty sure what my plan's going to be. I need something locked in. Like, if your idea is to trade Yiner, okay, cool. But you better sign Caratini before you trade Yiner. Because if you trade Yiner and you don't sign another catcher or your starting catcher next season, your catcher one in your organization will be Cesar Salazar. So I'm not necessarily opposed to trading Yiner. I think I'm leaning on the side of not trading Yiner. I'm not opposed to it, though. I'm kind of on the fence here. I'm on Taos Hill here when it comes to this one. But if you're going to do that, you have to lock up a catcher before you do it.
Yeah, because Walker's not ready, right?
No, he didn't get promoted to Double-A.
Yeah, I mean, he's not even close. So yeah, it's you can't just go into next year and be like, yeah, we're trying to sign a catcher in the offseason. I don't really know what your pivot is if you don't have Caratini locked up. Would you be open to the idea of finally trying Yiner at first?
Okay, well, what is that scenario? You trade Walker and Esau's what?
Your DH, like we were talking about earlier?
Yeah. No, I think my plan would be that Yiner would be my plan B at first base if I trade Walker and Esau's there, but I'm worried about the hamstring. Like, you could do that. You could re-sign Caratini. You go into the year, Yiner, Caratini are my catchers. My first baseman, because I traded Walker, is Esau. And then my backup first baseman, if Esau's hamstring gets blown out of proportion again, is one of those guys. Mm-hmm. I think that would be that scenario. Which I don't hate.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm just not. I think, like, if you're going to move on from someone, I think Yiner's the most logical decision, frankly. Like, I don't think you're moving on from Pena. I don't think you're moving on from Hunter Brown. Like, it's if you're going to reload your farm system, and it's not even a farm system for me. It's more acquiring a starting pitcher. Like, that's why I'm moving on from Yiner. I'm not just moving on from Yiner just because I would only do it if you're acquiring someone that's going to help you replace Fromber. Not to that level, probably.
Yeah.
But someone that's going to elevate your rotation in a way in which you probably can't do in free agency because of financials or whatever.
Yeah.
That's why I would trade Yainer, or what I would be looking for to make.
No, I hear you. No, I hear you. I know you're not giving them away. Like, you're doing it to acquire a top of the rotation starter, which I hear you on that. All right, 713-780-3776. Let's get to some of the top NFL games yesterday. Colts, did they lose to the Rams or did they lose to themselves? Liam Cohen and Salah facing off after the game over some sign stealing. And how about a game ending in a tie, huh? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
ESPN
97.5. That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
Explore wildlife and nature just 90 minutes from Houston at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Hey, Houston, Lance Zerline here. Listen, if you're craving authentic Mexican flavor, head to Taqueria Sarandas. Since 1981, they've been serving up mouth-watering tacos, sizzling fajitas, and fresh tortas that hit the right spots. Family-friendly vibes, bold flavors, and prices that will not break the bank. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, Taqueria Sarandas has you covered. Find a location nearest you and taste the tradition. Taqueria Sarandas, Houston's go-to for real Mexican food. Vamos, let's eat.
Get in on exciting gaming action at La Berge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 pen play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to La Berge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
It's Dewberry Farm's annual Fall Festival, September 13th through November 9th. Bring the whole family for a day filled with pumpkins, great food, and over 40 exciting rides and attractions. Explore the Texas-sized pumpkin patch. Take photos by a life-size pumpkin house. Meet our friendly barnyard animals and get lost in our corn maze. Celebrating 9-time CMA award-winning artist Lainey Wilson. Stay late for Dewberry Farm's spooky Halloween event, Boo-rific Nights, featuring 3 creepy haunts and thousands of glowing jack-o'-lanterns. Get tickets and info at dewberryfarm.com.
Hello, I'm Lisa Holland Nelson. And I'm Shavonna Robber-Schreiber. And we are so excited to be bringing you Culture Club HTX every Sunday morning from 8 to 9 on ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5. Our show is about
sports, community, fashion, and of course business, and all the things that make Houston the heartbeat of Texas.
our community. That's our favorite, right?
That's one of my most favorites. So every Sunday, 8 a.m., ESPN Radio 92.5 and 97.5. We can't wait for you to tune in.
Houston's independent voice for sports. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
ESPN 97.5, KFNC 97.9, HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal Media station.
Houston standing by, over. Jeremy and Joe starts now.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe
The
George.
original Greek Festival is back. Or the fall start. The original Greek Festival is back. Thursday, October 2nd through Saturday, October 4th at the Annunciation Greek Orthodox Cathedral in Montrose. Authentic Greek food, wine, folk dancing, and music, crafts, and gifts. Bring the whole family. There'll be plenty of fun and activities for all. Starts this Thursday through Saturday at the Annunciation Greek Orthodox Cathedral in Montrose. Visit GreekFestival.org for details. That's GreekFestival.org for details. Giving away a pair of tickets right now to caller number 4. The 713-780-3776. Caller number 4, you're going to Greek Fest at the Annunciation Greek Orthodox Cathedral in Montrose. And again, GreekFestival.org if you're not a lucky winner. All right, Joe. Let's get to some of these top NFL things.
All right.
Rams beat the Colts 27-20. Joe, the Colts didn't lose to the Rams yesterday.
They did not.
The Colts did not lose. The Colts lost to the Colts. I still feel strongly about the Colts. My Colts, even.
Is it the Colts lose to the Colts, or
Colts lost to the Colts.
Or did Adonai Mitchell
No,
lose to the Colts?
no, there was 2 touchdowns that they screwed themselves on. One was the A.D. Mitchell touchdown, no doubt about it. That was one. But did you not see the Jonathan Taylor, I think it was a 55-yard touchdown run that was called back on a holding?
Mitchell.
That's what I mean. It's just effort. I like effort.
I know, but like he's responsible for both of them.
I didn't realize that was him holding.
Okay,
My bad.
yeah.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, he took back 14 points off the
Yeah,
board.
I feel bad for singling out one player and saying he cost his team the game, but he cost his team the game. So
I was watching the red zone on mute. I didn't realize that A.D. Mitchell was the one that got the holding call on him.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's a bad day at the
Yeah,
park.
the Colts lost because of A.D. Mitchell.
Yeah.
They're fine. They're okay. Colts pretty good. But Puka Nacua, man, he's a freak. He's a freak show.
He's not, I know, the best wide receiver in the league. But how far is he creeping up the list? I think I'd have the conversation at 3.
I mean, he's
Chase.
Jefferson.
Puka.
Is Jefferson too?
Maybe not this year.
Is that his
That's
fault?
a little bit
Jefferson,
of a back
I mean,
of the
maybe
football
not.
card.
I mean, Jefferson's getting dinged because of quarterback play. But, I mean, Jefferson's still a stud. But if you I hate you nerds like to do fantasy production, which I play 500 fantasy drafts. Look at me talking here. I always like to just put them in a draft, right? Like we're all general managers of a football league, and you're just putting these guys in a draft. How would you mock? Not really mock. How would you set up your board at the receiver position? If we were starting a new league today, right now, this is a better way, I think, of looking at like who you value a receiver.
Real life or fantasy?
Real life, dog.
I'm just making sure because those are 2 different answers for me.
I mean, I think I'd still have CD in front.
It couldn't be fantasy because we're starting a whole new league. We don't have a team yet. We're drafting a brand new team.
We're Saudi Arabia in this situation. Okay,
okay, I'm out.
We are starting a new football league. Live NFL.
I think Puka would go 3 for me. It'd be Chase, Jefferson, Puka.
I still go Jefferson too, but Puka and Jefferson I think might be closer than Chase Jefferson.
What about CeeDee Lamb?
Nah, I'm taking Puka over CD.
Yeah, I'd take Puka over CD.
Puka's a freak, man.
I'm still very high on CD.
He had 100 yards in the first half of that game.
Yeah, but we're not. Again, we're not looking at back of the baseball card. We're not looking at stats. We're looking at who you would draft.
Everything good?
Power rank. Yeah, everything's fine, Brian.
All right, cool. Yeah, email it to Joe, please.
I would go.
Thank you, Jalen.
Brian, your mic's on.
Oh, that's a car wreck. I dumped it, so the only people hearing it will be us talking about it right now.
You dumped your own mistakes. That's soft.
Of course I did.
That's
so soft.
Extra car wreck.
Yeah, that's
That's
worse.
fine. I was
That's
already
a
gonna
worse
be a car
error.
wreck anyway.
If no one has any idea what's going on right now, we were talking about top receivers in the NFL. Brian started talking to an intern with a hot mic, and then Brian dumped it because he didn't want his error to go on over the air. That is so soft.
To be fair, though, of all the shows in the station, I think we have the least problems with hot mics.
That's true.
Morning show had another one today.
No.
Yeah, we might hear it at car wreck.
Oh dang.
We
that's
might
cool.
hear it at car wreck.
Yeah, Puka's a freak. Top 3 for me. I would take him over CD. Amon Ross probably deserves a little bit of conversation.
Yeah, he's always forgotten about. But
he probably deserves a little conversation than this.
Would
Like,
you
those
take
are your
Amon
5,
Ra
right?
ahead of CD?
No, I don't think I would, because I think he's a bit of a product of a really high-powered offense. And if we're starting a brand new team, I still go CD over Amon Ra.
The high-powered offense changed coordinators, though. It didn't affect them at all.
Yeah, but they're still doing the same exact stuff.
All right,
Like
that's
I
fair.
would you take Amon Ra over CD?
No, I was just trying to make the argument.
No, and even like because
are those the top 5 though?
Yeah, I think they are. Because the argument for Amon-Ra St. Brown is that the other guys have taken a hit. Jameson Williams hasn't really had much success this season. Sam Laporta hasn't been very involved in the offense. Like, he's really the only guy that's still excelling at a high level for the Lions.
Okay.
Well, from the wide receiver position, like the ball catching position.
Yeah.
The running backs are good, of course, but like, it's that's where I think he deserves credit. So I think that's the top
Those guys
5.
are studs. Yeah, but I Rams are good. I think both of these teams are good. And the Super Bowl preview, even, I'm just kidding. I'm not going that far. Jacksonville goes into San Fran. They win 26-21. The Jags got themselves a ball coach, Liam Cohen. Not too bad. How about him and Saleh getting into it after the game?
I love it. I think we need more of that. It's just fun.
Liam Cohen.
You're gonna call someone out for some kind of sign stealing that's also legal, as Robert Saleh acknowledged, and then I'm all for Liam Cohen reacting that way.
I mean, I think he overreacted because I think either Saleh was A, paying him a compliment, or B, just trying to gamesmanship. I don't think he was insulting Liam Cohen at all. So I think Liam Cohen got a little sensitive here. That said, I'm here for it. I like the drama. Here was Liam Cohen post-game. Hey, what did you think of the Saleh stuff? Liam wasn't having it.
You and Saleh at the end of
it was not a big deal. Just keep that between us.
One more on that one.
No, I'm going to keep that between us. No, just going to keep that between us right now. That's it.
I love how he goes one more on that one. Liam goes, nope.
I mean,
he's a ball coach, man. Liam Cohen can coach.
Yeah, they're looking. Gosh, if they got some good quarterback play, how good could they be?
I know.
Because Trevor hasn't been that good still.
He hadn't. They can run the ball though. What he can do on the ground is impressive. KC over Baltimore, 37-20. Story here is that one of these teams is going to be 1-3 should they lose this game. It was Baltimore. Over half of the starting defense is hurt. Lamar Jackson has a hamstring. We'll see.
Does he have a hamstring, or did he Anthony Richardson it?
He has a hamstring.
I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced.
So if he misses Sunday against the Texans,
then I'll admit that I'm wrong. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
But if he's fine and a go. I look, they showed the replay right after it happened to try to see where he got hurt. You watch the play. There's nothing obvious. Not that he couldn't still be hurt, but there's nothing obvious on the play, and he immediately jumps off and walks off without a limp.
I see a little bit of tightness there. I still saw the right hand.
I don't know, Dr. Branham. I didn't see any limp.
How many
there.
hamstrings have you pulled?
At least one. At least one. They had to tear it off to repair my ACL once.
Oh.
Yeah.
You tore your ACL. You didn't
I tore my ACL, and they replaced my ACL with part of my hamstring.
So you didn't pull the hammy.
Well, that's why I kind of said kind of one. I was trying to think of a way to qualify it.
I'm a pulled hammy expert. I've pulled my hammy playing beer league softball at least half a dozen times.
Is that a brag?
No, absolutely not. It's a lack of athleticism and a lack of power and strength is what that is. It's an out of shape, never was trying to be a what if is what that is.
Stretch a little bit, man.
I'm anti-stretching. Stretching's overrated.
Clearly. I also noticed quickly though, Lamar. I told this to Joe before the show. When he first pulled him out of the game, they showed him on the sideline. They didn't show any wrap or anything on his leg, and typically you see guys with ice or some sort of wrap. And then eventually he did have a wrap around his leg, but it was this tiny little thin piece that did not look like if you had a hamstring injury, you'd wrap that whole section, and it was maybe a third of that section of his leg that was actually wrapped.
I think he felt it a little bit and was like, okay, there's no reason for me to be in this game. I think he caught it and was like, okay, I'm done. So I think it could be a little bit of both here. But I think he felt something.
He quit.
Why would he do that, though? Lamar's never done that.
Because it was, 37-13?
The
game was
they've
over.
They've been down in games like that.
Yeah, I think the answer's in the middle. Probably what you just said. He felt a very slight that he probably would have played through 99 times out of 100, but it's it's 37-13. Yeah. Maybe I shouldn't play it through this time.
The Bears going to Vegas. Joe's Bears.
Yeah.
How about the Bears? No, I'm not going to call them a winning team. A 500 team, Chicago Bears. Ben Johnson, though, was the story after the game. Got a little snappy with that sideline report the Texans had last week.
Your offense has struggled to take advantage of those takeaways.
Yeah.
Okay, so what did you tell them to get things going?
That it wasn't our brand of football. We're capable of a lot more, and so we're hitting the reset button here at halftime, and we're going to come back and establish our identity here in the second half.
So you need to change what you're doing.
I don't know. You think so? We're going to be just fine.
Thanks.
Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah, he apologized today. Said he couldn't hear very well, but he's kind of
See, I thought it would. I disagree with
different.
what you're saying here. I don't think it was weird from a Ben Johnson perspective. I think it was a weird. I saw this coming with the sideline reporter. I didn't think she was great in the Texans game.
I mean, that entire broadcast is the worst thing we have in sports television right now.
She goes, you got to change what you're doing. Like, what do you think a coach is going to say in that moment?
Yeah, I mean, from Archuleta, Spiro, they're all
I don't
bad.
mind Archuleta.
Oh,
Archuleta's the best one of the three.
They're awful. I cannot stand any of those guys.
I don't mind Archuleta. Spiro Diras, though, Diro, however you say his name. He does not. Who cares? He does not know ball, man. Like, I remember in the Texans game, he was questioning things of like obvious decisions. Like, really bad. I wrote him down, but I lost it.
He had one yesterday where it was a read option, and Caleb pulled it, and Crosby got to him, and he fumbled, and Caleb recovered it. And Archuleta was going on this, explaining that it was a read option, and Caleb should not have held onto the ball. And then Spiro immediately was like, well, like, you just got through free there. And Adam's like, no, I just said Max Crosby got through on purpose. Caleb read it wrong. So he doesn't even, like, listen to his his color commentator. He's awful.
Yeah, not a huge fan of him. Steelers, they beat the Vikings in Dublin. Skylar Thompson got jumped. There was that. Malik Neighbors tears his ACL. But the Giants pulled off the upset. I mean, I wonder how many survivor picks they ruined over the week.
Quite a
bit.
Yeah, 3 in mine.
Really?
Not I had the Texans, but three people got eliminated on the Chargers.
It's not easy traveling all the way across the country and winning football games. I don't
know why people take road teams as Survivor. There's so many options each week.
No, and the Chargers are getting crushed. I mean, you've lost now your 2 tackles this year. That offensive line is in bad shape.
Bills survive a scare. Lions hammer the Browns. You think it's time to change quarterbacks in Cleveland?
Yes. Joe Flacco's awful.
Yeah, but so is everybody else on that team.
Yeah, but he literally is a statue back there, and he's still throwing interceptions. Why'd you draft 2 quarterbacks if you're going to do this?
To develop them and groom them.
Well, play one of them.
What if they're not ready, like Cam Smith?
Well, then, oh well.
I wish they would play Shador for just like the entertainment of it.
That's what I'm saying. Like
I want to see it for the entertainment.
Like, if anything, play the one that you're less high on. So like if Gabriel is doing better in practice, then you play Shador so you can keep developing Gabriel and just throw Shador to the Wolves, or vice versa. And just Joe Flacco's awful.
He's pretty bad. Pats smoked the Panthers. Panthers are terrible. Panthers, Saints, Titans, triple threat match for the number 1 pick. I want to see it. Cowboys and Packers. That was a weird game. I don't love the overtime rules in the NFL. I don't like that it's only 10 minutes. Like in the NFL where they sustain drives nowadays, you're going to have 2 possessions, and that's what happened yesterday. And you didn't even get the end of the one possession or the second possession.
And did you think Jordan Love did that on purpose, or do you think he didn't realize how much time was left on the clock?
No, I think he lost track of time.
I think he lost track.
Yeah. It was.
Why would he have done that on purpose?
Just to go for the touchdown? Like just to try to win the game? And just say we're
going
as
opposed to spiking it?
Yeah. Like
no,
I think no.
I think that they told him to run the play. I think he was just super slow doing it.
Yeah.
Because I mean, they're in his helmet. They were telling him to run a play, but he was just really, really slow.
He got so lucky. I mean, it's one of the worst.
But if they go quick, they easily get the playoff with plenty of time.
For sure. But like they were moving so slow because he's putting his hands together, doing the motion, like getting everyone up there. Like
he lost track of the time for sure.
It felt like the whole offense just didn't have a plan there of what
they
were
ran
going
the play.
To do. But the way he was communicating with his teammates, it's like he
lost track of time.
Yeah, like just go to the line of scrimmage. Like if everyone knows what the play is, then why are you telling everyone of what to do there?
Because he's the one communicating the play to the rest of the team.
But they didn't know it ahead of time? You don't have a two-play plan there in place?
You probably should. And then the Falcons beat the Commanders 34-27. Anything else, boys? All right, that's good. 713-780-3776. Look at some college football from over the weekend. Some great college football. We'll discuss that next. It's Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Your home for sports is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more in back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, we have seen Houston Powder Coaters work all over the city. The Ferris Wheel, Westside Tennis Club, the Waterway in the Woodlands. Now we're going to see it at NRG?
Yes, they have removable stadium seating that we are coating right now. So when you go there for your football games, for your concerts, for your monster jams, look for those seats and you see our work.
It's going to be beautiful, right?
It's going to be amazing.
So if I'm on the floor, I'm probably going to sit in a Houston Powder Coaters seat.
Yeah, so you will see our work up close and personal.
This will tell you something. If businesses all over this city are using Houston Powder Coaters, why shouldn't you? So if you want your patio furniture Houston Powder Coated, you need to do it now.
Yes, because it is a standard 4 to 5 week turnaround time, but if you need it expedited, we can do that for you as well.
We got parties coming up, holidays coming up. You want your patio furniture out there when the weather gets really hot.
Yes, don't delay. Call me today.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. Call Robin, 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Lowe's knows that free makes everything better. That's why our rewards members get free standard shipping on the things they need and want, starting at Silver Key status every day. Savings for rewards members add up fast, so why wait? Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Little help. A little help over here. Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance. What? Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers. Seriously? Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Listen on the go with the ESPN 97.5 app. Just search ESPN 97.5 and download today. Back with Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5
inside of the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Give away some tickets. Houston fans, you don't want to miss this. The undefeated Houston Cougars, 3-0, ready to take on Big 12 foe, 4-0, are ready to take on Big 12 foe Texas Tech. It's family weekend, so bring your crew and fill TDECU Stadium wearing Houston blue. I got my blue on. Help us keep the win streak alive and protect the Cougs house. Be a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments. Nothing beats the tradition, the pageantry, the roar of the crowd as a Houston Cougar football game's the hottest ticket in town. Tickets are going fast. You need to head to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS to secure those tickets now. Now, if you're the first person to call in, 713-780-3776, and tell Brian the last time the Houston Cougars started 4-0 on the season. When was the latest Houston Cougar 4-0 start? First person, 713-780-ESPN. You're headed to see Houston and Texas Tech at TDECU Stadium on Saturday night when the Cougars are donning their Houston blue. So do that. How about that win, too, in Corvallis? 4-0 start, baby.
4-0.
Go Cougs.
They're one of the best teams left in college football. Not really.
I think there's 20 undefeated teams left in college football.
Is that it?
Yeah.
There's a lot of upsets this weekend. So
20 20, and your Houston Cougars are one of them, looking to get to 5-0. It's going to be a good one, though. Texas Tech ranked number 11 in the country. They're also 4-0. They're also one of those 20 schools that are undefeated, so it could be a lot of fun at a TDECU Stadium on Saturday. But a good win, come from behind victory. Fell behind. Wigman got on fire there in the fourth quarter. You avoid the field goal to win it from Oregon State, then you win it in overtime. Go Cougs, good win for my Cougs. How about A&M over Auburn? Big win for the Aggies.
I'm not too surprised. Like I think A&M is pretty good this year. I mean, I've been impressed with Marcel Reed so far this season, and so I'm not shocked that they got the victory over Auburn. I don't know how would you describe this, Jeremy. They're an okay team. They're 3-2 now in the season, but they've lost 2 games now to Oklahoma and A&M back-to-back weeks by less than a touchdown. So I think they're okay.
Yeah, I think they're fine. I think they're a solid. I mean, I think they're good, right? I mean, I think they're a good team.
Yeah.
I like A&M. A&M's defense is really good.
Mm-hmm.
Really good. Mike Elko went full Brian Kelly after the game. I don't know if you caught it, but here was Mike Elko. Never go full Brian Kelly. Mike Elko went full Brian Kelly.
Does anybody want to ask a question about, like, us being 4-0 for the first time since 2016, or how did the defense bounce back, or how about you held them to 176 yards on offense and you had 5 sacks and they were 0 for 12 on third down and 0 for 2 on fourth down and you got the return game going again? Like, I don't mean to sound like someone else, but my gosh, will you guys stop being so dreadful and gloomy?
Well, we're only halfway through it.
Yeah. Next one.
Yeah, I love it.
A little shot at Brian Kelly there. Very, very appreciative. Well, if he's going full Brian Kelly, that means they're going to lose to Mississippi State this weekend. So.
Yikes.
I was expecting a pound on a table when it was listed as goes full Brian Kelly.
He went full Brian Kelly. I love the way that he alluded to it. I don't think he took a shot at Brian Kelly. Like, that wasn't insulting. He's just saying, I'm doing something similar to what Brian Kelly did. Like, I don't think that was insulting at all.
But
it's not a compliment.
it's not a kind thing to reference.
How is it not? He's doing
You
what
think it's
Brian
a
Kelly
compliment?
did. I don't think it's a compliment, but I don't think
Okay.
it's an insult. I think it's right down the
I guess
middle
it
of the road.
depends on what you think of what Brian Kelly did. If you don't think it was a good thing, then
He's doing the same thing that Brian Kelly did and alluded to the fact.
Yeah, but he's like kind of apologizing for
yeah, that's exactly what Joe said. Like, he's apologizing because he knows it's not great.
He's admitting his
I don't think.
fault.
I don't think what Brian. I personally don't think what Brian Kelly or Mike Elko did was wrong at all. I co-sign what they did, both Elko and Brian Kelly. I don't think he's taking a shot at Kelly. I really don't. Maybe I'm in the minority here.
I think you're going to be in the minority on that one.
But I just don't understand how that could be a shot. Like, I am doing something that Brian Kelly did. How is that a shot?
Well, it depends on what you think of what he did.
Well, I told you how I felt about what he did. I don't think he did anything wrong.
No, not you. Like, if Mike Elko thinks what Brian Kelly did was
Well, he
bad
clearly doesn't because he did it.
Okay, no, that makes no sense, Jeremy. You can say something wrong knowing it's wrong. Like, he's admitting up front, and like
But
Joe
he's
said,
not wrong. Hey,
That's
why are
your
y'all being so
interpretation.
doom and gloomy whenever we won a game over a good football team and we're 4-0 for the first time since 2016?
But you're talking about two different things now. You're talking about your interpretation versus Mike Elko's interpretation.
Mike Elko literally said it with his words. Why are you guys being so doom and gloomy when we're 4-0 for the first time since 2016? He said it. That's a quote.
Yes, you're still missing the point here, though.
How could he be saying I'm doing anything wrong by going at you guys for asking doom and gloom questions whenever he is literally going at them for asking doom and gloom questions?
So you've never asked a question or said something you know you shouldn't have?
He didn't ask a question.
Oh, okay, so you've never said something you shouldn't have and knew it was wrong when you said it?
Sure, I've done that.
Okay, that's the point. That's the point.
No, I think you're reaching drastically here.
Joe, you're laughing, but
I'm just enjoying the back and forth
Okay, all right.
in the moment. Like, I think, first
Mike
of all,
Elko 100% meant what he said.
Yeah,
Mike Elko doesn't think that he said anything wrong. He is annoyed that he's being asked doom and gloom questions after they moved to 4-0 for the first time since 2016.
Yeah, he is
Elko
annoyed.
is not in any way suggesting that he is in the wrong there.
He's just saying he doesn't want to be compared to Brian Kelly.
And why would he not want to do that?
No, he's alluding to the fact that he's doing something similar to Brian Kelly did.
I think it's a shot at Brian Kelly.
Yeah,
personally.
I don't.
And it's a shot at the media asking the questions, even though
I think he was being a little funny at the end.
Yeah, I don't really like the why aren't you asking me about all the nice things that we're doing from a coach. No
I also don't mind a coach going at them for asking doom and gloom after they won a big game at home, though. Like, I don't mind that either. Like, totally fair to ask it, totally fair to get that kind of answer for me.
Yeah, I also I have a weird thing with college coaches. I just hope he's I hope he's confronting an adult when he's doing this.
Oh, for sure.
Because, like, it's one of my biggest pet peeves. I've seen it in person. Like, I saw coaches doing this when I was covering more college sports and when I was in college and going after, like, the kid reporters who write for the student newspaper. That always would really bother me. It happens now. We still see coaches do it, so I hope he's going after the adults in the room.
Yeah, I would 100% agree with that. I'm pretty confident he did. I don't know that for sure. Speaking of Brian Kelly, they lost to Ole Miss. Big win for Kiffin. Played the over. Lane Kiffin told you to. That would have hit. That would have been a win. I didn't realize that LSU linebacker was dating his daughter, though.
Yeah,
That's interesting. I wonder if he's going to hit the transfer portal.
How do you feel about, like, the college coaches? And we see players doing it now, too, starting to reference the number. Like
they're advertising. I mean,
I feel like they're being much more forward about it than we are seeing in professional sports, and it's making me a little nervous. I don't know. I don't know if I like it. Like, I don't know if I like Lane Kiffin openly talking about the over and the
yeah.
Like
I mean,
that.
It feels like it's
just
kind
weird.
of. It feels like it's breaking kayfabe.
Yeah. Like it's
like,
fine from the booth, but like I think it's a little odd to me.
It's still real to me, damn it.
Like when we're seeing it on the field.
They're just saying what other people are thinking, though.
You're right. You're right.
Like, I mean, if we're naive to think that they don't know what the number is or what the total is, not everybody does, but some people do. Some people are totally aware of it.
Yeah, and also like the way that when it came out that he was dating his daughter and that was his reaction, I think there's some. I just have questions. Like it almost feels like the player is aware of what the over/under in the game is, but
no, I don't know. I think it's a little naive, really. Like, I hear where you're coming from, and like it's one of the things that should be taboo. Like, I get it.
Yeah.
But I also think it's naive to think that they're unaware.
No, and I think they've always been aware. Like even like when it was like that's where I don't think the legalization of gambling across the country is changed. That they're always aware of the number. It's not the first time we've heard players or coaches reference things like that in press conferences, but it's just it's becoming very normal. And in the college area specifically, where we're seeing basketball players and baseball coaches get in trouble for it. I'm just like, it just makes me a little uneasy.
See, I think I'm more happy with the transparency, though, because the transparency is what led to those guys getting busted.
That's true.
I think I'd rather it be transparent than like, hey, we're going to go to the mob and make these illegal bets. You know what I mean? Like, I think I like the transparency. Like, maybe don't be tweeting about taking the over. Like, I hear where you're coming from, but I think I like the transparency.
Yeah.
Big win for DeBoer, going to Georgia, ending the Dogs' home winning streak at 33. I mean, this is his signature win at Alabama. Like, if you're an Alabama fan, they were talking about firing the guy after the first game of the year. Now you're going on the road to Athens and getting a big win, snapping their home winning streak. Okay, a little feather in the cap for DeBoer.
Yeah, it's a big conversation changer for him to get that victory. I think Ty Simpson's playing really well. I've been impressed with him, but because DeBoer, I think if you lose this game, it's obviously just going to get hotter and hotter out there for people not wanting to be the coach. But we openly talked like one of our first shows together about $70 million buyout and things like that. So it's a big win for him. Like I think he desperately needed that victory to get people on his side.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN, 713-780-3776. Texans made a trade today. They traded their $12 million man, Cam Robinson, traded to Cleveland, late-round pick swap. Is this another sign of Nick Caserio having a terrible offseason?
Just keep asking good questions and don't ask dumb questions.
780-3776. Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Football season is in full swing. We love football here, as you can tell. You love football, too. Otherwise, you wouldn't be listening to us. And Underdog is the place to get in on all of the action all season long. You're in Texas. Texas is the best place to make picks and win money on Underdog. So download that Underdog app right now. Playing on Underdog is so easy. Pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like rushing yards, receptions, touchdowns, and more. And also on Underdog, you can pick teams. Get your picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. And you can play with as little as $1 And because I love you, they're giving you $100 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. Just download the app and plug in promo code KillerB. You got 2 Monday night games tonight to pick from. Let's start with the Jets-Dolphins. Garrett Wilson, 65.5 receiving yards. Higher or lower there? You know ball, you tell me. Breece Hall, 57.5 rushing yards. Higher or lower there? You know ball, you tell me. Tyreek Hill, 64.5 receiving yards. Higher or lower? Do you know ball? We'll go on Underdog and prove it. Download the app today and sign up with promo code KillerB to score $100 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code KillerB, KILLERB. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. Will you be next? Underdog, make picks, win money.
Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
ESPN 97.5.
Howdy, Ags. Bucky Richardson here from my friends at HR&P, a proud partner of Texas A&M Athletics. Whooping the Irish in the Cotton Bowl required protection up front and a wrecking crew defense. And that's what HR&P provides for Aggie-owned businesses. HR&P protects and defends Aggie businesses from the burdens of HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. If you're an Aggie-owned business, let HR&P customize a plan for you.
Visit hrp.net/AGS. That's hrp.net/AGS today.
It's Dewberry Farm's annual Fall Festival, September 13th through November 9th. Bring the whole family for a day filled with pumpkins, great food, and over 40 exciting rides and attractions. Explore the Texas-sized pumpkin patch. Take photos by a life-size pumpkin house. Meet our friendly barnyard animals and get lost in our corn maze. Celebrating 9-time CMA award-winning artist Lainey Wilson. Stay late for Dewberry Farm's spooky Halloween event, Boo-rific Nights, featuring 3 creepy haunts and thousands of glowing jack-o'-lanterns. Get tickets and info at dewberryfarm.com.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
What's up, Houston? Lance Zerline here. Listen, if you're looking for a spot to catch a game, hit up Aranda's Sports Bar, ice cold beers, killer tacos, and big screens blasting every home game. Since 1981, Aranda's has been bringing that authentic Mexican vibe, now with a sports twist. Cheer with friends, savor the bites, and feel the energy. Plus, stay late with epic drink specials that keep the party going. Aranda's Sports Bar, your Houston spot for epic sports and bold flavors. Head on over and get loud today.
Do you have the ESPN Houston app? No? Then download it now in your app store. You're listening to Jeremy and Joe
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Junkie on the text line. Mike Elko, is being annoying and taking a shot. Another junkie, Branham being so stupid, LOL. Hold on while I put that on Mean Text for the week. Did y'all do Mean Text Friday?
No, I forgot. Oh, no, wait, I wasn't
Friday.
here.
Let's say you weren't on the show, Joe.
Did Mapes and Will do it?
No.
Softies.
They probably didn't know it existed.
You knew those soft boys weren't going to do it.
I think Sean knows it exists. Will had no idea.
Soft. They're being soft. I think Will, very aware, being soft. Agree with Branham. Nothing wrong with Elko. Just trying to differentiate that he wasn't intending to copy someone. Another texture doesn't sound like he was taking a shot. I think you're just doing stereotypical journalism guy thing and reaching for a headline. Brian?
We're not journalists. We're not journalists.
I'm not.
None of us are.
The only thing he's apologizing for is his plagiarism of Kelly.
That's a good one.
Texans traded Cam Robinson today. He's going to Cleveland for a 2027 sixth-round pick. The Texans are also sending a 2027 seventh-round pick. Joe, how do you feel about the big man being traded away, the $12 million big man being traded away?
I guess I'm just confused, Jeremy, to be honest with you. I mean, we talked about it last week about how I felt like Cam Robinson might have been the better option at left tackle than to see him, being active this weekend. It kind of just raises my eyebrows a little bit about what's going on there. Are we sure this isn't another C.J. Gardner-Johnson thing going on? Like, they tried to trade C.J. and couldn't, so they just released him. Like, did they get a taker on Cam Robinson, and that's why they moved on from him for as little as they did? But you paid $12 million for this guy to do what? Play one game? Like, you're moving on already? Specifically because they've done everything in their power this offseason to not play Blake Fisher in any situation. And now if you have an injury, Blake Fisher has to play.
Fisher played in the game the other day. Played in the game yesterday.
Yeah, I just don't.
It's like a blocking tight end, I think.
Yeah, like play consistently. I don't quite understand why you're moving on from the guy who seems to be your most logical swing tackle for a sixth-round pick.
I think I would have kept him, to your point, because you're still paying like a majority of this contract. Now, listening to D'Amico today, it sounded like Cam Robinson asked for a trade. So he said, hey, he wants an opportunity to play. We felt like we were doing right by him. So I think he requested a trade, and the Texans fulfilled that trade, which I'm okay with the Texans like taking the side of a player and an agent. Like, I think it's good to have that reputation at times because, hey, they'll sign with you. They'll take care of you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a fan of that. So I think that kind of changed my opinion. Whenever I saw the trade, I was like, okay, I would have just kept him. Like, he's your insurance policy in case, Ursary goes down, or even if Howard goes down, you can bump Ursary to right tackle. Not that we love that. But him being a healthy scratch yesterday was a bit like, maybe foreshadowing. Maybe we should have seen it coming a little bit. And then hearing D'Amico today say that they did it because he wanted to play and we felt like we owed it to the player actually makes me feel like they had a good relationship and if they were civil and they worked together and they got it done. So I'm okay with the trade after hearing that. Also, I'm not going to crush Caserio that much. Like, hindsight 2020, revisionist history. Could they have spent the $12 million better? Of course. Of course they could have spent $12 million better than a guy that you trade after the fourth game of the year and has barely played. Of course, hindsight 2020. But if you relive the offseason, you didn't want him to sign a left tackle before the draft? Like, you wanted to go into the draft without addressing the left tackle position after you traded Laramie Tunsil? That's where I can't fully crush Nick Caserio. Because the moment you trade Tunsil, you need to bring in a left tackle that you can play. Mm-hmm. You don't know when you're picking late in the draft that you're going to draft the guy who's going to be capable of playing left tackle day one. You probably were thinking you wanted a guard, not a tackle. So I don't really crush – I don't think Caserio had a good offseason. And, where we're at on Caserio I think is fair to question. But I'm not going to go nuts crushing Caserio for Cam Robinson.
Yeah, that's fair because it's a good point. Like, you have to address it before the draft because if the draft doesn't fall your way, you don't have a left tackle through the draft, then he has to be your guy there every day. So I guess it's good that Ariante is taking the job. You did identify someone that you feel comfortable with at this point at the left tackle spot instead of Cam Robinson. So that is a positive, but it's just still odd to me that you bring in two guys in the offseason and neither of them make it to week 5. I don't think it's an end-all, be-all to evaluate Nick Caserio and what he did this year, but you're just not getting the impact in the offseason that you would have liked from the players that you acquired because your two big ones are no longer on the team.
Ed Ingram's looking pretty good.
That's true.
I don't think Caserio had a good offseason, for what it's worth. I just don't want to play the revisionist history of, they shouldn't have signed Cam Robinson. Okay, well, then what? Then what? You were going to go into the draft with a left tackle need? And then what happens if it's not there? I guess you could do the whole Titus Howard thing, but then you have a needed right tackle. Maybe they feel comfortable where Trent Brown's at with, him coming back. He can be your swing tackle. You wanted to do right by the player. Hindsight, I think this is more hindsight revisionist history. And certainly you can say, hey, this is a whiff for Caserio. I get it. But at the same time, I can defend it a little bit. The C.J. Gardner-Johnson thing to me, whatever. Like, you traded Kenyon Green for him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that was no risk whatsoever. Now, guaranteeing some of the salary and doing the whole restructure like a week before you cut him, that's kind of bad luck. Like, that's not great. The Laken Tomlinson signing, don't love the Laken Tomlinson signing. He's being beat out by Juice Scruggs right now.
That's not
Christian Kirk, I don't know. Like, Christian Kirk, I feel a little differently about Christian Kirk today than I did 2 weeks ago before he played in a game. Like, oh, he's going to come back and he's going to be so good. I don't know. Xavier Hutchinson's playing more snaps than Christian Kirk did yesterday. The rookies have been good, but you've been slow to play them. Like, Knowles immediately your returner. Higgins caught a touchdown. Like, he's been good. Woody Marks looked unbelievable yesterday. So, like, I think the Caserio offseason's been more on the below-average side than the above-average side.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a fair way to put it?
No, I think it's absolutely fair. And even, like, with this move, I do have to wonder with what's happened in the NFL over the last 24 hours if I feel like you could have got maybe a little bit more than just a 6th-round pick for him. I mean, again, you saw the Chargers lose Joe Alt with a high ankle sprain. As we're talking here, the Vikings just confirmed that their starting right tackle sprained his ACL. He's going to be week to week. There's been a couple injuries in the NFL, so I almost wonder if you could have got even a little bit more for him. But I'm not going to, throw a tantrum or anything like that over getting a 6th-round pick. It's just, I guess it is good to do right by players, and I think that is something that with D'Amico as the head coach that we should be expecting, that they're going to do right by players when they can, because that's the way he would want to be treated as a player, and he's going to follow through with that. I do understand that. But ultimately, I still think it would have been in the best interest of this team to have him here and maybe be a little unhappy and be here just in case.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I think if the player's a pro, I think it's fine taking care of the player, especially if you have some other options, and I think that they do. I think with Brown and Fisher, you're capable. Let's go out to the HR&P listener line. Jerry, you're in the junkyard with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Jerry?
Hey, guys. Yeah, Jeremy, I hear you saying that Caserio didn't have a great offseason, and I just wanted to kind of run back the Laramie Tunsil trade. I mean, everybody knew that the O-line was no good in 2024. And, I mean, remind me, was he out of contract this coming year? Like, why?
He got extended in the offseason. He was about to ask for more money.
So they traded him for that reason.
I think it was part of it, yeah. I think it was we can get some value back for him. We don't want to give him another extension, whether it's this offseason or next offseason. So let's trade him before we either have to take less for him or have to pay him, and we don't want to do that.
I don't know. It's probably too early to evaluate that trade, I guess, but I do think that needs to be factored in. If you're gonna evaluate Caserio, again, hindsight 2020, like you said, looking back a year or two from now, was trading Tunsil the right move in the first place?
Yeah. No, I think it's a fair point. Appreciate the call, Jerry. And to just clarify, he did not sign an extension with the Commanders. Apparently they worked on one, but they couldn't agree to anything. They restructured it instead, converting some of the salary to bonus and void years and all that. But the thought on there is that Tunsil wanted a new deal. Plus, the Texans' return on Tunsil was pretty good. Like, they got a pretty good return on Tunsil, and I think the offensive line is better now than it was last year. Is that because of Tunsil? Probably not.
No, but
I would go as far to say that it was.
But I don't feel like you
I
miss
don't mind the Tunsil trade. Yeah, I don't either.
Like, I don't think, like, of why the Texans are in the position they are today, I don't think you can point to saying Laramie Tunsil is not on this team as the reason why. Like, while it hasn't been pretty at left tackle, like, Laramie Tunsil does not – I don't think he adds a single win to this team. A left tackle doesn't make you 500.
No. The pushback for sure is just keep Laramie Tunsil. Like, I think that's a fair point, Jerry. I just think that the return you got on him was pretty solid when your offensive line was dreadful with him and you didn't have to pay him. I don't mind that trade. It's a fair pushback for sure, though. Back out to the HR&P listener line. Milo on a mobile wants to talk Texans. Milo, is this right?
Yes, you got caught up there, and you don't want to talk about the obvious, so we're going to talk about the other. And the main problem with this team is that stinkhole taking the ball from the center. He's garbage. It's time to turn the page on CJ. When he came in week 1, I thought it was a surgeon, and now I think about him, and he makes me want to cough up my soup. Somebody took me off the ledge.
Can't do it, Milo. Can't talk you off the ledge. Whoa, holy Toledo. What a take. Milo Hamilton not putting a blue star on C.J. Stroudy. Appreciate it, Milo. Thank you for the little cross-sport, Milo. Love it. All right, we get to get the car wreck of the day. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
ESPN Bet at LaBerge in Lake Charles. Brand new chef, a new VIP fan cave section that's available for bookings. Can't wait to check that out when we're there on October 25th and October 26th. We'll be going 4 times the rest of the year. Those days in October, we'll be there the 8th and 9th in November, and then we'll be there for Conference Championship Weekend, the 6th and 7th of December, and the first round of the college football playoffs. I got an all-new menu or new menu items that's now available to all ages, the restaurant area. So you can go in there if you're not 21. So if you got someone with you, got some family with you, you're more than welcome to go inside and eat at ESPN Bet. It's the best place to go to for all the NFL action, all the college football games. It's an incredible environment for fight nights like this weekend for UFC 320 on October 4th. Make sure you check out ESPN Bet at LaBerge in Lake Charles. Must be 21 plus to bet. Gambling problem, call 1-800-522-4700.
ESPN 97.5.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
Stocks are able to power ahead today despite concerns about the possibility of a government shutdown, though late this afternoon, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer suggested there were positive signs that a shutdown could be averted. The Dow finished with a 68 3/4 point gain to 46,316. S&P up 17 to 6661, and the NASDAQ, led by NVIDIA, up 107 points to 22,591, while Electronic Arts, on a $52.5 billion leveraged buyout, the biggest in history, was up 4.5%. 10-year note yield slipped to 4.14%. The dollar was weaker against key foreign currencies. Oil tumbled on news that OPEC Plus would increase production again. Oil down almost $2.50 to $63.24 a barrel, while gold surged to a new all-time high, up $48 to $38.57 the ounce. This as we wait on key economic data this week. On the employment front, ADP with its private sector payroll estimate Wednesday, jobless claims on Thursday, and the unemployment report, coming out on Friday morning.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more in back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief.
The Bullpen, Saturdays at noon on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
The more you listen to your kids, the closer you'll be. So we asked kids, what do you want your parents to hear?
I feel sometimes that I'm not listened to. I would just want you to listen to me more often and evaluate situations with me and lead me towards success.
We're not adults, so just be there and listen. I just want someone to yap to. And I just feel like I'll be fine if someone just hears me talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk.
You're doing a really good job. And I don't think I tell you that enough. And I know sometimes we get into it and it's just hard on both of us. But, try to understand me more and I'll try to do the same.
Listening is a form of love. Find resources to help you support your kids and their emotional well-being at sounditouttogether.org. That's sounditouttogether.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and Pivotal.
You all right?
My leg's broken. The bone's coming through.
I'll give you a bone, you prick. Where's my money?
This is the car wreck of the day.
Car wreck of the day. What are your nominees? 713-780-3776. Joe George, what's your nomination?
Look, this is a selfish nomination, but I had the move from hell this weekend. It was a disaster. Everything that could go wrong went wrong. The AC was broken the day we got there.
Yikes.
It's getting fixed on Wednesday.
Oof.
The dryer is broken. It's getting fixed currently. One of the movers left his keys in our new house, and I had to wait there for 4 hours instead of finishing the old house for him to come get it. Everything that could go wrong went wrong.
Man, I'm sorry to hear that.
It was a long weekend.
Which law is that? That Newton's law? I always forget.
No, it's not. It's not Newton's law. Damn it, I'll find it.
I got no idea.
It's Murphy's law. There we go. Always get Murphy and Newton confused.
Very similar people.
Very different. Very different things.
I was trying to give you an out, but yeah.
Yeah, I always confuse the two. I always know it's Murphy or Newton, but I never know which. I always confuse which one is which. Yeah, scrape. Love the Ryder Cup, but golfer fist pump's got to go. I don't think that a golfer has had a choose these words wisely. I don't think a golfer's had a cool fist pump since Tiger Woods. Like all these nerds, like Rory's like doing his hands like flapping in the air like this. Like DeChambeau's like doing like a little like weird like underhand fist pump.
Yep.
Not that there was many Americans doing a ton of fist pumps.
They weren't
but like
very good.
these golfer fist pumps are so, let's just call it lame. We'll go with lame. Brian, what do you got?
Well, we got 30 seconds, so I can't get to the audio from the morning show. So I'll nominate Adonai Mitchell and then my hot mic moment from earlier in the show.
By the way, just so you know,
Brian.
you missed the dump button. The texter said they
That's
heard all
funny.
of it.
Yeah, Brian tried to dump button
definitely
his
hit
own
it.
No,
mistake.
you didn't get to it in time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's funny. That's soft, Brian. Car wreck of the day is not having Mailbag Monday anymore. We still have Mailbag. It's just not on Monday. Mondays are kind of busy. We'll do it later in the week. Somebody said Milo's the car wreck of the day. Ain't no way.
Milo's great.
Ain't no way. Josh from Seabrook says Snead and A.D. Mitchell. A.D. Mitchell win it?
I'm good
All
with
right,
that.
he wins it.
I
All right,
guess.
thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. ESPN National coming up right now.
ESPN 97.5.
Summer